but turns out he surpassed the #1 on the Xuan ranking in terms of sword intent. Now he's totally panicking inside, but the news is already out, no use regretting it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go get me the ice snow seal, I'm practicing swordsmanship from tomorrow." Hearing this, the guy's face changed, and he quickly stopped him. "That won't do, young city lord. The ice snow seal is a sacred artifact, your strength isn't enough to cultivate with it." But Bai Peng wouldn't listen. He'd risk his life to win. So what if he used his essence blood to practice swordsmanship? As long as he used the ice snow seal once, he'd have a better chance of winning. The Quasi-Emperor just wanted to show off, leaving a sliver of Quasi-Emperor's intent on Sword God Mountain. Only great emperors can get to the top of the mountain, but Xiao Yun ended up getting a huge bargain. Right now, Xiao Yun was running like the wind towards the summit. His 4 types of sword intent, wind, water, fire, and lightning, were almost perfect. Suddenly, a very showy line of text appeared in front of him. "Arrogant Wu Shuang will definitely become a sword saint in this life," Xiao Yun sighed. "Isn't this the #1 on the Xuan ranking? To be able to get here, he's definitely a beast. Too bad he's not as strong as me, I'll find a chance to challenge him." Then he continued towards the summit. Not long after, his wind and water sword intents also reached perfection. In the sword pavilion, Lei Zihan received Hua Langxin's transmission. The Du Jiyu family has produced a very strong successor, who's heading up Sword God Mountain. These guys were all super curious, wondering how far he could go. He's only just been born. Even if he's amazing, he'll only get to the mountainside. Lei Zihan was blabbering on and on, then looked towards Sword God Mountain. In the days that followed, his jaw dropped so hard it almost hit the floor. This, how is this possible? How did he get there? At this moment, Xiao Yun, having cultivated his 4 types of sword intent to perfection, finally reached the summit. He saw a giant rock in front of him, covered in writing. Xiao Yun was stunned. "I heard only great emperors can reach the summit. I wonder whose imperial words these are. Jackpot, jackpot. My big opportunity has arrived. Looking down on the world, only I, Lei Zihan, have reached this peak." Xiao Yun was secretly thrilled. Isn't this the sword saint Lei Zihan, the strongest on the heaven ranking? Plus, he left behind a quasi-emperor level sword Dao technique. This sword pavilion sect leader is so generous. Xiao Yun immediately sat down. System: use enlightenment on the Jinglei sword manual. He'd heard of this technique for ages. It's rumored to be the fastest quasi-emperor technique. Right now, Lei Zihan was gaping at him. He knew that apart from him, no quasi-emperor could reach the summit. How could a junior in the awakening realm do it? The young pavilion leader asked his dad urgently. What's going on? Lei Zihan raised his hand and opened a screen. Next, the scene at the summit of Sword God Mountain appeared before them. They, Evil Sword number 23, immediately shouted, "He's the successor of the Du Jiyu family." What? How did he get to the summit? What a freak, Lei Zihan praised. If Xiao Yun gets out, I'm afraid the entire Nine Heavens continent will be shaken. San, Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 3, you're all masters on the Xuan ranking, but even if you joined forces, you probably couldn't compare to his Sword Dasio talent, Sword 2 asked suspiciously. Did that Master Du Jiyu Sword 5 also reach the summit? No, he's only slightly stronger than you, but he's still some distance from the summit. Sword 1, 2, 3, and 4 wanted to smack Xiao Yun. This terrifying talent. Looks like the Dunji family is going to lead another era. Lei Zihan immediately ordered, telling Hua Langxin to grab onto this thick thigh no matter what. At this moment, Xiao Yun had used up 100 enlightenment opportunities, finally mastering the Jinglei sword manual. It included several divine abilities. Thunder God's Hand, half of the Great Thunder God's Hand, and the Great Lightning Flash Step. And the last 2 are great divine abilities. Suddenly he was surprised to find that his enlightenment count had strangely increased by dozens of times. There's no ghost on the summit. Could someone be watching me? Whatever. I should leave a mark too. At this moment, the faces of Lei Zihan and the others were very shocked. He also left a mark. How dare he? How can he compare to the strongest sword saint in the world? But after clearly seeing the line, the 5 of them were speechless. Du Jiyu Qiubai, 18 years old this year. Seriously, who can reach the summit of Sword God Mountain at 18? After that, Xiao Yun went into the cave. Because the natural sword intent was released from inside this cave, maybe the secret of Sword God Mountain is in here too. Xiao Yun stayed alert, stepping into the cave. After entering, he found a 7-colored divine sword inside. If Lei Zihan came here, why didn't he take the divine sword? A 7-colored divine sword appeared in front of Xiao Yun. He felt his soul trembling. Holy crap, this is an emperor weapon, just like the Chaos Bell. Xiao Yun's jaw dropped. No wonder even quasi-emperors are suppressed on Sword God Mountain. But he still didn't understand. If it's an unowned emperor weapon, why didn't Lei Zihan take it? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Because he can't use this sword. Who's speaking? Before Xiao Yun could react, a girl appeared in front of him. Xiao Yun saw her and freaked out. What kind of demon are you? Don't be afraid, I'm the sword spirit of this sword. You're the 9th person to appear here. I've finally met a living person. Xiao Yun asked suspiciously. 9th what? Could it be that there were other great emperors before Lei Zhan? Yeah, the first 7 were all great emperors. Lei Zhan was a quasi-emperor. Only you're the weakest, super weak, I could blow you away. Xiao Yun was utterly speechless. Are you mocking me? He wanted to flick her on the forehead. If that's the case, why didn't the 7 great emperors and Lei Zhan take it? The sword spirit looked helpless. Those 7 great emperors all have their own emperor weapons. Using mine would actually weaken them. As for Lei Zhan, the sword Dao he comprehends isn't compatible with mine. He can't refine me at all, but I feel like you're the one who can actually take me away. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up like car headlights. Oh, is it because I'm so handsome? The sword spirit went speechless. Of course not. It's because you need to comprehend 7 sword intents to refine me. You've already comprehended 5, while Lei Zihan only has 1. Xiao Yun's eyes widened with excitement. You're talking about these 5 sword intents: earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning. What are the other 2? Unexpectedly, the sword spirit shook his head and said, Don't know, no clue, never heard of them, go figure it out yourself. I'm also an empty-headed treasure. Xiao Yun thought to himself. Right now, the Jushao continent doesn't have any great emperor-level weapons. This is practically a nuke. I definitely have to take it. But I'm still missing 2 sword intents. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun got annoyed. Fine, let's go find the other 2 sword intents first. The sword spirit was stunned. Don't go! Gossip with me for a bit. Why do you just take off like Lei Zhan? Xiao Yun was a little tired. Could Lei Zhan not leave? Having an emperor weapon right in front of me and not being able to take it? This sucks. Meanwhile, at the foot of Sword God Mountain, Hua Langxin had been waiting for over a month. Brother Xiao, you're here. You finally came down. Xiao Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hua, you're still here. Seems like this young man is approaching me for some kind of purpose. Hua Langxin smiled and said, I wonder how far Brother Xiao reached on the mountain. What if I told you I reached the peak? Would you believe it? Hua Langxin was speechless. Well, if Du Guxiang doesn't want to say, then I won't ask. He'd rather see another hallucination than believe Xiao Yun reached the peak, because that would be too terrifying. Oh yeah, Bai Peng challenged you to a duel in Sword City. Xiao Yun looked disgusted. I'm not an idiot, why would I challenge him? Not going, he's too trash. But Bai Peng had already spread the word throughout the eastern wasteland. Many sword cultivators are looking forward to this battle. If you don't go, you'll break your promise, and they'll say you surrendered. After all, you challenged a sword Dao genius. If you defeat him, you'll be ranked 6th on the profound board. Xiao Yun scoffed. Too bad I'm a rebel by nature. I hate being forced. But top 5 on the profound board might be worth messing with. Are they coming to Sword City to watch? Hua Langxin's jaw dropped. Huh. Even Sword 2 and Sword 3 from our Sword Pavilion are coming. Could it be that he wants? Xiao Yun smirked, then flew towards Sword City. To defeat Xiao Yun, this white-haired youth was nurturing his sword at any cost. But he didn't know that Xiao Yun didn't consider him anything at all. When he learned that Dugu Chubai had flown to Sword City, he shouted excitedly and drew his sword. Finally here! The servant couldn't help but smile wryly. Young city lord, you've been nurturing your sword with your essence blood for half a month. You're basically damaged. Even if you win this time, it'll be damaging the enemy by 1,000, while damaging yourself by 800. Is it worth it? His eyes were firm. Worth it. At this moment, everyone was packed into the arena of the city lord's mansion. Holy crap, so many people. Looks like the heir of the Dugu family is here too. After all, Dugu Jian was an outstanding figure of his generation. Look, the geniuses on the ranking board are all here. Isn't that Sword 2 and Sword 3? Yeah, looks like things are about to go down. Xiao Yun hasn't shown up yet. That Ao Tian guy was already staring at Sword 2. I've been waiting for you for a long time. While Dugu Chubai isn't here yet, how about we spar a bit? Before Sword 2 could answer, Sword 3 couldn't help but sneer. Dream on. You're not even ranked as high as me. You're not worthy of fighting my senior brother. I'll fight you. After he finished speaking, boom, the sword in Ao Tian's hand slashed down. Then take a slash from me. Sword 3 coldly laughed with disdain, overestimating yourself, and directly slashed down. After the direct confrontation, Sword 3 was sent flying thousands of meters away by Ao Tian. He resented, then cursed. Despicable bastard. Your sword is a semi-saint weapon. Ao Tian smiled even more smugly. My myriad sword's manner originally relies on the reputation of the chaotic physique, and this sword was personally forged and refined by me into a semi-saint weapon on the myriad demon battlefield. Just admit you lost. Sword 3 was angry but speechless. Finally, he opened his mouth. Very well. Your sword blood demon has been upgraded again. You're indeed qualified to fight me for a round. At this time, Bai Peng's voice resounded in the sky. Today is the day I and the heir of the Dugu family have a duel. Please, everyone, fight another day. At this moment, Xiao Yun and Hua Langxin had also flown over. Ao Tian recognized the holy weapon on the back of the white-haired guy at a glance. But what did it matter to him? He was waiting to watch the drama and see how Dugu Chubai lost. Only when he saw Dugu Chubai's face clearly, he was extremely shocked. This. Why does this person look like Demon Monk? Bai Peng looked towards Xiao Yun, his voice extremely excited. Dugu Chubai, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. But Xiao Yun didn't even bother to look at him. He coldly looked at everyone. Whose sword 2? Hua Langxin was a little speechless. No way, it's not what I think, is it? Sword 3, seeing Xiao Yun's arrogance with his own eyes, stood up politely. I am Sword 2. Does Dugu Xiang have some business with me? Xiao Yun held his sword and smiled. I often hear Hua Xiang mention your name. Today I have made a special trip here, hoping Sword 2 Xiang will do me a favor. Hua Langxin was petrified when he saw this. Holy crap, I really guessed right. Furthermore, when did I ever mention Sword 2 to you? Why are you pointing the spear at me? Bai Peng's face twisted in rage. He trembled and roared, Du Ji Yu Chu Bai, you dare to mess with me. But Xiao Yun just calmly mocked him. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to challenge me? Did I even accept your challenge? Xiao Yun slammed his sword into the ground with force, shattering the earth. Immediately after, Jian was sent flying. Holy crap! He actually cultivated our sword sect's divine ability to perfection. Back to the earlier scene, Bai Peng was fuming because of Xiao Yun. This daddy is ranked 6th on the profound ranking? And I don't have the right to challenge you? You just debuted. Xiao Yun didn't even glance at him. Jian, are you ready? Unexpectedly, Jian directly accepted the challenge. Du Ji Yu, please. He didn't underestimate Xiao Yun at all. Booming earthly fist, Xiao Yun unleashed a strike with his blade, creating countless spiderweb cracks on the ground. But this dense attack was easily dodged by Jian. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. Isn't that the lightning step from the sword scripture of thunder? Not bad, I guess. Too bad, I know it too. Watch me run in a Z shape, a C shape, a D shape. Xiao Yun suddenly appeared beneath Jian. But Jian changed direction. Xiao Yun predicted his next move. Before Jian could be shocked, he was even more terrified. He was blasted with Xiao Yun's opening move, coughing up blood. The crowd watching seemed to see something terrifying. Holy SHT, just one move, and he injured the 6th ranked on the profound ranking. Is he really a newbie? Hua Langxin and Jian Sanshan were also gaping. What the heck, where did this freak come from? He actually cultivated lightning step to perfection. At this moment, Bai Peng felt like he was the joke. This kid is so strong, no wonder he didn't want to fight me. Damn it. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, Senior brother Jian, am I not worthy enough for you to draw your sword? Jian reluctantly stabilized his body. I didn't expect Brother Dugun's strength to be so terrifying. Looks like I have to go all out. Thunder God's collapse? He used all his strength and attacked Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun immediately flew up. One sword freezes 10,000 miles. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. The two moves collided powerfully. But Jian had already lost the advantage, because Xiao Yun was hiding his strength, and then he shouted, I know Thunder God's collapse too! Hua Langxin was stunned. How does he know the sword scripture of thunder? Jian San explained. The master left the sword scripture of thunder on the top of the mountain. Duji Uchubai passed by and saw it, but in his heart he secretly cursed, Damn, this freak's comprehension is even faster than mine. Hearing this, Hua Langxin was speechless again. The top of the mountain, so Du Ji Yu Chubai didn't lie to me, he really reached the top of the mountain. At this time, Jian seemed to see something terrifying. How is this possible? Not only the lightning step, but he also cultivated Thunder God's collapse to perfection. Immediately after, boom, Jian was enveloped in the power of thunder. At this moment he had lost. Jian San rushed forward. Senior brother, are you okay? Don't worry, we can invite Senior Lei Zihan to remove the thunder from his body, and he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Jian San was stunned, so Du Ji Yu Chubai had shown mercy. Thank you, no need to be polite, I just wanted to compete in swordsmanship, and learn a little from the sword sect. After speaking, he prepared to leave Yi Duo, not even looking at Bai Peng. At this time, Bai Peng was like a joke. This was clearly his challenge, but Xiao Yun finished the fight and left. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. A figure was launching the ice and snow seal, slashing towards Xiao Yun. Du Ji Yu Chui Bai. Take my move. Ao Tian couldn't help but sneer. Trash. Using a sacred weapon is one thing, but you even resort to a sneak attack. Boom! The light of the ice and snow sword almost blinded everyone. Holy crap, that's a sacred weapon. This time Dugu's air is toast. In fact, Xiao Yun had long sensed the murderous glint in his eyes. You dare to sneak attack, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Ping held up the sacred weapon and slashed at Xiao Yun's shadow. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for him. This guy dares to use a sacred weapon for a sneak attack. I'm afraid the Du Jiyu family's man is about to die. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun was already prepared to block this strike. Bai Ping, you brought this on yourself. Immediately after, Xiao Yun's sword emitted 5 kinds of sword intent. One strike split the ground. One strike stirred up storms. One strike sealed 30,000 miles. One strike of scarlet flames. 9 layers of heaven. One strike of thunder-shattering southern mountain. The 5 great ultimate moves combined into one strike, slashing towards Bai Ping. This strike seemed to suppress the entire heavens and earth. Bai Peng's face turned green. The ice and snow sword in his hand fell. He couldn't believe that the sacred weapon was trembling non-stop. Everyone around was slack-jawed. 5 kinds of heaven-defying sword intent. How did he cultivate to this point? Bai Peng was heavily injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? Seriously, he has a sacred weapon. How could he lose to him? Xiao Yun then coldly snorted twice. It depends on who is using the sacred weapon. You'll always be just third-rate swordsmanship. Bai Peng unwillingly gnashed his teeth. Third-rate swordsmanship is an insult to my Bai family. He went insane, letting the ice snow sword once again devour his essence blood. His aura soared as he charged towards Xiao Yun. Go die. Xiao Yun calmly unleashed the next move. Then don't blame me for sending you to Kingdom Come. Right after that, boom boom boom. Bai Peng's body was sent flying. He spewed blood like crazy and completely lost his ability to fight. The onlookers were utterly shocked. He had a sacred weapon and still lost. The heir of the Dugu family is seriously badass. At this moment, Xiao Yun raised his sword, ready to give him a final blow. This was the first time Bai Peng felt the chill of death. No, 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 you can't kill me. Xiao Yun raised the sword above his head, without any mercy. You dare kill me? I'll kill you back. Bai Peng was so scared he was about to wet his pants. Along with a scream, a figure suddenly appeared. He used only one hand to block the strike for Bai Peng. How dare you? Killing my son right in front of me. Are you tired of living? Bai Peng grabbed onto the big thigh he could rely on. Wah, father! You finally arrived. I thought I was a goner. Don't be afraid. With me here, who dares to kill you? Little did he know. A face-slapping moment was coming. The onlookers sighed. This city lord is so shameless, getting involved in the affairs of the younger generation at his age. At the same time, they also felt sorry for Dugu Chubai. Such a monstrous genius is going to bite the dust here, only to see the arrogant city lord unleash a sword. Junior, I won't kill you. This strike will cripple your cultivation. Consider it a lesson. When the sword was about to touch him, Xiao Yun directly shattered into 100 pieces. In his heart, Xiao Yun coldly smiled. Oh, you want to cripple me? Too bad, I've got a background too. With Lei Zu's protective nature, who knows if he'll directly level their sword city. The city lord was stunned, speechless. What is going on? Which fellow Taoist made a move? I hope you can give me some face. And don't interfere in the affairs of Sword City. Immediately afterwards, the city lord looked up and saw a giant hand descending towards Sword City. Face, are you worthy? The city lord was so scared he peed his pants. Holy, holy, holy Saint Senior, please forgive me. This junior doesn't know where I offended you. Please be generous. The entire Sword City seemed to be facing doomsday. The voice in the sky made everyone tremble. Don't you like bullying the weak? Then today, I, your lord, will bully the weak. A giant hand descended, boom, in just one day. The entire Bai family in Sword City was wiped out. Back to when the city lord of Sword City wanted to cripple Xiao Yun. At the critical moment, a giant hand suddenly appeared. The city lord who wanted to cripple Xiao Yun earlier was now like a fish on a chopping board. Saint, this is definitely a saint. Please spare my life, senior. Stop. In the sky, an exclamation rang out. Very fake. And then a golden ray of light rushed over, blocking the giant hand. Everyone immediately shouted, Holy crap, it's another saint. The old city lord of Sword City actually became a saint. The city lord and Bai Peng both breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved. Little did they know that it was created by the peak great Saint Lei Zhu. Even a quasi-emperor would be afraid of him. But the old city lord thought that the other was on the same level as him, thinking, fellow Taoist is probably the protector of this young friend. Dugu Jizhi didn't handle things properly. This old man will punish him severely. I hope fellow Taoist will forgive me. Ao Tian sighed. Any idiot would know that Dugu Chubai has a protector, and this city lord still dared to attack him. Haha, he's really courting death. Jian San. After scolding, Ao Tian also nodded. That's right. Back then, Dugu Jian died in Southern Mountain. They won't make the same mistake again. The voice in the air sneered. Forgive. What qualifications do you have to ask me to forgive you? Since you don't know the rules of bullying the weak, then today I will also bully the weak once. So the giant hand was about to descend like the sky was falling again. The old city lord was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. You are actually a great saint. He regretted it to the core. A great saint was someone he couldn't fight against. But in the next second, the giant hand had already descended. The old city lord and the young city lord were instantly crushed to death. In a flash, the old city lord died too unjustly. He died before he could even do anything. Everyone around took a cold breath. This protector is too terrifying, wiping out the entire Bai family with one move. From now on, no one will dare to bully the heir of the Dugu family again. In reality, Lei Zhu left Bai Peng alive for Xiao Yun to play with. Run. Too late. After Bai Peng died, Xiao Yun directly snatched his sacred weapon. This guy spent half a month nurturing the sword, only for Xiao Yun to benefit. Ye Dadao's devil blade is sealed. He can't use a demon sword. This sacred weapon is now mine. Suddenly Hua Langxin ran over and asked, so Du Jiyu bro is 4th on the ranking now, but who should he challenge next? Xiao Yun said on purpose as a joke. What do you think? Now it's just Ao Wushuang, Jian Yi, and Ye Jian left. Who's Du Jiyu bro gonna pick? But Xiao Yun shook his head. He was too lazy to fight those geniuses on the rankings. Hua Langxin's eyes widened. I wonder if Du Jiyu bro has heard of Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun nodded. Isn't he, way too familiar? I wonder if that dude's gotten stronger, Hua Langxin continued. In 7 days, Zhao Wuji will fight Ye Fei. Ye Fei is our #1 genius in the Eastern Wasteland, the one with the Xuanhuang Undying Body. Xiao Yun got a little serious. The Xuanhuang Undying Body, huh? Gotta check it out. Another supreme physique, second only to Li Chengdi's spacetime physique. Thinking of this, he immediately flew towards Zhao Wuji. Let's go, Hua bro, let's go watch. Zhao Wuji challenged the #1 genius of the Eastern Wasteland, Ye Fei. He just used a challenge letter to force Ye Fei to go all out, and he is just Xiao Yun's little bro. Just then, Ye Jian and Ye Fei were gossiping about Bai Peng and Du Jiyu Chubai. That Bai Peng was a total joke. Du Jiyu Chubai got bored of playing with him, and then backstabbed him, and his whole family got wiped out. Now the whole Eastern Wasteland, including our Yi family, is supporting the Du Jiyu family. The Bai family is dead and getting trashed. Talk about unlucky. Suddenly, he handed Ye Fei a letter. This is the challenge letter Zhao Wuji sent. He said they'll have a final showdown in 7 days. You get to pick the location, bro. Hearing this, Ye Fei happily opened the letter. He's finally here. But as soon as he opened it, a burst of light shot out from the challenge letter, and the word war appeared in the sky, scaring the crap out of both of them. This is the manifestation of intent. Immediately after that, the illusion of a war god directly threw a punch at Ye Fei. Ye Shifei instantly countered, their punches colliding and releasing a terrifying surge of energy. Boom! Ye Jian next to them was sent flying. A single word could release such terrifying power. Ye Jian's expression changed. Zhao Wuji is just Xiao Yun's little bro. Just how strong is Xiao Yun I really can't even imagine. Although Ye Fei blocked Zhao Wuji's manifestation of intent, he had to use his full strength. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, and said, this Zhao Wuji is very strong, his strength is probably equal to mine. Pass my word, after 7 days I will fight him at the flying immortal stage. 6 days passed quickly, and more cultivators came to watch the battle between the two. The Ye family entertained the peerless geniuses in the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. Du Jiyu bro, everyone's waiting for you. Xiao Yun nodded and said, okay, I also want to meet the peerless geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland. On the 6th day, I have refined the sword of ice and snow. Now my strength has increased by 1 level. It's easy to fight some spirit-severing realm cultivators. There is no need to find Zhao Wuji now. Tomorrow is very important to him, and he needs to be quiet now. The Ye family's Heavenly Emperor Pavilion was entertaining some peerless geniuses. As soon as Xiao Yun entered, he attracted everyone's attention. Hua Langxin introduced, sorry for the long wait, this is Du Jiyu Chubai. He is Du Jiyu Chubai. He became the 4th in the mysterious list. Once he took action, I remember that Duji Yu Jian was brilliant for a while, and I am afraid that he will surpass his ancestors.
Only Jian Yi, who ranked second in the ranking list, saluted Xiao Yun. It was indeed a big win to befriend him, because he knew about Xiao Yun ascending the Sword God Mountain.
At this moment, Ao Wushuang, the head of the Xuanbang, suddenly put down his glass and said, "It's too boring for everyone to just have a toast like this. Why not play a game?"
Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. Could it be that he was itching to find someone to fight? Ao Wushuang raised his glass and looked at Xiao Yun.
"We won't compete today, but everyone is a sword genius, so why don't we drink wine with our swords?" The so-called drinking wine with a sword means using sword intent to surround a glass of wine. If you want to finish this glass of wine, you must first resolve the sword intent on the glass. But you cannot use too much force. Otherwise, even if you resolve the sword intent, the glass will shatter. On the surface, it is drinking wine, but in reality, it is a competition of strength.
Xiao Yun is pretending to drink a glass of wine. Ao Wushuang, the first in the ranking list, wanted to embarrass Xiao Yun, so he proposed drinking wine with a sword. Ye Jian asked with interest, "What is drinking wine with a sword?" Ao Wushuang just smiled and said nothing. He raised a glass full of wine, poured a powerful sword intent into it, and then quickly threw the glass of wine towards Ye Jian in front of everyone's astonished eyes.
"I invite you to this glass," Hua Langshen whispered. "Do Ji bro. This guy is targeting you," everyone whispered to each other. "You are the number one on the list, but you are just too lazy to fight,"
Xiao Yun said with a smile. "Although it sounds very arrogant, I am indeed stronger than him."
Ye Jian's expression turned serious. "HMPH, he's testing my strength." The gawking crowd's faces changed. This cup of wine is hard to swallow, requiring not only good strength but also strong control over sword intent.
"If it were us, we'd become a joke." But Ye Jian wasn't scared at all. He extended his hand and released his sword intent, which swirled around and embraced the wine cup. Everyone watched with admiration. "His control is amazing. The cup won't break like that." After a quarter of an incense stick's time, Ao Wushuang's sword intent dissipated. Ye Jian triumphantly finished the wine. "Many thanks to Brother Ao for the wine." But Ao Wushuang just smiled casually. "Ye Jian's method is excellent. It seems his strength is no less than mine." Then, he looked towards the others, who all fearfully shrank back, afraid of being chosen as a joke. Luckily, Ao Wushuang didn't pay them any attention. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Yun and Jian Yi, but Xiao Yun just looked at him calmly, his face screaming, "I've been waiting for you all day." Unexpectedly, Ao Wushuang really wanted to choose Xiao Yun. "Brother Jian Yi is an old friend. I'm meeting Brother Dugu for the first time, so let me offer Brother Dugu this cup." Then, he flung the wine cup forcefully towards Xiao Yun. "Brother Dugu is a natural talent. He'll definitely have some novel methods." Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. This Ao Wushuang is really cunning. First, he blocked Dugu Chubai's retreat. Next, he deliberately praised him, wanting him to make a fool of himself. But Xiao Yun just calmly watched the wine cup flying towards him, without moving an inch. Until the wine cup was about to hit Xiao Yun's face, everyone was extremely surprised. Dugu Chubai still hasn't thought of a way to deal with it. "Oh no, he's gonna lose face." Hua Langshin was also very nervous, hurriedly calling out, "Brother Dugu." Before he could finish, the scene before his eyes made him stunned. Xiao Yun slowly opened his cherry-like mouth, took a breath, gulp, gulp. The wine in the cup, mixed with the sword intent, all flew into Xiao Yun's mouth. The empty cup fell into Xiao Yun's hand. He smiled with a gentle expression. "Delicious wine, many thanks to Brother Ao." Everyone looked at Xiao Yun, as if looking at a monster. Holy crap, that was Ao Wushuang's sword intent! And he swallowed it all. Isn't he afraid of dying? How come the sword intent of the number one on the Xuan ranking is just like a toy to Xiao Yun? Ye Fei is planning to use the battle with Zhao Wuji to attract Dao Tribulation. You must know that Dao Tribulation is very dangerous. Only a freak like Xiao Yun can withstand it. Last chapter, Xiao Yun's way of drinking wine shocked everyone. Swallowing foreign sword intent will cause a rejection reaction. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. But Xiao Yun was unharmed. When Yi Jian calmed down, he couldn't wait to praise Xiao Yun to death. "Brother Dugu, please accept my bow." Xiao Yun still smiled indifferently. "It's just a small matter." He had cultivated all 5 types of sword intent to the highest level. Swallowing little Akko's sword intent is just a trivial matter. Trisk, Dugu family, no wonder it's a sword saint family. Every generation has someone who makes people admire them. Consider myself to have broadened my horizons. As for Wu Shuang, the arrogant guy who was showing off to Xiao Yun just now, is now jumping up and down excitedly shouting, Brother Dugu is amazing, he just hates that Xiao Yun didn't beat him up. No, not beat him up, but spar with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was speechless. What's with him? It feels like he is as ignorant as that kid Zhao Wuji. Wu Shuang suddenly threw a token to Xiao Yun and said, in a month our Wanjian villa will hold a sword meeting, and we invite Brother Dugu to come and play. Xiao Yun said, I will definitely go. He had heard of the sword meeting for a long time. Maybe he could find the remaining 2 sword intents. Wu Shuang was extremely excited, with the descendant of the Dugu family joining. This sword meeting will surely become a legend. Hua Langxin suddenly asked, why did Ye Fei choose the Immortal Ascension platform as the place for the decisive battle? That place is very strange. That's right. It is said that it is where the 2 great emperors of the Ye family died.
Some people found treasures there, and some people died or went crazy.
Xiao Yun smacked his lips and sighed. Ye Fei probably wants to find treasures at the Immortal Ascension platform while fighting. Geniuses are indeed crazy, but if I have the chance, I would also like to fight him.
At this time, on Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Ye Fei was cultivating cross-legged, and the elder asked curiously, why did you choose the Immortal Ascension platform as the place for the decisive battle with Zhao Wuji? Yerish Fei said in a deep voice, I saw in the ancient book that fighting in a place rich in the aura of the great emperor will attract Dagyo tribulation. If it succeeds, the road ahead will be much easier. Dagyo tribulation. I have never heard of this. It would be dangerous if you made a mistake. Ye Fei smiled lightly and said, tomorrow we will know.
The next day, the cultivators gathered at the Immortal Ascension platform. Normally this place is not open to outsiders. Fortunately, Xiao Yun and Hua Langxin had invitation tickets, so they were seated in the front row to watch the competition.
Why is Brother Dugu wearing a mask today? Xiao Yun glared at him coldly.
Because this daddy likes it. Ugh, Du Jiyu really likes to make things difficult for people.
Xiao Yun thought to himself, if he wasn't wearing a mask, Zhao Wuji would probably recognize him. Who knows what that guy is planning?
Hua Langxin suddenly shouted, look, Zhao Wuji's here, he's super strong, only loses to that freak at the chaotic Holy Land, and hasn't lost to anyone else. Xiao Yun was speechless. You're the freak, your whole sword pavilion is full of freaks.
I gotta say, hasn't seen Zhao Wuji for half a year, and he's toughened up quite a bit. He's obviously improved a lot during this time. Gotta find a chance to have a fair fight with him.
Ye Fei smiled warmly in the air.
Zhao Bro traveled all the way from Zhongtu. I won't disappoint you today. So the 2 geniuses chatted while building up their momentum. The big battle is about to begin.
The 2 supreme beings used all their strength to unleash a palm strike,
which actually triggered the great emperor's Dao tribulation. This is the final battle between the Xuanhuang undying body and the ancient sacred body. The aura of both of them rose sharply, and at the same time they swung their fists towards each other.
Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying power swept through the air and blew away the entire Fei Shan platform. Xiao Yun was shocked to discover, holy crap, there are so many divine senses of saints hidden in the void, that Ye Fei, who got his head chopped off earlier, is actually a collateral descendant of the Ye family. Can't expose my identity. He immediately released a powerful sword intent to suppress the half-step chaotic body.
The clash of the 2 monstrous talents left onlookers stunned. So this is the power of the supreme body. They've already stepped into the forbidden zone of gods and demons so early. This power ain't just Shi awakening level, clearly stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. After probing for a while, Ye Fei no longer concealed his strength, HMPH. Terrifying power gathered in the palm of his hand, only to see a giant palm descending towards Zhao Wuji.
At this moment, Zhao Wuji's body was trembling and his mouth was bleeding. He was struggling to resist.
The surrounding cultivators stared with their mouths agape. Oh my god, Juchatian palm? Isn't that the great divine power created by Juchatian great emperor?
You have to be in transcendent realm to learn that. Unless he transferred this divine power like a sacrificial spirit. Xiao Yun was also very curious.
What kind of demonic beast did Fei Tian refine to obtain the Jujatian hand? My chaos palm was obtained from the half-step chaos body. Du Ji Yu bro, you don't get it. People from great emperor families can inherit the divine powers of the great emperor just by cultivating themselves.
Xiao Yun's pupils shrank. So this is a thing. He thought only he refined himself. Didn't expect the great emperor families can do that too, but they're refining the great emperor's bloodline. Not like him. Hua Langxin was full of admiration. The great emperor families are so awesome. They can awaken the bloodline divine power. That's a divine power created by a great emperor. Way cooler than the inherited divine power of the sacrificial spirit. Saves the whole process of catching spirit beasts.
Unexpectedly, Ye Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young man, you're getting ahead of yourself. We awaken the Great Emperor's divine powers like drawing lots. Great Emperor's divine powers can be good or bad. Some are not even as good as refining spirit beasts.
After hearing this, Hua Langxin calmed down a lot. Looks like very few people can inherit great divine powers like Ye Fei. So, Zhao Wuji's probably gonna lose soon, Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Not necessarily. Zhao Wuji has 2 ancient sacred bodies, and he hasn't used either of them yet.
Then, boom! A golden light suddenly tore the Jujikation palm apart. The surrounding cultivators immediately shouted, "How is that possible? Zhao Wuji actually broke the Jishaitian palm. That's the famous great divine power of the Jishaitian Great Emperor." At this moment, Zhao Wuji's whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, and a huge golden ant was merging behind him.
The cultivators looked like they were seeing something very scary. Weird AF. Zhao Wuji's sacrificial spirit is actually the top 10 divine beast, the golden ant.
Golden flames rose around him, and his aura continued to rise, and then he completely merged with the ant.
Swung his golden fist towards Ye Fei. Ye Fei wrapped his whole body in Xuanhuang Qi, and rushed forward to meet the attack. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power released by the 2 supreme bodies engulfed the Fei Xian platform. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my #1 general, he's gotten a lot stronger in the past half year. Looks like I gotta find a chance to fight him.
Suddenly, a powerful aura swept across the Fei Xian platform, and tribulation clouds appeared on the platform, and vaguely in there was the shadow of a great emperor. What the heck? Could it be that some expert wants to interfere in this fight?
Xiao Yun thought to himself. The Fei Xian platform is really something else. He actually felt a great emperor gradually recovering. Ye Fei's jaw dropped too. Could this be Jijiatian ancestor? A great emperor's tribulation suddenly appeared. Xiao Yun seized this opportunity to take advantage of the Ye family. He looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky and his face changed.
What the hell is this? An old man stepped out of the void. Don't be afraid, everyone. This is an extremely rare Dalio tribulation, also a great opportunity for everyone. Ye Jin bowed to the old man. What does sacred ancestor mean? Little Jin, don't you know that Dao tribulation is the great emperor's test for peerless geniuses? As long as you defeat the great emperor's Dao body, you will successfully overcome the tribulation, and at that time you will receive a portion of the great emperor's luck.
Xiao Yun didn't care about these luck, but he was extremely interested in defeating the great emperor. Senior, is it the Dao Bodhi, after becoming the emperor or before becoming the emperor?
Little Du Ji asked.
That's right, of course it's the great emperor's Dao body after becoming the emperor, otherwise how could it be the great emperor's luck? Hearing this, Hua Langxin was extremely surprised. Then what's the point of fighting? It's easy to fight the great emperor before he becomes emperor, but after he becomes emperor, even if they suppress their cultivation, these juniors can't beat him. The holy ancestor suddenly said in a deep voice. However, the Dao tribulation allows 9 people to undergo tribulation at the same time. If Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji can't win, I hope you all will help. This is also an opportunity for you to practice. Xiao Yun's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Trisk! Trisk, this old geezer is so calculating. Just a few words and he's got us fighting for him.
Everyone shook their heads. That's the Dao avatar of a great emperor. You might as well kiss your life goodbye.
The holy ancestor thought that if he opened his mouth, these little punks would give him some face.
Unexpectedly, they were too much of a demonic bunch. He helplessly chuckled. Dear friends, as long as you are willing to take action, our Yi family can impart to you a sword saint level cultivation technique. Hearing this, everyone began to hesitate. Sword saint level cultivation technique is very useful, but it's playing with your life. At this time, Xiao Yun also began to hesitate. If he wanted to subdue the weapon on Sword God Mountain, he was still short of 2 sword intents. Maybe he could find them in the Ye family's sword Dao cultivation technique. At this moment, Iotian suddenly said, Senior, I agree to take action. If I can obtain the Emperor's luck, maybe I can become a sword saint. The holy ancestor nodded and said, You're right. If you obtain the Emperor's luck, it will be easier for you to overcome difficult stages in the future, and there will be more opportunities to obtain treasures. Everyone suddenly understood. So Emperor's luck is so important. In fact, everyone had obtained treasures before, but Xiao Yun's treasures were ridiculously numerous. Just a stroll in the mountains, and he picks up the Stellar Lightning Sword Compendium. Holy crap, am I that lucky? I must be the main character. At this time, Aza Wushuang also raised his hand and said, Senior, I agree to take action. The holy ancestor was overjoyed. Good, good. The #1 genius on the profound ranking is also taking action. Among the remaining people, he valued Xiao Yun the most. What about little buddy Du Jiyu? Xiao Yun looked at him. I can also take action, but I don't need a great saint-level cultivation technique. I want 30 saint-level sword Dao cultivation techniques. 30 is too many. Our Ye family only has 30 in total.
Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. pretending that he didn't believe it. At this time, Hua Lingxin said softly, "Brother Du Ji Yu, the Ye family doesn't cultivate sword Dao, having 23 is already the limit." Only then did Xiao Yun agree to take action. The holy ancestor nodded in satisfaction, then called 2 cultivators from the Ye family who were in the strength aperture realm. "These are spirit cleansing pills. You should cleanse your cultivation to the perception realm, and you will fight alongside them later. After it's over, you will each be rewarded with a saint weapon." Xiao Yun clicked his tongue and sighed. These 2 are both at the peak of strength aperture, yet they have to cleanse an entire layer of cultivation. The price is too high. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the great emperor's Dao avatar had already condensed in the sky. Everyone looked up. Which great emperor is this? If it's Di Tian, then they're probably all gonna die without a burial place today. The great emperor suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I manage the 10 regions and 9 heavens, covering the sky with one hand, invincible under heaven." Finally, the holy ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, covering the sky with one hand. "This is our Yi family's Jia Tian great emperor. Thank goodness, thank goodness." The 9 great geniuses forming a team to undergo tribulation didn't know that hidden among them was a Xiao Yun with freakish strength. The other 8 were exerting their strength to act as a foil for the great emperor, while Xiao Yun could scrape the bone while concealing his true strength. At this time, the great emperor's Dao avatar solidified, and everyone felt that they were too small, wanting to kneel down and kowtow to the great emperor. But seeing the great emperor enter the battle with such a domineering aura, Xiao Yun's Dao heart became even firmer. "In this life, I must become an emperor, and I also want to show off like this." At this time, the great emperor looked towards Ye Fei, my descendant, then looked at Zhao Wuji again. "Oh, you have 2 sets of archaic sacred bodies. No wonder you can compete with the Xuan Huang destruction body in front of my Dao avatar." Zhao Wuji was as naked as the day he was born. "Holy cow, you even know this." The Dao avatar gently spoke. "Take action. Under the Dao tribulation, I will not show mercy. Use all your strength, or you will die." Ye Fei looked back at Zhao Wuji, smiling indifferently. "Brother Zhao, let's join forces. This time I'm using you, but even if I told you in advance you wouldn't object." Zhao Wuji was looking for a powerful opponent to forge his invincible Dao heart. In his eyes, the fighting spirit surged to the sky. To be able to fight a great emperor-level existence, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Fight, only to see the 2 freaks simultaneously unleash all their fighting strength, attacking towards the great emperor's Dao avatar. The great emperor's Dao avatar only glared once. A second later, a terrifying aura swept through the void. Many cultivators behind Xiao Yun had already knelt down in surrender. Is this the emperor's might? Just one glance is so terrifying. On the Immortal Ascension platform at this time, an extremely large hand covered down like a demon god's seal. Boom boom, Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji were knocked down, creating a deep pit. Xiao Yun's expression was serious. If they didn't have supreme bodies, they would have been killed by the great emperor's Dao avatar long ago. But the great emperor's Dao avatar grew stronger and stronger as he fought. They wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this time, the holy ancestor finally couldn't sit still any longer. "Ye Feng, Ye Yun, Ye Jian, the 3 of you go up together." Then he said to Xiao Yun and the others, "Ao Wushuang, Ao Tianqi, little friend Du Ji Yu, the 4 of you take action, and finally show the final move later, understand?" Xiao Yun's eyes were full of ridicule. As expected, he uses his family first. If they can win, then the benefits still belong to the Yen family. Only when it's really hopeless will they let outsiders like us take action. Unfortunately, don't even dream about it. Adding a few more like Yen Jian won't be enough to beat this great emperor's Dao avatar. On the Immortal Ascension platform, Zhao Wuji and Ye Fei were being beaten to the point of vomiting blood like crazy. Boom. At this time, the 3 of Ye Jian had rushed into the Dao tribulation, one sword flying towards immortality. Xiao Yun clicked his tongue and sighed. Too much showing off, what a pity. It's not even enough to scrape the wind. See, as expected, they can't withstand it. At this time, the holy ancestor's face was gloomy, and he turned to look at Xiao Yun's group. "Dear little friends, it's your turn to go up." Xiao Yun suddenly laughed loudly. "Let's go! To be able to compete with the great emperor at the same level is a rare opportunity." A second later, 4 powerful sword intents simultaneously flew towards the Immortal Ascension platform. Everyone's jaw dropped. "Quick, look, it's Ado Wusong. They're here. The Xuan board experts are on stage 2. Who knew this battle would turn into a 9-on-1 beatdown? Besides Xiao Yun, Ye Fei, and Zhao Wuji, the other 6 teaming up are about as strong as Zhao Wuji and Ye Fei, enough to give the great emperor's Dao body a good scratch. And Xiao Yun is hiding his strength. He's about on par with
Ye Jian, isn't he the heir of the Dugu family? Seems kinda average, not as legendary as they say.
Just then, Ye Fei suddenly backed off, yelling,
Brother Zhao, everyone, please buy me some time.
Xiao Yun thought, does this guy have another, stronger trick up his sleeve? Xiao Yun slashed out a sword, shocking everyone. This invisible guy who everyone underestimated is actually this strong. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and the others went all out against the Dao body, buying time for Ye Fei. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun hung back, giving the Dao body a scratch, seeing what big move Ye Fei was hiding. All he saw was a strange phenomenon appear behind him. The supreme body is gradually merging with his body. Xiao Yun was a little disappointed. That's it. Then his strength is just around Zhao Wuji's level. No match for this Dao body, let alone the original. However, at that moment, Ye Fei suddenly started forming hand seals. A massive seal suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, making their souls tremble. Ye Jian and the others turned their heads. Holy crap! The Heavenly Emperor Seal. Ye Fei actually mastered the Heavenly Emperor Seal. This supreme body is truly despair-inducing. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted. This is a great divine ability. Not bad, this move might actually threaten me.
Just then, Ye Fei manipulated the seal, slamming it down towards the Dao body. Get out of the way! The great emperor's Dao body was stunned. Oh, this is that guy's divine ability. He didn't dare let his guard down, both hands gathering energy, unleashing a barrage of attacks.
Two hands covering the sky. BOM! Terrifying energy erupted, blasting Ao Wusong and the others away.
Ye Jian and Zhao Wuji were knocked back several meters, staring at Ye Fei in disbelief. You've mastered two great divine abilities. Ye Fei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, yelling, now's not the time to discuss this. This one move isn't enough. You and I have to go all out now.
Zhao Wuji didn't ask any more questions, charging towards the great emperor's Dao body. Their faces were full of excitement, because the Dao body's power had decreased slightly. Just then, the Dao body suddenly opened its mouth, grabbing the tribulation poop in the air and sucking it into his mouth. Ye Fei's pupils shook.
Not good. Stop him. But it was too late. After the Dao body ate the tribulation poop, its power immediately returned to its peak, his body surging with strength. Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji were once again sent flying, coughing up blood, on the ascension stage, besides Xiao Yun, who was being treated like an invisible spectator.
Everyone else was spitting blood everywhere. Everyone watched in disbelief. A 9-on-1 is about to fail. This great emperor's Dao body is way too OP.
The holy ancestor's expression was even worse than eating 3 kilograms of bitter melon. Damn it! Ye Fei is the Ye family's hope. If he can't overcome this tribulation, it'll be a huge loss.
Suddenly he angrily yelled at Xiao Yun, Dugu Chubai, are you going to make a move or what? Everyone looked at Xiao Yun, shaking their heads in disappointment. Even if the Dugu family's heir makes a move, it's useless. Can he be stronger than Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji? These 9 great prodigies are probably going to bite the dust here. Didn't expect the tables to turn so fast. A second later, a terrifying sword intent erupted on the ascension stage. Xiao Yun unleashed his sword. One sword shatters the earth. One sword stirs up raging winds. One sword freezes 30,000 miles. One sword ignites the 9 heavens with crimson flames. One sword unleashes thunder that shatters the 5 peaks, he roared. Myriad swords submit. Countless sword intents combined into a supermassive sword, slashing towards the great emperor Dao body. Ao Wutian was stunned, and also extremely embarrassed. Dugu Chubai's strength is so OP. Funny. I was trying to test his strength last night. The great emperor Dao body's expression turned serious as he looked at Xiao Yun just in time, and Xiao Yun, after stepping into the ring, immediately stabilized the situation. Hua Langxin and the others were dumbfounded. They knew Dugu Chubai was strong, but they didn't expect him to be stronger than the Xuan board experts. This is the true strength of someone who could climb to the top of Sword God Mountain. The holy ancestor's jaw dropped too. Who knew this kid was hiding so much? I'm so jealous and envious of the Dugu family. How did they get such a monstrous talent? Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Yun and asked, who are you? For no reason he felt both familiar and disgusted, really wanting to beat him up. Xiao Yun continued to unleash Lei Shenzihan, not even bothering to look at Zhao Wuji, just coldly saying, none of your business. Zhao Wuji was so angry he almost spat blood. HMPH, this guy is just as arrogant as Xiao Yun. Luckily, Xiao Yun never cultivated the sword Dao, or else I'd think this guy was that freak. Just then, Ye Fei reminded him, Brother Zhao, you're in the middle of your tribulation. With Xiao Yun joining in, it's much easier now. Ye Fei definitely couldn't let them start arguing. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with Xiao Yun anymore. Killing him instantly spat out the war god first, attacking the Dao body. Can you believe it? What was originally a 9-on-1 fight
has turned into Xiao Yun soloing the Great Emperor Dao Tribulation. The battle on the Ascension stage became more and more intense.
Xiao Yun's participation created space for Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji to unleash their power. Lei Shenzan, Heavenly Emperor Seal, War God Fist. The three of them combined to unleash their strongest moves. The Great Emperor Dao Bodhi finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. No, he doesn't have blood. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of Dao energy.
And Ao Wusong and the others took the opportunity to recover their strength to their peak condition.
With Xiao Yun and the three of them blocking in front, they felt like they were okay again. Let's attack everyone, let's all jump in and give him a good scratch.
But the Great Emperor's eyes widened. He scoffed. These little ants are just trying to get a breeze, huh? Dream on. A second later, boom! A gigantic hand slammed down, and those Ao Wushuang guys let out a few miserable cries, directly blasted away, spitting blood. Damn it, no sportsmanship at all. Sneak attacks from behind don't even do any damage. We lost our fighting power right then and there. We were eliminated before we even started. How unfair. Hey, think about it. Those three are freaks. We couldn't even get on stage in the first place. Ao Wushuang's face was pale. He thought he was top of the profound ranking, but in this match, not only could he not become the main character, he couldn't even get a breeze going. Saint Ancestor clicked his tongue in amazement.
These Ao Wushuang guys all had a chance to prove their Dao in the past, but this generation has so many supreme body geniuses, and there can only be one great emperor per era. They're destined to be just stepping stones. Ye Jian gritted his teeth and said, I don't get it. How does Du Jiu Chubai know Lei Zihan's thunderous sword cannon? Lei Zihan, watching from afar, also looked stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Yun to have cultivated the Chan lightning step and thunder god slash to perfection. Sword 123 has been training with me for over a decade, and they're still not as good as Xiao Yun, who's only been training for a few days. The Du Jiu family, this generation will definitely produce the strongest sword saint. After dealing with those annoying ants, Ao Wushuang, the great emperor's Dao body began to seriously deal with Xiao Yun and the others, but the Dao rhythm on his body was getting less and less. The balance of victory was gradually tilting to one side. Saint Ancestor's face was full of excitement. Almost. Finally about to win. As long as he gets through the Dao tribulation, Ye Fei's hopes of proving his Dao in the future will be much higher. The only annoyance is that Di Tian's luck has to be split a bit with Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. But a second later, Ye Fei screamed miserably as he was blasted by a huge hand, coughing up blood. Cracks started to appear on Zhao Wuji's body as well. The great emperor stomped on him, hitting him hard again, while Xiao Yun relied on his snake-like movements and extreme speed, making the Dao body's skills hit the air time and time again. As expected, this kid is the most difficult to deal with. At this moment, the successor of the Du Jiu family became the most dazzling existence there. Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji were done for, but the fighting power that Xiao Yun was unleashing was getting stronger and stronger. He yelled, "This guy's running out of steam. You two, recover quickly. I'll hold him back." The heaven-covering great emperor was completely enraged. "Hold me back? Can you even do that?" Xiao Yun shouted softly, "Thunderbolt clone." A second later, several Xiao Yuns appeared in the air, constantly attracting skills with snake-like movements. He was actually using his own strength to solo the great emperor. The Dao bodies all exclaimed in surprise. Dongjiu Chubai's reversal. The situation is indeed ridiculously strong. Last chance. Hope he can win. Xiao Yun relied on his own strength to hold back the great emperor's reversal. The great emperor's heaven-suppressing situation was finally about to lose. Ye Fei took this opportunity to unleash the heavenly emperor's seal. Take my final move. Too bad it was useless. He only broke half of the Dao body's shoulder,
while the Dao Bodhi broke through his battle armor, piercing his ribs. I'll leave it to you guys. Ye Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. His injuries were too severe. If he continued to fight, it would damage his foundation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji was still throwing punches at the Dao body, but the opponent was also hitting Zhao Wuji. With every punch, Zhao Wuji was vomiting blood like crazy. His injuries were even more tragic than Ye Fei's, but he didn't retreat at all. On the contrary, he kept moving forward, taking this opportunity to forcibly restrain the great emperor. Now's the time. Xiao Yun cursed inwardly. Crazy guy. This guy's absolutely insane when he fights. Looks like I can't hide my strength anymore. A second later, he turned into a bolt of lightning, slashing towards the Dao body. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying lightning gathered on Xiao Yun's body. He didn't activate the half-step chaos body, but he pushed his strength to the limit. Thunder God slash. The great emperor had escaped from Zhao Wuji, but he was extremely shocked. He sensed that the energy in Xiao Yun's body was somewhat familiar. Chaos. Before he could finish speaking, boom! Xiao Yun had exploded his Dao body, and the Dao dissolved. Xiao Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a great emperor, even without using the half-step chaos body, I was still discovered.
Good thing I acted fast enough, or my identity would have been exposed. Then he pretended to be injured, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. After all, there were too many old geezers hidden in the void. He couldn't be too flashy. Saint Ancestor was already in tears. We won. This battle was so difficult, but they did it. Who in history could defeat a great emperor in the same realm? At this moment, the invincible confidence of Xiao Yun, Ye Fei, and Zhao Wuji became even more firm.
I must become emperor in this lifetime. A second later, the tribulation clouds in the sky turned into 9 rays of light. Shooting towards the group of people, Xiao Yun and the others excitedly shouted, rubbing their hands with excitement, it's here, this is Emperor's luck. They immediately sat down, cross-legged, beginning to absorb the light.
The surrounding crowd was filled with envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, this Dao tribulation wasn't theirs to overcome. Sword One was a bit regretful. If he'd known, he would have gone on stage too, just like Ao Wushuang, to get a breeze. At least he would have been led away by Dujiu Chubai. But what exactly is Emperor's luck for?
The Saint Lord pondered and said, First, Emperor's luck can be used to comprehend cultivation techniques. Second, it can be used to improve one's cultivation. But this is the most wasteful choice. Geniuses wouldn't do that.
Third, it can improve the potential and rank of weapons. Fourth, it gives people the chance to encounter even more fortuitous encounters. Ye Fei and the others had faces full of excitement, using their Emperor's luck to comprehend cultivation techniques one after another. They were too lacking in comprehension. Io Tian, on the other hand, used his Emperor's luck to enhance his sword blood demon. Haha, my sword blood demon will soon become a saint weapon. And Xiao Yun was the fool they talked about. He directly used his Emperor's luck to improve his cultivation, because the comprehension that Emperor's luck brought was far less than what his system could provide. He had to improve his cultivation and quickly become a saint. No one knew that he had been allocated the most Emperor's luck.
The Dabio tribulation didn't divide it equally among the 9 of them, but based on the amount of strength they used. At this moment, Saint Ancestor said to the surrounding crowd, The Daofio tribulation is over. Refining the Emperor's luck will take some time. You may leave first. Hua Lengxin respectfully bowed and requested Saint Ancestor to pass on a message to Brother Dunjiyu, just saying that he's waiting for him at the Yan City Inn. The Saint Lord originally didn't want to bother with these people, but considering the Jian Pavilion's sake, he agreed. A day later, Ao Tian was the first to absorb the Emperor's luck, because he was allocated the least amount.
Following that, Ao Wushuang and the others also finished absorbing, and joy was clear on everyone's faces. The Ancestor happily said,
Now that you've been enhanced by Imperial Fate, you can totally go out and get some experience. Who knows, you might even stumble upon some fortuitous encounters. Ao Wushuang and the others were totally on board with this, especially since the 6th Great Central Plains Sacred Grounds Exchange meeting was about to begin. I heard that the Central Plains is crawling with experts, especially Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Ground. He's a freak among freaks. Not only has he continuously defeated numerous venerated bodies, but even Zhao Wuji has become his follower.
You're the freak. Your whole family are freaks. If Xiao Yun wasn't busy absorbing Imperial Fate, he would have loved to beat him black and blue right then and there.
Ao Wushuang was still grumbling, but a half-step Chaos physique was, after all, just a half-step Chaos physique. No matter how much of a freak he was before, he might not necessarily be a match for a supreme physique in the future. Ye Fei smiled disdainfully. Brother Zhao, I'm sure you're very familiar with that quasi-divine son from the Chaos Sacred Ground, aren't you? Zhao Wuji just coldly glared at Ao Wushuang and retorted, Insignificant ants dare to spout nonsense. This divine dragon of this generation comment made Ao Wushuang's face flush beet red. He was proudly ranked first on the profound list. Even if he wasn't a match for Zhao Wuji, how could he be reduced to an ant? Zhao Wuji looked at Ye Fei and said, Xiao Yun is my greatest rival. Even though I became his follower, I lost willingly. And convinced, Ye Fei was utterly stunned. He and Zhao Wuji had already understood each other's strength after their fight, yet he himself wasn't even qualified to be Zhao Wuji's greatest rival. So just how much of a freak was that legendary freak, really? Zhao Wuji was too lazy to keep grumbling, so he simply stepped into the void and left. Ye Fei smiled and waved in his direction.
Brother Zhao, we'll meet again at the 6th Great Sacred Grounds Grand Gathering.
At this moment, the Sacred Master smiled and said to the remaining people, Once young friend Dugu finishes absorbing the Imperial Fate, I'll take you all to choose some advanced Great Saint-level cultivation techniques, but you must not pass these techniques on to others. Everyone nodded one after another. But why hasn't Brother Dugu finished absorbing the Imperial Fate yet? Ye Fei chuckled dryly. Because he contributed the most, so he got 4 layers of Imperial Fate.
Zhao Wuji and I split 5 layers evenly. Ao Wushuang was speechless.
So the 6 of us only got to split 1 layer evenly? BOM. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the Immortal Ascent platform, Xiao Yun, who was originally at the initial stage of the enlightenment realm, stepped right into its peak in one go.
Hua Lingxin and the others watched with wide eyes and dropped jaws. He actually used imperial fate to raise his cultivation. This guy was either a total waste, or his brain was fried.
The sacred master's face was pained. So many Dao rhymes, it was truly a heavenly waste. Xiao Yun looked at them, feeling a bit strange. What's wrong with you guys?
Haha, young friend Dugu.
Since you've finished absorbing the imperial fate, let's all go with me to choose some sword cultivation techniques.
Xiao Yun closed his eyes to check his enlightenment system. He now had 530 enlightenment points. Once he returned, he could forge a true chaos physique, and then he could take the opportunity to step into the spirit departure realm. At this moment, in a certain secret realm in the eastern wasteland, a young man flew out. He was the true inheritor of the Dugu family. I, Dugu Baitian, have left the sect for training this time, and I will definitely make the Dugu family famous throughout the world once more.
But just as he stepped into Sword God Mountain, he overheard 3 or 4 cultivators discussing the Dugu family's inheritor. He couldn't help but be stunned. Were they talking about him? Those cultivators clicked their tongues in admiration.
I heard that the 9 great experts defeated the great emperor's Dao clone, especially the Dugu family's inheritor, Dugu Chubai. He turned the tide as coolly as Dugu's sword back in the day, and now he's the #1 expert on the profound list.
Dugu Baishan's face was bewildered. But my name is Dugu Baishan. I just left for training. How could I be ranked first on the profound list? Everyone was clearly praising his Dugu family. But he felt incredibly annoyed. HMPH, where did this imposter come from? Sirs, is the Dugu Chubai you just mentioned truly the Dugu family's inheritor? The several people stared blankly at Dugu Baishan, as if he were an idiot. Who in the entire eastern wasteland doesn't know that Dugu Chubai is the Dugu family's inheritor?
Now Dugu Baishan was absolutely fuming with anger.
Damn it, my name is Dugu Baishan. I am the Dugu family's inheritor. Tell me where that imposter is. I'll go confront him. Right now.
Xiao Yun had gained fame after a single battle, and everyone recognized him as the true inheritor of the Dugu family. Meanwhile, the actual true inheritor of the Dugu family was being thought of as insane. Some even felt he admired Dugu Chubai too much, and was just impersonating him to look cool. A few kind-hearted sword cultivators reminded him, "You absolutely must not let Dugu Chubai know you're impersonating him. He's super powerful." Young Master Bai Pang of Sword City offended him before, and in just one day, his entire Bai family in Sword City was annihilated by him. Dugu Baishan completely lost it.
I'm the Dugu family's inheritor. You're not. It's me, not you. Your name is so Chunabu. And Baishan? Baishan isn't as cool as Dugu Chubai. Seeks defeat but is never defeated. That's true invincibility. Shut up, all of you. Dugu Baishan's eyes widened and his brows furrowed in anger. The key was, even he felt that the name Dugu Chubai sounded way stronger.
No, wait, how could I be swayed like this?
My name is the coolest.
A second later, a terrifying sword intent erupted from him, and he glared cruelly at the sword cultivators, letting out a cold chuckle.
Enough talk. Quickly tell me, where is that Dugu Chubai? The sword cultivators, scared, continuously retreated. This young man is also an expert. Please calm down, sir. We heard that the Myriad Sword Manor is holding a sword convention soon. Since he's the top of the profound list, he'll definitely be there. Hearing this, Dugu Baishan shot into the sky, heading straight for the sword convention. Dugu Chubai, I will expose your despicable, shameless imposter self so everyone knows whose name is cooler. No. Who exactly is the true inheritor of the Dugu family?
At this moment, Xiao Yun was comprehending the 23 cultivation techniques the Ye family had brought back. He wanted to see if he could find the 2 remaining sword daos of the 7-colored divine sword, but among the 23 techniques, 15 of them included sword daos.
This is totally a puzzle game. Damn it, it's too hard to find. Lei Zihan also saw that Azure Emperor's weapon before. I wonder if he knows the 2 remaining sword daos. Just as he thought this, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was Hua Lingxin outside.
Brother Dugu, Pavilion Master, we'd like to invite you to discuss the Dao for a bit. Are you interested? Xiao Yun was stunned. Pavilion Master Lei Zihan wants to discuss the Dao with me. He's the #1 sword saint in the world. And he wants to discuss Dao with a junior like me. Even a dog wouldn't bother.
Could it be that he wants to punish me because I learned his thunderclap sword scripture? Hua Lingxin quickly shook his head and stepped outside. You're joking, Brother Dugu. The Pavilion Master said this is your fortuitous encounter. Of course he won't blame you, just don't pass it on to others, and it'll be fine.
Xiao Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly nodding and saying, All right, I naturally understand these small rules.
This Lei Zihan probably saw my talent wasn't bad, and wants to form a good connection with me, hey. To give away the thunderclap sword scripture just like that, this sword saint is truly extraordinarily decisive.
Soon, Xiao Yun was led to Lei Zhan's palace. Brother Dugu, the pavilion master is waiting for you inside. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, slowly pushing open the palace doors. He's the strongest sword saint, huh?
That old geezer already has 1 foot in the Great Emperor realm. A legend like him is even cooler than Lei Zhu. A second later, Lei Zihan's entire body erupted with scorching light. Xiao Yun felt his sea of consciousness tremble. At that moment all his senses were stolen. He fell into a void. The entire world was just a giant sword surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts. Xiao Yun's pupils shrank. This was Lei Zhan's sword Dao. He only cultivated this one lightning sword Davio, but it's terrifyingly powerful. Just 1 step away from entering the Grand Davio.
Who knew Lei Zihan would let me observe the essence of his sword Dalio? This is treatment only a direct disciple would get.
Xiao Yun immediately sat down cross-legged. A rare opportunity like this absolutely can't be missed. System. Use a comprehension buff on the sword Davio before me. I've already cultivated this lightning sword Davio to perfection,
but I don't know what realm comes after perfection. Xiao Yun received guidance from Lei Zhan, and considered that he also gained insight into the remaining 2 types of sword Dao of the Emperor weapon. At this moment he saw the 4 profound mysteries of speed,
destruction, life, and death in Lei Zihan's sword Dao. Suddenly he burst out laughing. So perfected sword intent is just the beginning. Comprehending the profound mysteries is the real entry into sword Dao.
He comprehended it so quickly, Lei Zhan was stunned. With such comprehension ability, no wonder he could reach the peak of Sword God Mountain. This kid is much stronger than both Dugu Jian and me.
A second later, Xiao Yun returned to reality. Lei Zhan tossed him a cushion and smiled, implying for him to sit down. Thank you for your guidance, senior. This junior will never forget it.
Xiao Yun obediently sat opposite Lei Zhan and asked,
Senior, besides these 4 profound mysteries, does this lightning sword Dao have any others? Of course. Otherwise I would have achieved the great emperor realm long ago. So I only need to comprehend all the profound mysteries to achieve Davio? Lei Zihan shook his head. Kid, are you dreaming? Comprehending the mysteries is just the basics. The real difficulty lies in fusing them. Unless you don't follow the sword Dagyo. Because others only need to comprehend 1 type of Dagyo.
Xiao Yun was dumbfounded.
Sheesh, no wonder there hasn't been a sword Dao great emperor in the 9 heavens continent. So sword Dao is ridiculously hard to become an emperor, Lei Zihan said with a bitter smile. That's right. I also don't know what the remaining mysteries are, what the hell lightning sword Dao even is, let alone fuse them. Such a headache. Xiao Yun was even more pained. Holy crap, I cultivate 5 types of sword intent, so doesn't that mean I need to comprehend dozens of mysteries? Lei Zihan grinned. Kid, comprehending 1 type of sword Davo is enough to become a great emperor. Others only have 1 path to walk, but you have 5. This is a good thing. Right, senior, do you have any tricks for comprehending mysteries?
There are no tricks. I rely on peeping at saints undergoing tribulation. You can try it too. Xiao Yun was speechless. Which saint is letting you watch their tribulation? Only an old geezer like you who's a quasi-emperor can do it without being detected. Lei Zihan suddenly grinned and asked, Little brat, you're eyeing that Azure Emperor weapon, aren't you? Xiao Yun's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he was as transparent as an onion in front of him, but he still feigned ignorance and said, No, where would an emperor weapon come from?
I don't know. Lei Zihan's eyes sharpened as he stared at Xiao Yun. Little brat, stop pretending. If you've reached the peak of Sword God Mountain, you must have seen that Azure Emperor weapon. No one can resist the temptation of an Emperor weapon.
Xiao Yun feigned realization.
Oh, I thought it was just a powerful saint weapon. Lei Zhan was a little speechless. You're still pretending with me? If you didn't know it was an Emperor weapon, you wouldn't need the Ye family's Grand Saint technique. Just go choose 23 high-level saint rank techniques. Does the Dugu family lack high-level saint techniques?
I think you're looking for the remaining 2 types of sword Dao.
Knowing he couldn't hide it, Xiao Yun hurriedly flattered him. Hey, senior is truly wise and brilliant, with sharp eyes. No wonder Lei Zhan nodded naturally and said, If you don't have anything else, leave. I need to go into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Yun froze for a few seconds. What did that mean? This old guy clearly knows the remaining 2 types of sword Dao but is deliberately teasing me. He suppressed the urge to ambush him and asked, Senior, can you tell me the remaining 2 types of sword Dao? Lei Zihan revealed a smug smile. You've already cultivated my Qin Lei sword cannon, and I've even guided your sword Dao. Why would I tell you the remaining 2 types of sword Dao? Xiao Yun was speechless. Just tell me what you want me to do. Okay, I can tell you those two types of sword Dao, but after you subdue that emperor weapon, you have to let me borrow that frog sword to study. Dilal, Xiao Yun thought to himself. Lei Zan doesn't know the cosmic sword canon. Even if he takes the seven-colored divine sword, he can't use it without my permission. Lei Zihan laughed happily and immediately told Xiao Yun, the remaining two sword Daos are time and space. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. How could the cosmic sword canon lack the sword Daos of time and space? So, as long as I comprehend these two types of sword Dao, I can not only subdue that Azure Emperor weapon, but also master this quasi-emperor canon. Thank you, Sect Master. Please tell me where I can find cultivation techniques for these two types of sword Dao. Lei Zihan gave Xiao Yun a strange look. Doesn't your brother-in-law have the space sword Dao cultivation technique, kid? You're still asking me? Xiao Yun tripped. He couldn't reveal that he was a fake. Heh, I didn't pay attention to it before. Then where can I find the time sword Dao cultivation technique? Lei Zihan shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and then smiled encouragingly. Kid, don't think too much about it. Everything depends on fate. I don't expect you to subdue that Azure Emperor weapon. Xiao Yun curled his lips. Of course he wouldn't tell him that he was super awesome. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior now seems to know how many types of lay mysteries there are in total. Upon hearing this, Lei Zan excitedly clenched his fist. Really? Tell me quickly. Xiao Yun was another super swindler. Not only swindling the clueless Lei Zan, but also wanting to swindle Dugu Baitian. At this moment, he was a little dizzy. Sword Dao is so hard to become an emperor. Does the understanding of all the mysteries rely on speculation? Guess right, and you succeed in achieving the Dao. Guess wrong, and you're screwed. Who knows how many types of mysteries a sword Dao contains? 5 types? 6 types? 7 types? Then spout nonsense with a straight face. Senior, I feel there are 9 types. The so-called 9 is the largest number. Lei Zihan's face turned green after hearing it. You little punk, it took this old man thousands of years to comprehend 4 types, and 10 is supposed to be the perfect number. You just go ahead and say there are 10 in total. What am I even going to prove anymore? Xiao Yun continued to bullshit. Nope, the moon waxes and wanes, and when a person escapes they shed one, so you gotta ditch that one escape, leaving only 9. Hearing this, Lei Zihan fell into deep thought, feeling like it kinda made sense. But before he could think more, Xiao Yun suddenly lit up, continuing his speculation. I feel like 49 types of profound meanings are even more in line with the laws of the great Tao. At this point, Lei Zhan's face was incredibly gloomy. Holy crap, you dare tell me the truth? Is this a path to enlightenment? It's clearly a dead end. But thinking about it, 49 types didn't seem unreasonable either. But Xiao Yun revealed a wretched smile, continuing to deceive. Senior, I think there's a possibility of 108 types. A second later, Lei Zhan slapped Xiao Yun and sent him flying. You brat, get lost! You little bastard, listening to him any longer, I'm about to go into deviation. The crux of the matter is, what he says is quite reasonable. How about thinking along the lines of 108 types? Screw it, how could I be led by the nose by him? Hua Langxin waited outside the door, and when she saw Xiao Yun being thrown out, she couldn't help but open her mouth and praised, Nice kick, are you okay, bro? What's wrong with you? Xiao Yun's face flushed red, and he brushed off his butt and stood up, saying naturally, I was just guided by the sect master on the Zen electric step, and I slipped and flew unstably, only to see the corners of Hua Langxin's mouth twitch. Oh, do you think I'm an idiot? Is that how you fly? You were clearly thrown out. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Yun waved his hand, preparing to return to the inn for a period of closed-door cultivation. And Lei Zihan looked at Xiao Yun's back, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. That's an emperor weapon after all, who wouldn't want it? Knowing that Xiao Yun's probability of success is less than 1/1000th n, but investing in him wouldn't hurt. After returning to the inn, Xiao Yun had been comprehending Lei Zhan's sword Dao profound meanings, but more than half a month had passed, and he had gained no progress. Forget it, my brain can't figure it out, unless there's a hack, but I have to save those insights for forging the chaos body. Let's leave the inn first. Then it's time to go to the Wanjian villa, to participate in the sword assembly. As soon as he went out, he met Hua Langxin and the others, who had been waiting here for a long time. Brother Du Ji Yu, the sword assembly is about to start. We're waiting for you to go together. Besides, there's an interesting matter related to you, related to me. Xiao Yun frowned. Why are these people looking at me with such strange eyes? What happened? Jian Yi said with a complicated expression. Not long ago, a person named Du Jiyu Baichen came to the Wanjian villa, saying that he was the true successor of the Du Jiyu family, and you are a fake. After hearing this, Xiao Yun cursed in his heart.
Damn it, Dooku's sword has been dead for so many years, and no successor has emerged. Just wait until I'm about to finish in the eastern wilderness before you pop out. But he didn't change his expression, smiled coldly and said, Is there such a thing? With my talent, do I still need to pretend to be a successor of the Dugjiu family? Hua Langxin nodded in great agreement. Brother Dugjiu is right, he is the imposter. Only people with poor talent need to rely on a great background. But Jian Yi leisurely added, But he presented the identity token of your Dugjiu family in public, and also knows some of the Dugjiu family's unique divine powers. Now the people of Wanjianvia unanimously believe that his identity is real, only to see Xiao Yun scolding in his heart. Damn it, well done Jian Yi, you are a sleeper agent, you should have said it earlier, remember this? But his face didn't change, and then he said, Oh, is that so? Could it be that my Dugjiu family has produced a reincarnator? It just so happens that I have to participate in the sword assembly. I'll meet the other successor of the Dugjiu family, and see who is the real one. Let's go. After participating in the sword assembly, I will have to go to the central continent to practice. Jian Yi's face changed. What the hell, why do I feel like he's not only not afraid, but also excited? Could it be that we misunderstood him? Xiao Yun sneered. You want to scare me with this little trick? In my previous life, I watched Uncle Benshan's sketches for more than 10 years. Even if Dugjiu Beishan is real, I can fool him. Just after leaving the sword pavilion, he heard Lei Zua's voice in his head. Kid, did that old fart Lei Zion make things difficult for you? Don't worry, Lei Zu. Not only did he not make things difficult for me, but he also taught me the profound meaning of swordsmanship. Hearing this, Lei Zu snorted. Looks like he wants to invest in you first. That old man has made a big profit. You have reached the stage of comprehending the profound meaning. Then, after returning to the Holy Land, I, Lei Zu, will show you my Thunder Dao. Although the Sword Dao is strong, don't forget that the chaotic Great Dao is your true path. Don't worry, Lei Zu. After participating in the sword assembly, I will go back to forge the Chaos Body. Lei Zu nodded and said, You're a good kid. You have the potential to break through. But he secretly thought, This kid is really good at bragging. How could anyone forge the Chaos Body so quickly? At this time, the Wanjian Villa was very lively, but what everyone was concerned about was not the sword assembly, but the real and fake successors of the Dugjiu family. Ao Wushuang was also waiting to watch the show. Brother Dugjiu, according to reliable news, Dugjiu Chubai and the people from the sword pavilion are on their way. This young man gritted his teeth irritably and said, They're coming at the right time. I must expose the identity of this slicker. Ao Wushuang reminded him, There is a very strong Dao protector behind Dugjiu Chubai. Unexpectedly, the foolish youth became even more irritable. Screw him, he must be fake. When the ancestors of my Dugjiu family went out to practice, they never sent anyone to protect them. Before Dugjiu Baitian had even met Xiao Yun, he was already about to make himself angry. Humph, you coward! You even bring a Dao protector with you when you go out to practice? It's really a disgrace to my Dugjiu family. Unexpectedly, Ao Wushuang smiled bitterly. My top 2 positions on the mysterious ranking were also taken by him, and now the reputation of the Dugjiu family has reached its peak in the eastern wilderness. Isn't this kind of humiliation a bit too strange? Dugjiu Baitian was both annoyed and speechless. Damn it, my IQ is not enough. This fake is even better than me. Why is he impersonating me? Anyway, I can't let him act recklessly anymore. If he offends the Heavenly Emperor family or the Holy Land one day, the Dugjiu family will have to take the blame for him. Thinking of this, he said with a sullen face, Brother Eiko, when the time comes, please invite your Sword Saint Senior to help me stop Dugjiu Chubai's Dao Protector, so that I can fight him fairly. Don't worry, there is no such thing as bullying the weak in the Wanjian Villa. Ao Wushuang believed that no matter how strong the Dao Protector behind Xiao Yun was, he would not dare to cause trouble here. But if he knew that person was Lei Zu, who was holding the Chaos Bell, he wouldn't dare to say that. Suddenly, a disciple came to report. Holy Son, the people from the sword pavilion have arrived. Hearing this, the group of Wu Shuang flew out of the door immediately. Let's go, brother Dugjiu, let's go meet the other Dugjiu brother. At this time, outside the mountain gate of Wanjianvia, Zuo Yu Hua Langxin couldn't help but shout, Wow, so many people came to welcome us. Is our sword pavilion so influential? Jian Yi glared and scolded. You idiot, these people are here to watch the drama. The foolish youth angrily ridiculed Xiao Yun. They shouted, Which one of you is Dugjiu Chubai? Come out here. I am Dugjiu Chubai. The foolish youth was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Yun to admit it so decisively. Suddenly, he realized that he was here to fight. My name is Dugjiu Baishan. I am Dugjiu Baishan. The crowd watching the excitement shouted excitedly, rubbing their hands. Look, the real and fake successors are about to fight. But before he could finish, Xiao Yun burst out laughing and hugged Du Jiyu Beichen, haha, so it's Beichen, nephew, long time no see. Everyone there was jaw-dropped. This is getting wild. We were supposed to have a fight. How did it turn into a family reunion? Du Jiyu Beichen, who was 36 years old, was called nephew by the 18-year-old Xiao Yun. What's more, he obediently handed over his spatial swordplay techniques. Just when everyone thought Xiao Yun was going to fight Du Jiyu Beichen, he hugged him. Du Jiyu Beichen was stunned for a moment and immediately thought, nephew, is he calling me that? Everyone there strained their ears to listen. What the heck? Is Du Jiyu Beichen the nephew of Du Jiyu Chubai? No wonder they look so similar. Similar, my foot. Eyes are a good thing to have. You should advise him to donate them to someone else. Xiao Yun continued to show off his acting skills, patting Du Jiyu Beichen on the shoulder excitedly and saying, Beichen, I thought someone was impersonating my family's successor. Wait a minute. Du Jiyu Beichen finally came to his senses and pushed Xiao Yun away. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know you. Everyone looked at Xiao Yun with suspicion. Could he really be a fake? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun didn't panic at all. He smiled slightly. My nephew, let me ask you, who is Du Jiyu Jian to you? Du Jiyu Jian, the old ancestor, is my granduncle.
Oh, Xiao Yun raised his head and laughed. Then it matches up. Du Jiyu Jian is my ancestor, and your ancestor calls my ancestor uncle, so aren't you my nephew?
Du Jiyu Baitian thought to himself, I'm not that easy to fool. Then do you have any proof? Of course I have proof. You should know this, right? Xiao Yun took out a token and threw it to him. Hey. Luckily my Zhao family is smart. I stole all of Dung Jiyu Jian's stuff. When I dug up his grave, Dung Jiyu Baitian looked at the token and took a deep breath. Oh heavens, this is indeed the identity token of the Dung Jiyu family's successor. Could it be that you are really a descendant of the old ancestor Dung Jiyu?
Xiao Yun continued to brag shamelessly. That's right. Before our ancestor went to the southern ridge, he sensed danger, so he gave the identity token to my family in advance. Du Jiyu Baichen already believed it. Then do you have any other evidence? Xiao Yun enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder and said, Nephew, it's our first time meeting. Uncle will pass on a swordplay technique to you. This nephew doesn't care. The Du Jiyu family has the most of this stuff. But when Xiao Yun whispered the technique to him, he was extremely shocked. Holy crap, this is a quasi-emperor scripture, and he's just giving it away. Then he really is my uncle. Oh no, my dearest uncle. Xiao Yun smiled at Du Jiyu Beishin and said, This is just the first level. It's called the Earth Scroll. I'm passing on a quasi-emperor scripture to you. See if you still dare to doubt me. His face was full of emotion. He didn't dare to doubt Xiao Yun anymore. Thank you, uncle. I hope you won't blame me for what happened before. Haha, we're family. Don't be so polite. I'm an elder anyway.
Xiao Yun smiled kindly, then stroked the head of his nephew. The feeling. The obedient nephew nodded. Do all uncles like to pat heads? I'll do that when I become an uncle too. The group of Ao Wushuang seemed to understand something. So brother Dun Jiyu is a descendant of the senior Dun Jiyu Jian. No wonder he's so strong. Congratulations to both of you Dun Jiyu brothers for recognizing your relatives. Xiao Yun waved his hand at them and said, We have something to talk about. You guys should leave for a bit. Inside the inn, Xiao Yun looked at his nephew and laughed. Too easy to trick? These two are really worrying, Beishin. What kind of education does your family give you, uncle? I was sent to accompany the sword from the age of 6, until I combined with the sword's heart, became one with the sword, and then I came out. Xiao Yun's mouth twitched until it was numb. Oh heavens, what the heck is man and sword as one? How long have you been in there? Du Jiyu Beishin said confidently. Uncle, I stayed in there for 35 years before coming out. Xiao Yun was even more speechless. What a stupid way to cultivate. No wonder they raised such an easily deceived idiot. But that's good, it'll be easier for me to trick him.
That technique. Nephew heard that our family has a spatial swordplay technique. I wonder if I can cultivate it. Of course you can. Uncle is a direct descendant of the old ancestor, Du Jiyu. You can cultivate any technique, Xiao Yun asked tentatively. Then, can you copy a part for me? No need to bother, just come back to the family with me. Xiao Yun said again, I still have to go to Central Earth to spar with those geniuses. Unexpectedly, Du Jiyu Baishin not only didn't suspect anything, but he was even more impressed with Xiao Yun. Uncle is indeed worthy of being a successor of the Dung Jiyu family. He really has the potential to break through. I also wanted to go to Central Earth to challenge others. In that case, I'll go back to the family to get the spatial swordplay technique for Uncle first, and then I'll meet Uncle in Central Earth later.
Xiao Yun nodded happily. Yeah, that would be good. But he sighed inwardly. Heavens. Was it really that easy to succeed? He was in a good mood, so he discussed swordplay with his nephew, and unexpectedly discovered that his nephew had comprehended 2 types of sword intent, the opposite of life and death. Trisk, this kid is indeed a genius. I'm afraid his strength is even stronger than Abio Wushuang. The nephew even more respected Xiao Yun, who had helped him comprehend 5 types of sword intent, which was unprecedented. Xiao Yun patted his nephew on the shoulder and said, "Life and death are originally a cycle of reincarnation. You can fuse these 2 types of swordsmanship. Prove the Tao and become a great emperor with the Tao of reincarnation." The Tao of reincarnation. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The nephew's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Yun with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle, for your guidance," Xiao Yun nodded. "Let's go, the sword gathering is about to begin. Let's go meet everyone." At this time, 2 flood dragons pulled 2 luxurious palanquins to the sword gathering. In one of the palanquins, Jun Xiaojiao. "You've been following me for a month now. Why aren't you being a divine son of the Jun family and instead being a stalker?" In another palanquin, Xin Xianzhu. "We have a marriage contract. Of course I have to be by your side to protect you," Xin Bingzhu said with disgust. "I'm here to participate in the sword gathering with Xin Jian. I have an invitation. Do you have one?" "Don't worry. My Jun family is a great emperor family. My personal presence is their honor. No invitation is needed." Xin Bingyu snorted softly. "HMPH, you're so arrogant. I heard that there's a sword genius in the eastern wilderness named Du Ji U Chubai. He will definitely come to the sword gathering. Be careful not to ruin things this time, and make everyone laugh." Xiao Zhao didn't bother with her mockery. Haha, that kid was only able to kill the great emperor's Dao Bodhi because he benefited from Ye Fei and Zhao Wuji. His true strength is definitely very weak. My opponent is only the quasi-divine son of the chaotic Holy Land, Xiao Yun. After I go to Central Earth and defeat him, I will be the young supreme of this generation. Young paragon, such big words. Qin Bingyue didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Having arrived at the Wanjian Manor, A Wushuang respectfully greeted the 2 of them. Hua Langxin and Jian Yi exclaimed in surprise. These are 2 formidable figures. One is from the Heavenly Emperor family, the other from the Great Emperor family. And plus, Jun Xiaojiao is a primordial king physique. Trisk, another one with a supreme physique. Add them to those guys in Central Continent, and this generation already has 6 supreme physiques. Is anyone even supposed to survive anymore? Wonder who'll achieve the great emperor realm. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. So it's her, that little girl from the myriad demon battlefield. Home. He didn't care about Jun Xiaojiao. He'd seen too many supreme physiques. Zhao Wuji was all high and mighty in front of him before, but ended up being a loyal little bro anyway. A Wushuang introduced with a smile. "This is Du Ji Yu Chubai." Xiao Yun greeted him politely. "Greetings, son of war god." But before he could finish, Jun Xiaojiao arrogantly walked past him. "I'll head inside first. Don't randomly introduce people to me in the future. I'm not interested in getting to know these nobodies." Xiao Yun wasn't even mad yet, but his grandpa and grandson had already drawn their swords. "You brat, how dare you disrespect our uncle?" Xiao Yun, "Stop them. Don't get worked up, there'll be plenty of chances to deal with him." "Turns out I didn't misjudge you," he smirked. "Ha. Arrogant and dismissive. He hasn't been slapped around by society yet." Akua Wushuang awkwardly introduced Qin Bingyu to Xiao Yun. "I'm afraid she won't give my uncle any face either." Fortunately, she wasn't as arrogant as Jun Xiaojiao. "Are you that meat-eating, wine-drinking monk?" Xiao Yun was speechless, rolling his eyes. "Crap, how was I recognized so quickly? A woman's 6th sense is truly terrifying." He quickly waved his hands with a smile. "Fairy Qin is joking. I'm a disciple of the Du Jiyu family who just descended the mountain for training. How could I be a monk?" Qin Bingyu scoffed. "Don't smile, you look even more like that idiot monk pretending to be stupid when you smile." Xiao Yun has defeated many supreme physiques, but this was the first time he used a different identity to participate in a sword competition, and he was laughed at by the weakest supreme physique. At this time he was surprised to see Xin Bingyue's back. Geez, did she really recognize me just because I smiled a little? This little girl is good. Hua Langxin led Xiao Yun to the sword debate hall. "Brother Du Ji Yu, don't be surprised. Supreme physiques always look down on ordinary physiques like us. Only someone like you can compete with them." He then started introducing the sword competition. First, there's the sword debate guided by the sword saint, where sword cultivators can challenge each other. Second, you can observe the forging of a sacred weapon. Third, you can go to the sword lake to choose a sword and have a chance to obtain a sacred weapon. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted? Sacred weapon? Holy crap, that's generous. Yeah, although they invest a lot, they also reap a lot of talented individuals. If they can choose a sacred weapon, they will become sword saints in the future. The sword competitions allow them to befriend many sword saints. Xiao Yun clicked his tongue in admiration. Rivers flow into the sea. The clan leader of this Wanjian manor is truly clever. The sword competition will continue to be held.
Even if the Wanjian manor has no talents, it will still prosper.
Inside the sword debate hall, it was very lively. Jun Xiaojiao sneered. Sword techniques are nothing but low-level stuff, wasting time if you can't cultivate into a great emperor. These words were too arrogant, everyone wanted to beat him to death. But no one dared to offend the son of the Jun family. Du Ji Beishan couldn't hold back his anger. Bullshit. Who said Sword Dao can't cultivate into a great emperor? He'd wanted to stab that guy the moment he ignored his uncle.
The uncle could endure it, but the grandson couldn't. How dare you say that to me? Why wouldn't I dare? The air was thick with gunpowder between the two, and the sword debate hall immediately fell silent.
Ao Wushuang smiled bitterly, and immediately cupped his hands in apology to Jun Xiaojiao. Son of War God, please forgive him for the sake of Wanjian Manor. Forgive him for what? Jun Xiaojiao was arrogant and didn't bother to pay attention to Ao Wushuang. He didn't even have Wanjian Manor in his eyes. He only stared at the grandson and said, "The insignificant Du Jiyu family is a third-rate family that can't even enter a holy land, yet you dare to speak up to a son of war god like me, truly courting death."
A second later, a terrifying aura burst out towards the grandson, but Du Jiyu Beishan wasn't willing to back down either. His pupils dilated, one life, one death.
Two powerful sword intents shot towards his opponent. All that could be seen was the two forces colliding. Boom! The air in the sword debate hall trembled.
Everyone around felt dizzy.
Jun Xiaogao looked seriously at the grandson who was risking his life on the way of the sword. So, interesting. But that's all there is to it. Xiao Yun looked at Jun Xiaojiao unhappily. This brat is really arrogant. He silently weaved his two fingers together like a sword, ready to teach this guy a lesson. Suddenly, an old man appeared, and the air in the hall froze. Xiao Yun was shocked. This guy is strong. Is he a sword saint? Just a glance and we can't move.
The old man coldly scolded Jun Xiaojiao. This is Wanjian Manor. Fighting is forbidden. As soon as the words were spoken, the air in the hall became less cold. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, everyone below a saint is weak.
The old man stepped onto the stage and said,
"I'm super hyped to answer questions from everyone in the hall. You'll each get one chance to ask something, so all you sword cultivators, get excited. This is a rare opportunity. Normally, you wouldn't get a grand saint to guide you, you know."
Who would have thought Chu Jingxiao was the first to step up? He disdainfully pointed at the sword saint and asked, "Then, senior, may I ask, can the sword Dao be cultivated to become a great emperor?" Xiao Yun's eyes twitched looking at him.
"It's been a while since I've beat up a supreme body. I wonder if beating him up will be as satisfying as beating up Zhao Wuji." The sword saint was annoyed by this little brat, but he still patiently replied, "Everything can lead to the Dao, of course. The sword Dao can be cultivated into a great emperor, right? As far as I know, the Nine Heavens continent has never had a sword emperor. Even the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land didn't become an emperor through the sword. The sword Dabio is only seen as a cultivation weapon." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Holy crap! The only recognized sword emperor didn't cultivate the sword Dao to become an emperor.
So what if there's no sword emperor? Before the Chaos Great Emperor, no one proved the Dao of Chaos either. Chu Jingxiao sneered.
At least the Dao of Chaos has a great emperor, but the sword Dao doesn't have anyone, proving that becoming an emperor through the sword is just a joke. Just because you're a supreme body doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. The sword saint got pissed. The space around him started distorting. "If you don't follow the sword Dao, please leave." But Chu Jingxiao thought that his identity allowed him to swagger across the Nine Heavens continent. He chuckled and said, "Although I don't follow the sword Dao, I do know sword Dao divine powers. Can I spar with a sword Dao genius?" Hearing this, the sword saint's face darkened. This kid was really insidious. He was a immortal king body. Who could beat him here? He was trying to attack the Daodao hearts of the sword cultivators.
Chu Jingxiao glanced at everyone there disdainfully and said, "Senior, don't worry. I promise not to use my immortal king body to bully them. I'll just spar with them."
Your boy was about to be the first one to beat him up, but Xiao Yun stopped him. He calmly looked at Chu Jingxiao and said, "If you want to spar, then I'll represent the sword cultivators here, to experience the divine powers of your Chu family." But Chu Jingxiao sneered. "What are you acting all high and mighty for? On what basis are you representing the sword cultivators here?" Chu Jingxiao snorted, and a second later, a powerful sword intent erupted from his body. "Because I'm number one on the mysterious ranking, the strongest among the young sword Dao cultivators."
Chu Jingxiao scoffed. "Number one on the mysterious ranking? Too bad. On the sword rankings, I only look at the heaven ranking. I'm not interested in the other random rankings." Xiao Yun was amused. "Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Let's go, let's have a fight." Hearing this, Chu Jingxiao didn't refuse. Because he saw that Xiao Yun was very confident, he would defeat the confidence of this genius.
At this time, The sword saint suddenly raised his hand, separating an area in the main hall. "You guys can spar, I'm here, they won't get hurt." Damn, he really is the sword saint. He can play with space like it's nothing. But everyone was worried that Xiao Yun wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. The gap between a mortal body and a supreme body was too big. Even the sword saint had to transmit his voice to Xiao Yun. "Little friend, are you sure you can teach him a lesson?" Xiao Yun smiled lightly. "Senior, don't worry." But Chu Jingxiao didn't put Xiao Yun in his eyes at all. "Are you ready? I'll let you defend first. You go ahead." Xiao Yun suddenly got excited. Come on, remember the feeling of fighting with the supreme body." Chu Jingxiao immediately summoned a leaf and coldly said, "I've already given you a chance. A strong person only needs a leaf to kill the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the leaf in his hand emitted a terrifying sword intent. A second later, he lightly flicked his finger, and the leaf shot toward Xiao Yun. Chu Jingxiao continued to sneer. "Number 1 on the mysterious ranking. Remember the move that defeated you is called Heavenly Flying Immortal." The sword cultivators there all widened their eyes. Holy crap, is this a supreme body? It's so scary. Will Du Guoqiubai be defeated in one move? Xiao Yun felt that this move was okay, but he slowly raised his finger and gently pointed at the leaf. Chu Jingxiao was amused. "You really don't know how to live or die. You want to block the Heavenly Flying Immortal with a little finger." He then put 2 fingers together like a sword and took a breath. Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaf turned into a sword and rushed toward Xiao Yun. A second later, boom, a huge energy erupted, enveloping Xiao Yun. Chu Jingxiao thought that Xiao Yun was dead for sure. He couldn't help but sneer. Number 1 on the mysterious ranking. That's all there is to it. The sword Davo is just so-so. The sword cultivators seem to see something terrible. Holy crap, is Du Guoqiubai dead like this? A genius who is number 1 on the mysterious ranking actually couldn't withstand a single casual move from Chu Jingxiao. Just as everyone was lamenting the fall of a genius, a heavy footstep came from within the explosion. Xiao Yun just calmly said to Jun Xiaojiao, "You think you can kill me with a little trick like that? Are you overestimating yourself?" Xiao Yun's voice was still super chill, but everyone around was freaking out. Holy crap, Du Guoqiubai didn't die. He's so strong, even the supreme body couldn't hurt him. Jun Xiaojiao's face was looking pretty rough. He was just laughing his butt off a moment ago, and now everyone's giving him the side eye. "All right, I underestimated you. Not bad," he said, turning to leave. But no way Xiao Yun was going to let him off that easy. "You can't just dish it out and not take it. Since I took one of your moves, you gotta take one of my sword Dao divine powers, ya know." Jun Xiaojiao heard the genius's playful words. "Fine, I'll play with you." He still didn't think much of Xiao Yun, cause, in the end, who could beat his immortal king body when he went all out? WTF, did I hear that right? Du Guoqiubai is challenging the immortal king body. Is he for real? Besides the big shots, a lot of people didn't really know Xiao Yun's strength. They thought he just got lucky against the great Emperor Dao Bodhi last time. Jun Xiaojiao flashed a punchable face and said, "Du Guoqiubai, you don't know your own limits. Today I'll show you the difference between a mediocre genius and a supreme body." "Oh really? Maybe wait until you can even take one of my attacks, before you go flexing." Xiao Yun decided to mess with him a bit. "Even more of a show-off than me, can't let that fly," Xiao Yun said, drawing his sword and unleashing the heaven-slaying sword draw. This move was packing some serious heat. The sword cultivators gasped, taking a cold breath. So strong, what kind of sword technique is that? The sword's not even out yet, and just the lift of his hand almost blew me away. Jun Xiaojiao was still over there with that look on his face. "Hurry up and hit me." But Xiao Yun just kept the sword drawing pose and smirked. "Hold your horses, the move's just getting started." They didn't know this move was super strong but also complex. The longer he charged it up, the stronger it got. Not exactly practical in a real fight, but perfect for messing with this guy. Fast forward to 2,000 years later. At this point, Jun Xiaojiao was getting anxious. "WTF, you've been charging up all damn day. Are you trying to scam me or something? Hurry up and throw whatever you got." He suddenly realized with a start, holy crap, is this guy trying to trick me? Who the heck lets you charge up this long in a real fight? But the problem was they were in a competition. He was stuck waiting. So Xiao Yun took a deep breath, unsheathed the sword, and a terrifying divine sword slashed towards Jun Xiaojiao with unparalleled power. Jun Xiaojiao immediately activated his immortal king body vision to block it, and all he could think was, "Finally, you're actually going to do something." Boom. The sword slash directly pierced through Jun Xiaojiao's immortal king body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood like a broken faucet. At this point, he realized Xiao Yun was a real god-tier expert. Holy hell, how is he so strong? Xiao Yun unleashed a sword slash. Jun Xiaojiao was drowned in the terrifying swordlight. He got hit hard and coughed up blood, but after the swordlight faded, he forced himself to swallow it back down. He thought to himself, "Can't spit it out, can't spit it out."
If everyone sees that I, the supreme body, got blasted with blood by Xiao Yun's sword, I'll lose all my face." Jun Xiaojiao was completely shaken, staggering back several feet. But he pretended to be fine, and kept faking it, saying, "Not bad sword path. Pitiful, it is all useless." He immediately turned around, not daring to say another word, because if he did, the blood in his mouth wouldn't hold. Everyone stared blankly. The heck is going on? Jun Xiaojiao blocked Du Guoqubai's sword. No way, he totally got his butt kicked, but looks like he's not hurt. Only the really strong folks like Sword Saint and Qin Bingyue knew that Jun Xiaojiao's immortal king body got pierced, which was a huge loss. Haha, what a pathetic sight. Wanting to spit blood but having to hold it in, Qin Bingyue secretly gave Xiao Yun a thumbs up. That's what you get for being arrogant before, now you don't dare talk smack anymore. And Jun Xiaojiao, after getting back to his seat, quickly closed his eyes and started secretly healing his injuries. Someone suddenly looked at Jun Xiaojiao curiously. Weird, why hasn't he said anything for an hour? Yeah, isn't he always showing off? Jun Shenzi loved to put on airs the most. He barely managed to swallow a mouthful of blood and almost spit it out again. He clamped his mouth shut to hold it in, unable to speak. This time, he hated Xiao Yun's guts. Once they got to the sacred road, no one would give him that long to charge up. He would definitely kill Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun didn't care about any of this. If he really went to the sacred road, he wouldn't hide his identity anymore. He'd beat him until he called him daddy. Then, Xiao Yun looked at Sword Saint and asked curiously, "Excuse me, senior, how can one comprehend profound meanings?" Sword Saint was in an especially good mood. Xiao Yun had helped him save face. He liked this kid a lot and suddenly laughed. Profound meanings can only be comprehended by oneself, but in a bit someone will take you to watch the grandmasters forging sacred weapons. Watch carefully, maybe it can help you somewhat. Hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but look at Ao Wushuang. Could watching the forging of sacred weapons help people comprehend profound meanings? That's right, because the sword-forging grandmasters will infuse the weapon with the essence of simplified, profound meaning during the forging process. Hearing these words, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. WTF? Then wouldn't it be easier for me to comprehend than understanding the profound meanings of lightning? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. I thought the second part of the sword assembly was my worst performance, but who knew it would be my biggest opportunity? And Ao Wusong just gave a wry smile. Actually, I often watch grandmasters forge swords and create holy weapons, but I don't understand any of the profound mysteries, Xiao Yun chuckled inwardly. That's because you don't have a system. Plus, after entering Sword Valley, Xiao Yun felt the temperature rising quite a bit. He was basically turning into a roasted sweet potato. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Quick! Look! Grandmaster Ao Ming is here." Sure enough, an old white-haired man, after standing on the sword-forging platform and giving a brief introduction, announced that today he would be forging his specialty, an earth attribute holy weapon. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Earth attribute holy weapon? Awesome! I just happen to be comprehending the grand earth sword intent. Who knows, I might just grasp the mysteries in one go this time? Such a rare opportunity, he was ready to activate his system's comprehension feature at any moment. Ao Wusong said with a face full of admiration, "This is the 1,000 tempering method. Each hammer strike is equivalent to 1,000 strikes." Everyone who heard this started shouting, "What do you take us for, blind or something? Clearly he only strikes once each time." At this moment, Jian Yi suddenly frowned and said, "How can it be 1,000 times? I clearly only heard like 100 times." "You heard 100 times. I only heard 30 times, Hua Langshan said with a bitter smile. "I heard 12 times. Ao Wusong chuckled and said, "Our strength is too weak, so we can't hear all the strikes. Everyone hears a different number. I only heard 150 times myself." Everyone started getting envious of each other, insisting that the 1,000 tempering method was indeed magical. "I only heard 200 times. If this move could become a sword technique, wouldn't it be like unleashing 1,000 swords with one strike? The power would definitely be immense." True. This move could indeed become a sword technique, but you'd have to comprehend the grand earth mysteries first. Duji Yu Baishan couldn't help but exclaim, "What an amazing forging method! I heard 250 times." After hearing this, everyone cried out in surprise, "Holy crap, Duji Yu Baitian is even better than Ao Wusong." Ao Wusong couldn't help but glance at Qin Bingyu and Jun Xiaojiao, wondering how many times the fairy Qin and godly child Jun had heard. After all, these two geniuses were the new generation's other people's kids of the Nine Heavens continent. Qin Binjui was always very humble, only occasionally glancing at Xiao Yun and gently saying 476 times. Jun Xiaojiao, seizing the opportunity to flex, raised his voice in mockery.
looking at Xiao Yun and saying, I heard 512 times, Du Ji Yu Chu Bai, what about you?
He originally wanted to use this opportunity to put Xiao Yun down,
but Xiao Yun was too busy using hacks to comprehend the essence, to even hear him bragging. After using comprehension, Xiao Yun heard the complete 1,000 strikes. I get it now. So vibration is the core of the earth Tao.
Xiao Yun, having comprehended the essence for the first time, was so thrilled his nostrils flared up. This trip was definitely worth it. After snapping back to reality, Xiao Yun blankly glanced at Jun Xiaojiao. What'd you call me for? Xiaojiao, with a face full of disdain, sneered and said, TCH. Are you pretending to be dumb?
You must have heard so few times that you're afraid of losing face, so you don't dare to say? Xiao Yun was speechless. TCH. You bunch of idiots. You have such a good opportunity to comprehend the essence, but you're all busy getting jealous of each other over this. Xiao Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him, continuing to stare at Grandmaster Ao Ming. Don't bother me. I heard 1,000 times. Unless you heard more than me?
Hearing this, Jun Xiaojiao burst into laughter. Ha, even your bragging is so ridiculous. Do you take everyone here for fools?
Then followed another round of mockery and sneers. HMPH, what number one sword Dao? Fake, what a joke. Even the sword cultivators thought Xiao Yun was just showing off.
However, Qin Bingyu felt like he wasn't lying, unless he had won an Oscar. The nephew's face was still full of worship. As expected of my uncle, so cool. The others thought the nephew wasn't very bright. You actually believe this BS? You heard 250 times. Are you really an idiot?
At this moment, Xiao Yun was imitating Grandmaster Ao Ming, using his mental power to form a hammer and striking down on the empty space in front of him.
Everyone looked at Xiao Yun strangely. What is he doing? Suddenly using his mental power like that?
Unexpectedly, Grandmaster Ao Ming, who was forging the sword, was overjoyed. Oh my. This kid actually comprehended the vibration mysteries, and the number of vibrations is constantly increasing.
Jun Xiaojiao looked at Xiao Yun with an unhappy face, thinking, strange. Why is Grandmaster Ao Ming looking at him? No way, did he really comprehend the mysteries?
At this moment, Ao Wusong already had an answer in his heart. Oh my god. So Xiao Yun was telling the truth when he said he could hear 1,000 times.
Jian Yi then asked doubtfully, Hey brother Ayo, why are you staring at brother Du Jiyu like that? Didn't you notice? He comprehended the mysteries? Hearing this, Jian Yi's jaw dropped. What? No way, I thought he was just talking crap. Xiao Yun discovered that the initial stage of the vibration mysteries had 1 vibration, the intermediate stage had 10 vibrations, the late stage had 100 vibrations, the peak stage had 1,000 vibrations, and the perfect stage had 10,000 vibrations. He only used 15 comprehension uses to break through to the late stage. He immediately continued to use the system's comprehension on Grandmaster Ao Ming's hammer. 2 hours later, Grandmaster Ao Ming suddenly picked up his red sword and said, The sword embryo is complete. Next is tempering with fire. But Xiao Yun wasn't the least bit interested in tempering with fire. He sighed in regret and said, It's over so quickly. I only reached 188 vibrations. If I could watch for a few days and nights, I might be able to reach 1,000 vibrations. The materials for creating holy weapons are so scarce. If I miss this chance, who knows how long I'll have to wait.
As he was sighing, Grandmaster Ao Ming's voice suddenly rang out, asking, Ao Wusong, who is this person? Ao Wusong was stunned for a moment and then said, This person is a descendant of Du Ji U Jian, Du Ji U Chubai. No wonder this kid's talent is so strong. Did you know that he comprehended the mysteries just now? Ao Wusong took a deep breath and sighed, saying, as expected, This is really infuriating. Old man, if I remember correctly, you've observed the creation of a holy weapon 3 times already, right? How come you haven't grasped a damn thing? Audio Wushuang immediately froze. Grandmaster Ao Ming.
This kid's talent is super high, comparable to Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, but you've watched the holy weapon being made 3 times already.
Ao Wushuang was on the verge of tears. Wah, his talent is monstrous. He even injured Jun Xiaoyao's immortal king physique at the sword debate platform. Grandmaster Ao Ming's face darkened even further.
You've observed the creation of the holy weapon 3 times. Ao Wushuang was already kneeling, begging him to say something else.
No, please don't mention 3 times anymore. Damn it, is my talent inferior to Du Chubai's or something? Though he was miserable, he kept mentioning, Xiao Yun, he's grasped 5 types of sword intent. Is Du Chubai even human? He's a freak.
Grandmaster Ao Ming was too lazy to even speak. It wasn't that he disliked him, but his heart was breaking. 188 times in just 2 hours. It took him 500 years back then.
Xiao Yun looked at Ao Wushuang curiously and asked,
Bro Ao, why do you look so gloomy? Did you suffer some kind of blow? Ao Wushuang cursed Xiao Yun 1,000 times in his head. Motherfucker.
Isn't my gloom all because of you? I should have known better than to invite a freak like you. On the surface, he still had to force a smile. No, never mind. What guidance do you have for me, Bro Duji Yu? Xiao Yun humbly asked how he could continue to observe the creation of holy weapons.
Ao Wushuang said it was a bit difficult, but in his heart he was cursing, Xiao Yun, holy shit, isn't grasping one type enough? Are you trying to make everyone else feel like crap? Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, then said, how about I exchange a chance with my heaven-severing overlord sword divine power? Although this divine power is a bit weak, its explosive power is very strong.
Ao Wushuang couldn't decide immediately. Let's do this. I'll go report it. Wait for my news.
Xiao Yun nodded, full of anticipation. If what the other 4 Grandmaster Swordsmiths cultivate is the profound meaning that I need, then that would be a huge win.
At this moment, Grandmaster Ao Ming picked up the sword embryo soaking in the center for the last time. The creation of the holy weapon was complete. After it was finished, the holy weapon would be thrown into the sword pool.
Ao Wushuang smiled slightly and said, everyone can enter the sword pool to choose a sword. If you are lucky, you may find this holy weapon. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Wow, there really is a holy weapon in the sword pool. Let's go. Legends say there is not only one but many more. The Grandmaster felt sour in his heart. Damn it, this kid's speed of improvement is really heaven-defying. How long did it take me to comprehend 250 times back then? It seems like 800 years. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the past few years have been wasted. He restrained the urge to curse. He handed the newly completed holy weapon to Ao Wushuang.
You throw it into the sword pool. Everyone was stunned and asked, this is a holy weapon. It looks normal. I don't feel any threat.
Ao Wushuang explained.
Newly made holy weapons will be like this. After it releases its seal, it will transform based on the will of its master.
Everyone was already very excited, but Xiao Yun was not. After all, he already has 3 holy weapons. He is more interested in comprehending profound meaning. This, Ao Wushuang. Many people quickly asked Ao Wushuang, what's the matter, bro Shuao?
After the sect master agrees to let you choose a sword, take another look at creating the holy weapon. Xiao Yun was secretly happy. It would be great if it could be in line with his profound meaning. What kind of profound meanings do the other 4 Grandmaster Swordsmiths cultivate? Ao Wushuang then said that they were the Tao of Gold, the Tao of Water, the Tao of Wind, and the Tao of Earth, respectively.
Xiao Yun didn't expect that. Except for the Tao of Gold, the other 3 were what he needed.
Then choose the Tao of Wind. Anyway, the power is the same. The faster the speed, the stronger the attack. Okay. After you choose a sword, it will be arranged for you. After speaking, he took the sword to the sword pool. The sword-picking assembly will end after choosing a sword. The sword pool is like a deep canyon, and there are many swords inside.
Ao Wushuang then put the sword saint into the formation,
and immediately the sword saint fell directly into the sword pool,
immediately opened a forbidden formation,
and then said, after you choose a sword, you must immediately leave the sword pool. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the formation.
Choosing a sword for more than an hour will also be attacked by the formation. Everyone nodded and immediately rushed into the sword pool happily. Xiao Yun, who was searching for spiritual power in the sky above the sword pool, was stunned on the spot. Damn, the quality of the swords are all the same. How to choose? Sword 1 smiled and said, I once heard Brother Ahachio say that the so-called sword selection is actually not the person choosing the sword, but the sword choosing the person.
He immediately spread his hands and released his sword intent. As long as you release your sword intent like me, those swords will fly over and let you choose.
Sure enough, not long after, dozens of swords were attracted, but Sword 1 didn't care. After all, swords flying over didn't mean they were the best swords.
Another person next to him also took action. It seems fun to play, I also want to try. Then he wielded his sword intent, and immediately attracted hundreds of swords.
Sword 1 couldn't help but praise. Brother Beishan is really extraordinary, he can attract so many swords. Xiao Yun immediately spread his hands, and released all 5 types of sword intent. Earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning. Right then, the entire sword lake shook, and countless swords flew toward Xiao Yun. Everyone picking swords had their jaws drop. Holy crap, the 3 swords that were surrounding me just flew over there too. Clearly, Chu Jingxiao didn't want this sacred weapon. Chu Jingxiao gnashed his teeth in anger. Dugu Chubai, just you wait. Qin Bing Yu looked at Xiao Yun in confusion, thinking to herself, he's probably not that little monk. That little monk knows so many Buddhist divine abilities. How could he comprehend so much sword intent? If it's the same person, that's just way too OP, right? Looking at this sea of swords, Xiao Yun was overwhelmed. No matter how he scanned, the quality of these swords all seemed the same.
Just close my eyes and pick one at random then. Suddenly, he noticed that Chu Jingxiao was always nearby. HMPH, this guy isn't planning a sneak attack, is he? Forget it, if he wants to die, don't blame me. Picking a sword can't be done carelessly.
Suddenly, an idea flashed in his head. If that sacred weapon merged with the tremor profound meaning, then maybe he can use the profound meaning to call it out. Immediately, he released his spiritual power to simulate a giant hammer smashing down on the sword mound. Along with the released tremor profound meaning, sure enough, a huge sword was flying towards him. This sword directly scared the other swords away. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed, found it. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Holy SHT, a myriad of swords submit. That's definitely the sacred weapon they've all been drooling over, but no one dared to snatch it. After all, that's the top dog on the profound ranking, Dugu Chubai. And Chu Jingxiao was just waiting for this moment. A giant hand appeared above his head, wanting to rush over to Xiao Yun and snatch the sword. He wasn't lacking sacred weapons, but Xiao Yun's truncating sky-plucking sword earlier had humiliated him. He wanted revenge and laughed mockingly. Ha ha! Dugu Chubai! Thanks for helping me find this sword. I won't be polite then. Everyone started sympathizing with Xiao Yun. It wasn't easy to find a sacred weapon, and now Chu Jingxiao was going to get a freebie. The guy was obviously a supreme being physique, so he had to swallow his bitterness. Ao Wushuang was extremely annoyed. Damn it, this Chu Jingxiao is just here to cause trouble. Does their great emperor family lack sacred weapons? Qin Bingyue looked at Chu Jingxiao with disdain and said, "To think a divine son would be so despicable. Sing, he's been spoiled rotten by the Chu family. If he actually goes to the central continent, he'll definitely get a beating from those supreme being physiques." Qin Jian turned his head and smiled. "There's a reason why the central continent is so strong. I heard that their geniuses are thrown into true dragon nests as early as the body refinement stage. And even supreme being physiques have been defeated before. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun defeating that supreme being physique was truly abnormal. I wonder when I can meet him." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. A stream of swordlight wanted to smash that giant hand. Chu Jingxiao yelled like a madman, "Dugu Chubai, how dare you!" Everyone around gasped. Holy mother, Dugu Chubai actually dared to attack Chu Jingxiao. That's the divine son of a great emperor family, and also a very strong supreme being physique that Xiao Yun doesn't even care about. He summoned the sword to his side and sneered, "Want to snatch a sword from me? What a delusional fantasy."
Chu Jingxiao was provoked into laughter. Arrogant. "You think this is a competition at the sword debate hall? I won't give you time to chant now," Xiao Yun said disdainfully. "Yeah, don't need it to beat you." At this time, Chu Jingxiao was furious. His whole body emitted a pressing aura, and he shouted, "All of you get out of here, or don't blame me when you die." The powerful aura of the supreme being physique forced the crowd to rush out. "Run, run, just grab any sword." Boom! The giant hand covering the sky was descending on Xiao Yun. Chu Jingxiao sneered triumphantly. "Dugu Chubai, a supreme being physique isn't easy to offend. Today, I'll show you the clear gap between you and me." Xiao Yun sneered again. "Too bad, a supreme being physique is nothing to me." Then he calmly unleashed the 5 great divine powers of the cosmic sword cannon. 1/ shatters the earth, 1/ stirs up turbulent waves, 1/ seals ice for 30,000 miles. Clearly, Chu Jingxiao was the weakest supreme being physique, but he liked to show off in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun could clearly defeat him in one move, but he liked to play with him. He calmly unleashed the 5 great divine powers of the cosmic sword cannon. 1/ of scarlet flames fills the 9 heavens. 1/ of thunder shatters the 5 peaks. The giant nameless sword shattered Chu Jingxiao's giant hand, forcing him back. The surrounding crowd was horrified. They originally thought Xiao Yun was being suppressed, but unexpectedly, a mere mortal body realm could be so strong. Qin Bingyu's jaw dropped. Holy moly, 5 kinds of sword intent. No one has ever comprehended 5 kinds of sword intent before. Chu Jingxiao was about to die from anger. Damn it, I still can't defeat this guy in one move. Qin Bingjue is still watching me. How embarrassing. Then he shouted, the Xiaojiao fist imprint. The murderous punch flew toward Xiao Yun. Everyone shouted, holy crap, that's the Xiaojiao 8 absolutes in the Emperor's scripture. Uh-oh, Dugu Chubai will probably lose. But the next second, boom, Xiao Yun unleashed Thunder God Slash. It easily avoided Chu Jingxiao's punch, haha, so this is the Immortal King physique. Good stuff. Xiao Yun could clearly defeat him in one move, but he wanted to play with him because this guy needed a beating. The nephew was overjoyed. As expected of my uncle, so cool and awesome, even more powerful than the old ancestor Dugu Jian. Jian Yi twitched his lips beside him. Are you sure that's your uncle? Won't it be a fake? At this time, Ao Wushuang wanted to scold Grandmaster Ao Ming. Old man, did you see that? Is that Dugu Chubai even human? He's a freak. How do you expect me to compare to him? At this time, Chu Jingxiao shouted like a crazy, arrogant person. He, a dignified supreme being physique, was actually defeated by a mortal body. What a humiliation.
Dugu Chubai, I really underestimated you, but next I will use all my strength.
Immediately after, he turned into a fierce stream of light, using lightning-fast speed. At this time, he thought he was sure to win. Haha, Dugu Chubai, your strength is strong, but you're still not my opponent,
Qin Jian said in a low voice. This is the Xiaojiao 7 steps. It is rumored in Xiaojiao 8 absolutes that the speed of 7 steps is as fast as lightning. Xin Bingyu scornfully mocked. HMPH. What number 1 speed? Their Chu family are just blowing hot air.
Xiao Yun was actually amused by him. Are you kidding me? You call this speed fast? That's laughable.
Right after, he turned into a bolt of lightning. Instantly vanishing from the spot, Xiaojiao's pupils widened.
Oh crap. Too late now. Xiao Yun's Thunder God Slash was like a sea appearing right in front of him. He used one strike and sent Chu Jingxiao flying.
Hua Lengxin and Jian Yi were both like,
WTF, holy SHT, isn't that the flash step?
Their sword sect's divine ability is way more badass in Xiao Yun's hands, plus it actually beat up Dijiao's descendant Chu Jingxiao. The flash step we practiced must be fake. Boom. At that moment, Chu Jingxiao was like a little puppy, getting smacked around by Xiao Yun every time.
Xiao Yun was speechless. Even if this avatar is strong, it shouldn't be this easy to beat up a mortal king physique, right? He hasn't even kicked Zhao Wuji's ass yet, and couldn't help but sigh, you two are the weakest supreme physique I've ever seen. At this moment, Chu Jingxiao's anger erupted. He, the divine son of a great emperor family, was being mocked as weak by a mortal body. He angrily roared, Du Guaqibai, you're dead meat today, kill, kill, kill. Chu Jingxiao quickly unleashed 8 divine abilities. Xiaojiao's 8 absolutes, the 8 absolutes unite. Immediately afterward, a giant phantom appeared in the sky, attacking Xiao Yun. This attack was incredibly powerful, even the sword lake was shaking.
Everyone around was terrified.
Oh my god! Du Guaqibai has driven Chu Jingxiao insane. He's burning his great emperor blood essence. He will need a long time to recover after this blow. I wonder if Du Guaqibai can block it.
But Xiao Yun laughed excitedly.
Heh, finally, an opportunity to use the new profound truth I've comprehended. He absorbed the power of the earth, combined the profound truth of vibration with the earth. And then he shouted, earth-shattering one-blade strike.
Next, boom! Chu Jingxiao's 8 absolutes unite was smashed away by Xiao Yun, and he fell to the ground.
Vomiting blood? No, impossible. Xiao Yun's one-blade strike was like 100 strikes at once. Qin Jian was stunned. Holy crap. More than 200 strikes. Xin Bingyu saw it very clearly, 250 strikes. This is the profound truth of the Sword Dao, and he has not only comprehended the profound truth but also cultivated to this extent.
Chu Jingxiao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Xiao Yun not only severely injured him, but also shattered his faith. He couldn't accept that he, a supreme physique, was being defeated by a mortal body again and again. His eyes widened as if possessed by a demon.
He unleashed Xiaojiao 7 steps towards Xiao Yun. Again? Du Guaqibai, I must kill you, kill you.
But before he could fly to him, Xiao Yun slashed out with one strike. Chu Jingxiao was defeated again. He was like a pitiful insect struggling on the ground.
Being defeated by Xiao Yun again and again, his injuries became more and more serious. He was already vomiting blood but still desperately crawled up. But Xiao Yun ignored him. Don't waste your energy anymore. The distance between us is too far. Xiao Yun thought to himself. After all, this guy is a divine son of a great emperor family. Beating him up is enough. Then he immediately grabbed the Xi'an greatsword. Not bad. Another sacred weapon. Everyone had already been stunned by Xiao Yun, and no one dared to snatch it from him.
Holy crap, another mighty mortal powerhouse is rising. That's right, after this battle, Du Guaqibai also became the youngest supreme expert. Poor Chu Jingxiao just wanted to show off, but became a stepping stone for Du Guaqibai to become famous throughout the Juxiao continent. Suddenly, Qin Jian curiously looked at Xin Bingyu. Your Highness, are you sure you can defeat him? No, he has already comprehended the profound truth. From a distance I can use arrows to control him, but at close range I might be suppressed by him.
Let's go, we should go to Zhongtu. She looked at Xiao Yun one last time and said, unexpectedly, besides Xiao Yun of Zhongtu, there is still someone who can use a mortal body to defeat a supreme physique. It is indeed too outstanding.
When Chu Jingxiao came, he was all smiles, but when he went back, he was carried away.
Everyone ignored him, because Xiao Yun was the main character. At this time, Xiao Yun mobilized his mental power to plant a spiritual imprint on the Sword Saint. Good. The trip to the Eastern Wilderness has come to a brilliant end. It's time to go home. But 3 out of my 4 sacred weapons, are swords. If I can turn Ye Dao's sacred weapon into a sword as well, then the power of the four-symbol sword formation will be even more terrifying.
Ao Wushuang said with a smile. Okay, Brother Du. Name this sword first. Xiao Yun thought for a while. Well, let's call it Sword Defeats Chujing Xiao. He couldn't help but praise himself. What a random name, you don't like it. Come and fight me.
Ao Wushuang was speechless. Yeah, Sword Defeats Chujing Xiao. Luckily, Chujing Xiao was carried away, otherwise he would be pissed to death.
Compared to these, Xiao Yun wanted to transform his sacred weapon even more. Brother Aohu, can your sword-casting masters help me transform the Daohu sacred weapon into a wind attribute sword sacred weapon? Hearing this, Ao Wushuang couldn't help but click his tongue. Brother Du Guangqibai actually has 2 sacred weapons.
Sigh, I've been a holy son for so many years and I don't have any. Haha, just lucky. Oh, what if he knew he actually had 4 sacred weapons? If it spreads out, he will definitely be punched to death by a saint.
Ao Wushuang didn't think much.
Brother Du Guangqibai, follow me. I promised to let you watch swordcasting once before. You can take this opportunity to ask Master Ao Feng to help you transform your sacred weapon. Xiao Yun was overjoyed after hearing this. Holy crap, is there really such a good thing? The 4th sword saint is about to be completed, so I have also thought about it. Call it Ye Da sword.
At this time, Du Guangqibai Tian must leave.
Uncle, wait for me to come back and help you get the space sword Dao cultivation method, and then go to Zhongtu to meet you. Okay, this nephew is so good.
Hua Langxin sighed. What a deep relationship between uncle and nephew. Brother Du Guangqibai, we have to go too. See you in Zhongtu. Okay, see ya. After Xiao Yun bid farewell to them, he followed Ao Wushuang to meet Master Ao Feng. Unexpectedly, Master Ao Feng was so unrestrained, but when he opened his mouth to speak, everything changed completely.
Little Ao is here. You've become more handsome in just a few days, haven't you?
Xiao Yun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy moly guacamole, is this really a Grandmaster Swordsmith? His aura is on a whole other level compared to Grandmaster Ao Ming.
Ao Wushuang was super embarrassed. Ahem, Grandmaster Ao Feng, I brought Taoist Du Jiyu here. Turns out, he's Little Sword's descendant. My ancestor and his were sworn brothers. I even helped him forge a sacred weapon. Call him Little Loser from now on.
Little Loser my butt.
Xiao Yun was seriously unimpressed with that name. Good thing it's not my real name, or my reputation would be ruined forever.
Okay, Little Loser, show me what sacred weapon you want me to rework.
Xiao Yun immediately pulled out Ye Da Dao and handed it to him.
Grandmaster Ao Feng took it, sighing with admiration. Haha, a fine sword. A long-type sacred weapon. At that, it could even evolve into an emperor weapon someday. Xiao Yun remained calm. He still didn't know if the Grandmaster could actually rework it. Of course I can do it.
But such a good sacred weapon, once it goes into the furnace, it won't be a long type anymore and will even drop a grade. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as you can rework it, I hope you can forge me a sword saint with wind attributes. For me, even the best Dao isn't as good as a sword.
Hearing that, the Grandmaster reluctantly tossed Ye Da Dao into the furnace to be reworked. Half an hour later, Ye Da Dao had broken down into sword components. Ao Feng raised his hammer with great force but hesitated to bring it down. Ao Wushuang's mouth twitched. What's Grandmaster Ao Feng zoning out for? Did he remember he left his dirty underwear at home? Xiao Yun couldn't wait any longer. System. Activate enlightenment. With Grandmaster Ao Feng's speed, he'd reached the great perfection realm.
Xiao Yun got it.
Grandmaster Ao Feng wasn't spacing out. He was just so fast, he looked like he was standing still.
Now Ao Wushuang realized Grandmaster Ao Feng was moving, but the speed was too crazy. There was no way to comprehend it. Just then, Grandmaster Ao Ming suddenly appeared, glaring at him. What are you gawking at? This is the profound meaning of wind speed. You can't see it with your eyes, you have to feel it with your spiritual power.
Then he looked at Xiao Yun and saw him swaying like a roly-poly toy. Grandmaster Ao Ming was speechless. Damn, what a freak. He's already comprehending the profound meaning of speed. Ao Wushuang kept opening and closing his eyes. Nope, still don't feel a thing.
Grandmaster Ao Ming glared at him again. Shut your trap, he's already comprehending it, don't bother him. Hearing that, Ao Wushuang shut up instantly. What, I haven't even started comprehending it, and he's already got it. The Grandmaster couldn't help but say, don't be discouraged. You've only watched me forge sacred weapons 4 times. Ao Wushuang's fragile ego took another hit.
Ugh. Du Jiyu Chubai is such a monster I can't compare to him. Grandmaster Ao Ming chimed in sarcastically. 4 times now, you said it again. Would you die if you didn't say it? Suddenly, Xiao Yun vanished. Ao Wushuang's eyes widened. Holy crap, is this guy even human? He frantically looked around, only to find Xiao Yun popping up here and there as if by magic. After activating the system,
Xiao Yun, with his eyes half closed, comprehended the profound meaning of speed. Even a half-step great saint would want to kill him right here in the forging hall. Xiao Yun's body moved faster than lightning. Holy Mother of Pearl, I'm in the middle of forging a sacred weapon, and you're already comprehending a profound meaning. Grandmaster Ao Feng, who was seriously forging a sword, was stunned. The hammer in his hand completely stopped. This little loser is even more OP than Little Sword. Xiao Yun, in the middle of comprehending the profound meaning, immediately sensed it. Grandmaster Ao Feng, don't stop. Keep going. Ao Wushuang could no longer see Xiao Yun's movements with his eyes. At that terrifying speed, combined with his fierce attacks, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the rhythm of the wind. An hour later, holy crap, the wind, where's the rhythm of the wind? Finally, Grandmaster Ao Feng finished. Before this, they thought the number one holy son, Ao Wushuang, was pretty good. But compared to Xiao Yun, Little Shuang, why are you so dumb? You've watched me forge sacred weapons 4 times? Ao Wushuang's world crumbled.
Oh heavens, oh earth, save me. He's a monster, a freak. I'm just a normal guy. How can I compare to a freak?
Grandmaster Ao Feng beamed. Congratulations, Zubai has comprehended a new profound meaning. Xiao Yun smiled modestly. Haha, it's just 2 profound meanings, no big deal.
Ao Wushuang was so angry he was trembling. Seriously. For him, comprehending 2 profound meanings is as simple as drinking water. Can't you be a little more considerate? Time flies like a dog chasing after rabbits.
Xiao Yun took Ye Dajian and immediately left Wanjian Mountain Manor. Thanks for the hospitality, brother Ayo. I'll remember this favor.
See you in Middle-earth. Take care, brother. After Ao Wushuang saw Xiao Yun off, he sighed in relief.
Damn good riddance to that freak. See you later, my butt. Who wants to see you again? Just sent away a freak, and now here comes a Tang Sanzang.
Wushuang, you've watched me forge sacred weapons 4 times. Save me. Oh heavens, save me. Xiao Yun flew into the sky, fanning the wind, using the Zen power. He hummed a song, and flew towards the chaotic Holy Land. Next, I should go back and forge my chaos physique, right? The Holy Land exchange meeting is about to start too. That time, I was interrupted by some damn Holy King sect. It was such a disgrace. This time, my Zhao family will show them what's what. As Xiao Yun was flying, Lei Zhu saw his terrifying speed and froze. Holy crap, kid! You comprehended the profound meaning of speed, yes. This old man not only comprehended the profound meaning of speed, but also the profound meaning of vibration. Lei Zihan was dumbfounded.
Heavens, 2 profound meanings. Even though he's young, in the cultivation world 18 is still a kid. Profound meanings, damn. Even if our Holy Land really wants to rise up, kid, how the heck did you comprehend the profound meanings?
Xiao Yun just chuckled. Just watched Saint Weapon forging twice, and already got it.
Hearing this, Lei Zhu was super impressed. No wonder you're a candidate for Godchild of the chaotic Holy Land. So damn cool. If you've watched Saint Weapon Forging, it'll definitely help you understand the profound mysteries. After we get back, I'll have the Holy Lord invite the sword forging masters to the house to forge Saint weapons for you to watch.
Xiao Yun was stunned. Lei Zhu is being too nice to me. I'm afraid doing this will cost a huge price. Ancestor, just inviting the 2 masters of profound meaning defense and profound meaning awareness will be okay. The other 3 wouldn't be of any help to me. Alrighty? Only inviting 2 sword forging masters will cost less.
Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Hey you did something wrong and thought you could just waltz away. Do you even know there are some people you can't afford to offend in this lifetime? Xiao Yun's pupils dilated. Holy crap, is this a saint or a half-step great saint? Clearly this old geezer just wants to show off in front of Xiao Yun. Didn't expect to almost piss his pants from being scared. Xiao Yun was a bit stunned at this moment. How did a saint suddenly appear out of nowhere? Who are you? I don't think I've offended you. The old geezer's power immediately spread everywhere. This old man is Jun Zontian Saint from the Jun family. You used dirty tricks to defeat my Jun family's godchild, and you think you can just dust yourself off and leave.
Xiao Yun knew Lei Zhu was here, so he wasn't afraid at all. You think everyone at Wanjian Villa is blind? I won fair and square. Don't tell me your Jun family lost, and now wants to bully the weak with your strength? The old geezer angrily rebuked. Below the saint are just ants, yet you dare to be disrespectful to a saint. You deserve to be struck by lightning.
And Xiao Yun cursed. Disrespect your grandpa. If your family's great emperor knew you were interfering in the affairs of the younger generation, he'd jump out of his coffin. The old geezer was furious. Enough talk. If you can take one move from this old man, then this matter is over. Xiao Yun's lips twitched.
All the herbs on the mountains have been picked by you, right? Expecting me, at the awakening realm, to take a move from you, a saint, and you dare to say that.
Suddenly he smiled coldly and said, "Haven't you heard about the Bai family being wiped out?" And the old geezer scoffed, "Haha, saints are also divided into different levels. Today no one can save you." He didn't take Lei Zhu seriously at all. After speaking, he summoned a giant hand and slammed down towards Xiao Yun. And at this moment, boom! A terrifying lightning bolt tore through the void, directly shattering the hand. And the old geezer's hand was also shocked by the lightning, causing it to bleed. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he realized that the 28-meter-tall Lei Zhu was standing behind Xiao Yun. He widened his eyes, almost scared to death. Holy crap, isn't the guardian of the noble family supposed to only be one great saint? Why did they send out another person as a bodyguard? You don't have any sword intent on you. You're not a saintly poison Gu, Lei Zhu said majestically. This seat has some impression. You are a junior of the Jun family. Your grandpa Jun the madman was once a defeated general under my hand. Hearing this, the old geezer was so angry that he became bald. Don't spout nonsense. My grandpa was a top great saint expert. He was only defeated by one person back then, Lei Zhu said straightforwardly. I'm not insulting him. Back on the saintly road, except for Xi, he wasn't defeated by anyone else. The old geezer was amused. Back then on the saintly road, my grandpa was only defeated by Lei my ass, you're Lei Zhu. Then that kid isn't. Heavens, I think I've discovered a secret. Will I be silenced? Jun Zantian wanted to put his pants over his head. Oh crap, this kid is the legendary monster of the chaotic Holy Land, Xiao Yun, the #1 genius of Zhongtu. Jun Xiaojiao was defeated by him, not unjustly. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, Lei Zhu calmly said. That's me, how's your grandpa doing? Jun Zantian hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Lei Zhu. Senior, please forgive me, this junior was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. My grandpa is still well in seclusion to advance to quasi-emperor, Lei Zhu snickered. Your grandpa's even older than me, where does he get the qualifications to advance to quasi-emperor? After speaking, he took out the chaotic bell to suppress the old geezer. Kid, stop messing with me. Even if your grandpa becomes a quasi-emperor, he won't be my opponent. After that, a terrifying power directly knocked Jun Zantian to the ground. Holy crap, I just wanted to show off a bit, didn't expect to pick the wrong person. Senior, I am also a half-step great saint, if you want to kill or chop, just do it. Lei Zhu's expression was gloomy, he said word by word. Intending to kill my chaotic Holy Land's godchild is an unforgivable crime, but for your grandpa's sake, you suppress your cultivation to fight the godchild in the same realm. Win and I'll spare your life. Lose and you must die. Hearing this, Jun Zantian's eyes lit up. Fighting in the same realm, he's a dignified half-step great saint. How could he lose to someone in the awakening realm? I agree to fight the esteemed godchild. I hope Lei Zhu will keep his word, Lei Zhu sneered. Rest assured, this old man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. He immediately manipulated the chaotic bell, suppressing Jun Zantian's cultivation to the peak of the awakening realm. Jun Zantian asked again. In the next battle, what if I accidentally kill the esteemed godchild? Lei Zhu coldly snorted. Rest assured, life and death are predestined. I won't interfere. Jun Zantian thought he was sure to win. Boy, I admit you're strong, but below the saint are just ants. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, it's not like I can't defeat you, right? Xiao Yun's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Now he doesn't need to hide his strength anymore. He finally gets to have a real fight. Immediately after that, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Behind Xiao Yun appeared 300 Daos of light. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength, only to see him casually throw a punch towards Jun Zantian's head. Along with a miserable scream, Jun Zantian was sent flying like a shooting star. He fell, creating a deep pit on the ground. Facing the enemy, he revealed an unbelievable expression. Impossible. How can his body be so strong? But it's not over yet. When an unparalleled sword Dao genius has half of the chaotic body, coupled with extreme speed, the strength is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He took a step. Immediately after that, his whole body disappeared in place. He directly rushed to Jun Zantian. Boom, Jun Zantian was punched again. Dude, he's a half-step great saint. But he still couldn't dodge Xiao Yun's attacks. That speed was insane. His eyes practically popped out as he stared at that flickering shadow. No matter where Jun Zantian moved, Xiao Yun would pop up there first. Bam! Dodging left and right, he flew up and kicked the dude right in the head. Jun Zantian's head was already getting a brutal beating, and he still couldn't land a single hit on Xiao Yun. He was fuming. This kid actually dared to try and kick him in the head again. If he got hit, his saintly dignity would be completely gone. He roared and pushed Xiao Yun 1,000 meters away, but his own body was trembling. This was seriously scary. With that kind of combat experience and a physique that strong, no wonder he could defeat so many supreme physiques. Xiao Yun looked at Jun Zantian opposite him and nodded in approval. Not a bad body, I gotta say. Thanks? Suddenly,
Jun Zantian's face dropped. This guy was clearly mocking him. He was a dignified, half-step great saint. His body cultivated for tens of thousands of years. And it couldn't compare to a brat like this?
Kid, so what if your body is strong?
The realm of divine abilities is the true foundation.
Then, he formed hand seals and roared, "Yin-yang palm!"
A giant palm appeared, transforming into two massive dragons that lunged at Xiao Yun. But Xiao Yun immediately unleashed his chaos fist in response, scoffing.
"Trying to beat me with divine abilities, please." Boom. 300 strands of Grand Dabio light converged into that punch, directly smashing the two dragons into 100 pieces.
Holy crap, how is that even possible? Jun Zantian was so furious his eyes were practically bugging out. He'd lost again, but the punch kept coming.
Sending him flying directly, he sailed through the air and puked out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god, someone that strong. He must have entered some kind of enlightened state.
Alright, that's not all. At this moment, Xiao Yun unleashed his profound truth of oscillation, slowly approaching Jun Zantian, step by step. With every step, the ground trembled. A terrifying aura surged forward, and Jun Zantian began to retreat, his eyes widened in horror.
You actually comprehended a second profound truth. Xiao Yun only said he understood one profound truth, but I never expected it to be two. He's even stronger than our family's divine child.
What a shame that such a monstrous talent wasn't from their Jung family. In that case, he absolutely had to die. Immediately after, he pointed his finger and roared into the void.
Divine finger.
Now I'll show you what a true profound truth is. Boom! A terrifying surge of power gathered on his finger, then shot straight towards Xiao Yun.
But Xiao Yun wasn't scared in the slightest. He had already unleashed his chaos domain. The very void solidified within his domain. Everything was frozen. You've been fighting all this time, and this is all the strength you've got. Seriously disappointing.
Jun Zantian was absolutely livid. This guy was truly like a young, great emperor. If anyone in this generation could ascend to become a great emperor, it would definitely be him. So he absolutely couldn't be allowed to live. Xiao Yun had just killed a half-step great saint, and it had even attracted an extreme realm, heavenly tribulation. By this point, Jun Zantian was completely driven mad by Xiao Yun. 8 extremes united, invincible under heaven. He desperately unleashed one last ultimate move, but within Xiao Yun's domain, it was incredibly difficult for him to even move. His big move couldn't even come out properly for what felt like an eternity, as if it was getting stuck halfway through. Seriously, that's just cheating. Is the Chaos Domain that terrifying?
Meanwhile, Xiao Yun raised his Yedai sword and roared, "Thunder God Slash!" This move was a combination of Sword Dao and his chaos body. Xiao Yun was incredibly satisfied, but Jun Zantian's heart pounded wildly in shock. Holy crap, this kid actually knows Lei Zan's divine ability. Oh crap, I'm toast. This is bad, I gotta kill him. His entire body trembled as he desperately unleashed a defensive shield. I'm a half-step great saint, damn it, and now I'm being suppressed by a junior. Am I really gonna die by his hand? He was utterly unwilling. But in the next second, boom! The defensive shield shattered into 100 pieces. That half-step great saint was completely obliterated, dying purely because he loved to show off. After killing the half-step great saint, Xiao Yun felt as if he had merged with the universe.
What a profound feeling. Is this me about to break through to the extreme awakening realm? System, use the enlightenment for my current state.
Seeing this,
Lei Zhu commented, as expected, killing a half-step great saint is hugely beneficial for you. The Chaos Holy Land is about to rise. After Xiao Yun completed his comprehension, he found that his spiritual power had greatly increased. And even his body had strengthened quite a bit, Lei Zhu urged. Hurry up and head back, kid. Then, the two of them transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew back to the Chaos Holy Land.
Meanwhile, Jun Xiaogyao was at home recovering from his injuries, his face filled with rage and resentment. If he had lost to a supreme physique, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly. But a mere mortal physique, what right did he have to defeat him? He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Dugu Chubai, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, the Jun family patriarch, Jun Wuliang, suddenly appeared. Only one loss, and you're already this mad, Trisk. You still lack that devilish edge, after all. I had long planned to cultivate you properly. It's just that the old farts in the family couldn't bear to. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed in the sky. A massive star was seen shattering into 100 pieces. Jun Xiaojiao and his father were utterly stunned. Jaw dropped. Damn it! A saint from our Jun family has fallen. This Qing Yindao mark belongs to Jun Zantian. He was your bodyguard, wasn't he? What did you tell him to do? Jun Xiaojiao was extremely anxious. I
I don't know, but Lord Bodyguard said he wanted to help me vent some anger and teach Dugu Chubai a lesson. But is Dugu Chubai's bodyguard that fierce? Lord Bodyguard was a half-step great saint. How could he just die like that?
Jun Wuliang roared in fury. It seems we've underestimated the Dugu clan. How dare they kill a saint of my Jun family? I'll make them pay a heavy price.
Meanwhile, in the Dugu clan patriarch's room, Acho, I'm a great saint, how can I catch a cold? Unless someone's talking bad about my family. Holy crap, it's not that brat Bashan causing trouble out there, is it? Just wait until he gets back, I'm gonna give him a good smackdown. Huh. The little brat's rushing back, and I sneeze just as she arrives. Who's talking about me? Could it be that old geezer, my uncle? Yeah, must be him. Don't worry, we'll meet up again real soon. Achoo. Just as Xiao Yun set foot in the chaotic Holy Land, he sneezed. Who's talking about me? Could it be that Zhao Wuji dude? Right, he probably thinks I've improved a lot. Little does he know I've improved even faster. I'll head back and beat him, till he cries for his mama. Finally back, Lei Zhu. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying storm cloud appeared, engulfing Xiao Yun. The old man turned his head in surprise. Kid? You undergoing tribulation again? Looks like you've surpassed the awakening realm, huh? Xiao Yun grinned and nodded, his face full of excitement. Haha, awesome. Just in time for me to comprehend the profound mysteries of Thunder Battle a bit. System, use enlightenment on the profound mysteries of Thunder Battle.
Meanwhile, Jun Wuliang led his son to the ancestral tomb of the Jun family. Crazy old ancestor, Uncle Zantian, is gone.
The next second, boom, the tomb exploded, and the oppressive feeling made Jun Xiaojiao tremble like a leaf.
From within emerged a man resembling a prehistoric beast. He was Jun Quangren, known as the Tyrant Saint Lu, a top-tier great saint powerhouse, and the only one ever defeated by Lei Zhu. Jun Xiaojiao's lips trembled as he stammered. Recounting everything, I see. Jun Quangren looked at the trembling Jun Xiaojiao.
His brows furrowed so deeply they could kill. The void physique has this much potential. Don't even think about the orthodox path. You don't even qualify to step onto the emperor's road. With that, he flew towards the Dugu family. After I return from the Dugu family, I'll take him out to cultivate demonic power. Since he has a supreme physique, it's either death or the righteous path.
Jun Wuliang hurriedly shouted, Old ancestor, do you need to bring the Wen Tian mirror, HMPH? Teaching the Dugu family a lesson doesn't require an emperor weapon.
After a while, boom! A giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dugu family. The Dugu family still has the nerve to kill a saint of my Jun family. Listen up. The one who's annihilating you today is Jun Quangren. Immediately, Dugu Sheng grabbed a giant sword and charged into the sky. Jun Quangren, are you insane? When did we, the Dugu family, ever kill a saint of your Jun family? But Jun Quangren had already raised a giant ball of light. Shut up. 8 absolutes combined, invincible under heaven. Holy moly, hear me out. The Dugu family. We don't have any outside saints. We couldn't have possibly killed your Jun family's saint. Shut up. 8 absolutes combined, invincible under heaven. The giant ball of light headed towards Dugu Sheng. In his heart, Dugu Sheng cursed him like crazy. Damn it, would it kill you to listen to me for a sec?
While dodging the attack, he told everyone to run. Jun Quangren, don't get excited. The Dugu family has always lived in seclusion.
Shut up. 8 absolutes combined, invincible under heaven. An hour later, Dugu Beitian finally returned home, only to find a desolate wasteland before him. He was stunned, dumbfounded, and utterly shocked. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing here? Oh right, I have to go home. I have to tell Dad and the old ancestors that I found Uncle. Immediately he turned and left. Haha, I must have taken the wrong way. How could this wasteland be my home? Wait, this place feels a little familiar. Immediately he saw his father angrily rushing towards him. You unfilial son. You've only been out for a month, and you've already caused such a huge disaster for the family. Dugu Bashan was immediately petrified. Crap, this really is my home. Before he could think, he was immediately slapped in the face by his father. You unfilial son, I'll beat you to death. I told you to go out so you could run into a top-tier great saint powerhouse.
Dugu Bashan was even more stunned. Dad, hear me out. I didn't cause any trouble, and I even found Uncle, Dugu Sheng, slapped him again. Shut up, I'm beating you to death, you unfilial brat. Dugu Bashan's face was about to swell into a pig's head, but he still didn't understand. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Shut up, I'm beating you to death, you unfilial brat. Dad, at least give me a chance to explain. Shut up, I'm beating an unfilial son like you to death. In his heart he roared, Uncle, save me, Uncle, you messed with that guy, didn't you? After the Shitian tribulation ended, Xiao Yun sneezed again. Is someone talking about me again?
Haha, it must be those Xiaoya girls missing me. Too bad I didn't comprehend the profound mysteries in the Thunder Tribulation. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation had disappeared, Lei Zhu immediately urged him to hurry home. The Holy Land exchange meeting is about to begin. The old ancestor is waiting for you to make the Holy Land proud again. Xiao Yun nodded and said, Old ancestor, rest assured, I will immediately give the old ancestor and master a surprise. Haha, the time to forge the chaotic body has finally arrived. It's clear that he could blow Zhao Wuji away with a single move. But he still let Zhao Wuji show off in front of him, because he didn't want Zhao Wuji to know that he was an unbeatable existence.
After returning to Difeng, Xiao Yun's clone finally returned to his main body. All the battle experience and insights were absorbed by him. This is too much, too much.
After a trip out, I was able to spar with a supreme physique using swordplay, and even discovered an emperor weapon. Time for me to forge the chaos body.
Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Xiao Yun, come out, I must defeat you. Seriously, is that idiot Zhao Wuji itching for a beating? Whatever, I'll beat him up first. Then forge the chaos body later.
Xiao Yun laughed heartily and walked out of the main hall. Long time no see, my junior sisters. Did you miss me, me? Two junior sisters blushed and stepped forward. Long time no see, senior brother. You've become even more handsome. I've always been this handsome. Then he looked at Zhao Wuji with disdain. You really disappoint me? Even a Yifei could go toe-to-toe with you during the Dao Tribulation. You're even worse than a Duluo Dugu Chubai. Zhao Wuji was furious. What the heck do you know? Those two chicks are strong. Even the three of us combined can't decide a winner. After he finished speaking, he realized, wait, how do you know so much?
Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously. Of course, it's a man's intuition. Zhao Wuji was too lazy to pretend. He was full of confidence and shouted, Xiao Yun, you have no idea how much I've improved during this time.
This time, I will definitely defeat you and make you my little bro. After speaking, he emitted a powerful aura and flew into the sky. I've comprehended an arcane. How dare you fight me? Xiao Yun immediately flew into the sky. HMPH, interesting. So what if you were the supreme physique? You comprehended an arcane so quickly.
Two extremely terrifying waves of power suddenly erupted in Difeng. The invincible punch, the war god first, everyone in the chaotic Holy Land understood.
Look, the quasi-godson is out. Zhao Wuji is getting beaten up again.
Two giant fists collided directly, tearing the void in Difeng into hundreds of pieces. They are comparing the strength of their bodies.
Zhao Wuji's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he laughed heartily. Fighting with you is still the most refreshing. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. This guy has condensed the invincible obsession. He has the aura of Dao Tribulation. No wonder he is so arrogant. You must have also entered the extreme awakening realm, right? Zhao Wuji grinned. The extreme realm doesn't belong to you alone. I can also enter it. Today, I will definitely defeat you to become the big brother.
Zhao Wuji became more and more energetic as he fought. And suddenly he shouted,
6 paths of reincarnation fist, only to see a giant gold ant appearing behind him, gradually merging with him.
Remember to admit defeat if you can't take it. I don't want my first little bro to be a dead person.
Xiao Yun, who originally had the upper hand, was secretly forced to retreat by this aura.
Master, will young master be all right? Fu Ling was very worried. This 6 paths of reincarnation first is the ultimate move of the ancient holy body. After all, Dian Tian was full of confidence and said, It's okay, I know my disciple likes to hide his strength. I'm afraid he only used half of his strength.
Xiao Yun's 2 fists immediately released the chaos domain.
This guy has made great progress, much stronger than Jun Xiaoyao, even surpassing Li Chengdi. But Zhao Wuji, this little strength of yours is probably not enough.
Zhao Wuji shouted. You think you're the only one with the domain? War God domain? Reincarnation arcane? All the power is concentrated in this punch. He continued to rush towards Xiao Yun again, but Xiao Yun looked very excited. Very good, Zhao Wuji, you are indeed qualified to see my strength. At this time, Zhao Wuji was showing off, because his combat power had reached its peak, and he threw a punch that he thought was the most imposing. But Xiao Yun didn't want to hide his strength. He shouted, Watch this. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura radiated from his whole body. He raised the sword saint over his head, and at the same time mobilized half of the chaos body and the arcane of swordplay to integrate into the sword. Xiao Yun shouted, Earth Chai Fist, 1 slash shattered the ground.
Zhao Wuji saw this, and was stunned, dumbfounded.
Damn, why is such a terrifying sword intent radiating from Xiao Yun's body? Wait, where have I seen this move before? But it was too late. Boom. One move from Xiao Yun released 250 slashes, directly shattering Zhao Wuji's punch into hundreds of pieces.
Zhao Wuji finally reacted. He gritted his teeth and roared, You are Dugu Chubai.
Then he was blown away by countless sword energies.
Everyone around took a breath of cold air. Holy crap, so strong he defeated Zhao Wuji with just one move. But when did the quasi-godson learn swordplay? Xiao Yun finally retracted his power, so Zhao Wuji was only knocked unconscious. Diantian immediately ordered, "Someone, take this salted fish down to junior sister Shang."
Then he smiled and looked at Xiao Yun. "Come on, good disciple, tell your master about your trip to the eastern wilderness." Xiao Yun immediately said, "Okay, no problem." After an hour, it was still like this.
Diantian praised after listening. Very good, comprehend an arcane. But you must have seen Zhao Wuji's progress in this battle, right? That is the scary thing about their supreme physique. It is easier to comprehend an arcane. The arcane that is comprehended is stronger, and it becomes stronger later.
Xiao Yun's eyes became serious. "Yes, I felt that Zhao Wuji's reincarnation arcane is very strong. I am afraid that Li Chengdi's void and time arcane will be even stronger." Xiao Yun secretly thought that he should forge the chaos body. The chaos body is the strongest supreme physique. Combined with swordplay, his strength will reach a new level. "Master, I have to go into seclusion. Just came back." And going into seclusion, Diantian stammered and asked, "How long will you be in seclusion?" I have something I want to ask you to do, master." "What do you want to tell me?" Diantian blushed and said, I want to find you a mistress, and I need you to go with me to pick up the bride at that time."
Xiao Yun immediately gave his master a like. "Haha, is it Senior Lu of the Mountain and River Sect? Master is good, the old blade is not old. Congratulations. Diantian glared and shouted, "Stinky brat, say less. Remember to come out of seclusion within half a month for me." Xiao Yun immediately said, "Okay, no problem. I promise I won't miss your happy day." After speaking, he turned and left. Back in his room, he immediately sat down in a lotus position. System: use enlightenment on the chaotic universe scripture. This whole enlightenment thing, as cringe as it sounds, is basically always enlightening, always awesome. As Xiao Yun started comprehending the chaotic scripture, streams of chaotic energy rained down from above his head. His body instantly floated into the air, transcending the mortal realm, almost becoming an immortal. At the same time, boom, a resonance of heaven and earth phenomena, and the chaos bell suddenly appeared at Ditin Peak. The resonant sound of the bell spread throughout the entire chaotic Holy Land, its power unbelievably terrifying. Ancient Dick weapons, slumbering for millennia, suddenly awakened. Lei Zhu immediately frowned, his face showing disbelief. "Who, without my permission, is controlling the chaos bell? This kid is just sitting there doing nothing, but all the fossilized skeletons from the Nine Heavens continent are crawling out of their coffins because of him. And who is bringing the purple aura from the east for 3,000 miles? Just then, the dim weapons went back to sleep. Lei Zhu frowned. "Without my permission, who dares to control the chaos bell?" a grand sage reported. "Lei Zhu, we're all here, no one is controlling it." It awakened on its own. Lei Zhu was stunned, then looked around. Indeed, no one was controlling the chaos bell. I've lived this long and never seen anything this weird. Could it be the return of the chaotic great emperor? But as he was pondering, the bell rang again. Golden light enveloped the entire chaotic Holy Land, the bell's sound enlightening everyone. All the disciples who were facing difficulties suddenly felt incredibly clear-headed. Lei Zhu felt his own strength increasing. Holy crap, I'm about to break through from the peak of the Grand Sage realm. He was secretly touching the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, the great Dao resonating, all Daos restored. This was the myriad heavenly paths brought forth by the Chaos Bell. Could it be that the Dini weapon also sees that the Holy Land is declining? Is it guiding us? At that moment, the Chaos Bell rang again, and Dai Peak was enveloped in countless golden clouds. Everyone looked towards Dai Peak. This is too terrifying. 3 flowers converging at the crown, 5 energies returning to the origin, golden lotus connecting to the earth. Dai Peak was filled with a dense aura, almost like an immortal realm. Even Lei Zhu was shocked. Could it be that Xiao Yun brat? He immediately looked through space, sending his divine sense into the heavenly palace, and saw a figure enveloped in chaotic energy. Lei Zhu cursed and pulled his divine sense back 3 meters. This is Xiao Yun, forging the chaotic body. Every cell in his body was screaming. He had to suppress his excitement. This kid, forging the chaotic body, doesn't even know that he shouldn't be disturbed. He immediately raised his hand, creating a barrier of light, protecting the entire Holy Land. Lei Zhu ordered, "Everyone, shut up and stay put. No unauthorized departures, or you'll be punished according to the rules." As soon as he finished speaking, the sages who wanted to peek immediately retracted their thoughts. Then, Lei Zhu suddenly appeared at Dian Peak. Di Tian was about to voice his guess, Lei Zhu, Xiao Yun, he. But Lei Zhu interrupted him.
Relax, he's fine. It's too early to say anything for sure. At this moment, Xiao Yun was enlightened. The light emanating from the chaotic body illuminated the entire heavenly palace, and the potential within his body was being pushed to its absolute limit.
Suddenly, the golden core of spiritual power in his sea of consciousness shattered after reaching its limit, immediately transforming into a chibi version of Xiao Yun.
This is my nascent soul. Xiao Yun sensed the changes happening to his spiritual power. It had transformed into divine sense. Isn't this something you only get in the transcendent realm? I actually got it early.
Moreover, my divine sense is very strong, probably even stronger than a normal transcendent realm cultivator system.
Using enlightenment from the chaotic scripture, and with the shifting of time, Xiao Yun's body has become extremely powerful. The terrifying blood energy, like a purple dragon, flew straight into the sky, and the chaos bell outside rang as if it were possessed by the purple dragon. At this moment, the entire void of the nine heavens continent had turned purple. Such terrifying heaven and earth phenomena directly awakened a fossilized skeleton from the beginning Holy Land. This is purple aura coming from the east for 3,000 miles. Could someone be entering the quasi-emperor realm? The fossilized skeletons of the archaic Holy Land also awakened.
Oh my god, a super powerful special physique must have appeared.
In the heavenly sword Holy Land, an old man was looking up at the sky. Within the purple aura, there is a wave of sword Dako. Which peerless sword Dako genius is this? At the same time, the Qin family of the North Sea, the Ye family of the Eastern Wasteland, the Jun family of the Holy King sect, the Eight Kings sect, the Gongchuo sect, etc., all the major forces had awakened their fossilized skeletons. They all looked towards the chaotic Holy Land. At this moment, Xiao Yun's entire body was enveloped by chaotic energy condensed into a cocoon. Finally, the moment has come. No one knows that the strongest supreme physique in all of history is about to be born. He was clearly only 18 years old, yet he had forged the chaotic body, which others couldn't forge, even after thousands of years. The birth of a supreme physique usually only resulted in one type of ancient heaven and earth phenomenon. But at Deal Peak, there was simultaneously the dragon and phoenix harmonizing, myriad Buddhas paying homage, sun and moon shining together, immortal king descending from the nine heavens, and other great phenomena. Lei Zhu and Dia Tian were truly dumbstruck. Holy crap, he swallowed all nine great phenomena. Is this the true chaotic body being forged?
Lei Zhu secretly sent his divine sense back into the heavenly palace again. After seeing the chaotic cocoon swallow the nine great phenomena, an explosion rang out, and Xiao Yun's whole body emitted a blinding light, directly blinding Lei Zhu's 24K gold-plated alloy eyes. Before he could see the specific situation clearly, his divine sense was blasted out.
In the heavenly palace, Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly opened wide, and 3 streams of great Tao light appeared behind him. The figure of the chaotic great emperor was gradually merging into him, like a god about to descend upon the world. At this moment, the #1 supreme physique in all of history was complete. After forging the chaotic body, Xiao Yun's entire body radiated a powerful aura. Every inch of his skin was glowing. Holy crap, why do I look like a light bulb? This is too blinding. Xiao Yun immediately sealed the chaotic body. It's better to reduce it a bit. I'll release the seal when I need it.
Then, he suddenly discovered that he still had 188 enlightenment chances, and the number was still increasing. There must be a lot of people marveling outside, if that's the case. System, use enlightenment on the profound meaning of chaos. Time flies like a dog chasing rabbits, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, we're out.
But he hadn't even taken a few steps before he was startled, and jumped back. Holy crap, what are you two doing, sitting like a pair of wolves in front of my room so early in the morning? Lei Zhu and Di Tian immediately asked anxiously. You little punk, stop beating around the bush. Did you succeed or not?
Xiao Yun rubbed his head and said that he had succeeded. Hearing this, Lei Zhu was so happy that he jumped up and down. His laughter echoed throughout Difeng. Only after confirming that this kid had forged the chaotic body did he leave in peace. Xiao Yun was speechless. Is Lei Zhu okay? Di Tian was so excited that his eyes were glistening. Finally, the second chaotic body has appeared. This old man is about to faint from joy. My disciple is totally awesome.
Xiao Yun's lips twitched. Isn't it just forging a chaotic body? Why are you so excited? Are you watching a drama or something? Alright. Stop talking, and hurry up and go pick up my Shimu. If I miss the auspicious hour, I'm gonna tell everyone about that time you peeked at the neighbor's daughter bathing when you were a kid.
Xiao Yun blushed.
Shizun, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. Studying the structure of the human body is part of my cultivation." With that, he flew into the sky. "Zhao Wuji, hurry and come pick up Shimu with me."
"Why are we bringing a supreme body to the door when we're picking up the bride?" Xiao Wuji shouted from behind. "Xiao Yun, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've cultivated the sunflower manual." Xiao Yun was speechless. "What did you say? Are you calling me a eunuch?" He immediately punched Zhao Wuji, and with a miserable scream, Xiao Yun's mind cleared, and he continued to fly towards the Shunshui sect.
"I've already forged the chaotic body, okay?" Zhao Wuji immediately retorted, "Holy crap, how long has it been? And you've already forged the #1 supreme body. Have you broken through to the out-of-body realm or something?" Xiao Yun looked at Zhao Wuji with a provocative expression and said, "That's right. It'd be easy for me to beat you until you're crying for your mommy and daddy right now." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and said, "Stop showing off. I'm about to reach the out-of-body realm too." At this moment, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky, heading towards the two of them. "Lei Zhu, you dared to kill my grandson. I will kill the godchild of your chaotic holy land."
After forging the chaotic body, Xiao Yun had just left the mountain, and holy crap, there were 2 peak great saints and a quasi-emperor blocking the door outside.
At this moment, a giant hand was descending on their heads, scaring Xiao Yun out of his wits. What the heck is a great saint? At the critical moment, the chaotic bell fell from the sky, protecting the two of them. The terrifying sound wave instantly shattered the giant hand. Only then did Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji breathe a sigh of relief. Why is this old guy so strong he wants to kill me as soon as I step out the door? At the same time, Lei Zhu, covered in lightning, rushed over. "You audacious bastard, daring to kill our godchild right in front of the Holy Land's gate? Do you think our chaotic Holy Land is really declining?" Lei Zhu was really angry this time. The giant punch immediately flew wildly towards Zhong Quangren. "Kill! Today I will definitely kill you." Zhong Quangren raised his shield to defend and shouted, "Lei Zhu, you're bullying the weak, killing my grandson and still running your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, the light of the terrifying lightning easily shattered Zhong Quangren's defense shield. He couldn't believe it. "How could this be? You've become stronger again." But at this moment, Lei Zhu only had one belief in his heart.
"Whoever dares to touch Xiao Yun, I will kill them. Even if it's a quasi-emperor, I won't spare them." "These two are super strong," Zhao Wuji asked doubtfully. "What did you do to attract these guys?" "Well, this isn't my fault." Xiao Yun looked innocent. "It's like this and then like that, and finally Lei Zhu chopped his grandson to death." Zhao Wuji frowned. "That's not right. If he really wanted revenge, he shouldn't have waited until we were far away before making a move, right?" Xiao Yun's expression turned serious.
"What you're saying makes sense. They definitely have other motives. I feel like something's about to happen." At this moment, Zhong Quangren was blown away again. Lei Zhu sneered and said, "With your meager strength you dare to cause trouble. Luckily, this kid forged the chaotic body and increased my strength, so it's too easy to beat him up now." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, rushing over from behind Lei Zhu. "You're bullying the weak. That's breaking the rules." Immediately after, Zhong Quangren also flew over. All they saw was Lei Zhu dodging left and right, gritting his teeth to resist the two's encirclement attack.
It seemed like he had to use the chaotic bell. Xiao Yun's pupils dilated. "Holy crap, another great saint? This is too shameless. Not only are they 2-on-1, but they're also ambushing."
As if that wasn't enough, just as Lei Zhu was about to summon the chaotic bell, a quasi-emperor appeared in the sky above. "How fun you guys keep fighting. Just ignore me." Mushi smiled kindly. But Lei Zhu didn't dare to easily summon the chaotic bell anymore. Once he didn't have the chaotic bell's shield to protect him, he was afraid that Xiao Yun would be in danger.
"He didn't know what these old guys wanted to do," Zhao Wuji whispered. "Do you think they rushed into the previous celestial phenomenon?" Xiao Yun said. "Very likely. The quasi-emperor said he wanted to take a stroll at their place. Even people miles away could smell it, let alone these powerhouses. They want to rush into that celestial phenomena."
But they probably don't know that I've forged the chaotic body. Even the entire Holy Land probably only knows that Lei Zhu and Shizun know, so they're not here to kill me, but they think that a great saint or quasi-emperor has appeared in the chaotic Holy Land, so they've come to probe our strength.
Boom. At this moment, Lei Zhu had been injured by the two great saints. But even so, it was difficult for the two of them to completely suppress Lei Zhu in a short period of time. Mu Qi revealed an unbelievable expression. "Zhang Dalei, I didn't expect you to be on the threshold of quasi-emperor after not seeing you for a few days."
Lei Zhu glared and snorted.
"This old man advises you to scram quickly, or I won't mind bringing the chaos bell for a stroll around your holy king sect."
Mu Qi gritted his teeth and sneered. "HMPH, Zhang Dalei, don't be so arrogant. I'm just taking a walk. What's it got to do with you? You think your chaos holy land still reigns supreme over the myriad realms?" Just then, A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and another peak Great Saint powerhouse appeared. Muchi, our Chaos Holy Land is just that arrogant. If you don't scram, I'll have to destroy the Holy King sect.
Xiao Yun's pupils widened.
Holy crap! Isn't that the undying old ancestor who crawled out of his coffin? He even fought with Lei Zhu over who would take me as a disciple back then. The undying old ancestor roared. Undying demonic art. A terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. The giant skull opened its mouth and lunged towards Muchi. Muchi's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, you're being unreasonable. You're using a big move right off the bat. I haven't even made a move yet.
He was forced to act, to resist the undying old ancestor's attack.
Xiao Yun was immediately speechless. The undying old ancestor is that awesome. A peak great saint can directly fight a quasi-emperor. Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. What do you even know? The undying demonic art he cultivates is an emperor scripture, which can increase one's strength in a short period. Your Chaos Holy Land was once invincible, possessing at least 5 emperor scriptures. In his heart, Xiao Yun secretly rejoiced. Damn, the undying old ancestor even wanted to pass on the undying demonic art to me. Seems like it's the real deal. I wonder if I can cultivate it. Zhao Wuji's lips twitched. It's definitely the real deal. It's a pity that the 2 old ancestors are about to be unable to hold on anymore. Xiao Yun's eyes turned cold. That's not necessarily true. Maybe I have a way to turn the tide.
Clearly you're just a junior of the manifestation realm, yet you're simultaneously dealing with 7 quasi-emperors. At this moment, Lei Zhu was almost unable to withstand it. Xiao Yun decided to lend him a hand. Now that he had forged the Chaos Body, he could completely control the Chaos Bell. To injure a peak Great Saint is the mark of a high IQ genius. As long as he could hold back Jun Jiaxian and Jun Quangren at a critical moment, he could create an opportunity for Lei Zhu to kill one of them. He immediately formed the Chaos Hand Seal and chanted, "Dare to come to the Chaos Holy Land to kill me, then you must pay the price." Just at this moment, a powerful will swallowed the control of his body. Xiao Yun was extremely shocked. What the hell, there's a Chaos Bell shield. Who dares to do anything to this old man? His spirit was screaming. Who exactly are you? A different voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Rest assured, I won't harm you. We've waited for this moment for millions of years. And finally, we've welcomed the second Chaos Body in history. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. Cut the crap. The Heavenly Emperor can only live for 100,000 years. Speak quickly. Who are you? A phantom suddenly appeared before him.
I'm not a person. I'm the artifact spirit of the Chaos Bell.
Just call me Chaos Bell. Xiao Yun was speechless. He had never heard Lei Zhu mention that the Chaos Bell had an artifact spirit.
His expression showed disdain. You mean Zhang Da Lei? He's just an annoying pest who couldn't comprehend the Chaos Hand Seal, nagging in my ear for thousands of years, saying he wanted to commit suicide, so I reluctantly helped him.
Xiao Yun was so astonished that his jaw dropped.
Damn. Lei Zhu had to fake it to control the Chaos Bell, and now the Chaos Bell has entered Xiao Yun's body. Let's go, kid. Let's conquer the myriad realms together. Xiao Yun was about to go crazy. Stop, stop, stop. I swear I'd rather die than let you live in my body. So you should go back to the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell thought it misheard, so it reminded him that it was the artifact spirit of an emperor weapon.
With my guidance, a chaos body like you can improve quickly.
But Xiao Yun retorted. Hey, having a parasite in my body, isn't that like Xiao Yan over there? No, this old man has a system already. I don't need you. He was so scared that he got goosebumps and pushed the artifact spirit away. I don't want you to be around when I get intimate with my older sisters. Get out of me. I'm not used to someone else living in my body. The Chaos Bell sighed helplessly. Alright, from now on, within the scope of the Chaos Holy Land, you have the first right to control the Chaos Bell. Call me if you have any problems. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was ecstatic. Doesn't that mean the Emperor weapon is mine? But you've always followed the Chaos Emperor. Do you know about the one who has declined? Chaos Bell said in a deep voice. Once you reach the immortal path, only by going to the immortal realm can you increase your lifespan. In his heart, Xiao Yun was incomparably astonished. He didn't expect the immortal path in the legends to be real. At this moment, Xiao Yun asked about the current situation. Do you have a way to make those 3 disappear? Chaos Bell sighed. Are you 2 still not clear about the current situation? It's not just those 3 who came. Then he pointed to Xiao Yun's forehead. Look at the situation now. Immediately after, a third eye appeared between Xiao Yun's brows. And after looking around, he was so scared that his back turned cold. Holy SHT, there are dozens of peak great saints, and just the quasi-emperors like Mushoxi alone number 6, including one quasi-emperor carrying an emperor weapon.
This is too terrifying. So many peerless powerhouses joining forces want to eliminate the Chaos Holy Land.
No, they're here to scout. They think someone in the Chaos Holy Land has broken through to Quasi-Emperor. If they find out that's not the case, they'll swallow the entire Chaos Holy Land together.
Xiao Yun took a deep breath. And only now did he realize that the Chaos Holy Land was in danger.
Hey, Chaos Bell. You don't have a way, do you? Chaos Bell raised an eyebrow. The only way now is to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys.
If the strongest Quasi-Emperor is repelled, the others won't dare to step forward, Xiao Yun said in doubt.
If that's the case, then let the Quasi-Emperor of our Chaos Holy Land take action. Unexpectedly, the Chaos Bell directly denied it. No, that person's lifespan is only enough to take action once. Now, the only one who can save the Chaos Holy Land is you.
Xiao Yun was stunned. Don't joke around. Even if a mosquito could block a nuclear bomb with its bare hands, someone with a manifestation realm like me couldn't defeat a Quasi-Emperor carrying an Emperor weapon,
Chaos Bell said seriously. The Chaos Emperor once left a mark on me. As long as you absorb it, you can release the Chaos Emperor's combat power for a short time. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was extremely surprised. Heavens, the Chaos Emperor's combat power, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The artifact spirit immediately flew towards the Chaos Bell and said, Okay, bet. I will immediately awaken the mark.
You can directly use the Chaos Body to absorb it, Xiao Yun smiled. 7 Quasi-Emperors and a dozen peak Great Saints, huh? You just wait and see how this old man teaches you a lesson.
So like, a whole bunch of superpowered peeps are congregating at the mountain gates, plotting to wipe out the chaotic Holy Land. Little do they know, Xiao Yun has awakened the chaotic Great Emperor. Plus, there are 6 pseudo-emperors chilling in the air, and even Zhao Wuji's family is here. Zhao Zengyi. Are you guys allying with the chaotic Holy Land because you secretly want Zhao Wuji to control it, huh?
Even after being called out, this ancient desolate Holy Land pseudo-emperor is still acting all cocky. What's it to ya? The dude's got a long lifespan ahead of him. Anyone who messes with him is gonna get dragged down as a cushion.
At this moment, the primal chaos Holy Land pseudo-emperor snorts coldly. This chaotic Holy Land ship is already sinking. Zhao Zengyi, I advise you to keep your distance from them ASAP. Suddenly, an emperor weapon appears above the pseudo-emperor's head, and the Jun family is releasing some serious threat vibes towards the chaotic Holy Land. Just then, a pair of golden eyes shows up in the sky and says, Jun Shentong, how dare you? Does your Jun family really want to start a war with my chaotic Holy Land? Dozens of top-tier great saints hastily retreat. This is the Battle Ancestor, the 8,000-year-old pseudo-emperor of the chaotic Holy Land.
His seniority is, like, insane.
But Jun Shentong, in the Wentian realm, doesn't give a damn.
Battle Ancestor, Zhang Dalai killed our Jun family's half-step great saint. Just hand over the one who killed him, and we can call it even today.
With the help of the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun sees the image of Lei Zhu Baling, and he's the one who blinded himself in Wentian. Seeing Jun Zantian and Baling, the heck, talk about ignorant and shameless powerhouses, and the Chaos Bell just snorted and said, That's the Jun family's Wentian realm, rumored to not only be able to calculate the future, but also has immense power. Ha! Immense power, huh? We'll see how powerful it is when we start throwing punches. After absorbing the brand, Xiao Yun immediately tells the Chaos Bell to send Zhao Wuji back to the Holy Land.
While Xiao Yun starts merging these great emperor imprints, hoping to finish before anyone gets hurt.
At that moment, Lei Zhu, struggling to fight 2 opponents, roars. Jun Shentong, Jun Zantian, is clearly bullying the weak. What's wrong with me killing him, Zhang Dalai? That's your excuse. Before Lei Zhu can retort, Jun Quangren and Jun Yitian team up and attack him. The ultimate combo, unmatched in the world, a celestial flying immortal. Lei Zhu grits his teeth, enduring the attack.
You despicable, shameless bastards! You're pushing it too far!
But he doesn't dare to call for help, because the chaotic Holy Land can't send out any more strong fighters, or their trump card will be exposed. Now, all he can do is buy time for Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun gets stronger, the Holy Land will turn the tables. Just then, Boom. The Battle Ancestor releases terrifying pressure, his voice like the drums of doomsday ringing in the air. No one can kill our great saint at the gates of the chaotic Holy Land. Jun Shentong laughs smugly. Oh, you've recovered your will. You really don't have much lifespan left, do you? If you're so tough, come fight me. The Battle Ancestor retorts bluntly. Indeed, I don't have much lifespan left, and can only fight once. But I can still kill you with the Chaos Bell. Jun Shentong is scared out of his mind and stammers, My remaining lifespan is reserved for the ancient god one of the primal chaos Holy Land. What, Jun Shentong, do you want to replace him?
The ancient god sneers. Jun brother, he's just bluffing. If not, with his hot-headed personality, he would have already made a move. Jun Shentong glances at the ancient god one. We were both baited here by this guy. You never know what's real and what's fake with him.
The battle ancestor's eyes suddenly unleash two beams of light that pierce through the ancient god. One's body, haha, if you think I'm a good deal, why don't you dare to meet me with your true form? Afraid I'll wipe you out. Jun Shentong is so angry he grinds his teeth. That damned ancient god, one dares to use this old man to probe the battle ancestor.
But things have come to this point, and he can't just leave.
Battle ancestor. I demand an answer regarding Zhang Dalei's matter. Before the battle ancestor can speak, the chaos bell rings out. A terrifying aura sweeping across the entire Nine Heavens continent, and a cold voice echoes, "An answer. I'll give you one now. This is Xiao Yun's voice. But now Xiao Yun is a great emperor."
Even the 8-year-old battle ancestor couldn't deter these powerhouses. But Xiao Yun, at 18, standing there scares all the pseudo-emperors into running for the hills. Because Xiao Yun right now is the chaotic great emperor who swept across the myriad realms, standing atop an emperor weapon. His terrifying pressure sweeping across the 9 heavens is 100 times stronger than the battle ancestor.
Jun Shentong's eyelids twitch violently. You, who are you? At this moment, all the pseudo-emperors and great saints feel a chill run down their spines. Holy crap! The chaotic Holy Land is hiding someone even stronger than the battle ancestor. Light emanates from Xiao Yun's entire body. He looks super strong now. I am the chaotic great emperor. Everyone is stunned.
Holy crap, the chaotic great emperor is still alive. Run, run. Dozens of top-tier great saints hiding in the void ditch everything and flee. Jun Shentong is so scared his jaw drops he can't believe there's still a great emperor in this world. All sorts of heavenly phenomena appear behind Xiao Yun. Jun Shentong, you dare to cause trouble in my chaotic Holy Land? You'll have to pay the price. This terrifying pressure is definitely from a great emperor. Even Jun Shentong, wielding an emperor weapon, wants to kneel down and kowtow.
The chaotic great emperor has awakened again. Lei Zhu and the undying ancestor are both powerhouses of the Holy Land. But they didn't know the Holy Land had such a trump card. Even the battle ancestor is stunned.
Xiao Yun's appearance turns the situation around 180 degrees. Jun Quangren and Jun Yixian, who were originally in the upper hand, are scared out of their minds. Now they just want to go home and find their moms, while Lei Zhu is ecstatic like he's on a chicken blood high.
He chases after the two fleeing great saints and slays them. Haha, you want to run? I won't let you. Gong Zhuo sect. No wait, the Saint King sect's would-be emperor. That's right. He was so scared that he hauled ass out of there. His escape speed was faster than a ballistic missile. Seriously. But immortal old ancestor wasn't about to let him get away that easily. He immediately unleashed another move. Mu Qi got hit and started spewing blood like crazy, not daring to slow down for even a second. After taking a few hits in a row, he finally panicked and ran. Immortal old ancestor was too lazy to chase after him though.
So he helped Lei Zhu block Jun Yixian and Jun Quangren. A sense of dread started bubbling up in Jun Shentong's heart. That damn Jiyu Shenyi, he's gonna get me killed this time. Seeing Quangren and Yixian in danger, I gotta save them. They're the Jun family's strongest peak stage great saints. If they kick the bucket here, the Jun family will suffer a huge loss. He immediately burned his great emperor essence blood, fully activating his Wenxian realm, and yelled, "You too, run!" Right after, terrifying emperor's might attacked the great emperors. Xiao Zhao's awakened too. Those peak stage great saints who were already running for their lives got scared out of their minds. Holy crap, 2 great emperors showing up at once. Even a dog wouldn't sniff around this mess. But with the help of great emperor Xiao Zhao, Jun Yixian and Jun Quangren managed to escape Lei Zhu and immortal old ancestor. Many thanks, old ancestor. We're out of here. Remember to take care of yourself, old man. Xiao Yun watched helplessly as those two ran off. Too bad it takes time to fully restore the great emperor's mark. Well, guess I'll use the ones who haven't escaped yet as my test subjects. With that, he raised his giant hand.
Right after, an extremely long finger pierced through the void,
flying towards those would-be emperors and peak stage great saints who were trying to flee. He was so hyped that he shouted,
"Haha, this is awesome. If you like causing trouble when you're bored, you'll regret it." After becoming a chaotic great emperor,
Xiao Yun just needed to raise his hand, and those peak stage great saints who were trying to escape instantly kicked the bucket on the spot,
while the would-be emperors were being burned by divine fire and screaming bloody murder. Damn it. That damn Jiyu Shenyi, just you wait.
Jiyu Shenyi, whose 18 generations of ancestors were being cursed, was directly killed, leaving not even a bone behind. Of course, this was just one of his clones. Zhao Wuji's family was the most aggrieved.
Chaotic great emperor, are you blind? Hurry up and go to the Taichu Holy Land and find Qin Jiyu Shenyi. Why are you Qin me? I'm on your side. When those 4 emperor weapons flew into the air, they barely managed to extinguish the chaotic great emperor's divine fire. The 4 would-be emperors immediately hauled ass, but this time, they lost half their lives. They probably won't dare to take a stroll outside for the next few years. At this point, Xiao Yun couldn't control his body anymore, but he could feel that he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he looked towards the Taichu Holy Land. Ji Shenyi is the big fish.
In the future, this guy will definitely be the biggest hidden danger for the chaotic Holy Land,
he immediately shouted. In the Sea of Consciousness, Ancestor, come out quickly and attack the Taichu Holy Land. It would be even better if you could kill some of Taichu's peak experts. But at this moment, the chaotic Great Emperor only wanted to fight Great Emperor Xiao Zhao. Xiao Yun was about to get a fever from anxiety.
Ancestor, big brother, what are you doing fighting Great Emperor Xiao Zhao for? Just go kill some of the Taichu Holy Land's peak experts.
But the Ancestor had already taken over his body and charged towards Great Emperor Xiao Zhao, Chaotic Fist, Heavenly Flying Immortal. Boom! The battle between the two great emperors shattered the void.
The would-be emperors had no choice but to stay at the Holy Land to watch the fight. As for Xiao Yun, he was too lazy to pay attention to these guys,
because he surprisingly found that the chaotic fist that the Ancestor was using was a fusion of the mysteries of chaos.
If he didn't participate now, when would he
use enlightenment on chaotic first? As the chaotic Great Emperor was controlling his body to fight with Great Emperor Xiao Zhao, his own mysteries of chaos were also increasing rapidly. After a period of time,
Great Emperor Xiao Zhao transformed into a point of light and disappeared into the air. Xiao Yun was stunned on the spot.
Is that it? Great Emperor Xiao Zhao is too weak. I was having fun. And he went home. We're both great emperors, so why is there such a big gap? He quickly transmitted his voice to the Ancestor. Hello, if you're tired of fighting, then quickly go to the Taichu Holy Land and destroy their home. But the chaotic Great Emperor still ignored him. In the end, he looked towards the chaotic Holy Land, and then disappeared.
Xiao Yun was dizzy and depressed as hell.
Please, chaotic? Bro, it's not easy for you to come back once. You must kill a would-be emperor before you go.
Zhang Hundun couldn't help but blame him.
You stinky brat, instead of talking nonsense here, you might as well go to the Taichu Holy Land yourself.
Xiao Yun's eyes widened.
What the hell? With my little strength, how am I supposed to fight? But then his mouth dropped open. Holy crap. Although the mark has disappeared, the Great Emperor's power is still there. Don't tell me I've become an emperor, Zhang Hundun shouted. Become an emperor, my ass. It's true that the Great Emperor's power is still there, but it will only last for a day, so don't waste it.
Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold.
HMPH. One day is enough. In an era without a great emperor, I am invincible. Those turtles dare to bully the chaotic Holy Land. Your Xiao Great Emperor has arrived.
Clearly, he was just a young cultivator who had just entered the world of cultivation. But with just one person and one bell, he could destroy a great emperor family. No one dared to touch the world of cultivation, all because Xiao Yun was now a great emperor who could destroy the lower realm. After feeling his terrifying strength, Xiao Yun took the chaotic bell and broke through the void to fly to the Jun family.
When Lei Zhu and Immortal Old Ancestor saw this, they also followed. They really hoped that the old ancestor could help them vent their anger.
Xiao Yun didn't say a word and just threw a punch at the Jun family. Logically, they should be dead meat, but Jun Shentong activated the emperor-level formation to protect the Jun family.
When Di Tian Xiaojiao saw this, he trembled like a leaf. He had no idea that the person wiping out the Jun family was Xiao Yun, whom he'd looked down upon just days ago. This one punch slammed down on the emperor formation, causing the Jun family's world to fall apart.
Everyone from the Jun family trembled and knelt down. Jun Shentong gritted his teeth, maintaining the emperor formation, and said, "Please, great emperor, spare us. The Jun family guarantees we won't dare offend the chaotic Holy Land again." Awakening Emperor Tian Xiaojiao had drained his vital energy, and even as a quasi-emperor, he couldn't hold on for long. Xiao Yun frowned, looking at the formation below, and asked, "This piece of crap is pretty powerful," Xinling explained. "This is an emperor formation, the formations that great emperors often set up in the immortal path to protect their descendants." Xiao Yun immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Where's the bell? Let me see if my chaotic bell is stronger than your formation." Immediately afterward, the chaotic bell appeared, its supreme emperor weapon intent sweeping across the 9 heavens continent. At this moment, all the quasi-emperors were so ashamed they wanted to bury themselves alive, because they were next. Boom! For the first time in thousands of years, this peerless emperor weapon was displaying its full power. Jun Shentong, gritting his teeth to maintain the formation, vomited blood, while everyone else in the Jun family was suppressed. They were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were full of despair and fear. And they kept yelling, "Great Emperor, spare us!" Through the emperor formation, Xiao Yun saw Tian Xiaojiao trembling like a leaf, and he thought about his arrogant appearance at the sword meet, and he was thrilled to the bone.
Looking at the Jun family, his eyes turned cold. "Spare you, that's a joke." As he spoke, boom, the enormous emperor weapon descended again. "If the chaotic Holy Land were attacked today, would you spare us?" Xiao Yun wasn't a saint. He couldn't sympathize with his enemies. Jun Shentong was struck again, spitting out blood everywhere, and his face turned pale. Xiao Yun exclaimed in surprise. "This emperor formation is pretty tough. It's been a long time, and it's still not broken." Qinling frowned. "Once the emperor formation is set up, it will constantly absorb the power of heaven and earth, so it can always get stronger. Our chaotic Holy Land's emperor formation is also millions of years old. Shouldn't it be even stronger?" "No. The chaotic Holy Land's emperor formation has been explored too many times by the descendants of the great emperors, so it's not much stronger than the Jun families." Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. "Then why didn't those great emperors just destroy the chaotic Holy Land?" "Because the great emperors have all gone to the immortal path, and they'll meet the chaotic great emperor sooner or later. Whoever dares to kill us is the enemy of the chaotic great emperor." As they spoke, Xiao Yun continued to wield the chaotic bell, striking at the emperor formation. Jun Shentong collapsed. He was despairing. Everything was over. "Great emperor, please. The Jun family agrees to compensate you at any cost, but we can't stay here for long. Destroying the Taishe Holy Land is much better than destroying us." Xiao Yun didn't expect this guy to guess that he couldn't stay here too long and was still playing the pity card. Qi also suggested going to attack the Taishe Holy Land first, fearing that the Taishe's emperor formation was much stronger than the Jun families. After destroying the Jun family and then thinking about eliminating the Taishe Holy Land, there might not be enough time. Xiao Yun immediately gave the thumbs up. "Okay, let's go eliminate the Taishe Holy Land first then. But before I go, I have to stir up the Jun family first. Eliminating 2 top great saints isn't too much to ask for, right?" He immediately looked at the Jun family and said, "If you can satisfy my demands, then today this emperor will spare the Jun family once." After becoming Xiao the Great Emperor, Xiao Yun just needed one palm to flatten the entire Holy King sect. Right now, he was plundering the Jun family for laws, sword douse, and time. Jun Shentong was immediately dumbfounded. What does the chaotic Great Emperor need these kinds of laws for? At that moment, the chaotic bell above his head rang out. Xiao Yun growled softly, "Why aren't you taking them out?" Only then did Jun Shentong react. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. Keeping his life was the most important thing. He immediately offered him the celestial flight beyond. "Here, Great Emperor, our Jun family doesn't have laws on sword Tao or time, but this divine power does have some secrets about the Tao of time." Xiao Yun took it and snorted twice. What a pity. This celestial flight beyond is just a mediocre divine power, but at least it has secrets about time. This young master will reluctantly accept it and study it a bit. After plundering the celestial flight beyond, Xiao Yun continued to unleash his terrifying emperor might. "Just one celestial flight beyond isn't enough for me to overlook the mistakes the Jun family made." Jun Shentong's face was full of despair. "Whatever requests the great emperor has, our Jun family will do our best to fulfill them." Xiao Yun looked at Jun Yiqian and Jun Quangren and smiled coldly. "Those who invaded my holy land must be punished, no matter how far away they are. Jun Quangren and Jun Yiqian must die." Saying these words made Xiao Yun feel incredibly good, but the 2 top great saints were trembling. "We're screwed, that's so bad. Are we really going to die?" Jun Shentong was extremely desperate. Jun Quangren and he were from the same generation, and couldn't advance to quasi-emperor, so it wouldn't matter if he died. But Jun Yiqian was still young, and had many opportunities to become a quasi-emperor, so he pleaded with him. "Please, Great Emperor, spare them. Please be merciful to them." Our Jun family agrees to. But before he could finish speaking, the aura of extreme Tao Emperor might descended. Xiao Yun's voice echoed across the sky. "They must die. I don't need the conditions you offer. I'm Emperor Xiao now. If I don't take this opportunity to make these 2 arrogant bastards disappear, are we just going to wait until they become quasi-emperors and come knocking on our door?" Jun Shentong was struck by the chaotic bell again and vomited blood. At this moment, Jun Yiqian couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. "Supreme Ancestor, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the Jun family." At this moment, Jun Shentong's heart ached like it was being cut with a knife. Then he regretted it. He regretted touching the chaotic Holy Land in the first place. At this moment, Jun Quangren also stood up, and the responsibility of the whole Jun family had to be borne by Jun Tian Xiaojiao. Everyone looked down on it. I originally wanted to take him out to cultivate, but I'm afraid there's no chance anymore. "Jun Shentong, I'll leave the Jun family and him to you from now on." At this moment, the 2 men were utterly terrified. Standing outside the emperor formation, Xiao Yun immediately threw 2 punches towards Yun Quangren and Jun Yiqian. Boom! The ground shook. In the final moment, Jun Quangren broke through to quasi-emperor, but he still had to die. Their bodies shattered into 100 pieces, then disappeared bit by bit, finally shouting a last sentence. Zhao Zhao, the Jun family's future depends on you.
Jun Xiaojiao, forced into a daze, saw their broken ashes and stood up, crying his heart out. Crazy old ancestor, I won't let you down.
Behind him, the vision of the immortal king physique appeared, looking towards Xiao Yun. I will definitely become a great emperor in the future, Zhang Hundun suspiciously said, not killing him. Aren't you afraid of having another opponent on the emperor road in the future? Xiao Yun smiled coldly. Whatever, I'm still invincible among my peers. Zhang Hundun was immediately speechless. Well, this kid is really confident. After Ditian's aura disappeared, the Jun family finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Jun Shentong immediately ordered, from today onwards our Jun family will close its doors. No one stronger than a saint is allowed to leave. Next, Xiao Yun flew to the Holy King's sect. Zhang Hundun didn't understand. Weren't they going to eliminate the Taichu Holy Land? Xiao Yun snorted and said, I'll wipe out the Holy King's sect on the way first.
That old geezer Mu Qi doesn't have an emperor weapon. One slap from me will kill him.
After arriving at the Holy King's sect, he found that the entire sect was empty.
Damn it, they ran fast. I let that old Mu Qi escape. Xiao Yun was very annoyed, and he immediately threw a void punch. I didn't kill anyone, so I'll destroy your spiritual veins. He casually changed the Holy King sect's entrance to the Kongzhuo sect. In fact, a clone of Mu Qi was hiding nearby. He saw this scene, and his heart ached. Oh my God, no more spiritual veins. How will we cultivate talents in the future? He immediately cursed Jiyu Chenyi 1,000 times. I was screwed over by this damn guy. He said the Chaos Holy Land was declining, but he's the one hiding like a rat. The day is still early. Xiao Yun continued his journey to the Taichu Holy Land. Anyway, the Holy King sect doesn't have an emperor weapon, so even if they send out a quasi-emperor, they won't pose a threat to the Chaos Holy Land. Can you believe it? The Taichu Holy Land, the strongest force in the Juxiao continent, which no one dares to invade, was crushed under Xiao Yun's emperor's feet. After becoming a great emperor, Xiao Yun decided to loot a little. He flew into the sky, directly going to Zhao Wuji's house. The quasi-emperor was scared out of his wits, and only dared to use a clone to greet him. "O great emperor, handsome and radiant, the wasteland Holy Land is your friend, please have mercy." Xiao Yun was too lazy to listen to his flattery, and directly told him to hand over the law of sword Tao of time. Hearing this, the quasi-emperor was stunned. Does the Chaos Great Emperor lack something like this? Reporting to the Great Emperor, our wasteland Holy Land does not have the law of sword Tao of time, but I feel that you can loot it from the heavenly sword Holy Land. Their sword of future is the law of sword Tao of time. After a long while, Xiao Yun indeed looted the sword of future from the heavenly sword Holy Land. Haha! Next is waiting for my grandson's law of sword Tao of space. Once I comprehend the 7 types of sword intent, I can get the emperor weapon at the divine sword mountain. Xiao Yun was so excited that he jumped up and down. With these 2 emperor weapons, the Chaos Holy Land will no longer be afraid of anyone. But the Chaos Bell couldn't help but say, I advise you not to waste time on the sword Dao anymore. The sword intent is strong but difficult to become the main Dao. Becoming a great emperor will delay you. Study the great Dao of chaos. If someone else achieves the main Dao before you, you're dead for sure. Xiao Yun shook his head and laughed. Are you kidding me? I have a system that can open up opportunities. How can I let someone else become emperor first? Never mind, I won't tell anyone about the system and the emperor weapon for now. After arriving at the Taichu Holy Land, Xiao Yun was too lazy to talk to them. He directly lifted his foot and stomped down. Immediately after, boom! A terrifying emperor's aura emanated out, and the formation began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Yun's voice resounded. Those who invaded the Chaos Holy Land, even if they run far away, will still be punished. At this time, all the forces knew that the Chaos Great Emperor was attacking the Taichu Holy Land. Perhaps after this battle, the situation of the Juxiao continent is about to change. The 8 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land trembled in fear. Oh crap, we're screwed. The Chaos Great Emperor wants to destroy our Holy Land. It's still time to leave the Juxiao continent now. Lei Zhu, who was watching the commotion, immediately burst out laughing. Haha, no wonder he's the Chaos Great Emperor. So badass. The immortal old ancestor said that Jiyu Chenyi is very cunning, and it's probably not easy to deal with him. Only to see Jiyu Chenyi gritting his teeth and mobilizing the Emperor weapon to maintain the Emperor formation, then shouted, You are not the Chaos Great Emperor at all. You only have the strength of a Great Emperor, but not the realm of a Great Emperor. Who exactly are you? Lei Zhu looked at Xiao Yun's back with an unbelievable gaze. This terrifying aura is definitely that of a great emperor, but what Jiyu Chenyi said makes a lot of sense. If he is not the old ancestor great emperor, then who is he? Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that kid? Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. HMPH. As expected, Gu Chenyi is an old fox. He could even see through that, damn it. He immediately added another palm strike. What do you care if I'm a great emperor or not? As long as I have the strength of a great emperor, that's enough.
Boom. The emperor formation shook violently, but it was maintained by the emperor weapon, so it didn't suffer any damage. Xiao Yun frowned. The defensive power of this emperor weapon is so strong, much stronger than the Jun family's Wentian mirror. Zhong Hundun nodded. That's normal, because this emperor weapon was created by a celestial emperor, so its power is of course far beyond ordinary emperor weapons.
Just use me to attack directly. My master's strength is not inferior to any celestial emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Yun exerted all his strength to mobilize the Chaos Bell to attack the emperor formation. The aura of the extreme Dao emperor weapon descended, and Gu Chenyi was beaten until he vomited blood. The great emperor is really terrifying. Even if he only has the strength, it's enough to injure me.
Just at this moment, a quasi-emperor appeared next to him.
Chenyi, Mo Huang, I'm here to help you preside over the emperor formation. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers, including Lei Zhu, were completely stunned. Holy crap, what a surprise. The Taichu Holy Land actually hid a second quasi-emperor. No wonder they have always suppressed other Holy Lands. Everyone didn't expect that the Taichu Holy Land would have two quasi-emperors, because two quasi-emperors plus an emperor weapon would be enough to sweep the entire Nine Heavens continent. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh.
Two great emperors, huh? Hey, today one of you's gonna bite the dust. With that, he relentlessly poured power into the Chaos Bell and unleashed it against the Taichu's emperor formation.
This terrifying scene looked like the end of the world was coming.
The two quasi-emperors were hammered so hard they spat out blood. If the Taichu Holy Land's emperor formation wasn't tough enough, Xiao Yun would have shattered it ages ago. Then, one of the quasi-emperors stared daggers at Xiao Yun and yelled, "Shen Yi wasn't wrong, you're just some punk who doesn't understand the profound mysteries, you're no great emperor at all, just who the hell are you?" While attacking the emperor formation, Xiao Yun kept on bragging to those two fossilized old bones.
Of course I'm the great Chaos Emperor, duh. Liar. The great emperors are on the immortal path and can only send strength, they can't send too much consciousness. How could you be him? Gu Shenyi sneered. You don't even know this? I doubt you're even a great sage.
Xiao Yun's eyes turned dark. Heh, these two bastards really are millennia-old fossils, so you think you're smart enough to figure out my real identity, huh? Anyway, Xiao Yun is only at the out-of-body realm. Talking too much is useless. Xiao Yun was too lazy to waste words on them. He went all out, swinging the Chaos Bell towards the Emperor formation.
Gu Shenyi continued to mock. You claim to be peerless expert, wielding the power of a great emperor, yet you won't even say your name. You guys from the Chaos Holy Land are all turtles hiding in your shells. Xiao Yun made a face. PSH? Trying to use reverse psychology? You want to try to BS me? He glared at them and said, Who said I'm scared? So what if you know who I am? You're both dead meat today anyway. Listen up, I am. The two old guys below were so excited they were trembling. Finally, he's gonna say it. This guy really is young, a little flattery, and he's already showing off.
But Xiao Yun just sneered and taunted. Gu Shenyi, you good-for-nothing grandson. Actually, I'm your long-lost grandpa, Gu Wudi.
Gu Shenyi was so angry his eyes almost popped out. You little punk, you're playing me. Just wait till I find you. I'll teach you some manners.
The quasi-emperor beside him couldn't hold it in anymore. Haha, I'm dying from laughter. Gu Shenyi was grinding his teeth in fury, he said. Is it that funny? Sorry. I just couldn't help it. It's just that I never thought that there would be someone daring to talk like that to you. Never mind, let's use that move.
At this moment the people of the Chaos Holy Land were laughing their heads off. They never expected that the old fart Gu Shenyi would be teased like this. Di Tian also chuckled. Haha, the Chaos Ancestor is so funny. Suddenly his eyes widened. Holy crap, this style is way too familiar. Could it be my precious hidden disciple? After he remembered that the Chaos Bell had protected Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, and he only brought Zhao Wuji back, plus Xiao Yun had forged the Chaos Body so it could only be him. At this moment Lei Zhu suddenly transmitted his voice. Is that Xiao Yun? It's gotta be him. Then he asked back halfway. Can the Chaos Body awaken the great Chaos Emperor? Lei Zhu shook his head. What do you mean? Even Lei Zhu had never heard of such a thing. It's likely that the Chaos Ancestor left something in the Chaos Bell that Xiao Yun could only use once. You two are right. Let's hope this time Xiao Yun can make the Taichu Holy Land explode.
Just then, Gu Shenyi yelled,
You little punk. You don't have much great emperor power left. Once it's gone, I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. Then the two opened their inner heavens, and 5 coffins were summoned at the same time.
Seeing this scene, Lei Zhu was deeply suspicious.
He could sense that the people lying in the coffins were at least top-tier great sage powerhouses, and they concealed such a familiar aura. What exactly is this old geezer trying to do? At this time, the 5 coffins fell to the ground together. With such a powerful consciousness, they must be top-tier great sages. Don't worry, even if 5 top-tier great sages come together, it'll be useless. Xiao Yun smirked mockingly. Yu Shenyi, are you kidding me? You think these few great sages can stop me? This terrifying formation is about to collapse? Yu Shenyi spat out a mouthful of blood, sneered, and said, You think these are the powerhouses of our Taichu Holy Land? If they are not powerhouses of Taichu Holy Land, then what are they? Just as Xiao Yun was feeling suspicious, boom, a coffin was opened. Inside was a body being sealed. Xiao Yun was extremely surprised. This person was dying. Only a little breath remained. What trick is Yu Shenyi playing? Only to see him growl softly. Sacrifice. Immediately afterwards, a scream came from the coffin. The emperor weapon then emitted a dazzling red light, constantly devouring the soul and body of this powerhouse. Xiao Yun shivered, feeling goosebumps all over. Holy shit, that's so evil, I don't even know whose family member it is. Not only the bones, not even the soul is left. At this moment, the elders of the Chaos Holy Land, including Di Tian, all exclaimed in shock. It's ancestor Li Feng, Yu Shenyi, you damn old man, I must kill you, Lei Zhu. And ancestor Undying were also shocked. That was their closest comrade and partner. Yu Shenyi's gloomy eyes stared at Xiao Yun. Haha, seeing your elder being tortured to death is very uncomfortable, right? It's all your own doing. If you hadn't attacked the Emperor formation, I wouldn't have needed to sacrifice. You're the one who killed him. At this moment, Xiao Yun was really angry. Although he had never met ancestor Li Feng, he knew how much Lei Zhu loved him. They were all seniors like Lei Zhu. He roared madly. Zhong Hundun frantically attacked the Taichu Emperor formation. I must kill your turtle-headed family, and spare no chickens or dogs. But after swallowing the power of old ancestor Li Feng, the originally weak Emperor formation became much stronger again. Xiao Yun couldn't help but sneer. PSH. It seems that the founder is not very good. It is written in ancient books that an emperor's eye can kill a quasi-emperor. As a result, I've been attacking for so long and they are still standing. Zhang Hundun was speechless. You two stop pretending. You can't even borrow 1,000th of the emperor's power properly. At most, it's just a pseudo-emperor. Xiao Yun instantly shut up. Holy crap, not even 1,000th. Is the gap between great emperor and quasi-emperor bigger than the frickin' Milky Way? That's terrifying. Whatever, let's keep attacking the Taichu Holy Land. He didn't know when the great emperor's power would disappear, so he had to give it his all. Let fate decide. Half an hour later, the great sages in the 5 coffins had all been sacrificed. The 2 quasi-emperors frantically vomited blood. They were heavily injured and barely hanging on. But Xiao Yun's great emperor power didn't weaken at all. Yu Shenyi looked at Xiao Yun with suspicion. He always thought it was Din Tian. But he was clearly wrong because a half-assed chaos physique couldn't withstand the great emperor's power for so long. Even a quasi-emperor's body would be wrecked. Seeing this scene, the remaining quasi-emperor was also shocked. What now? We can only sacrifice the great sages of our Taichu Holy Land. Are we going to have to sacrifice all of them to make his great emperor power disappear? That's too damn expensive. Yu Shenyi revealed a worried expression. If we have to sacrifice someone, let me go. If I summon our ancestor, there might be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, he was like a peerless hero. His voice echoed throughout the Taichu Holy Land. The other quasi-emperor was so moved he was speechless. He always thought Yu Shenyi was a sneaky bastard. Sorry, junior brother Yu, I blamed you before. Yu. Shenyi pretended to be natural and said, Senior brother, we're bros. Don't apologize, I'm leaving the Taichu Holy Land to you. When I force that guy to reveal his true identity, no matter what, you have to get rid of him. The quasi-emperor looked at Yu Shenyi and said seriously, Shenyi, only you can bring the Taichu Holy Land to its peak, so let me sacrifice myself. Hearing this, Yu Shenyi immediately became sinister. Alright then, senior brother, have a safe trip. I'll protect the Taichu Holy Land well. The quasi-emperor almost lost his balance. Dude, could you be a little more polite? You agreed so readily. Were you just acting with me just now? The old man, who ascended to quasi-emperor 1,000 years ago and never left his cave, was just a secret weapon of the Holy Land. But to deal with the 18-year-old Xiao Yun, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself. Right now, he was cursing Yu Shenyi 1,000 times in his heart, even scheming against his own senior brother. He deserves to be cursed. He bravely flew out of the Emperor formation. Boom! A terrifying aura covered the entire Jushao continent, and a terrifying Emperor might was recovering. He could fight a great Emperor before his lifespan reached its limit. He was extremely excited. Come on, Xiao Yun looked at this scene.
Very suspicious.
Can this old guy also summon the Great Emperor's power? No, he's just awakening the will of the Taichu Heavenly Emperor. He doesn't have the Great Emperor's power himself, Xiao Yun snorted coldly.
Just a quasi-emperor is far from being a match for me.
Zhang Hundun immediately reminded him. Tone it down a bit, you're just a pseudo-emperor. Although his power isn't as good as yours, the profound mysteries he's comprehended far surpass you. Besides, he's doing this to deplete your lifespan. If you don't fight him, it'll only get worse.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but sneer, HMPH, so he wants to sacrifice himself to buy time and protect this entire Taichu Holy Land.
Zhang Hundun glared at Xiao Yun. You brat, wiping out the Taichu Holy Land directly isn't realistic. Being able to force this quasi-emperor to death is already damn impressive.
Xiao Yun nodded and looked at the old man with cold eyes.
Being able to fight the Heavenly Emperor once will probably temper my invincible conviction even more. When the consciousness of the great Emperor Taichu awakened, the old man's aura had already risen to the great Emperor level. He didn't recover too much consciousness, and he stuttered when he spoke. Chaos. You, not great Emperor. At this moment, the people of the Juzhou continent seem to have seen something terrifying. Holy crap, so exciting. Chaos Great Emperor, Xiaojiao Great Emperor, Taichu Great Emperor appear on the same day. At this moment, Xiao Yun and the Taichu Heavenly Emperor seemed to throw punches towards each other. Boom, 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 the two forces collided, like Mars colliding with Earth. But the Taichu Heavenly Emperor was blown away by this palm strike.
Xiao Yun smirked and sneered.
Is this the Taichu Heavenly Emperor, so weak? Too bad you are not as strong as me.
Xiao Yun didn't give the Taichu Heavenly Emperor a chance to breathe, and he immediately summoned the Chaos Bell to suppress him. Boom. The Taichu Heavenly Emperor didn't lose an ounce of flesh and even barely blocked the attack of the Chaos Bell.
And he wasn't even injured. Xiao Yun was a little horrified. He's not dead yet. The Chaos Bell reminded him, be careful, don't be careless. He has a perfect grasp of the profound mysteries. Even at the quasi-emperor level, he can exert power close to that of a great emperor. Xiao Yun nodded, not daring to underestimate the Taichu Heavenly Emperor anymore. Although his profound mysteries aren't as good as his power far surpasses him. As a person with a high IQ, I will play it tricky.
He flew into one and came behind the Taichu Heavenly Emperor, but the opponent was already vigilant, and he punched Xiao Yun in the chest. Xiao Yun cried out and retreated thousands of meters. Well, the Taichu Heavenly Emperor has only recovered a little bit of consciousness but is so strong, at this moment he devoted himself to mobilizing the power of the Great Emperor and slapped down a palm strike. The Taichu Heavenly Emperor was punched and vomited blood with his blow.
After being blown away, he suddenly roared. Taichu Wheel! A huge light of reincarnation emitted a wave of energy heading towards Xiao Yun.
Zhang Hundun shouted anxiously. Not good. Quickly protect your nascent soul. This is the great divine power of the Taichu Heavenly Emperor. It will directly attack your nascent soul. Xiao Yun immediately mobilized the Chaos Bell shield to protect himself. But the Taichu Wheel had already arrived, and he trembled all over, clutching his head tightly, in so much pain that his face was distorted. Zhang Hundun, quickly think of a way. My nascent soul is about to explode.
Jiyu Shenyi revealed a sinister smile when he saw this scene. Haha, he really doesn't have the realm of a great emperor. He looked extremely excited. Great, it seems the Holy Land is about to be safe. I don't need to continue wasting my lifespan. But he didn't know he was happy too soon. A few minutes later, his nascent soul was about to explode. But Xiao Yun didn't rush to escape, but cultivated the magic art. Zhang Hundun sighed. Doing that is just a waste of time. He had no idea that he was about to have his face slapped. At this moment, Xiao Yun clutched his head painfully, roaring for the Chaos Bell to think if there was any kind of magic art divine power that could block the Taichu Wheel. But the Chaos Bell said, now you can only escape into the Chaos Holy Land. They were relying on their Holy Land's protective Emperor array.
But Xiao Yun wasn't having any of it. He'd made up his mind. Even if it killed him, he had to take down a quasi-emperor today. Otherwise, once the great emperor's power faded, their Holy Land would be totally screwed, forever.
The Chaos Bell quickly warned him, killing him is gonna be a tough one, dude. You're only in the acupoint realm, and your primordial spirit can't even hold up anymore. I do know a cultivation technique that could help you, but it hasn't been mastered in hundreds of years. Hearing that, Xiao Yun was ecstatic and blurted out, puffed, you seriously have no idea how busted this young master's talent is. Spill it! The Chaos Bell secretly shook its head but still transmitted the technique to him. This is the bedrock art. It can stabilize your primordial spirit. It'll be super useful for you right now. Sigh, this kid is seriously crazy. Wasting time cultivating this thing, you'd be better off just running away. After getting the technique, Xiao Yun immediately entered an enlightened state. System. Use enlightenment on the bedrock art. Man, this technique is seriously a gem. Once I master this, I won't have to worry about my primordial spirit getting damaged anymore. Wait a minute, why did my enlightenment just shoot up by over 1900 times? I remember it was only a bit over 100 times after forging my chaos body. I can totally use this to flex on everyone on the Nine Heavens continent and make them all go, whoa! No need for continuous enlightenment anymore. A moment later, Xiao Yun's primordial spirit was perfectly stable. The Chaos Bell, an old monster that had lived for millions of years, was absolutely flabbergasted. Holy crap, what kind of freak is this? You actually comprehended the bedrock art that quickly. You're not telling me you can just enter an enlightenment state whenever you want, are you? Suddenly, it remembered that millions of years ago, the Chaos Great Emperor had mentioned having a brother who was exactly like this. Oh wow, there really is this kind of freak out there. While Xiao Yun was still comprehending the bedrock art, his primordial spirit rapidly transformed into a stone figure. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. My primordial spirit has turned into an indestructible stone figure. Perfect. The bedrock art has been cultivated to perfection. Seeing this, the Chaos Bell wanted nothing more than to slap itself twice. Holy moly. He actually perfected it, and here I was just doubting him. Damn it, I deserve this? Xiao Yun gave a cold snort. Time to end this battle. He immediately stepped out of the Chaos Bell and threw a Chaos Fist right at Heavenly Emperor Taichu. All they saw was Heavenly Emperor Taichu gritting his teeth, blocking the attack with a look of pure shock. What? He actually blocked a primordial spirit attack. Immediately after, Heavenly Emperor Taichu was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and crashed hard onto the ground. Lying motionless, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, how did he get so weak? The Chaos Bell replied. The Taichu Wheel is a primordial spirit attack that consumes a massive amount of the Great Emperor's consciousness. After using such a trump card, his strength would naturally be greatly weakened. Xiao Yun suddenly got it, but he still secretly felt that the Great Emperor's power was about to vanish. He immediately yelled and threw another punch at Heavenly Emperor Taichu, who was sprawled out on the ground. Die, you old fart. Immediately after, BM. The ground shook, and the old guy's body began to crack and shatter. Heavenly Emperor Taichu's consciousness continuously weakening. Jiyu Shenyi watched this scene with extreme heartache. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Taichu had lost, and the other quasi-emperor was also down for the count. He never in his wildest dreams imagined that Xiao Yun's primordial spirit could be that strong. Xiao Yun unleashed another palm strike, and the quasi-emperor's body completely disintegrated into dust. At this moment, all the elders of the Chaos Holy Land were utterly astonished. Xiao Yun had actually managed to eliminate a heavenly emperor. The crisis of the Chaos Holy Land was finally resolved, but just then, the shattered fragments of the heavenly emperor's body suddenly emitted a blinding green light, and a faint silhouette appeared in midair. Everyone cried out, "It's Heavenly Emperor Taichu!" Xiao Yun, however, looked disdainful. Just a tiny wisp of consciousness, huh? Without a body to support you, how long can you possibly last? But as soon as Heavenly Emperor Taichu opened his mouth, he shocked everyone. The Chaos Great Emperor has entered the demonic path and become an enemy of the immortal realm. Destroy the Chaos Holy Land, and the immortal realm will reward you. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness completely vanished. But at this moment, all the powerhouses across the Nine Heavens continent were shaking like leaves. Holy moly! So the immortal realm is actually real? And the great emperors didn't perish, they just went to the immortal road. Jiyu Shenyi, however, was scared stiff. The Chaos Great Emperor actually became an enemy of the immortal realm? Just how strong must he be? Who would even dare to go destroy the Chaos Holy Land now? Not to mention that kid is already so formidable, the Chaos Bell couldn't help but exclaim, millions of years, and finally there's news of the Chaos Great Emperor, so he's still on the immortal road. Xiao Yun was incredibly astonished inwardly. The immortal road? Huh, I guess I'll be heading there eventually too. Suddenly, he secretly shook his head. Never mind that. The urgent task is to quickly advance to sainthood first. At this moment, the Chaos Bell reminded him, you're drawing quite a crowd now, and you don't have much time left. If you delay any longer, the great emperor's power might just vanish. Xiao Yun took a deep breath. Sigh. Even though I killed a quasi-emperor, I couldn't break the emperor array. What a bummer. But he reappeared in the sky above the Chaos Holy Land. He looked amused and taunted. Jiyu Shenyi, why don't you come out and let me beat you up a bit? One quasi-emperor just wasn't enough. Maybe you can make my great emperor's power disappear. Jiyu Shenyi glared, grinding his teeth in anger. Don't you dare mock me, I'm not coming out. Anyway, you can't even touch me. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, then mobilized the Chaos Bell to strike towards the Diantian's Imperial Formation. If that's how it is, then just wait for yours truly to smash your turtle head ass to pieces. Right after that, Jiyu Shenyi was blasted so hard he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Lucky for him, he'd chugged down a whole lot of healing potions beforehand, or he wouldn't have been able to hold on his own. He immediately mobilized the Imperial weapon to continue maintaining the Imperial formation. Come on in and try to hit me. Let me see how long you can keep this up. That's what I should be saying to you, Xiao Yun said, and then continued to unleash the power of the Great Emperor again. But this time, the power in his body was clearly weakening, and the force of the Chaos Bell strikes was obviously not as strong as before. Jiyu Shenyi looked suspicious, eyeing Xiao Yun. He's not going to hold on much longer, is he? But Xiao Yun suddenly gritted his teeth and gave a cold laugh. You figured it out. You think I'm about to fall apart. Why don't you come out here and give me a beatdown then? I ain't lying. Jiyu Shenyi was stunned. Holy crap, what the hell? As an old fogey who'd lived for thousands of years, he couldn't tell if Xiao Yun was telling the truth or lying anymore. He'd been suspecting that the dude was about to kick the bucket, but then he just said it out loud, so it had to be a trap. Seeing that he didn't seem to believe him, Xiao Yun felt bored. He flew into the air, and his aura kept weakening, but he put on a big show, yelling to everyone around, I'm just pretending to be weakened, trying to lure some fish, don't take it seriously, or if you end up dying, don't blame me. Jiyu Shenyi looked at Xiao Yun speechlessly. At this point, he felt that his imperial power was actually weakening, but he didn't dare to go out. Just then, a peak great saint who was about to kick the bucket suddenly appeared. This guy can restore the chaotic great emperor, we can't let him get away. What if he can restore more than once? Jiyu Shenyi said in a low voice. Old Lai, he's trying to lure us out. That old Lai frowned and said, but his threat to our holy land is too great. Let me go and investigate. After all, my lifespan is not long. Jiyu Shenyi nodded. Okay, remember to be careful. Old Li was immediately speechless. Is this situation changing too fast? Then he immediately flew up to chase Xiao Yun. Seeing this, Xiao Yun panicked and ran towards the chaotic holy land. Enlightenment, Lei Zhu, immortal ancestor, save me. Old Lai triumphantly unleashed his attack towards Xiao Yun. Haha, ancestor. Whether you are telling the truth or lying, it is already too late. Lei Zhu and the immortal ancestor were extremely anxious, wanting to go up to save Xiao Yun, but he suddenly released an imperial might, mobilizing the Chaos Bell to strike towards the old man. You, good for nothing, of course it was a lie, and you actually believed it, you deserve to die. This old guy just went out for a walk, and the entire sect was razed to the ground by Xiao Yun. He thought it was all over, but Xiao Yun turned the sect into a public toilet in front of everyone. Xiao Yun immediately launched a move to kill old Lia. Jiyu Shenyi was so heartbroken that he jumped up and down. Oh my god. Another peak great saint is dead? At this moment, the imperial aura on Xiao Yun's body had dropped to the great saint level. Then the Chaos Bell lost control and seemed to want to crush Xiao Yun. He was extremely scared. Help, this time it's for real. Lei Zhu, immortal ancestor, come and save me. Jiyu Shenyi immediately widened his eyes. Oh, where did this actor come from? Such a fake. Whoever believes it is an idiot. But Xiao Yun's imperial aura had dropped to the acquired realm. This is me pretending, can't you see? Lei Zhu and the immortal ancestor, as well as the surrounding experts, were all speechless. Sing, you even said that. Who would dare to believe it? Sure enough, the moment Xiao Yun fell, his aura suddenly increased to the level of the great emperor. DMN. No one came up. How boring. Actually, my strength can still kill a quasi-emperor. Kill whoever I can. Jiyu Shenyi was speechless, motherfucker. He knew this kid was lying. Then he released the imperial decree to sweep across all directions. I know you guys are waiting to watch the drama. You better know your own limits, or else the primordial beginning Holy Land will be your ending. After speaking, he flew away. The experts were extremely confused and hurriedly chased after him. Damn, where is he going? Isn't he going to eliminate our Holy Land? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun flew to the lair of the Holy King sect, which had already been destroyed by him, into a pile of ruins. Everyone was very puzzled. Huh, what is he doing here? Digging up the ancestral tomb. Dig up your head. The spiritual vein has been dug up. What ancestral tomb is there? Mu Qi, who was hiding nearby, was extremely indignant. He gnashed his teeth in anger, only to see Xiao Yun leisurely put his foot down on the pile of rubble. Then he quietly closed his eyes, revealing a sad expression, and said, I was wrong. The elders widened their mouths. What's going on? Is this kid's conscience awakening? Mu Qi was also stunned, widening his eyes. Does the chaotic Holy Land want to reconcile with me? Suddenly he sneered in his heart. Consider yourself wise, he can follow along at that time, but the hatred of destroying the sect, he will avenge it sooner or later. While he was calculating everything, Xiao Yun suddenly raised his hand and sucked the stone nearby over. Immediately afterwards, a sincere apology rang out. I was wrong. I shouldn't have destroyed nature. As a civilized three-good youth, I will take responsibility. Only to see him wave his hand. and several large words were engraved on the stone. Public toilet of the 9 heavens continent. Then he looked around and sneered, "This will be a public toilet in the future. If you have a public spirit, don't urinate indiscriminately. If you are in a hurry, then come here to take care of it." Everyone was completely stunned in place. "Damn, that's savage." Xiao Yun chuckled. "Getting humiliated like that, old fart Mu-Chi. Aren't you coming out?" Actually, Mu-Chi, hiding in the rubble, was already gnashing his teeth in anger. But after witnessing old Lai getting killed, he didn't dare to show his face. Xiao Yun was a bit disappointed. Those guys from the Holy King sect are just a bunch of scared turtles. Seeing that and not daring to come out, he immediately unleashed his Ditian's might and pretended to threaten before leaving. "From now on, anyone who dares to eye the chaotic Holy Land, this emperor will build a public toilet for them." With that, he turned around and left. He sensed that the real Ditian's power was running low and couldn't be wasted. Back at the chaotic Holy Land's entrance, his aura had dropped to the great saint level. The disciples saw Xiao Yun returning and enthusiastically applauded and shouted excitedly, "Ancestor, may you live 10,000 years! Ancestor is mighty!" They guessed that this was at least a great saint-level ancestor, but some people also guessed that it was Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was also thinking about how to hide his identity. If others knew that he had awakened the chaotic emperor, it would be troublesome. After all, this commotion was so big, and as a quasi-divine son, he couldn't just disappear for no reason. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly summoned the chaotic bell to have his spirit clone disguise as him and go out. The clone respectfully bowed to him and said, "Thank you, Ancestor, for your protection and guidance. In the future, Xiao Yun will definitely revive the chaotic Holy Land." Everyone immediately showed an expression of admiration. Heavens, no wonder only Zhao Wuji returned. So the great emperor wanted to personally guide Xiao Yun, even taking him along for the fight. How awesome. At this point, except for Lei Zhu and the others, no one suspected that the ancestor was Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun put on a mature expression and said, "Well, you're so handsome, you'll definitely be strong in the future. The chaotic Holy Land will depend on you from now on." The onlookers were left speechless at this scene. What the heck? Being handsome means being strong. Then I qualify too, Ancestor, look at me. I'm the famous pretty boy of the Holy Land. But Xiao Yun didn't bother with them. He had his clone return to Di Feng, while he went to find Lei Zhu.
On the way, he suddenly met a supreme elder. Seeing an acquaintance, Tian Yi just wanted to come out to admire Xiao Yun.
After all, this ancestor could summon the chaotic emperor, but before he could go up to butter him up, a giant hand suddenly appeared above his head, and then a bang was heard. The old man Tian Yi froze and was directly smashed into the ground. Unable to lift his head, his face was full of grievance and confusion. Did I do something wrong? Why did the ancestor hit me? Immediately after, Xiao Yun's voice rang out. "Who's this red-haired guy? So ugly. Tell the Holy Lord not to bring such ugly people in anymore." Hearing this, the old man Tian Yi felt even more aggrieved. "So what if I'm ugly? Am I eating your rice, Lei Zhu?" And the undying ancestor were speechless. This is taking revenge for personal grudges using public office. This kid is really petty.
And other nonsensical things came even faster. When Xiao Yun passed by Dongyu Peak, he suddenly sighed. Why is this mountain peak so ugly? Immediately after, boom, he directly unleashed a move. Dongyu Teng, who was in closed-door cultivation in his Dongfu, coughed up blood. He fell to the ground. Still not understanding what was happening, he was utterly speechless. "Oh my god, I'm in closed-door cultivation. Did I offend anyone?"
The old man Tian Yi, who was still stunned, felt secretly pleased. This Dongyu Teng was the real head. Disaster falling from the sky. Jitian couldn't help but smile and say, "Judging from this immoral old geezer's style, my disciple definitely can't be wrong." Lei Zhu laughed. How could he be wrong? Others spend millions of years and still can't forge a chaotic body.
And he forged one in just a few minutes, and even had his clone forge one too.
It turned out that it was at this moment that Xiao Yun was brought to the forbidden area of the chaotic Holy Land, the residence of the powerhouses above the saint level. Xiao Yun shuddered and broke out in goosebumps. "This is too creepy."
"Do all the ancestors normally sleep in coffins?" Lei Zhu laughed. "Kid, don't underestimate these coffins. They're made of longevity stone. Closed-door cultivation in them can prolong your lifespan. Only us and the D. Tian family have them."
Xiao Yun was secretly dejected, not expecting that the ancestors could only maintain their lives by sleeping in coffins.
He suddenly asked the ancestor, "How many great saints and peak great saints do we have in the Holy Land now?"
Lei Zhu hesitated.
This kind of thing was a vital secret. In theory, a junior like Xiao Yun wasn't qualified to know, but this kid had both talent and achievements.
We currently have 7 ordinary great saints and 4 peak great saints. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was a little surprised. This strength is indeed very strong, so why does everyone outside say that our chaotic Holy Land is declining? Lei Zhu took a deep breath. You don't know. Even if our strength is strong, our lifespans don't seem to be long. You know my situation. Except for Undying, the remaining 2 can only fight once more. We can only rely on sealing ourselves and feigning death to barely hold on. Xiao Yun was extremely surprised. Holy crap. Which means, apart from the Undying Ancestor, the peak powerhouses of the Holy Land are about to kick the bucket. He knew that Lei Zhu's lifespan wasn't long, but he didn't expect the other ancestors to be in even worse shape. Not to mention the quasi-emperor war ancestor.
Lei Zhu suddenly comforted him. Kid, don't worry. With your chaotic body here, we won't die yet. Once you grow up, the Holy Land will overcome its dangers. Xiao Yun was immediately speechless. I'm only at the auspice realm. At the very least, I need to reach the great saint level to become a quasi-emperor. Even if I bear fruit, it's still a long way off. Is there no way for the ancestors to increase their lifespans?
Lei Zhu smiled bitterly. It's useless. We've already consumed all the treasures that can increase lifespan. Unless we obtain the Emperor's blood essence or break through to the quasi-emperor level. Xiao Yun shook his head secretly. There aren't any emperors in the world, so where can we get the blood essence? Increasing to the quasi-emperor level is also unrealistic. After all, the lifespan of Lei Zhu and the others is reaching its limit, and the probability of reaching the quasi-emperor level is too low. While Xiao Yun was feeling dizzy, Lei Zhu said,
Last time you forged a chaotic physique, it secretly allowed me to reach the threshold of quasi-emperor. Too bad the time was too short. If you could forge another one, I might be able to break through. Hearing that, Xiao Yun's lips twitched. I probably can't forge another chaotic physique, it's not impossible, but the loss would be too great. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like car headlights. I can have my clone forge one. That way not only can it help Lei Zhu break through to quasi-emperor, but it can also increase my clone's strength. Thinking of this, he immediately told Lei Zhu his idea. And Lei Zhu was incredibly shocked, his eyes almost popping out. He meant his clone could also forge a chaotic physique. Since when was forging a chaotic physique so easy? He excitedly patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder. That's fantastic. Let me tell Bu Mie. To prepare in advance, Xiao Yun then said, Okay, Boomer, I'll go pick up the bride for my master first. After his wedding I'll have my clone forge the chaotic physique. Lei Zhu watched his departing back with relief. Heavens, our chaotic Holy Land finally has a proper prodigy. The Holy Land can rise again. Suddenly he thought again, that's not right. How can the chaotic scripture be so easy to cultivate? Unless that kid is the illegitimate son of the chaotic great emperor. Meanwhile, in a pavilion of the Mountain and Water sect, Thang Yunyun was nagging incessantly, basically cursing the chaotic Holy Land 1,000 times over. Lu Xianwan scolded her. All right, you little brat, go see if your senior brother Zhao has arrived yet. Yes, ma'am. She happily zoomed out the door. Upon seeing Xiao Yun, she rushed forward even more eagerly. Senior brother Xiao, over here. Over here, Xiao Yun smiled. Long time no see, Thang junior sister. Isn't this the little brat who charged into the true dragon's nest with me? But right after that, boom, the mountain protection formation suddenly activated. Thang Yunyun was sent flying sideways and crashed into a wall, falling straight down. Xiao Yun was speechless. What's the situation? They won't even let me in. Are they trying to call off the wedding? But I heard that Senior Lu pursued my master. All the hotshots in the sect wanted to marry my master's wife, but she decided to marry my master who's thousands of years old. The hotshots were all furious, directly blocking Xiao Yun's wedding procession outside. Thang Junior sister, what's going on? Thang Yunyun was completely stunned. She looked suspiciously at the Supreme Elder who was in charge of the formation. Elder Lai, why did you lock people out? Elder Lai coldly snorted. Junior sister Lu is the goddess of my dreams. If that old Din Tian wants to marry her, he has to get past me first. Thang Yunyun angrily rolled her eyes. Treesk. You old geezer. You've been close to Senior Lu for so many years but couldn't win her over. And you're criticizing Senior Ditian? Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his master to have a love rival. Senior Li, what do you want for you to open the door, Xiao Yun? You're a junior, I won't bully you, I lost to your master back then. If you can defeat my disciple today, I'll let you in. Xiao Yun's lips twitched. Oh, I bet when my master was wooing Senior Lu, this old guy didn't like the way my master looked, and got beaten up as a result. But with my talent, even if a bunch of Supreme Physique guys teamed up, they couldn't defeat me at the same cultivation stage. He probably knows that too, right? Could he be planning to send out some other old geezers to beat me up? I wonder what cultivation level Senior Lai's disciple has reached. The old man revealed a deep smile and said, Haha kid, be careful. Don't worry, I won't bully you. My disciple, Lin Ge, is only a few years older than you. His cultivation is only at the initial manifestation realm.
Xiao Yun was immediately speechless.
Is this looking down on me? I'm already invincible in the manifestation realm, and I've never heard of the Mountain and Water sect having such a genius. Suddenly he thought, the Mountain and Water sect is probably lying. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Well, hurry up and tell Senior Lai's disciple to come out. No need, I'm already here. A man with green hair walked over and awkwardly bowed to Xiao Yun. Ahem, I hope Junior Brother Xiao will show mercy.
The disciples who saw this widened their eyes in disbelief. Senior Brother Lin is the hope of our entire sect. Xiao Yun is definitely going to get beaten up today.
Xiao Yun was beyond speechless. Damn it, you call that just a few years older? He could be my grandpa.
But this man really did have the cultivation of the manifestation realm. I can't bring myself to bully this old senior brother.
He gave a polite, businesslike smile and said a few words. I mean, let's just leave it at that, Senior Brother Lin. Please, Junior Brother Xiao, your talent is so strong I won't hold back.
As soon as he finished speaking, the old man made a hand seal, and the Mountain and Water sect's grand formation created a separate area for the two of them.
The old geezer looked weak, but suddenly his strength increased. And Xiao Yun felt his own strength weakening. His pupils widened. Damn it, he knows about domains. No wonder a manifestation realm guy dared to challenge me. Sure enough, Senior Brother Lin's methods are good enough. He can use the formation to condense the power of a domain.
The old geezer fiercely charged forward to attack. Sorry, Junior Brother Xiao. In the end, it's still opportunism. Borrowing the power of the mountain protection formation, Xiao Yun smiled calmly and complimented. Senior Brother Lin, you're one of the strongest people of the same generation I've ever met.
Then he unleashed his chaotic domain, enveloping Lin Ge's domain. Immediately, the aura on the old geezer's body rapidly declined. He widened his eyes in shock. Holy moly, what the heck, I've lost control of my domain.
He took a deep breath and bowed to Xiao Yun. Junior Brother Xiao, I admit defeat.
The gawking crowd was dumbfounded. What happened? He admitted defeat before even fighting? Is Xiao Yun really that strong? Lin Jie looked at Xiao Yun with sincere admiration. Junior Brother Xiao, why were the rules in my domain completely overturned just now? It's like everything I understood about formations was wrong. Xiao Yun smiled and said, because I unleashed my chaotic domain. In my domain, all order returns to chaos. I can redefine everything from scratch. Hearing that, Lin Ge sighed. So that's how it is. Sure enough, half a chaotic physique is terrifying. Back then, Master losing wasn't a surprise. Xiao Yun then looked at Elder Lamai and asked, so, can I go in now? Of course, this old man doesn't go back on his word. Just then, the sect leader of the Mountain Water sect popped up. Zhao Chenzi wants to take my junior sister. I have no objections, but he still has to pass my test first. After all, she was my dream goddess back in the day, and I got my butt kicked by your master countless times trying to woo her.
Xiao Yun was speechless. What the heck, how many rivals did my master have? Gotta admit, my Shimu's charm is off the charts.
I wonder what sect leader wants to test. Or do you want your disciple to compete with me? No, fighting is out of the question. Looking at the entire Nine Heavens continent, I'm afraid no one can beat you, only to see him pull out a scroll and form a hand seal. Immediately, a golden light shot towards a mountain peak not far away. Then, a giant mountain was sucked into the painting by that light.
Sheng Yun screamed in fear.
No way, that's where Shifu is. Sect leader, what are you doing? The sect leader chuckled. This painting is the treasure of my Mountain Water sect, recording the Tao and laws of our founding ancestor. It's equivalent to a pseudo-emperor weapon.
Xiao Yun's eyes widened. No wonder it can suck in a heaven realm expert like Shimu in a second. So what's your test? You don't want me to break this landscape painting, do you? Xiao Yun's face seemed to say. This humble servant cannot do it.
The sect leader shook his head and smirked. My test is simple. Just go into this painting and comprehend the profound meaning of the founding ancestor. Then you can take my junior sister. Hearing this, Sheng Yun angrily retorted. Sect leader, you're deliberately trying to ruin things. Comprehending the profound meaning isn't something you can do in half an hour. Moreover, the founding ancestor's profound meaning will take at least decades.
By the time senior brother Zhao comprehends it, even senior Ditian's hair will be black again.
All right. 1 month in the painting is only 1 hour outside. The sect leader smugly said. No matter how high Xiao Yun's aesthetic comprehension is, it will take months for him to come out, Xiao Chenzi. This is a great opportunity I'm giving you. Your talent is outstanding. I believe you will come out soon. Xiao Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it just comprehending the profound meaning? I only need a few minutes. He couldn't help but sympathize with the sect leader. You two are standing opposite a total beast. But on the surface he pretended and said, Thank you, sect leader, for giving me this opportunity. I wonder what your founding ancestor comprehended. If it's the meaning of the sword, then I'm in luck. The sect leader smiled. It's the Daso of water.
Xiao Yun's pupils suddenly widened. No way, the Tao of water for real. I'm indeed the MC. This luck came at the right time. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and jumped straight into the painting. The sect leader, unaware that he was being ripped off, chuckled and said, "There's something I have to make clear. I'm not responsible if I delay your master's good time." Xiao Yun knew this old geezer didn't have good intentions, but sadly, he chose the wrong battlefield. Rest assured, I definitely won't blame you.
Only to see Zhao Wuji following behind, he forcefully jumped into the painting. Add me too. Sheng Yun couldn't help but clench her fist and sarcastically said,
Sect leader, you dare to plot against senior brother Zhao. Aren't you afraid that senior Ditian will come and flatten you if you miss the auspicious hour? The sect leader angrily glared, You stinky girl, why are you turning your elbow outwards?
Are you even a member of the Mountain Water sect? Of course not. My Shifu is about to marry into the chaotic Holy Land. Of course, I'm also a member of the chaotic Holy Land. Suddenly, Sheng Yun smiled. Haha, I heard Senior Ditian has broken through. It's easy for him to beat you up. The sect leader was so angry that he burst into tears and ran back. Alas, the world is going down. Your hearts are changing. What a misfortune for the sect, Sheng Yun asked in confusion. Where is sect leader going? Of course, he's going back to deploy more people, otherwise, that Dian Tian guy will really come knocking. The corners of Sheng Yun's mouth twitched. This is so unreasonable.
The remaining love rivals of Ditian were confused. Sect leader, you're leaving, what should we do? Aren't you afraid the next thing will be handled by the deputy sect leader?
Hearing this, the deputy sect leader secretly refused in his heart. Sect leader, I still have something to deal with recently. You should assign it to someone else. After speaking, he disappeared. I can't beat Dian Tian. Damn Guo Dabai. Immediately, the sect leader called him back. Please, deputy sect leader, don't run away. Clearly, I ran first. The disciples of the Mountain Water sect saw this and were all dumbfounded. These two quitters are definitely not our sect leader and deputy sect leader.
Zhao Wuji rushed in with Xiao Yun. Seeing the scenery in front of him, he was a little stunned. Who am I? Where is this? But Xiao Yun was very confident. Isn't this free Tao comprehension? Suddenly, he saw that the mountain where Shimu was located was behind a wall of water. He immediately reached out and pressed on the wall. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that his strength had increased, and the defense of the water wall had also increased. At this moment, only to see Zhao Wuji shout and directly punch at it. Immediately after, he was like a bullet being shot out. Xiao Yun was speechless.
Are you acting in a play? Do you think you're stronger than the Mountain Water sect's pseudo-emperor? That you would use your fist to open the profound meaning? Zhao Wuji said as a matter of course. Isn't it about comprehending the profound meaning? How can you comprehend without trying? So, what did you discover? Zhao Wuji frowned a little curiously. Obviously, water is very soft, but this wall is extremely solid. Xiao Yun thought to himself. This guy's direction has some truth to it.
What kind of profound meaning of the Tao of water is this? Shockproof? Bulletproof?
No, it can't be just that. It seems that this wall of water is the test, and it's very difficult to break it with one's own strength. I'm afraid I have to comprehend the profound meaning before I can break it to save Shimu. Thinking of this, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. System, use enlightenment. On the wall of water in front of me. After a long time, Xiao Yun immediately opened his eyes wide.
Success! The founding ancestor actually cultivated the Tao of water, definitely. But this pseudo-emperor weapon is really awesome. The insight of the Tao of water here is indeed too unreasonable. Xiao Yun has comprehended the profound meaning of the Tao of water.
Only to hear a cracking sound, and the wall of water really shattered. Shimu was extremely surprised to see this scene. Holy cow! Why did Ditian accept such a monster as a disciple? He just came in for 10 minutes. How could he comprehend the profound meaning of the founding ancestor already?
Zhao Wuji was stunned by this. Xiao Yun had just touched the water wall, and it shattered immediately after. Could it be what he thought? Seriously.
But Lu Xianwan said, he actually comprehended the profound mysteries of the grand Tao of our founding ancestor.
We can leave now, Nani, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, eyes wide. Are you even human? No matter how talented you are, you can't comprehend this in just a few minutes.
You must have comprehended it before, right? But Xiao Yun mocked him. Even Tofu has brains, but you don't. A once-in-a-millennium genius like yours truly doesn't need to comprehend it beforehand. Duh.
Zhao Wuji completely broke down.
Damn it, I'm supposed to be a peerless prodigy, with 2 ancient sacred bodies. How did I become useless compared to him? More importantly, I can't even beat him in a fight.
Why was Xiao Yun born after he, Zhao Wuji, already existed? Xiao Yun was too lazy to argue with him. Shimu, let's head back. Before Xizun goes bald from waiting, Lu Xianwan politely agreed with Xiao Yun, saying, okay,
and then patted Zhao Wuji. Let's go, you big dummy. At the same time, the sect leader and vice-sect leader were thinking of making a run for it. If you dare to leave, I'll kick you out of the sect. Go ahead and try. If you kick me out, I'll tell everyone about that time you peeped on someone bathing. The sect leader's face turned bright red, and he angrily shouted, "You bastard, stop right there!" The vice-sect leader reminded him, "Shut up, just run. Right, let's run first." Just as the two sect leaders agreed to flee together, a deafening sound came from behind. They turned around and were so shocked that their jaws dropped. But it's only been a few minutes, right? Not even a minute. They came out just like that. The two sect leaders of the Shanshui sect were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. WTF? Where did they find someone who can comprehend the profound mysteries in a minute? The vice-sect leader was extremely disappointed with the sect leader. Old-timer, are you really that scared of Diantian? You didn't even dare to do the test? The blonde sect leader glared. You're the one who's scared of him. Your whole sect is scared of him. I actually condensed the water wall. Such a good chance to teach Diantian a lesson. How could I pass it up? What? Does that mean Xiao Yun really only took a minute to comprehend the profound mysteries of the grand Tao of our founding ancestor? Not only did no one stop him, but they even helped his disciple comprehend the profound mysteries? Sect leader, you've really screwed up this time. The sect leader was so angry that he opened his mouth wide, speechless. Who needs you to remind me? Shut your mouth. But Xiao Yun showed off in front of him. Sect leader, you've helped me comprehend the profound mysteries of the water Tao. I hope you can come to the chaotic Holy Land for a celebratory drink. No need. I'm usually very busy, so I can't go. Xiao Yun immediately grinned. Then I'll take Shimu back to the chaotic Holy Land.
After he left, the sect leader regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself twice. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I was slapped in the face by Diantian when I was young, and now I'm slapped in the face by his disciple.
On the way back, Xiao Yun was extremely excited, waving his sword around and shouting, I've comprehended the profound mysteries of the earth, water, and wind sword Tao. I'm one step closer to subduing the Emperor weapon at Sword God Mountain. I wonder when that nephew will give me the space sword Tao art.
Suddenly, Lu Shenwan reminded. The wedding of Shizun must be a grand affair. People have been waiting for thousands of years. Don't worry, the news has already spread throughout the Nine Heavens continent, especially to Heavenly Emperor City. By then, all the prodigies will gather at the chaotic Holy Land.
At the same time, people from Sword Pavilion had arrived at Heavenly Emperor City. Worthy of being the #1 city in Zhongtu. Yes, Cheng, compared to this, is just a remote mountain village. Alright, this is the residence of that Qin Heavenly Emperor who unified the world. Let's go. Next, we'll go to the chaotic Holy Land to attend Diantian's wedding and see Xiao Yun, the #1 genius of Zhongtu, while we're at it. Hua Langxin was full of anticipation. Okay, it's a good opportunity to flatter them a little. Maybe we can meet Brother Dugu. In a brothel not far away, Qin Jian proudly watched the group's figures. As expected, the first people to come to Zhongtu will always come to my Qin family's former capital to take a look. Qin Bingyue shook her head. What Qin family's former capital? Now there's only our Qin family of the North Sea. That year, Qin Heavenly Emperor's supreme empire only lasted for 3 generations before it collapsed. Then does the princess really have the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor? Qin Bingyue nodded. Yes, but not from our ancestor. Our Qin family has kept it. Qin Jian was stunned. Then it was left by a later Heavenly Emperor. No, it was left by the Heavenly Emperor from the Archaic era. The ancestral records contain the imprint of the Great Emperor, but what that Heavenly Emperor left behind is even more terrifying than that of the Chaos Great Emperor. Qin Jian instantly turned to stone. WTF, even stronger than the Chaos Great Emperor. Then what level is that? Qin Bingyue smirked. Alright, we should go to Diantian's wedding to see what the prospective Holy Son of the chaotic Holy Land is like. Immediately after, the two flew into the sky. Meanwhile, Ye Fei and the others, watching the direction they disappeared, were puzzled. Why are they going to the chaotic Holy Land? Aren't they here to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor? Ye Fei shook his head. How many years has this been? Maybe they don't know the location of the inheritance. But about Ye Dadao, have you guys heard about it? Xiao Yun killed a collateral disciple of our Ye family. This time, I must seek justice. But that Xiao Yun is Zhao Wuji's big brother, so he might not be easy to deal with. A hint of confidence flashed in Ye Fei's eyes. Don't worry, I've spoken to Zhao Wuji before. He said Xiao Yun is only about as strong as him now. But after I survived my tribulation last time, my strength increased to another level. Enough to defeat that kid. After speaking, he took out a challenge letter. Ye Feng, you go to the chaotic Holy Land first and give this to Xiao Yun.
If he dares to kill Ye Dadao, then my Ye family doesn't need to give his Shizun any face. On the day of Di Tian's wedding, I must defeat the #1 genius in front of everyone."
Ye Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Fei has been keeping quiet about this. He dares to challenge Xiao Yun, so he must be confident of winning. Good. This time we'll let the people of the world know that the prodigy of our Ye family is #1 on the Nine Heavens continent. Relying on the insights gained from showing off, he began to cultivate the extraterrestrial flying immortal and the sword of the future.
How interesting. The extraterrestrial flying immortal can condense the sword of the past and future, combining the sword of the present and the three swords together. Suddenly, he was shocked to discover that this future sword art and the celestial flight beyond the heavens' divine power had so much in common. Holy crap, Di Xiaoyao must have seen the future sword before creating celestial flight beyond the heavens.
Isn't this just straight up plagiarism? Geez, Chaos Bell, all you great emperors are such scavengers, huh?
Could Di Xiaoyao have snuck into the heavenly sword Holy Land and stolen their future sword? Zhang Hundun took a deep breath. Definitely. The first place he visited was us, and after Di Hundun ascended to the immortal path, all the following great emperors came to our Holy Land to borrow the Chaos Sutra.
Xiao Yun was speechless. But isn't it a waste of time if they create divine powers that don't suit them? Zhang Hundun shook his head. Not at all, they just want more paths to enlightenment. Only those with 2 or more paths can become heavenly emperors. Is that so, bud? If I use the great Tao of chaos and the sword Tao to become emperor, will I be the strongest heavenly emperor?
Forget it, let's cultivate first.
System: use enlightenment on the future sword.
Xiao Yun immediately entered a state of enlightenment.
Quickly, he cultivated the future sword to the state of perfection, and even grasped the sword intent of time. Sadly, relying solely on the future sword isn't enough to comprehend the mysteries of time. I'll look for it slowly later. I still have 1681 enlightenment uses left. Next. System: use enlightenment on celestial flight beyond the heavens. Zhang Hundun was instantly dumbfounded. Holy Mother of God, he really can enter a state of enlightenment any time. A freak like Di Hundun back then actually exists, but why did he just vanish without a trace? Ah, he doesn't know that Di Hundun's bro is actually Xiao Yun. The next day, Xiao Yun could finally fuse the 3 swords of the past, present, and future. Awesome! Celestial flight beyond the heavens is also perfected, but sadly, I haven't grasped the mysteries of time.
The sword of the past, when condensed, can only go back 1 second.
If I could go back to the moment I awakened Di Hundun, my celestial flight beyond the heavens would be invincible. But its power has tripled now, reaching the level of a great divine power. As soon as he left the room, he heard the voice of Fu Ling, the young master called Xia Zhanshu, talking to someone. Xiao Yun frowned. Ha Ming has killed so many supreme physique holders, and there are still people looking for death.
Fu Ling handed Xiao Yun a challenge letter. It's Ye Fei, the #1 genius of the Eastern Wasteland. Xiao Yun smirked. Sure enough, another junior. Could he be the guy who went through the tribulation with my clone?
But Zhao Wuji, did you tell him I'm strong or not? Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes and said truthfully, Of course I said you're strong. Not much stronger than me, though. Of course he didn't say the second half of that sentence. When I cultivated in the Eastern Wasteland and went through the tribulation, my strength directly increased. I thought I could beat Xiao Yun, but who knew this freak who only seeks to be defeated was him in his heart. Zhao Wuji lit a few sticks of incense for Ye Fei. Ye Fei, I didn't mean to harm you.
Xiao Yun didn't suspect Zhao Wuji. After all, he's an honest guy. And how could an honest guy lie? Ye Fei thought the same thing. Xiao Yun opened the challenge letter and laughed. Knowing I'm strong and still daring to come, seems like you've been getting cocky lately. Immediately after, boom!
A giant hand was descending on Xiao Yun, seeming to be testing his strength. Then your wish is my command.
Xiao Yun not only didn't dodge, but also flew straight up into the sky, causing Fu Ling's expression to change drastically. Young master isn't planning to use his body to face a great emperor's divine power, is he?
Zhao Wuji's eyes widened. What a show-off. You think you're a mosquito? Trying to take a bullet barehanded?
Immediately after, boom!
Xiao Yun was swallowed by a terrifying flame, but Fu Ling was utterly horrified. How is that possible? Young master actually blocked that attack with his body, but he didn't even lose a hair. Sighing in disappointment. Is that all? Only equal to 09 Zhao Wuji?
Zhao Wuji was so angry his face turned green. What the hell, I've become his unit of measurement now. But he was even more shocked by Xiao Yun's strength, because that attack was incredibly powerful. Even if my 2 ancient holy bodies were attacked, they wouldn't die but would at least be crippled. But Xiao Yun blocked that attack. He didn't know that Xiao Yun's body was now much stronger than a normal body. He just crossed his arms in front of his chest and started to show off.
Little Yefei can't even scratch me.
To think that the Shuang undying body is only this strong, invincible but silent. Really, Zhao Wuji angrily glared. Enough with the act, okay? The Yefei guys couldn't see it, but for the first time, doubt arose in his heart. When will I ever surpass this freak? I don't want to call him big bro and be his little bro for life.
In a guest house near the Chaos Holy Land, Ye Fei suddenly froze, his eyes wide. What's the situation? Ye Jian hurriedly asked. How is Xiao Yun's strength? I couldn't probe it. The intent within the challenge letter dissipated without encountering a trace of resistance.
Ye Jian was also stunned.
Huh. How can that be? Logically, as long as Xiao Yun resists, we can probe his strength.
Ye Fei frowned. This situation has only 3 possibilities. 1. Xiao Yun dodged. 2. He was directly killed. 3. Xiao Yun is dozens of times stronger than me and blocked the attack. He guessed that Xiao Yun wouldn't dodge. After all, he's a proper son of God with face.
But he wasn't confident that he could kill Xiao Yun with one move.
And the third situation is even more impossible. Zhao Wuji is a supreme physique holder. How could he lie to me? He said that Xiao Yun's strength is just a little stronger than him, at most just a bit, and he believes that he can definitely defeat Xiao Yun.
At this moment, Xiao Yun came to the forbidden area again.
Old ancestor, let me see your lightning Dao. I want to comprehend the mysteries of thunder.
Lei Zhu immediately sat up and asked suspiciously from inside the coffin, Your master's wedding is in a few days. You have to greet guests in his place then, so you basically won't have time to comprehend the profound mysteries.
Xiao Yun calmly reassured him, saying that comprehending the Tao of thunder wouldn't take much time, and he'd be done very quickly.
Lei Zhu was rendered speechless upon hearing this, wishing he could beat Xiao Yun to a pulp. What the hell do you mean, very quickly? It took this old man over 2,000 years to comprehend the Tao of thunder. Even if you could comprehend it, it would still take several hundred years.
Ahem.
Lei Zhu stepped out of the coffin, telling Xiao Yun not to mess around. Comprehending profound mysteries wasn't something that could be done in a few days. Getting married is a big deal. Go to the wedding first.
Xiao Yun was speechless. Then, can you at least give me something to eat so I don't starve?
I swear, it'll only take me a day at most. Just a day, Lei Zhu smirked mischievously, signaling, Okay, since this kid probably couldn't comprehend anything in a day anyway, might as well let him try.
With that, he raised his hand and summoned a stream of lightning to engulf Xiao Yun.
This is my Tao of thunder. The profound mystery of destruction is almost at the quasi-emperor level already.
Xiao Yun instantly entered a state of enlightenment.
System. Use enlightenment on the profound mystery of destruction, Tao of thunder. Enlightenment points were consumed like crazy. Xiao Yun understood that destruction was the end of all things. An hour later, he opened his eyes wide, beams of light shooting out. I get it. Lei Zhu next to him was dumbfounded. Get what? Even this old man in the great emperor realm couldn't be this fast? This kid's probably just spouting nonsense again. But immediately after, Xiao Yun suddenly unleashed the Thunder God Slash. The power emitted from this strike contained the profound mystery of destruction. Lei Zhu's jaw dropped in utter surprise. Holy crap, how long has it been, kid? You actually comprehended the profound mystery of destruction so easily, in less than an hour.
Xiao Yun still didn't think it was enough. He turned to look at Lei Zhu, who was still stunned. Grand Ancestor, do we have any seniors who walk the path of the Tao of Fire? I want to comprehend that profound mystery too. This young man chose a few emperor scriptures and awakened the battle ancestor who had been dormant for thousands of years. Turns out, even 8,000-year-old Grand Ancestors only dared to cultivate one emperor scripture, but Xiao Yun chose 4. After comprehending Lei Zhu's profound mystery, Xiao Yun said it wasn't enough, and he wanted to comprehend the profound mystery of the Tao of Fire as well. Lei Zhu almost fell over backward. You've already comprehended 5 types of chaotic profound mysteries: wind, earth, water, thunder. And now you want to comprehend the profound mystery of fire too? What exactly are you trying to do? I can't tell you yet. It's because of the Emperor weapon in Sword God Mountain, Xiao Yun said straightforwardly. Well, I want to practice the cosmic sword canon of the myriad demon battlefield, but that requires comprehending all 5 profound mysteries of earth, wind, water, fire, and thunder. Lei Zhu looked worried. You little rascal, don't be too greedy, or you'll waste time on the proper path. Xiao Yun chuckled mischievously, saying he wouldn't comprehend too deeply. The sword Tao was just preliminary comprehension. After finishing the proper path, he would comprehend it slowly. Lei Zhu suddenly understood. You little rascal. You have big ambitions. You want to walk 2 decos at the same time to become a heavenly emperor, huh? But thinking about Xiao Yun's enlightenment ability, he might actually have a chance.
But none of our Holy Land members walk the path of the Tao of Fire. Xiao Yun was a little disappointed, I see. Then can I cultivate other emperor scriptures? Practicing a few more emperor scriptures, maybe I can become my strongest trump card.
If it were someone else, Lei Zhu would have directly refused. But Xiao Yun's enlightenment ability was unexpectedly terrifying. Practicing one more Emperor Scripture might help him a lot. Thinking of this, he agreed. But the Emperor Scripture is with the Battle Ancestor. I'll take you there. Battle Ancestor. Xiao Yun was a little excited. He had long wanted to meet this fossilized old bone. Unexpectedly, the person lying in the coffin was no younger than him. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. Holy crap, this is the oldest fossilized bone battle ancestor of the Chaos Holy Land, yet he's the youngest. Don't be surprised. Your battle ancestor has the evergreen body. Even if he's dead now, he'll still be young like this. What the heck am I even saying? Xiao Yun couldn't help but be sarcastic. Ha, if the battle ancestor is so strong, isn't that the supreme body? I once killed an evergreen body in the true dragon's nest. What a piece of trash. Lei Zhu was speechless. What do you mean trash? It's only second to the second-tier divine body of the supreme body, and you're mocking the battle ancestor in front of him. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Immediately afterward, a voice echoed from inside the coffin. Haha, physique doesn't determine future success. When you joined the Chaos Holy Land, weren't you just a mortal body? Lei Zhu quickly put on a guilty expression. Sorry, ancestor, I disturbed your sleep. After saying that, he glared at Xiao Yun. It's all because of this showy little rascal, making the ancestor wake up. Do you know how precious the ancestor's lifespan is? Don't worry, this consciousness is what was left after the last awakening. It doesn't waste lifespan. He looked at Xiao Yun again. Can the ancestor be awakened again? Xiao Yun quickly shook his head and said, No. The last time the ancestor awakened was thanks to the imprint left in the Chaos Bell. It can only be used once. Hearing this, the battle ancestor took a deep breath. Everything was as he predicted. Sure enough, millions of years ago, he knew that a second chaos body would appear in the Chaos Holy Land in the future. Xiao Yun was immediately stunned. What do you mean by that? The battle ancestor said somberly. You should know that before joining our Holy Land, cultivation is not allowed. Xiao Yun nodded. He was a transmigrator, and in order to complete the system's first mission, he didn't cultivate for 16 years. He was still cursing those rules in his heart, saying that the Holy Land missed out on so many geniuses. But the battle ancestor said that this rule was left by the Chaos Great Emperor before ascending to the immortal path, the purpose of which was to wait for the second chaos body, because before cultivating the Chaos Scripture, no other cultivation techniques can be cultivated. Now that we've waited for your chaos body, can you ask the Chaos Bell to help me revise the rules for accepting disciples? After all, there aren't many people who would give up 16 years of cultivation just to join the Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun immediately nodded. I'll go ask right away, but can I choose an Emperor Scripture? Of course you can, little Lai. Take him there. After that, Lei Zhu led Xiao Yun to choose an Emperor Scripture. The Holy Land had 6 Emperor Scriptures. Xiao Yun pulled them all out. This heavenly demon dance is for female cultivators, and the ancient divine elephant art is for divine beasts. Not suitable. The 3 heavenly Emperor Scriptures? This is interesting, but it's completely empty inside. Lei Zhu laughed. Haha, this Emperor Scripture is very strange. No one can see the contents of it, and you need to collect 13 volumes of it. Forget it. Then let's cultivate these 3 for now, the Undying Demon Art, the Thunder Extinction Record, and the 5 Elements Holy Scripture. Hearing this, Lei Zhu's eyes widened. Holy Mother of Green Vegetables, plus the Chaos Scripture. Kid, you want to cultivate 4 Emperor Scriptures at the same time? Even if your enlightenment is high, it's still impossible. At this moment, the undying old ancestor suddenly appeared and said, You can cultivate the other 2, but the undying demon art cannot be cultivated carelessly. Seriously, you think that after killing a Changsheng body from the Tai Chu clan back at the True Dragon Nest, I'd be scared of some trash physique? Could that garbage even compare to the battle ancestor? Hearing that, Zhang Dalei was like, Whoa, cold sweat, dude. He's all wide-eyed. Trash physique. That was a second-grade divine body, just below supreme, and you're saying this right in front of the battle ancestor. You sure that's cool? The battle ancestor's soul pops out of the coffin, floating around them. He's like wisps of green energy with this magical halo behind him. Hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed, smiling, he says, A physique doesn't decide your future achievements. When you joined the Chaos Holy Land, weren't you just a first-grade mortal body, huh? A physique doesn't decide your future achievements. When you joined the Chaos Holy Land, weren't you just a first-grade mortal body, huh? Zhang Dalei scratches his head, chuckling sheepishly. Blame this kid for talking nonsense, disturbing the ancestor. Do you know how precious longevity is? Xiao Yun looks up at the battle ancestor. The battle ancestor waves it off. Relax. This wisp of consciousness is just a leftover from my last recovery. It won't affect my main self. The battle ancestor looks down at Xiao Yun. You're Xiao Yun, right?
Can the ancestral founder recover again? Xiao Yun looks up and asks.
Reporting to the battle ancestor, it's impossible. Last time was because the ancestral founder left behind a wisp of his aura in the chaos bell. The battle ancestor smiles at him. As expected, the old ancestor thought of everything a million years ago.
Xiao Yun, confused, asks, Battle ancestor, why do you say that? The battle ancestor explains. Because the old man set a rule for the Chaos Holy Land to accept disciples, no cultivation allowed before joining. The goal was to find the second chaos body. You probably know this. Cultivating other techniques makes it impossible to cultivate the Chaos Sutra.
Xiao Yun's eyes light up like he's finally got the answer.
So that's it. That's why I was suppressed for 16 years after transmigrating. The battle ancestor smiles wider, adding, this rule is also one of the main reasons our Chaos Holy Land has declined. Xiao Yun, now that you've formed the Chaos body, help me ask the spirit of the Chaos Bell if we can break this rule.
Xiao Yun agrees. Yes, I'll ask him later.
Can I choose an Emperor Sutra now? The battle ancestor grins. Of course! He tells Zhang Dalei, Zhao Lei, take him there. Zhang Dalei looks at the battle ancestor, waiting for confirmation. After getting the go-ahead, Zhang Dalei leads Xiao Yun to the study and points around. There are 6 Emperor Sutras in total: Heavenly Demon Dance, Primordial Divine Elephant Art, Heavenly Emperor Sutra, Undying Devil Art, Thunderclap World Extinction Record, 5 Elements Sacred Sutra.
Xiao Yun grabs a book, flips through it. The Heavenly Demon Dance is for female cultivators. The Primordial Divine Elephant Art is more for demonic beasts. The Heavenly Emperor Sutra needs all 3 volumes to cultivate. Then he grabs the Undying Devil Art, Thunderclap World Extinction Record, and 5 Elements Sacred Sutra, holds them to his chest, and gives Zhang Dalei a bright smile. So I'll cultivate the Undying Devil Art, Thunderclap World Extinction Record, and 5 Elements Sacred Sutra. Zhang Dalei's eyes pop out seeing the 3 books, and he's sweating bullets. Whoa! Adding the Chaos Sutra, you're planning to cultivate 4 Emperor Sutras at once. Even if your comprehension is off the charts, that's just crazy talk. Butting into their conversation, Bu Mi walks in, hands behind his back. Hold on! You can cultivate the Thunderclap World Extinction Record and the 5 Elements Sacred Sutra, but you can't just casually cultivate the Undying Devil Art. Xiao Yun and Zhang Dalei turn to look at Bu Mi. Xiao Yun asks, is there something dangerous about cultivating the Undying Devil Art? The guy, addressed as Old Ancestor, replies, first, to cultivate the Undying Devil Art, you need to find someone with good talent to be a pill furnace, implant a demonic seed, and wait 7,749 days to harvest. But during the harvest, both of you need to be at the same realm. Failure means death. His face gets super serious, a hint of worry in his eyes. I know you're invincible at the same realm, so you're not scared. But there's something more important. Cultivating the Undying Devil Art is like borrowing the power of a Devil Lord. You'll get a demonic seed planted in you by the Devil Lord. Xiao Yun's surprised. There's that too. The old ancestor nods. Yep. So if you use the Devil Lord's power more than 3 times, the demonic seed will activate, and your power will be stolen by the Devil Lord. So I advise you not to cultivate it. Xiao Yun doesn't even flinch. He stares at the book, explaining, this Undying Devil Art can force you to ascend a realm in a short time. Even with the 3-time limit, it's still another life-saving trick. I've decided to learn it. The old ancestor knows he can't change Xiao Yun's mind. So he says, since that's the case, I might as well tell you something. I secretly planted a demonic seed in the Holy King sect's quasi-emperor Mushekchi. Once you condense the demonic origin, come find me. I'll give you his demonic origin so you can harvest him later. Xiao Yun's a bit confused. He asks, aren't you going to harvest him yourself? The old ancestor is a bit embarrassed, unsure how to explain, and finally says with regret, I want to, but he's a quasi-emperor. Forget about whether I can even ascend. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to beat him. The reason I planted the demonic seed was to take advantage of a rare opportunity. Hurry back and condense your demonic origin. But instead, Xiao Yun immediately sits down, hands in a meditative pose. Before the old ancestor's very eyes, Xiao Yun emits this crazy, powerful spiritual energy. It's red and black, swirling around him like it wants to be absorbed. And Xiao Yun is just chillin', not scared at all, saying, old ancestor, no need to wait for me to come back. I'll start condensing the demonic origin now. The old ancestor thinks, sneering in his head. You think an Emperor Sutra is so easy to cultivate? It took me 500 years to condense the demonic origin. A second later, the old ancestor jumps back, shocked, stuttering. "Why you, Xiao Yun shouts. Old ancestor. I've condensed the demonic origin. Right in front of the old ancestor, who spent 500 years to do it, Xiao Yun just does it in the blink of an eye. It's a total crisis for the old ancestor. He's a bit embarrassed, but he's thinking, what kind of talent is this? This is straight up cheating. Almost laughing in anger, the old ancestor smiles at him affectionately. Your talent is really not bad. It originally took me 5 months to comprehend it, but you have to remember, the chaos mystery is your foundation. Xiao Yun, still condensing the demonic origin, innocently asks, Old ancestor, I thought I heard you say it took you 500 years to condense the demonic origin. Did I hear wrong? The old ancestor keeps the smile plastered on his face, denying it gently. You must have misheard. 500 years? Haha, would my talent be that bad? Xiao Yun, clueless, keeps pressing, and the old ancestor finally explodes. Unable to hide it anymore, he snaps. You? What? Hurry up and prepare to accept the demonic origin. I'm just not admitting it, all right? What can you do about it? The old ancestor helps him gather the demonic origin, saying, Here, with this you'll be qualified to harvest Mushi's demonic seed. Xiao Yun excitedly takes it from him. Yes, that black and red ball finally gets absorbed, slowly merging into Xiao Yun's chest, giving him that absolute powerful strength. The moment Xiao Yun fuses with it, the force knocks him back, but he enjoys it for a moment and then breaks through. Feeling the demonic origin, he's more excited than ever, thinking happily, Holy crap, this is the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, awesome. The old ancestor sees him like that and reminds him, All right, go back and cultivate. Next, you'll face the nirvana realm. That's the most dangerous stage for you before becoming a saint, so be careful. Xiao Yun bows respectfully. Yes, old ancestor. He turns and leaves, thinking, The cultivation base of the nirvana realm will become unstable, but the body will not be immortal. The demon skill can condense the undying demon body, the thunder destroys the world record cast 9 turns of thunder, and the 5 elements holy scripture practice 5-element holy body can increase the chance of passing for yourself. It's a pity that choosing someone to be a demonic seed is a difficult problem. Perhaps the Holy Land Exchange meeting will have a chance at the Emperor Peak. Xiao Yun met Lin Xiaoya. As soon as she saw him, her face filled with worry as she announced, Senior brother, this is bad. Deng Shenwang has become a saint. Xiao Yun frowned and asked, What does that have to do with us? Once a Holy Land has someone who becomes a saint, they have to hold a saint conferral ceremony, and that Deng Shenwang guy wants to schedule the ceremony on the same day as Senior Uncle Ditian's wedding. Can you believe how infuriating that is? She said angrily. Xiao Yun, looking completely unconcerned, reassured her. So that's it, no wonder you're in such a rush. But don't worry, junior sister, we'll go find that Deng Shenwang and settle the score. Without another word, the two immediately flew into the sky. Lin Xiaoya's voice echoed after him. Senior brother Zhao, isn't it too risky for just the 2 of us to go? Xiao Yun replied with absolute confidence. Relax, he's just a newly ascended saint. Your senior brother can suppress him like flipping his hand. Lin Xiaoya looked slightly stunned, muttering darkly to herself. He treats saints like they're just vegetables. Meanwhile, back at Shenwang Peak, Dong Yutong turned and said, Big brother, this time you finally suppressed Din Tian. From now on, we won't have to avoid him anymore. Deng Shenwang heard this and said, Avoid? I'd call it a tactical retreat. Avoiding Din Tian? That's a really ugly way to put it. If you weren't my own brother, I'd have smacked you already. The old man replied, Right, below a saint are just ants. Ditian is now just a slightly bigger ant. That's right, I am a saint now. He crossed his arms and said arrogantly, the old man said. However, big brother, if we set the saint conferral ceremony on the same day as Diantian's wedding, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Deng Shenwang snorted and replied, What if he doesn't let it go? My saint conferral ceremony is naturally up to me to arrange. Even the holy master can't interfere. Who the hell does Diantian think he is? Dong Yutong heard this and asked, Big brother, the old ancestor who can revive Ancestor Rhea of our Chaos Holy Land, seems to admire Xiao Yun more and more. He not only reminded Xiao Yun but also deliberately slapped me. Could there be trouble? He asked hesitantly. Do you know which old ancestor it is? The old man replied. The Holy Land has locked down the information. No one knows who that person is. That's true, this is our greatest backing, Deng Shenwang said, then snorted. So what? The current Xiao Yun is just like his master Ditian, just ants. Don't even mention that he's just a quasi-divine child. What if he's a divine child? Let's talk about it when he lives to the day he becomes a saint. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Deng Shenwang, get your ass out here. Dong Yutong heard this and said, Xiao Yun's voice. Is he crazy? Deng Shenwang slammed his hand on the table in anger. Xiao Yun. As arrogant as his master Ditian,
A mere shattered void realm ant dares to be insolent here. Does he really think my saint status is for show? With that, Deng Shenwang and Deng Yutong left the room and went outside. Xiao Yun saw them and pointed at Deng Shenwang. I advise you to change the date of the saint conferral ceremony soon, or you'll bear the consequences. The man heard this and shouted, Kid, you dare to threaten a saint? Who gave you the courage? How audacious! Do you really think this old man doesn't dare to discipline you? With that, he reached out and cast a spell. Lin Xiaoya saw this and worriedly called out. Senior brother, Xiao Yun, held the golden jar in his hand and reassured her, Junior sister, don't be afraid. At that moment, Deng Shenwang launched an attack on them. Xiao Yun immediately enlarged the golden bell, blocking his attack. They both exclaimed in unison, Chaos Bell. Not letting them say more, Xiao Yun reached out and cast a spell. This is what you asked for. The golden bell received his spell and grew larger and larger, completely blocking his attack. Deng Shenwang immediately launched a counterattack. His power clashed with the Chaos Bell for a moment, before the attack was reflected back. Deng Shenwang immediately took his own hit, flying backward and vomiting blood. Deng Shenwang was struck by his own attack, and slammed straight into a large hollow in the mountain. Deng Yutong saw this, and worriedly called out, Big brother, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine, he replied. Deng Yutong's face turned pale as he exclaimed, How is this possible? This bastard actually injured Big Brother. Xiao Yun stepped forward and said, Deng Shenwang, I advise you to change the date of the saint conferral ceremony. Otherwise, when your saint conferral ceremony comes, I will use the Chaos Bell to turn this place into a flatland. See if you still have the face to hold a saint conferral ceremony. Deng Shenwang spoke. Junior, don't be arrogant. Do you really think you can control the Chaos Bell? Don't forget, this old man also knows the Chaos Bell. This old man is a genuine saint. Today I really want to see if the Chaos Bell listens to you or me. With that, he cast a spell to control it. Deng Shenwang raised his hand. His aura surged densely, causing him to exclaim, Ugh. His luck is quickly covering Xiao Yun's super-duper giant golden bell. He uses it and shouts, Di Tian, fuse. Di Tian shows up behind him. Xiao Yun sees this and says, Deng Shenwang, you're ballsy, daring to control the Chaos Bell in the Chaos Holy Land without permission. Aren't you afraid of Lei Zu's punishment? He hears this and replies, Your disciple took control of the Chaos Bell first. If Lei Zu wants to punish someone, he has to punish him first, otherwise how can he convince everyone? As he finishes speaking, his chi engulfs the golden bell. He laughs loudly a few times, rolls his eyes back and says, Little brat, today I'll let you experience the true power of an emperor weapon. I usually don't have the chance to use the Chaos Bell. This time I finally get a chance to test its power. Xiao Yun sees this, looks at him and says, You're this happy just because you made the Chaos Bell shake a little? Xiao Yun orders, Stop. Immediately, the bell stops too, catching him off guard before he can even celebrate, and he's totally confused. Deng Shenwang turns his head in disbelief, his jaw dropping as he shouts, You, what exactly did you do? Why isn't the Chaos Bell responding to my call? He replies, Because you're too ugly, so the Chaos Bell disses you. Only a handsome dude like me is worthy of using an emperor weapon. He hears this and is dumbfounded. A chicken flies over his head. Cluck cluck. The people down below witness this and start gossiping. It's Deng Shenwang and the quasi-holy son, one person says. Why are they fighting? The other replies, Don't you know, Deng Shenwang scheduled his saint ascension ceremony on the same day as the Supreme Elder Di Tian's wedding. Dude, isn't this deliberately looking for trouble? Another one exclaims. Tell me about it. Immortal old ancestor has also arrived. Sees this and says, This kid has completely connected with the Chaos Bell's artifact spirit. I'm afraid that if we try to summon the Chaos Bell, it won't even acknowledge us. Lei Zu next to him replies, That's right. Back then, I cried, made a fuss, and threatened to hang myself just to get the Chaos Bell to acknowledge me. Should we intervene a little? Nothing will happen to Xiao Yun, but if Deng Shenwang gets beaten, it's hard to guarantee he won't harbor resentment. Immortal old ancestor hears this and says, No need. We haven't had a saint born in these years precisely because things have been too stable. It's time for a change. On this side, Xiao Yun reaches out and activates a technique, enveloping his hand with light, then transmits it to the super-duper giant golden bell. On this side, Deng Shenwang sees this and blurts out, You! Immediately, without waiting for him to say anything else. The golden bell smacks him with a palm, sending him flying while spitting blood. Deng Shenwang curses, Damn brat! If it weren't for the emperor weapon, this old man could suppress you with a flip of my hand. Xiao Yun hears this and says, Deng Shenwang, your cultivation is higher than mine, so what if I use an emperor weapon? If you have the guts, fight me in the same realm. I guarantee I won't use an emperor weapon. His face twitches, and he says, Fight you in the same realm. Who can beat you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Ah. As soon as he finishes speaking, he reaches out and smacks him. He also uses magic to block his attack. Xiao Yun's face turns pale. He clutches his head in dizziness and says, I didn't expect using the Chaos Bell to be so draining. Deng Shenwang sees that he seems to be on the verge of exhaustion, laughs a few times, and says, Little brat, looks like your spiritual power isn't enough. Next, see how I subdue you. Suddenly, Ding Tian on this side explodes, interrupting the fight between the two, and says, My disciple can't handle you, but I can. Deng Shenwang sees this and exclaims, You've broken through to the border of becoming a saint, so you deliberately suppressed your cultivation and didn't break through. Di Tian replies, Deng Shenwang, even a waste like you can become a saint, let alone me. Xiao Yun sees this and says with a smile, Master can break through to become a saint at any time. Awesome. Deng Shenwang on this side points and shouts, Di Tian, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget you haven't become a saint yet. You're still far from defeating me. Di Tian replies, Deng Shenwang, saints are also divided into several types. An ordinary saint like you is nothing in my eyes. As he finishes speaking, he casts the Chaos Domain. A super-duper giant blue fist charges towards Deng Shenwang. He takes the full force of his attack and falls backward. Xiao Yun, seeing this, happily exclaimed, The power of the Chaos Profound Meaning is just too OP. Turns out my master was stuck at that bottleneck all these years, because he was comprehending the Chaos Profound Meaning. Lei Zhu on the side, upon hearing this, said, Di Tian has finally reached this step. Undying Ancestor next to him also said, Good, very good. We finally have a successor. I think he's well prepared, ready to break through and enter the saint realm in one go. Actually, it's not just Din Tian. The Holy Lord is also about to break through, Lei Zhu replied. The Holy Lord has always been steady. I believe his future achievements won't be inferior to Din Tian. The supporters of Din Tian's grand wedding have arrived. Looks like our Holy Land is about to get lively for a few days. On this side, at the foot of Chaos Holy Land's mountain, a person said, Are you the young pavilion master of Sword Pavilion? He replied. That's me. This person is the young pavilion master of Sword Pavilion. Someone on this side also said, You're Qin Ling, right? I recognize you. We once met on St. Rhodes' Zhaojiao Peak. This person is Xin family's saint, Xin Ling. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, So the peerless swordsman who unleashed that crazy sword key on Zhaojiao Peak was you? He replied, Peerless swordsman? I can't handle that title. It's getting late. Let's head to the Holy Land together. The guy heard this and said, All right. On this side, a fleet of carriages flew over to participate in the grand ceremony, one person said. Sword One bro, have you guys met Brother Dugu yet? He replied, Shin bro, I wouldn't dare to hide it. We've also been inquiring about Brother Dugu's whereabouts, but we haven't been able to find him. Could it be that Shinbro wants to challenge Brother Dugu? He replied, How could I possibly be Brother Dugu's opponent? Challenging him would be like courting humiliation, wouldn't it? However, I really want to challenge the quasi-divine son of Chaos Holy Land once. He said that Xiao Yun is the #1 prodigy of Zhongtu. Shinbro is so decisive. He smiled and said, I know I'm probably not Xiao Yun's opponent, but I've only heard of his name before, never actually met him. A nobody like that can't intimidate me. Of course, I'm also doing this to test the other party's strength for being you. He said, Shin bro, you're really brave. I admire you, he said politely. Don't praise me like that, let's go. On this side, Deng Shenwang, after getting hit by the supersized Golden Bell's palm strike, crashed to the ground, deforming the earth, with smoke even rising from the impact. Dian Tian looked at him and said, Let's go, my precious disciple, let's head back. Xiao Yun looked back as he left and said, Master, surely this guy won't dare to cause trouble again, right? He replied, Don't worry, if he dares to oppose my disciples, I'll beat him every time I see him. On this side, at Dongyu Peak, the heavily injured Deng Shenwang sat on a chair and said, Next, I must seclude myself here to recover from my injuries. Dong Yutang, upon hearing this, said, Big bro, in the future, we should avoid Di Tian if we encounter him. He snorted and replied, Just because I can't deal with him doesn't mean others can't deal with him. It's time for us to choose to go to Tai Chu. The old man exclaimed upon hearing this, Big bro, do you really have to go this far? Please reconsider, Deng Shenwang asked curiously. What, are you still not decided now? Deng Yutang explained. No, I'm worried that we won't be valued in Tai Chu. Think about it, who would value a backstabber? We should just continue to reap benefits here. Deng Shenwang replied, What you said isn't unreasonable. I'm about to enter Saint Road, and Tai Chu Holy Land occupies many cultivation resources there. Reaching the Great Saint Realm won't be a problem, and they won't dare to look down on us then, Dong Yu exclaimed.
Big bro is right, he added. Besides, now that I'm a saint, maybe I can get some inside information. If I can find out who summoned the ancestor with the evil master's token last time, I'll definitely make a great contribution, Big bro said.
Yes, on this side, at Dean Peak, Xiao Yun offered his congratulations. Master is about to become a saint. With Master's talent, I'll probably have a great saint backing me soon, Di Tian, upon hearing this, replied.
Now that you have Lei Zhu as your backer in Chaos Holy Land who would dare to offend you, Xiao Yun said, Master.
We taught Deng Shenwang a lesson. He won't resort to desperate measures, right, he said. Resort to desperate measures. Do you mean he might betray our Chaos Holy Land? It won't come to that, will it? He added. Master, don't you think Deng Shenwang and Deng Yutong's advancement is a bit too fast? He listened to and replied, Yeah, now that you mention it, it really is. He became a saint faster than the Holy Lord. And Deng Yutong, too, his realm advancement is faster than that Tianyi guy. Maybe they really are colluding with Taichu.
Looks like I must tell Lei Zhu about this, Xiao Yun suggested. How about I tell him I'm a hot commodity with Lei Zhu now? He replied.
Xiao Yun, after hearing this, asked, Why did the chaos bell ring? He explained. It must be because honored guests have arrived. The chaos bell only ringing once means that a saint from another holy land, or a great emperor family, or a powerhouse at the great saint level has come to visit. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, said, Master's grand wedding is coming up. Could it be that those forces are sending people to congratulate him? He replied, I don't have the face to get saints to come and congratulate me. Their purpose is probably to come and probe. After all, the commotion you caused before was a bit too big. Xiao Yun, after hearing this, said, Well, let them come and snoop around then. Maybe I can make a little commotion that makes them even more wary of the chaotic Holy Land. Buying us some more time, Di Tian turned and said, Cause a commotion, kid. What do you want to do now? You can't borrow the ancestors' power anymore, he replied. Master, I can forge another chaotic body.
Di Tian's face froze when he heard that, thinking, I've cultivated for so many years and couldn't forge a chaotic body, and this kid makes it sound as easy as eating rice. So tiring, Xiao Yun continued.
Master, I'm going to talk to Lei Zhu about the Eastern Divine King. Besides, he's waiting for me to forge another chaotic body. Go, go, he urged, then sighed and said, Having a disciple like this makes a genius like me feel like trash. At the chaotic Holy Land's forbidden ground, inside the room, Lei Zhu said to the Spirit Offering's clone, This clone of yours is actually a half-step chaotic body. Truly amazing, Xiao Yun replied. This was made by merging a half-step chaotic body obtained from the ancient desolate Holy Land into the Spirit Offering, so it's similar to my true body. Forget about all that. I'm here this time to talk about the Eastern Divine King, him and Deng Yutong. 5 minutes later, after he recounted the whole story to the old ancestor, he said, I believe you, but this needs evidence. The Eastern Divine King is a saint. Without evidence, it will cause turmoil in the Holy Land's hearts, and that will be troublesome, he replied. I understand. I'm just giving a heads up, hoping the old ancestors can be wary of him. Don't worry about this. I'll report it to Bu Mie, he said. He suddenly remembered and handed him a book. Oh right, I've finished learning the Ding Jing. Returning it to the old ancestor, he exclaimed upon hearing that, What? Learned all 3 disciplines? Old ancestor? Why so dramatic? It's just a few Dijing volumes, he said with a nonchalant smile. He stammered. My apologies. Is there anything else? He thought to himself. Compared to this guy, I really feel like an idiot, he continued. Didn't you say before you wanted to see the chaotic body being forged again? So I'm here to forge it again up close this time. It's not a big deal anyway. The old ancestor blanked out, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead.
It's a good thing you're from our chaotic Holy Land. If I couldn't show off like this, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist beating you to death. Xiao Yun added, Lei Zhu, go find Bu Mie, old ancestor. Once we're ready, we'll begin. My main body will be outside, fooling those people from outside. He turned around and replied with a laugh. Okay, this time I must break through to Quasi-Emperor.
On this side, at the chaotic Holy Land, Holy Master Di Tian stood before the crowd attending his grand wedding, saying, Thank you all for coming from afar.
The people below communicated with each other via voice transmission. The person beside him said, This guy looks too much like senior brother Du Jiyu. The person on this side replied, That's right, could it be the same person? But the aura is different.
That female cultivator looked at him and thought, This kid is like that drunken monk, or Dungjiyu Chimobai, yet they all seem different. Someone on this side thought, This guy must be related to Du Ji U Chuba. On this side, Xiao Yun looked at their scrutinizing gazes and thought, Meeting old friends again is really heartwarming. However, I have to pretend to be arrogant and cocky so they don't recognize me.
With that thought, he cupped his hands and greeted them. Are you all senior brothers from the Qin family and the Sword Pavilion? It just so happens that we're of the same generation. How about we have a little spar so I can see the skills of the geniuses from outside the Central Plains?
They heard that and thought to themselves that this guy was really arrogant.
Seeing this, Chaotic Holy Master turned to ask Din Tian, "What does Xiao Yun want to do?" He replied with a smile. "Looks like my precious disciple wants to make a little commotion again." One of the people he invited to spar stepped up and said, "Since Xiao Divine Child has extended an invitation, I, Qinjian, accept. Please enlighten me," Xiao Yun asked upon hearing that. "Just you alone. I think it'd be better if you all came together.
Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose before I even warm up." Seeing Xiao Yun's contemptuous look, he frowned and said, "Arrogant, I hope your strength is as strong as your boasting." He replied with a smile, "Forget it. Since you guys aren't coming together, then I'll spar with you using swordsmanship, without using the half-step chaotic body. That way, I won't be bullying you." He cast a spell and said, "Xiao Divine Child, just use the half-step chaotic body. After all, you're just half-step, I don't care at all." A leaf was blown by the wind, and Xiao Yun held the leaf in his hand, arrogantly saying, "Big talk indeed, but be able to catch this leaf first before you speak.
Take a good look. The move to defeat you is called Heavenly Flight Immortal." With that, he flicked the leaf towards him. It was covered in golden chi, looking very powerful, flying straight ahead. Qinjian quickly took out his sword, blocking his attack.
When the two objects collided, a huge explosion suddenly erupted, sending Qinjian flying away.
Qinjian knelt down, gritting his teeth, and said,
"You, how do you know Heavenly Flight Immortal?" Di Tian chimed in. "Before, the Jun family messed with the chaotic Holy Land. As compensation, we gave them the divine ability, Heavenly Flying Immortal from Beyond."
Young sect leader Lei Chan retorted,
"Compensation, my ass. Wasn't it that mysterious powerhouse of yours who borrowed the great emperor's power to raid the Jun family and snatch it?"
Qin Yuebing marveled. The #1 person in Zhongtu. Truly extraordinary. Xiao Yun provocatively gestured to the Sword Pavilion folks. "What about you guys? Want to come at me all at once?" Sword 1 replied, "Nah, Qinjian is stronger than us, and even he couldn't beat you. We're definitely no match." Xiao Yun, head held high, smugly said, "Invincibility, it really is lonely. Cold as snow." Qinjian frowned, stopping Qin Yuebing with a telepathic message. "Don't step in. He didn't use the chaotic body earlier, and he wasn't even going all out," she huffed, thinking,
"This guy is so annoying. Definitely not that little monk, and not Dugu Chubai either."
A Sword Pavilion brother chimed in.
"What's with all the bragging? I know a guy named Dugu Chubai. He's invincible in swordsmanship. Definitely stronger than you," Xiao Yun replied. "This Dugu Chubai, I've heard of him. Zhao Wuji said he's handsome, with unmatched demeanor, and has the domineering aura of solely revered under heaven. He's actually worthy of a fight with me. Wait for him to come to the chaotic Holy Land for a showdown." "I wanted a good fight, but this is such a letdown," Xiao Yun muttered as he left.
Din Tian blurted out, praising himself, "You little." Zhang Lang turned to the chaotic Holy Lord and said,
"Holy Lord, I heard from a fellow Taoist from the Taishi Holy Land that your esteemed Holy Land only has 2 peak great saints, Lei Zhu and Undying Old Ancestor. Is that true? Or is the Taishi Holy Land deliberately stirring up trouble?"
The chaotic Holy Lord glared.
"The chaotic Holy Land has indeed declined, but we still have 7 or 8 peak great saints." Zhang Lang pressed on. "If you're so strong, why let the Taishi Holy Land bully you? It's not like Lei Zhu and the Undying Old Ancestor to let that happen."
The chaotic Holy Lord waved his hand dismissively. "Too lazy to bother with the Taishi Holy Land. Everyone saw us kill a quasi-emperor and a peak great saint last time, right? We're too lazy to act unless they really provoke us." Xiao Yun jumped in. "To be honest, the chaotic Holy Land has already given birth to a quasi-emperor. Plus, there's a senior who's about to ascend to quasi-emperor status. Otherwise, the number of peak great saints wouldn't be so low."
Di Tian's face paled. "This is getting ridiculous." The chaotic Holy Lord rolled his eyes. "I was just bluffing a little. And you mentioned 2 quasi-emperors. Who's gonna believe that?"
Qin Ling chuckled.
"In that case, the chaotic Holy Land isn't declining at all, but becoming the #1 Holy Land."
Xiao Yun smirked and asked,
"What's wrong, senior? Don't you believe it?" Suddenly a loud sound echoed. "The chaotic bell. Could it be a distinguished guest?" Xiao Yun quickly said. "Holy Lord, don't be surprised. It's probably that senior I mentioned, the one about to successfully break through to the quasi-emperor realm."
Qin Ling and his entourage exchanged glances.
"Keep acting, guys. Keep acting. No one's buying it."
Di Tian looked up and said,
"Auspicious chi flowing from the east for 30,000 miles. Looks like Xiao Yun wasn't wrong."
Suddenly, a surging purple aura filled the sky. Like an approaching storm,
the onlookers gasped. An omen. So terrifying. Could it be true? This aura is definitely more than just someone becoming a saint. The chaotic Holy Land, it's definitely not simple.
Seeing their reaction, Xiao Yun chuckled. Do you believe it now? Not long ago, a senior from the chaotic Holy Land ascended to quasi-emperor, and that also caused an auspicious chi flow of 30,000 miles. You folks in the Eastern Wasteland might not have seen it, but you've definitely heard of it.
The Sword Pavilion members were stunned. I did hear about it. I remember something about the chaotic Great Emperor being resurrected afterward. The chaotic Holy Land really has a deep background.
The chaotic Holy Lord telepathically asked Xiao Yun, is this true? Does the chaotic Holy Land really have a senior ascending to quasi-emperor? Could it be Lei Zhu? Xiao Yun quickly replied, it's fake, it's just my clone forging the chaotic body. But Lei Zhu said he'd give him a hint, so maybe he really can ascend to quasi-emperor.
The chaotic Holy Lord glared at Xiao Yun. Forging the chaotic body again. Are chaotic bodies growing like cabbages now?
Qinling and Yang sect leader Lei Chun clasped their hands in unison and said, congratulations to the chaotic Holy Land on gaining another quasi-emperor powerhouse. The chaotic Holy Lord waved his hand and chuckled. Just a quasi-emperor. Qinling and Lei Chun exchanged a look, thinking, just a quasi-emperor, what a big mouth.
Di Tian's face also darkened. Damn it, Xiao Yun has corrupted the Holy Lord too. In the forbidden area of the chaotic Holy Land, purple light blazed, illuminating the sky.
The undying ancestor, watching Xiao Yun forging the chaotic body, said,
seriously, these mortals have such limited vision? Forging a supreme body? Gotta say, our ancestors just, ridiculously awesome.
Lei Zhu beside him laughed out loud. My destruction Dao can finally take another step forward.
Did you get enlightened? Can you level up to quasi-emperor? Hearing his question, Lei Zhu replied, enlightened, yeah? At most within a year I can stabilize and advance to quasi-emperor.
The undying ancestor sighed in relief. The huge boulder weighing us down has finally disappeared, Lei Zhu added.
That's right. With over 2,000 years of lifespan, we won't be afraid of any Holy Land anymore. Over on Xiao Yun's side, having finished forging his body, he clicked his tongue a few times. Forging the chaotic body is seriously lacking in challenge. Once I become a great emperor later, I gotta create an even stronger special physique. The two elders, upon hearing this, instantly deadpanned, thinking, Alright, enough with the showing off.
Xiao Yun then asked Lei Zhu, have you gotten any insights yet? Lei Zhu replied, oh, in less than a year I should be able to break through to quasi-emperor.
Hearing this, Xiao Yun grinned. Awesome. Finally, we don't have to worry about those other Holy Lands anymore. Lei Zhu turned to the undying ancestor and said, Undying, you take Xiao Yun back. If he goes alone he might get spotted. I'm going to tell the Holy Master that I've advanced to quasi-emperor and need to consolidate my realm, so I won't be going out for a while. Undying ancestor immediately replied, got it. I'll take Xiao Yun back.
Outside, the chaotic Holy Master congratulated Lei Zhu on advancing to quasi-emperor.
Qinling, upon hearing this, exclaimed, it really is Lei Zhu, I knew it, young sect master Lei Tian added. Of course, Lei Zhu is a peerless powerhouse who dominates the holy path. It's not surprising at all that he could advance. Inside, Xiao Yun said, great. The Holy Land's crisis is finally completely resolved. Next up is the most difficult Nirvana realm.
Meanwhile, over at JD's peak, Dong Yutang turned and said,
big brother, now that Lei Zhu has advanced to quasi-emperor, should we stop relying on the beginning? After all, our previous trading crimes weren't punishable by death, as long as... The Dong Divine King interrupted. What? You want to bail halfway? You're not guilty enough to die. But I am. Because once I become a saint, if Lei Zhu finds out what I've been trading, I'm definitely dead. Dong Yutang awkwardly said that he wasn't bailing, just that the situation was different. The Dong Divine King added, nothing's changed. Even if Lei Zhu breaks through, do you think you have a chance of becoming a saint? If you don't become a saint, you'll be dead in a few hundred years, unless you can snatch resources from the beginning. Dong Yutang sighed and replied, big brother is right. My aptitude is really too poor.
The Dong Divine King then said,
so we can only persevere to the end, take one step at a time, and improve our strength first. All right, big brother, I'll listen to you, Dong Yutang replied.
In his heart, the Dong Divine King thought, thank goodness I managed to convince this idiot younger brother, otherwise I'd have to sacrifice him for the greater good. But the chaotic Holy Land is really lucky, someone actually broke through at such a crucial moment. 3 days later, at Emperor Peak, people flocked to offer their congratulations. Everyone gathered in the hall, chattering and bustling with excitement.
Xiao Yun congratulated his master on his wedding. Except for the beginning Holy Land, everyone came to congratulate. Even Wanjian's sect also sent people. My master is really something, Di Tian replied. Isn't it all thanks to Lei Zhu's breakthrough? Yeah, now no one dares to underestimate the chaotic holy palace anymore, the emperor's wife added.
Xiao Yun looked around and said, there are still people coming, and this entrance is a little too grand, Din Tian said from behind. Those are the twin emperors of the Yig family. Of course, they gotta make a big entrance.
Before them were two extremely luxurious carriages flying over. Zhao Wuji, seeing this, said, "The Ye family's twin emperors are really over the top," Xiao Yun replied. "Ye Fei sent a challenge letter before, wanting to challenge me today, of course. He has to make a grand entrance." Zhao Wuji, upon hearing this, muttered to himself, "Ye Fei, I really didn't lie to you back then. May you have good fortune."
From within the luxurious carriage, Quasi-Emperor Yi Wei of the Yi family stepped out and declared, "Xiao Yun, Yi Dadao, wielding the holy blade, was a peerless genius of my Yi family. You killed him without permission. Today you must give my Yi family an answer." The undying ancestor stepped forward and pointed at him. "Ye Wei, don't think that just because you're a quasi-emperor you can threaten these juniors," Ye Wei replied. "Undying, why is it you? Shouldn't Zhang Dalei have advanced already? Why isn't he coming out to see me?" Zhao Wuji and Xiao Yun, upon hearing the words quasi-emperor, stared with their mouths agape at the person before them. The undying ancestor continued, "Having just advanced, he's naturally in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Old man Ye, we don't have any grudges. What the heck are you snooping around for? Are you being a knife for the beginning Holy Land? Spit it out if you have something to say. I don't have time to waste with you." Yi Wei, hearing this, said, "Undying, after all these years, you're still as annoying as ever." The undying ancestor then cast a spell, glaring at him. "Enough with the useless words. Do it if you're not happy. It's not like I haven't beaten quasi-emperors before. With your little lifespan, dragging you down to hell with me wouldn't be a problem." Ye Wei glared sharply at the undying ancestor, thinking, "Is it because Lei Zhu advanced that this damned old geezer is acting so fearless? Forget it, I just wanted to probe a little, no need to really make a move on him." With that thought, Ye Wei turned around and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to a boorish guy like you, Ye Fei. I leave him to you." Ye Fei stepped forward proudly. "Where's Xiao Yun? Today's the day of our agreed duel. Do you dare to fight me in an emperor-level arena?" Xiao Yun cast a spell, and golden qi energy enveloped him, powerfully surging towards Ye Fei. He declared, "I am Xiao Yun, come at me." Seeing this, Ye Fei blurted out, "Dugu Chubai." Xiao Yun asked, "What did you say, bro?" Ye Fei replied, "Aren't you Dugu Chubai? Why do you resemble him so much?" Xiao Yun retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about. Are we fighting or not?" Ye Fei immediately responded. Immortal ancestor Bu Migi raised his hand, casting a spell and announcing, "Since that's the case, please, great emperor, move to the thunder platform." With his spell, he conjured a massive thunder platform between the two of them. Ye Fei gestured, saying, "Xiao divine son, please." In his heart, he thought, "Whether you're Dugu Chubai or not, I'll defeat you first." On Xiao Yun's side, brimming with enthusiasm, he replied, "All right, let me see how formidable the Yan family, with two emperors in one generation, truly is. You'll find out soon enough." With that, Ye Fei cast the Jia Tianfu, a colossal hand materialized in the sky, surrounded by an ethereal purple aura, looking incredibly powerful. Xiao Yun swiftly executed Heavenly Flying Immortal, a streak of red fire racing along his hand, cleaving the giant hand in two. Child's play. Xiao Yun retracted his technique and scoffed. Seeing this, Ye Fei exclaimed, "Isn't that Jun Xiaoyao's technique? How has it become so powerful?" Ye Fei beside him added, "He's refined Heavenly Flying Immortal to great perfection. No wonder he can contend with great divine powers." Ye Fei then unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's seal, a peculiar golden box adorned with exquisite patterns hurtling towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun responded with the Heavenly Flying Immortal, dissolving into three blazing red swords that converged and instantly shattered the golden box before it could even reach him. The spectators below were astonished by the moves, exclaiming, "These two are just too strong, indeed. Even with the same Heavenly Flying Immortal, Jun Xiaoyao isn't worthy to carry Xiao Yun's shoes. Ye Fei is even more formidable after his tribulation." Xiao Yun commented, "Just a bit of warm-up, you're not bad, equivalent to 09 Zhao Wuji." Hearing this, Ye Fei retorted, "I've already unleashed the vision of the Supreme Body, and you're still calling it a warm-up." On the side, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, thinking, "You guys fight, but why drag me into this? Am I eating your rice?" "Stop exaggerating, I haven't lost yet," Ye Fei declared, conjuring a bizarre humanoid figure resembling himself. On Ye Fei's side, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor first with a purple hue. On Xiao Yun's side, he countered with the Chaos first with a golden hue. Xiao Yun stated, "Trading injuries for injuries." Ye Fei sneered. "Scared," Xiao Yun retorted. HMPH. Both combatants chose to take the full brunt of each other's attacks without defending, to see whose force was superior. Ye Fei took Xiao Yun's full-on attack and flew far away. He knelt down, struggling to speak.
Bro, Xiao Yun crossed his arms, looking down with disdain and said, to think you are an supreme being. Is this all you got? Ye Fei stood up, puzzled. How is your physical body so strong? Xiao Yun replied. In the qi refining realm I already reached 1 million jin, surpassing the extreme limit. My physical strength has surpassed all supreme bodies. Being stronger than you in the true dragon nest is just normal, isn't it?
The surrounding people, witnessing this, worriedly exclaimed, I'm afraid only elder brother Ji Du can contend with this guy, another said. Indeed, this physical body and combat power are monstrous. No wonder he's the first heavenly genius of Zhongtu.
Qin brother frowned and asked, How is Qin Bingyu? She replied, I was deceived by Jun Sijiao. Being both a supreme body, Ye Fei is much stronger than him. I am not as good as Ye Fei. Although this Xiao Yun looks very uncomfortable, you can't deny that he is really strong. He asked her, Didn't you notice? Xiao Yun basically didn't use his full strength. She replied, Yes, it is said that he has not used the chaotic field, and the half-step chaotic body has not appeared. They watched the fierce battle in front of them as they spoke.
Xiao Yun strikes Ye Fei with a blow. He took the full blow from Xiao Yun, then spit out a mouthful of blood and flew far away.
Xiao Yun smiled and said, You are too weak. Not even comparable to Zhao Wuji, yet you dare to challenge me. Zhao Wuji on the side thought, That's not right. Why is this guy stronger? He wasn't that strong when he first cast the chaos body. Could it be that he secretly did something again? Invincible? Truly lonely? He put his hands behind his back and shouted.
Ye Wei supported Ye Fei, who was seriously injured, and pulled him away, telling us to go.
As he left, the old guy even glanced back at Xiao Yun, thinking to himself, This bastard is so good at showing off.
Seeing this, Jian Yi praised, So this Xiao Yun really lives up to his reputation. The others behind him echoed, Yeah, he's really strong, let's go, we're too far behind him. Ditian approached him and said,
The 3 swordmasters of Wanjian Mountain Manor have arrived, and the wedding is almost over. Get ready for the next stage. Observing the forging of the sacred weapon, hopefully you can gain something.
Yes, Xiao Yun quickly replied, then thought to himself,
Finally, I can comprehend some mystical principles. Ditian clasped his hands and said, Welcome, 3 grandmasters, to my humble abode, and I'll be counting on you guys, they replied. Elder Ditian, you're too kind. We've been invited here with great sincerity, so we'll naturally do our best. Ao Wushuang came forward to greet him. He clasped his hands and said, Wanjian Mountain Manor's Saint Child Ao Wushuang pays respects to Xiao Yun. You look a lot like an old friend of mine, Dugu Chubai. I wonder if Xiao Yun knows him. Xiao Yun smiled and replied, Brother Ao, you're too polite. The others from the eastern wilderness also said, He looks like Dugu Chubai, but to say the truth, I have never heard of him before. Hearing this, he tilted his head and said, So that's how it is. Well then, I invite Xiao Yun to observe the sword forging, and I hope you have good fortune. Afterward, he thought to himself, There can't be a second freak like Dugu Chubai. I've observed the forging of sacred weapons 4 times already. This time, I'll definitely be able to comprehend the mystical principles and shock them all. A person with a huge axe on his shoulder introduced himself to everyone around. I am Ao Wenyan, and I've comprehended the Earth's protection mystical principle. I hope everyone can gain something. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing this, immediately turned to Xiao Yun and asked, You've comprehended the chaos mystical principle. What are you looking at the Earth's way mystical principle for?
Xiao Yun smiled and replied, Not long ago I started cultivating a new emperor-level scripture, the 5 elements sacred scripture. I need to comprehend the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Coincidentally, the mystical principles that these sword-forging masters have comprehended are exactly what I need. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, 5 elements? Are you stupid? How much time will this waste? Are you not going to cultivate your chaos earth way anymore? Xiao Yun calmly replied, Don't compare yourself to me. Me walking on 5 paths at the same time is faster than you. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji scornfully said, You're just bragging. Didn't the ancients say to suffer losses in front of your eyes? Wait until I prove the Tao of the great emperor before you and see if you regret it.
Xiao Yun looked at him disdainfully. What ancients are you even? He frowned and replied, I'm 30 years old this year, and you're not even 20 yet. Am I not an ancient? You are already 30 years old and only have such strength. Don't even think about being my follower. That's too embarrassing. He got irritated after hearing Xiao Yun. Are you itching for a beatdown? Can you even beat me? Xiao Yun disdained. The people nearby hearing the argument said,
20, 30 years old and already this powerful. I've really lived in vain. This young man is truly amazing. So many supreme physiques and geniuses have appeared in his generation.
Alright, stop making noise. Let's start observing the forging of the sacred weapon, they said, and watched Xiao Wenyan swing his axe continuously. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the area, the people around intently watching him forge the sacred weapon. Suddenly, Xiao Yun glowed. The people behind him, seeing this, were left speechless, and the same went for those on the other side, everyone in disbelief thinking, he's already comprehended it. The emperor's wife turned to Ditian and said, Brother, has your disciple always been like this? Ditian replied, Yes, this kid is a freak. Being his master is a lot of pressure.
Ao Wushuang thought to himself,
Could he be Dugu Chubai?
It's unlikely. Dugu Chubai's sword Dao is so strong it can't be the future saint's son of the Chaos Holy Land. Too absurd. Thinking this, he used sound transmission to Zhao Wuji and said, Brother Zhao, has Xiao Yun already comprehended the mystical principle? Have you not comprehended it yet? Zhao Wuji asked. He replied, Is it possible that you have comprehended it?
He slowly said, Brother Zhao can't be compared to me. Brother Zhao is a supreme physique, an unparalleled genius, just like Xiao Yun, while I am just an ordinary person.
Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes and said,
Just an ancient sacred body, nothing worth mentioning. I am also an ordinary person. Ao Wushuang, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, had a green face, and looked at Zhao Wuji, thinking, Big bro, can you have some shame, please?
2 hours later,
Ao Wenkai replaced Ao Wenyan, forging the weapon and continuing the essence of the mystical principle.
The weakness of the waterway is in using softness to overcome hardness.
Xiao Yun glowed again, comprehending the earthway.
Zhao Wuji, seeing this, widened his eyes and gaped, exclaiming, He comprehended it again. Ao Wushuang beside him also said, Frick. 3 hours later, Ao Gang held the axe and said to Xiao Yun, Saint Child Xiao Yun's talent is truly amazing. I've comprehended the sharpness mystical principle of the metal way. If you can comprehend this principle, it will be of great help to your sword Daoyo's offensive power, Xiao Yun happily replied. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster Ao Gang. Xiao Yun glanced at Di Qian, transmitting his voice to him. Master, this Grandmaster Abio Gang's strength seems much stronger than the other two Grandmasters. What realm is he at? Di Qian replied. Peak Saint, only half a step away from Great Saint. Xiao Yun glanced at Qian Dao Great Saint, the strongest expert below Quasi-Emperor. It seems the foundation of Wanjian Mountain Manor is very deep.
Ao Gang continued his work of forging the sacred weapon. Ao Wushuang glanced at Ao Gang, thinking, even the profound meaning of Windblade, known for being difficult to grasp, surely senior brother wouldn't have.
The air around Xiao Yun started swirling, the wind buffeting him as he closed his eyes, basking in it.
Ao Wushuang was immediately bewildered. Bro, he actually got it.
Ao Wushuang's master, standing beside him, telepathically transmitted. Wushuang, I recall this is the 7th time you've observed the forging of a holy weapon. Ao Wushuang burst into tears.
Not again. Ao Wushuang turned his head to his master wearily. Master, I was wrong. I'm just naturally stupid. I've disgraced you. I've shamed Wanjian Mountain Manor. When I get back, I'll definitely reflect deeply, and I'll cultivate twice as hard in the future.
Ao Wushuang's master was confused.
Wushuang, what's going on?
Ao Wushuang glanced at Zhao Wuji behind him and asked,
Bro Zhao, where are you going? Not watching anymore? Zhao Wuji waved his hand and said, I gotta pee. Ao Wushuang's face turned green as he dejectedly thought, he's been fasting and not drinking. Where's the pee coming from? What a terrible excuse. But this is seriously overkill. It's too much for me to handle. I gotta get out of here.
Ao Wushuang's master asked Ao Wushuang,
Wushuang, where are you going?
Ao Wushuang walked away, nonchalantly saying, Master, I have a stomachache. I need to take care of business. I'll be back later.
Ao Wushuang's master was too annoyed to reply.
Ao Wenyan stepped forward and said to Ao Wushuang's master, Big brother, I'm going to the main hall for the wedding banquet. I have some friends there. I'll go chat with them.
Tu Wushuang's master then said, Let's go together. I have some friends there too.
Xiao Yun opened his eyes after his little episode.
Xiao Yun was confused when he noticed he was all alone. Where'd everyone go? 3 days later,
Xiao Yun was circulating his qi in his room, the power surrounding him growing stronger and stronger. Xiao Yun, lost in the power, thought. There are 3 ways to comprehend profound meanings. Watching the forging of swords, which is basically a non-starter at this point. Observing the Tao of a chaotic holy body, which isn't suitable, and the folks at other holy lands definitely won't allow me to watch, and it would take too many enlightenment chances. The body. Though this is the only option that works at all.
Xiao Yun vaguely thought, damn system, can't you send some more missions? Let me accumulate more enlightenment chances, give me a 999 level buff or something? As soon as he thought about the system, it appeared. announcing a new mission. Xiao Yun stared in shock. Holy crap, talk about timing. But something had Xiao Yun in awe, thinking to himself, just what kind of mission is this, system? Are you serious?
The system displayed the notification. Kill an ordinary saint and receive 1,000 enlightenment chances. Kill a great saint and receive 10,000 enlightenment chances. Kill a quasi-emperor and receive 100,000 enlightenment chances.
Xiao Yun mused. 1,000, 10,000. These rewards are generous indeed. But system, you're telling me to go kill saints. Do you think I have a dragon-slaying blade, or the power of the galaxy?
Then Xiao Yun flew out of his residence, thinking, and a saint at the Nirvana celestial realm could crush me with one finger.
Forget it, I'll ask Undying Ancestor and see if he can help. The sky was dark at Forbidden Ground. Little rascal, what are you doing here, Undying Ancestor? Asked Xiao Yun in surprise.
Xiao Yun scratched his head and said, Ancestor, I have a favor to ask. Undying Ancestor saw right through him. Seeing the smile on his face, he knew it definitely wasn't a good thing. Spit it out, Xiao Yun said cautiously.
Ancestor, you're idle anyway. Why not take me to kill a saint to broaden my horizons? Oh right, leave him with a last breath for me to finish him off, just to give me some courage, Undying Ancestor asked Xiao Yun. Do you think I have too much free time?
Xiao Yun responded with a sweaty, awkward smile. I heard that you used to slaughter everyone in the Holy Road. Your blade has been sealed for so many years it must be dying of thirst.
Undying Ancestor crossed his arms and scoffed. Now I want to chop you up, kill a saint. You think saints are chickens? Killing them at will lead to a war between the Holy Lands, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Okay that, Ancestor. Pretend I didn't say anything. I'll go first. Bye. I'll take you. Undying Ancestor used magic to wrap Xiao Yun up and threw him out of the Forbidden Ground.
Xiao Yun drifted to a place called Holy Lord Peak. The Chaos Holy Lord saw Xiao Yun from above and said, Xiao Yun, what a coincidence. I was looking for you, and here you are. Xiao Yun landed on the ground and asked, Holy Lord, what do you need me for?
The Chaos Holy Lord explained. The Holy Land Exchange is about to start, and we need a team leader, so we need to choose one of you to become the divine son of our Chaos Holy Land, to lead the team.
The Chaos Holy Lord pointed at Xiao Yun and said to the other disciples, Now that Xiao Yun is here, let's start the competition. The other fellow disciples all refused, saying, Holy Lord, I surrender. Holy Lord, I surrender. I surrender too. The Holy Lord said in frustration,
You're all supposed to be the strongest holy sons of the Chaos Holy Land. Aren't you willing to fight even a little? One of them spoke up.
Sigh, Holy Lord. I've seen the battle between the Divine Sun and Ye Fei. Even if we all went together, we wouldn't win.
No need to fight, another agreed. That's right, we know our own strength, no need to waste time, another added. So no need to waste time.
Hundun Holy Master then turned to Xiao Yun and said,
All right, Xiao Yun, prepare yourself. Tomorrow you will be appointed as the Divine Sun.
Hold on a sec.
Holy Master, Deng Shenwang, leading Tian Yi, showed up and said to the Holy Master, This is a newly accepted disciple of mine. According to the rules, he's also qualified to compete for the position of Divine Son. How about we wait until they've had a showdown before making a decision?
Xiao Yun pondered. Deng Shenwang must be well aware of my combat strength. Given this premise, he still brought someone to compete for the Divine Son position. I smell something fishy here. Looks ordinary enough, but I can sense a profound and unfathomable aura. Tian Yi gave Xiao Yun a sinister grin. Hundun Holy Master asked Deng Shenwang, puzzled. Who is this? When did you accept this disciple? Deng Shenwang explained. Not long ago, old ancestor Bu Mie changed the rules for accepting disciples, so I took in a disciple with some cultivation. His name is Tian Yi, possesses a 5 elements body, and is at the late out-of-body realm.
Hearing this, the Holy Master said suspiciously, This person's origins are unknown, and he's already competing for the Divine Son position so soon after joining the Holy Land. I'm afraid others won't be convinced.
Deng Shenwang immediately said, This is my legitimate disciple who wouldn't be convinced. Besides, Xiao Yun can even defeat a supreme body like Ye Fei. Is he afraid of an unknown rogue cultivator like Tian Yi? Holy Master hesitated. This, Xiao Yun smiled and said,
He's a holy son of the Hundun Holy Land, so of course he's qualified to compete for the Divine Son position. But let him get past Zhao Wuji first. If he can't even beat my follower, he's not qualified to challenge me.
Deng Shenwang retorted angrily.
HMPH, Xiao Yun, what do you mean? Are you scared? Tian Yi chimed in. Accepting the challenge, Zhao Zhang makes a lot of sense. I agree to fight Zhao Wuji.
Xiao Yun was thinking to himself, This guy's too confident. There's definitely something up his sleeve. Deng Shenwang reminded Hundun Holy Master, Holy Master, you better get the Supreme Elders to witness this. I don't want people to refuse to acknowledge the results after my disciple wins. The Holy Master reluctantly agreed. All right, as you wish, someone. Go inform the Supreme Elders. Xiao Yun quickly flew away. I'm gonna find Zhao Wuji. A moment later, Zhao Wuji flew behind him, asking suspiciously, Xiao Yun, is there really some random guy who might have strength comparable to mine? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Xiao Yun replied. What would I gain from lying to your sorry ass? You'll see when we get there. Then the two of them landed at Hun Dun Holy Master's place. Tian Yi turned to the Supreme Elder Tian Yi and asked, You're also named Tian Yi, he replied to him. What is it, brat? Do you have something to say? Tian Yi said. I wouldn't dare to instruct you. I just feel that you should change your name. Supreme Elder Tian Yi immediately roared angrily. Bastard! Don't think that just because you're Deng Shenhuang's disciple you can act presumptuously in front of this seat. If you want this seat to change his name, wait until you become a saint and then speak those words. Tian Yi smiled sinisterly and glanced at him. Senior, don't be angry. I'm just kindly reminding you. Because there was also a person with the same name as me before, and he died a miserable death. I'm worried that Senior will also have such bad luck. Supreme Elder Tian Yi was furious. You, Hun Dun Holy Master, interrupted. All right. Since Zhao Wuji is here, then let's begin. Tian Yi stepped forward and greeted Zhao Wuji. Brother Zhao, I've long admired your reputation. This humble one is Tian Yi. Please enlighten me. Zhao Wuji didn't say much and directly attacked with a huge punch. I'm not interested in the name of the weak. If you want to gain my recognition, take a punch from me first. Tian Yi released his killing intent. Alright. Tian Yi then retaliated with a move against Zhao Wuji's fierce punch. The two fists collided and were thrown off, and both had to step back. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. As expected, he is very strong. Xiao Yun used voice transmission to speak to Ditian. There's something weird about him. A 5 elements body can't be this strong, Ditian replied. Unless he's like you, he surpassed the extreme realm many times. Zhao Wuji then waved his arm, enveloped in a powerful 6 paths chi, 6 paths of reincarnation fist. You're quite good, you're really qualified to fight me. The punch quickly moved to Tian Yi. He was also prepared to receive it, and a barrier appeared under his feet. The 5 elements domain. Tian Yi flew up, creating a large shield, blocking Zhao Wuji's attack like a storm. Ditian was stunned. Profound meaning domain so strong. Xiao Yun was also surprised. He was able to comprehend 5 types of profound meaning: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji then summoned the giant centipede behind him. War God domain. Do you think you are the only one who has a domain? I have it too. After that, Tian Yi swung a punch full of murderous aura. Finally, I can have a refreshing battle. The 2 punches collided again, one full of magic. Zhao Wuji was blown away by Tian Yi's punch. The other disciples outside began to discuss in confusion. How is that possible? Someone else asked. What was that just now? Zhao Wuji lost. Ditian was shooketh, thinking. Grand Cycle Stellar Physique. He actually possesses 2 secondary grade divine physiques at the same time. No way. Xiao Yun asked Ditian, all confused. Master, have you ever seen someone with 2 special physiques at once? Ditian, totally baffled, replied. Never. Any special physique is supposed to be one of a kind. This guy's seriously weird. But it doesn't seem like Deng Shenhuang knows about this either. Deng Shenhuang was just as lost, thinking, how is this dude so strong? Xiao Yun, full of questions, asked Ditian, Master, is this Tian Yi a spy from the Taichu Holy Land? Ditian immediately shut that down. Impossible. Do you think we'd send you to the Taichu Holy Land as a spy? Too risky, not worth it at all. Xiao Yun was still suspicious. True, but there's no way this guy's a rogue cultivator. What's he even doing here? The Hun Dun Holy Master turned to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, can you beat him? Xiao Yun confidently answered. Relax. He's like 12 Zhao Wuji. I don't even need the Hun Dun physique to take him down. The Holy Master had to admit Tian Yi was strong. 12 Zhao Wuji, that's already crazy powerful. The Hun Dun Holy Master sighed, thinking about Zhao Wuji. So the ancient holy physique like Zhao Wuji has just become a power level benchmark in your eyes. Tian Yi and Zhao Wuji kept at it. Boom! Their fists clashed again. Zhao Wuji was all fired up, thinking, before I beat Xiao Yun, there's no way Zhao Wuji can lose to anyone else. N-O-1. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, his brow furrowed, determined. Even if it kills me, I can't lose. Zhao Wuji charged in for another attack. Tian Yi quickly landed a nasty punch right on Zhao Wuji's face. Ouch. Zhao Wuji crashed to the ground, knocked out cold with a swollen face. Zhao Wuji laid on the ground, crackling black lightning, dancing across his body. Zhao Wuji was internally complaining, this psycho, this guy is seriously insane. Xiao Yun strolled over to Zhao Wuji. Why is this guy going so nuts? Ditian, catching Zhao Wuji, explained. Because he's condensed the invincible Tao heart, if he fails, it'll be shattered, Xiao Yun added. He lost to me last time, and it didn't shatter.
Tian kept explaining. He and you are like you and me. If I beat you, your Dao heart wouldn't be shattered, right? But other than you, he can't lose to anyone.
Xiao Yun was starting to get it.
Ah, I see. Dong Shenwang walked over to Tian Yi. Tian Yi, are you alright? Tian Yi carefully replied.
I'm
still holding up. Xiao Yun turned to Tian Yi and said, Tian Yi, right? To beat my follower up like that, you're pretty good. Once you've healed up, you can come find me anytime, Tian Yi declined. No need. I forfeit. I'm not your opponent right now.
Tian Yi turned and walked away. Master, let's go. Dong Shenwang agreed.
Okay. The Hundun Holy Master announced. Since Tian Yi has conceded, then from today onward, Xiao Yun will be the divine son of our Hundun Holy Land.
The disciples swarmed around, congratulating Xiao Yun. Congratulations, divine son Xiao, Xiao Yun said a bit shyly.
You're too kind. As the divine son, I'll lead the Hundun Holy Land back to its former glory.
Xiao Yun grinned, thinking. Years ago I gave up the divine son position to complete my first mission, but it feels like just yesterday, and today I've finally regained the divine son spot. Xiao Yun was proud of himself, saying, Divine Son Xiao Yun, starting today, I'm going to make the Hundun Holy Land the #1 Holy Land of the Juxiao continent again. Because I've arrived, I've conquered, I've seen, and this world will belong to me, I will shine everywhere. Tian clapped Xiao Yun on the shoulder, stopping his dramatic speech. All right, disciple, no need to show off, everyone's already left, Tian said.
Xiao Yun was confused. Huh? Everyone around had vanished, leaving only the two of them at a peak on Dongyu Peak. Dong Shenwang wondered,
Tian Yi, you have two special physiques. Even in the Taichu Holy Land, you're top tier, second only to Li Chengdi, so why did they let you come to our place? Aren't they afraid you'll die here? Tian Yi said unhappily. Li Chengdi, how can you compare me with that kid Li Chengdi?
Tian Yi frowned, glanced at Dong Shenwang, and continued. His talent isn't bad, it's a pity that he has no drive, not even as good as Zhao Wuji, he is not worth comparing with me.
Dong Shenwang continued to ask.
Tian Yi, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, based on your talent, you should have been famous long ago, but why have I never heard of you? Tian Yi picked up his teacup and said, Knowing too much is not beneficial for you.
Dong Shenwang's face darkened,
and he asked, Then aren't you afraid of dying here?
Tian Yi gave him a sharp look and replied,
Dong Shenwang, as long as you don't betray me, no one will know that I am from the Taichu Holy Land. Moreover, a cultivator at the knowing realm like me does not pose a threat to the Holy Land, doesn't it?
Tian Yi continued. Therefore, as long as you cooperate with me, it will be beneficial to you, and what I want to do is not something you should care about. Understand? Dong Shenwang reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements.
Dong Shenwang's face darkened. He thought to himself, Here I am, a freaking saint, and I have to take orders from a little punk. When you live under someone else's roof, you gotta play by their rules.
Meanwhile, at Difeng, Xiao Yun was meditating on the ground and leveling up to a divine son.
But guess what? He only got 3 enlightenment boosts? Seems like everyone's lost their awe for my power. If that's the case, it's gonna be tough to farm those enlightenment chances.
Suddenly Xiao Yun had a brainwave. Wait a sec, why did I forget about my clone? I can't farm enlightenment chances myself, but Du Jiyu Chubai can. He's the newbie here. Xiao Yun walked to the door, thinking, I'll go find immortal ancestor Bu Mie and ask him to help me understand the profound mysteries of the fire and wood Taoists. Then, I'll send my sacrificial spirit clone to Heavenly Emperor City to farm enlightenment chances. Perfect.
Xiao Yun opened the door and yelled, Immortal ancestor Bu Mie, your boy's back. Immortal ancestor Bu Mie, sitting in his tomb chamber, told Xiao Yun, You stinky brat, why aren't you cultivating properly and come here instead? The Holy Land exchange is coming up. You better bring honor back to our chaotic Holy Land this time. Xiao Yun immediately replied,
I came precisely for cultivation. I want to comprehend the fire and wood Dao profound mysteries.
Xiao Yun scratched his head and continued, Could you take me to places with volcanoes or primeval forests so I can comprehend them?
Hearing this, immortal ancestor Bu Mie had no choice but to agree. If it's important, then follow me, he thought to himself. How many types of profound mysteries does this kid want to understand? The two quickly used magic to disappear. Xiao Yun thought to himself, I'm off. Sacrificial spirit clone, those enlightenment chances are all on you.
At Heavenly Emperor City, Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone was bewildered.
I heard this Heavenly Emperor city is the most ancient city of the Nine Immortals continent. It really is huge and impressive. But why do I have this familiar feeling after entering?
Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone was shocked and surprised. There's a temple behind that wall. How do I know these things? Is this a ghost encounter? It's my first time here. He walked closer and exclaimed, "Huh. There really is a temple."
Standing before the gate, a series of thoughts appeared in his head. There's a treasure in this temple. This is so strange. Why are these memories appearing in my head?
Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone felt dejected. Not thinking too much, he stepped in, not caring anymore. I'll see what treasures are inside first. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone stepped into the temple full of confusion. In front of him was a statue. The sacrificial spirit clone thought, "It's so dilapidated, there probably isn't any treasure left, right?" He looked up at the statue in front of him thinking, "This temple is almost a deserted temple, nothing good here, only this stone man is flawless. A little interesting." Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone blew a puff of smoke at the statue in front of him. The statue gradually became cleaner and more visible. He froze, speechless. Holy crap, isn't that me? What is going on? He was standing in front of a statue of himself, utterly confused. "Brother Du Jiyu, you've finally arrived." He turned around, startled. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone immediately smashed the statue in front of him. The sacrificial spirit clone thought that if they found out that this ancient stone statue was him, it would be troublesome. The Sword Pavilion brothers appeared behind him. "We thought we would meet Brother Du Jiyu at the chaotic Holy Land's wedding banquet for Di Tian. Never expected Brother Du Jiyu not to come," Sword Pavilion Hua Lingxin said. He turned to greet them perfunctorily. "Oh, it's you, Sword Pavilion brothers. Long time no see."
Sword Pavilion Hua Lingxin continued. "It's a pity Brother Du Jiyu didn't see that Xiao Yun. Otherwise, you would definitely be surprised. The two of you are too similar," Sword One brother added. "That's right, if that Xiao Yun didn't have a half-step chaotic body, and wasn't so ridiculously overpowered, I would have really thought he was you." Sword 2 asked Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone, Brother Du Jiyu, "What are you doing here?"
He stammered in response. "Looking for treasures," another person said.
Brother Du Jiyu is joking. How could there be treasures in this wilderness? If there really were any, they would have been taken away long ago.
Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone immediately took out a Heavenly Emperor Scripture Volume 2 to scare them. "Who says there are no treasures? Here it is."
Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone was immediately flustered, gaping as he realized he was holding an Emperor's Scripture in his hand.
"Emperor's Scripture!" Sword 3 also exclaimed in panic. "This aura, it really seems to be an Emperor's Scripture." Sword 1 brother also agreed. "That's right," the guy with the beard also added.
"I have never seen paper with such a texture, it must be an Emperor's Scripture," Sword Pavilion Hua Lingxin also said in surprise. Brother Dugu's luck is too heaven-defying. He held the Heavenly Emperor Scripture Volume 2 in his hand in disbelief. He thought to himself,
"Could it be because I seized the Heavenly Emperor's fortune, so I can find treasures just by walking around? Moreover, chaotic Holy Land has Heavenly Emperor Scripture Volume 3. Suddenly, young Master Lei Shan of the Thunder Flash sect flew down beside Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone. He glared, and a burst of ki radiated out. Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone was instantly frozen stiff by the spell. This made him can't help but think, can't move, can't talk. Is this dude trying to snatch the Emperor's Scripture?
Young Pavilion Master Lei Shan smiled, taking the second volume of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture from Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone's hand. "My dad's always been trying to figure things out on his own. He really needs this Emperor Scripture. And now I also need to create my own cultivation technique. Having this Emperor Scripture as a reference will be a huge help for me. Truly, a great fortune." Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone instantly furrowed his brows, furious. "All right, I'll remember this. Just you wait for me, son of Lei Zhan."
Young Pavilion Master Lei Shan got the second volume of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture and immediately read, "To cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself." A thought slowly dawned on him. Could it be that the creator of this Emperor Scripture was a eunuch in the palace?
He flipped to the next page. "You can also cultivate it, if you don't castrate yourself." He broke out in a cold sweat, completely bewildered. What the heck is this? So in the end, do you castrate yourself or not? If someone saw the first page and already castrated themselves, wouldn't that be? Young Pavilion Master Lei Shan's face turned green, exasperated. Frantically flipping through the Heavenly Emperor Scripture Volume 2, he flipped until he found a page that read, "You're an idiot. How could you actually think this is an Emperor Scripture? Would an Emperor Scripture just be left here for you to pick up? Only a fool like you would think an Emperor Scripture would be inside a stone statue.
You got played, didn't you? What, wanna bite this old man? Too bad you don't know. Even your descendants 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years from now won't be able to bite this old man, but I can tell you this. I don't change my surname when I sit, nor my name when I walk. My name is Jiyu Shabi, from the Jiyu clan of the primordial Holy Land. We're so strong we'll scare you to death. If you've got the guts, come find my Jiyu clan's descendants and get your revenge. Young Pavilion Master Lei Shan's face turned green after reading it, angrily thinking, damn it, I walked right into a trap. Young Pavilion Master Lei Shan angrily walked away, throwing the fake Heavenly Emperor scripture back at Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone. Seeing this, he was bewildered and didn't understand, thinking, He returned it. What's going on? Did he secretly make a copy? Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone immediately opened the first page to look, almost popping his eyeballs out. To cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself. His confusion doubled. Holy hell, is this the sunflower manual? That's absurd. His face turned green as he thought. Did someone imitate my handwriting? No way. After I came to the Holy Land, I never wrote anything. And even before that, I wrote very little. Besides, no one in this world should know about the sunflower manual. In this life, I definitely haven't done this again. Could it be my future self traveled back in time to leave this message? Or maybe my previous life left it. Senior brother Jian Yi walked up and patted Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone's shoulder. Brother Dugu, is there something wrong with this Emperor scripture? He then handed senior brother Jian Yi the second volume of the Heavenly Emperor scripture and said, Something wrong? Just read it yourselves, then you'll know. Senior brother Jian Yi was startled, thinking, Is he giving me an Emperor scripture? Are Emperor scriptures that worthless? The brothers of Sword Pavilion quickly huddled together to look at the Heavenly Emperor scripture. After reading, they immediately thought, To learn this Emperor scripture, you have to castrate yourself. Senior brother Jian Yi's face turned green, deep in thought. No wonder young Pavilion Master Lei Shan left so abruptly. Our Sword Pavilion can't be without successors, but should I castrate myself or not? I don't have a special physique, but if I castrate myself and cultivate this Emperor scripture. The other three also turned green. What? Hua Ling Xin of Sword Pavilion was stunned, thinking, Life is short, maybe this is also an opportunity. Jian San broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, My dad doesn't just have me as a son, the family lineage doesn't need me. Jian gritted his teeth, thinking, I'm an orphan, and I already have a child. A minute later, all the brothers of Sword Pavilion pulled out their swords, forcing themselves to castrate themselves. Seeing this, Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone was bewildered, speechless. Holy hell, didn't you guys read the second page? He immediately stepped out to stop them. Wait, I'm telling you guys, at least read the next page, Hua Ling Xin of Sword Pavilion replied. Brother Dugu is right. What if, God forbid, this Emperor scripture doesn't even follow the sword Dao? Jian San immediately flipped to the second page. Right, quickly look at the second page. Jian read aloud. If you don't castrate yourself, you can also cultivate it. After reading, all the brothers of Sword Pavilion had the same expression, one of utter exasperation. Damn them. They continued flipping to the page young Pavilion Master Li Shan had read earlier, which made him leave, and now there was an additional passage. The person who wrote it laughed heartily. You idiot, don't look any further back, it's all empty there. Hua Ling Xin of Sword Pavilion turned around and left, dejected. Brother Dugu, I have something else to do, I'll be leaving first, he secretly thought. This time, I really lost face. Jian San immediately chased after him. Senior brother Hua, wait for us, Jian Yi said. Here, take this fake Heavenly Emperor scripture back, Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone. I also have something to do, Brother Dugu, let's talk another day. He looked at the Heavenly Emperor scripture in his hand, feeling helpless. That's not right. Although the content of this Emperor scripture is bizarre, the paper quality is identical to the Holy Land's Emperor scripture. Could there be some hidden mechanism in the book? Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone held the Heavenly Emperor scripture and walked out of the old temple. Perhaps after gathering all 3 volumes of the Emperor scripture, this book will reveal its true content. In short, there's definitely some profound hidden meaning hidden within this book. Uncle. The call came, surprising Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone. It's my nephew, Dugu Baitian happily ran over. Uncle, it really is you. Just now, when I saw that figure, I felt it looked so much like you. Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone then said, This truly is destiny. He handed him a book. This is the complete universal sword canon for you. Dugu Baitian happily held up another book to him and replied, Uncle, this is the cultivation technique for the spatial sword Dao. He immediately took it.
Spatial Sword Dao. He was shocked when he saw it was the first volume of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. He was bewildered, thinking, holy hell, what's going on? The Spatial Sword Dabio technique is actually Heavenly Emperor scripture volume 1. This old man just got Heavenly Emperor scripture volume 2, and now volume 1 comes along. Am I this lucky? Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone opened the first volume of the Heavenly Emperor scripture to look, exclaiming in surprise, This truly is Heavenly Emperor scripture volume 1. But why isn't Heavenly Emperor Scripture Volume 1 blank? Looking at the content, I can understand why the Dugu clan considered it a Spatial Sword Dao cultivation technique. Because the scripture genuinely contains Spatial Sword Dao content. He pondered deeply. However, this is a complete cultivation method for learning the Dao of space. To only learn the Sword Dao, the Dugu clan is really wasting a heavenly treasure. Duji Yubation excitedly told him, Uncle, this cultivation technique is too awesome. This is a quasi-emperor level sword art, thank you, uncle. Then he said, compared to this emperor scripture, the universe sword codex is still inferior. Duji Yubation added, no, the emperor scripture only has a few parts introducing swordplay, its value is far less than the universe sword codex. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, truly worthy of being a sword-obsessed family, they only care about swords and nothing else. He put his arm around Duji Yubation's shoulder and said, let's not worry about these things. Let's go to Zilu for a feast. He immediately agreed. Yes. At Zilu, Duji Yu Baitian devoured a whole drumstick. The table was full of luxurious food. Xiao Yun's spirit projection was currently circulating his cultivation technique. The energy flowed along his body. While eating, Duji Yu Baitian suddenly said, Uncle, you've comprehended the Space Sword Dao. He opened his eyes with a bright gaze and said, it's just Space Sword Dabio. Nothing worth mentioning. He held out the 2 Emperor Scripture volumes for Duji Yubation to see. Then he said, nephew, how long has the Duji family possessed this Emperor Scripture? How many years has it been? And also thought, why is this Emperor Scripture 1 so new? Logically, it should be the original copy. Duji Yubation answered while holding a large bowl of rice and chewing. This book was obtained by an old ancestor of the Duji Yu family, probably about 10,000 years, or 1,000 years ago. Xiao Yun's spirit projection was immediately suspicious. Which is to say, this Emperor Scripture 2 is probably more ancient. Why are there traces of my handwriting on such an ancient object? He suddenly realized he understood. It's time. If Emperor Scripture 1 is the complete space Dao, then Emperor Scripture 2 is the time Dao, and the content of Emperor Scripture 3 is even more unbelievable. Just how strong is the creator of the Emperor Scriptures? He continued to speculate. So it's possible that only after I comprehend the profound mysteries of time can I see the content on Emperor Scripture 2. In short, no matter what, I must increase the number of comprehensions. Xiao Yun's spirit projection said to Duji Yubaitian, nephew, wait a moment, help me with something, he asked curiously. What is it, uncle? He immediately said, help uncle send out a challenge to the geniuses of the 6 great holy lands of Central Earth and the major sects. I want to set up an arena in Emperor Heaven City, challenging the talents of Central Earth. Duji Yubation laughed loudly in agreement with his idea. That's great, I'll go right away. I have to let everyone in Central Earth know the prestige of our Duji Yu family. Xiao Yun's spirit projection smiled smugly, thinking, I should also act. Build an arena in the center of Emperor Heaven City first, preferably so that the entire Emperor Heaven City can see it. Collect the number of comprehensions, then said, at Emperor Heaven's Great Zilu, have you heard? Duji Yu Chubai wants to challenge the geniuses of Central Earth, one person said. Another person asked in confusion, who the heck is Duji Yu Chubai? Person then replied, I heard he's a descendant of Duji Yu Jian, and he defeated the supreme body, Jun Xiaoyao. Another person scorned, that's just what they say, Donghuang sword cultivators are just bragging. Another person agreed, that's right, does he think he's Xiao Yun? A red-haired person said, Du Ji U Chubai is here. He really likes to cause a big commotion. Ye Fei smiled wryly. His strength is not bad. Before I had my lucky encounter he was probably no weaker than me. Central Earth only has a few supreme bodies that might be stronger than him. He's really qualified to challenge the talents of Central Earth. The red-haired person laughed and said, no matter what, Du Ji Yu Chubai is also a person from Donghuang. When the arena starts, we'll go and take a look. Ye Fei pondered. Good as well, Du Jiu Chubai or whatever. I no longer pay attention to him. Now my only opponent is Xiao Yun, Hua Ling of the Sword Pavilion. Xin Yu said to his brothers, Du Ji brother really causes a storm wherever he goes. Let's go take a look later. Sword One brother agreed. Alright. Back then, Du Ji Jian roamed the world, offending many people. I think those geniuses who were defeated by Du Ji Jian back then will definitely not be reconciled. They will definitely arrange for young geniuses to teach Du Ji Chubai a lesson. The young pavilion master Lei Dian crossed his arms, gritted his teeth uncomfortably, and thought to himself, back then this old man was Du Ji Jian's defeated opponent. Sword One brother was startled, waved his hands to deny. Young pavilion master, I wasn't talking about you. The young pavilion master Lei Dian glanced at him and said, I was defeated by Du Ji Jian once. It's a pity he died and I couldn't take revenge. But what about you? Not gonna teach Du Ji Chubai a lesson for me? And still saying such sarcastic things here? Sword One brother carefully cupped his hands and said, we are incompetent, please don't blame us, young pavilion master. The young pavilion master said angrily, get lost, go see the battle between Du Ji Chubai and those Central Earth geniuses, you can at least make some progress. The bearded person blamed Sword One brother, saying, let's go to the arena to take a look, it's all your fault for saying things you shouldn't say. Saying that sentence, Sword One brother replied dejectedly, I was just saying it casually. At the arena, Xiao Yun's spirit projection had already prepared. He put a mask on his face, looked around, and thought, the spirit projection's appearance is too similar to the main body. It's still better to wear a mask to cover it up first. Xiao Yun's spirit projection raised his hand and created an illusory black sword, and said loudly, I am Du Ji Chubai. Today I set up an arena here to challenge the heroes of Central Earth. Any cultivator below the Nirvana realm can come here to fight. If you can defeat me, this saint weapon will be yours. The people who came to watch below were all surprised by his generosity, and exclaimed, saint weapon? It really is a saint weapon, one person said. This guy, what was his name again, is really decisive, another person added. Too arrogant. Does he think Central Earth has no one? Sword One spoke up and said, Du Ji brother is really staking everything. The bearded person also nodded. He's rich and dignified. The young pavilion master, Lei Dian, asked in confusion. However, if the supreme body doesn't appear, I'm afraid no one can really defeat him. Strange. Why is he wearing a mask? Sword One brother then explained. He's used to it. He wore it during his tribulation last time. Suddenly, 3 people flew over from afar, shouting, who dares to act so presumptuously in Dintian City? The people in the audience exclaimed in surprise once again. It's the 3 heroes of Dintian City. This is going to be interesting, another one said. That's right, always heard rumors about them, finally get to see them in action today. Long Aocean stood high up and said to Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone, brother, this is the Central Plains, not a small place like the Eastern Wilderness. Ye Liangchen also spoke up. Are you showing off like that as if Ye Liangchen here doesn't exist? Zhao Ritian's face darkened and he said, seeing Zhao Ritian here and not kneeling down to beg for mercy? Long Aocean arrogantly stepped down from the arena and said, get out of my way, he's Long Aocean's prey. Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone was confused, with many question marks in his head. Are these really the 3 heroes of Dintian City? Not some trio of brain-dead guys, are they? He looked at them and asked, which of you is going first, or are you all coming at once? Long Aocean spoke up in response, I, Long Aocean, will make you understand that geniuses from small places like the Eastern Wilderness are nothing more than lowly bugs. Zhao Richen angrily cursed, Long Aocean, that damn bastard stole my thunder again. Ye Yangchen then spoke up to stop him. Zhao brother, no need to overthink it, just a small character from the Eastern Wilderness. Let Long Aocean test him out. If he can't deal with Long Aocean, then he's not qualified to fight us. Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone asked them in exasperation. Where do you guys get your confidence from? Hurry up and make your move, or I'm gonna puke. Long Aocean then blazed with imposing aura, radiating power, and said in a threatening voice, damn it! Watch how my fist takes care of you. Long Aocean jumped up and threw a flaming punch toward Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone. The people watching the match started to discuss. The 3 heroes are finally making their move. I wonder how many moves that Lone Seeker of Defeat can take, one of them said. Another one added, hopefully Long Aocean can show off the might of our Central Plains. They cheered on Long Aocean. Long Aocean charged forward. Long Aocean's punch was approaching him when a crack of power appeared in front of him, about to unleash power to stop the punch. Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone threw a punch, blocking Long Aocean and sending him flying out. He's done for. The 3 heroes of Dintian City, defeated in one move, one person shouted in disbelief. Another one also said, just who is this Lone Seeker of Defeat? Another one shouted, we're doomed. Is our Central Plains going to be swept away by him? One person reassured them,
Don't be afraid, we still have the other two heroes, right?
Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone looked at Zhao Ritian and Ye Liangchen and said disdainfully, "You guys are nicknamed the three heroes. Your levels are probably similar, so the two of you shouldn't waste any more time." Zhao Ritian heard this and blazed with imposing aura, angrily saying, "Arrogant! Long Brother was just underestimating him." Zhao Ritian created a ball of fire filled with lightning, attacking him.
Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone then used a sword move, blocking the ball from getting close to him, and then Xiao Yun evaluated. "Zhao Ritian, a third-grade fire spiritual root, you're not bad, but unfortunately to me, you're still trash." Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone then retaliated with an ice sword. Sealing 10,000 miles, dozens of ice blocks advanced towards Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian couldn't defend against it, and was immediately frozen solid in a large block of ice. The ice block, imprisoning Zhao Ritian, was then thrown out of the arena. Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone stood confidently, and said to Ye Liangchen, the remaining one of the three heroes, "If your level is the same as his, then you shouldn't make a fool of yourself." He smiled smugly to himself, happy in his heart. "These two guys actually gave me more than 10 enlightenment chances. Looks like I can get enlightenment chances from these hundreds of people next." Ye Liangchen remained calm and turned to say to him, "Right now, I, Ye Liangchen, am indeed not your match, but sooner or later I will trample you under my feet. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Don't bully a poor young man. How could a golden koi be a thing in a pond?" Without letting Ye Liangchen talk nonsense, Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone kicked Ye Liangchen far away to another place, impatiently saying, "Just a side character, you talk too much." Ye Fei watched the match in frustration and said, "Ye Liangchen really wasted that surname. Luckily he's not from our Ye family." The red-haired one was confused. "That's not right. It seems he really is a descendant of one of our Ye family seniors. Long Bashan. Are those juniors using my name to impersonate me? Long Aoshan has really appeared." Yelling at the fake Long Aoshan, Long Bashan sat on the ground in pain and said to Long Aoshan, "Big brother, don't worry about the small details. Help me get revenge." Long Aoshan landed on the arena, pointed at Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone, and said, "You look like you're actually pretty good. Hopefully you can block 3 of my punches." Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone complained, "In my eyes, you're no different from those 3 pieces of trash." Long Aoshan was furious, swung a fistful of fire and lightning, and attacked him. He said to Xiao Yun, "How arrogant. Take one of my punches first, and then talk." Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone did not hesitate, creating a fist enveloped by a powerful aura, blocking him. The 2 punches collided, creating a huge clash between 2 different forces. Neither side was giving an inch. Their strengths were evenly matched, neither willing to yield, each power growing larger and larger. Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone was incredulous, saying, "I can't believe I misjudged you. Just who the hell are you?" Long Aoshan proudly replied, "I am Long Aoshan." The 2 sides were neck and neck, neither willing to back down, locked in a perpetual punching match, power radiating endlessly, causing an uproar among the spectators below. "This guy's strength is terrifying. Comparable to a supreme body," one exclaimed. "Never heard of him before," a black-haired dude wondered. Another confusedly said, "Yeah, doesn't he at least have the status of a Holy Land's quasi-divine son?" Another old guy chimed in, "This fighting style is too savage." Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone was still struggling to block Long Aoshan's attacks. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate to voice his thoughts. "If I'm not mistaken, you're not human, are you?" One guy below the stage blurted out, "What's he saying?" Another said, "Not human." Another exclaimed in shock, "Then what is he?" Zhao Ritian, standing in the back, asked, "Long Aoshan has horns on his head. Long bro, are you guys really not human?" Long Aoshan frowned, annoyed, and asked him, "We are of the Golden Zhao race from the southern region. What, our demon race can't come to the central earth?" Then Long Aoshan glanced at Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone and said, "Warming up's over. Let's get serious." The red-haired guy from the Ye family shouted in panic. The Golden Zhao sacred beast race, Jian Yi, was also surprised, saying, "No wonder he's so strong." Long Aoshan didn't say much, instead conjuring a huge palm with sharp claws, pouncing toward Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone, Golden Dragon Ripping Claw. Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone didn't wait to die, but grabbed his blade and slashed down with a powerful strike, Thunder God Slash. The 2 of them flew past each other. After exchanging powerful blows, Long Aoshan, now sporting a slash across his face, glanced at him and said, "The speed of wind, so you've comprehended the speed profound meaning of wind?" Xiao Yun's chi spirit clone also praised Long Aoshan. "You're not bad either, able to rely on instinct to dodge my sword." Long Aoshan was excited, continuing his assault with a massive punch towards Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone, and said,
"It's been a long time since I've had such a refreshing fight. Let's continue." Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone quickly used his hand to block the fierce attack. Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone smiled, creating a massive power at the hand of the demon seed, and asked Long Aoshin, "Golden Jiaos aren't this strong. You're a true dragon descendant. Hatched from a true dragon's woke, right?"
Long Aoshin frowned, angrily saying, "Kid, you know too much. I didn't want to kill you originally, but if you're courting death, then don't blame me."
Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone placed the demon seed sphere in front of him, after which it flew straight into Long Aoshin. His face turned green, and he asked in horror, "What did you do to me?" The Chi spirit clone nonchalantly replied, "Just planted a mark on you. From now on, no matter where you run, I can find you. Obediently become my mount." Long Aoshin roared in anger, attacking him. "You want me to be your mount? Dream on!"
Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone didn't stand still but blocked Long Aoshin's attacks. He wondered, "I'm very curious. Wasn't the True Dragon work closed already? How did you get out?" Long Aoshin replied, "The True Dragon work being closed only means you humans can't get out. It doesn't mean we can't get out either." Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone smiled, thinking, "This body is really strong. Once I harvest the demon seed, I'll definitely become stronger."
Long Aoshin also smiled contemptuously, saying,
"Let me tell you, I'm not the only one who ran out. Furthermore, I'm not the strongest one in there either. Next, I'll let you know the power of a true dragon."
Long Aoshin then transformed into a true dragon. With the true dragon's transformation, the spectators went wild once more, saying, "He's not a golden Jiao. He's a true dragon descendant, and much stronger than Jiang Haoran's son." They began to discuss, and even the young sect leader of Leishan was shocked, thinking,
"A true dragon descendant."
The great sage transmitted a message to the young sect leader of Leishan. "Leishan, this true dragon descendant has taken root in our Golden Jiao race. Don't pay attention to him, otherwise even your father won't be able to save you." The young sect leader of Leishan frowned and replied, "So it's the Golden Jiao race."
Great sage.
"It's strange. Why didn't you guys seize this true dragon descendant?" The great sage explained,
"Killing the chicken to get the eggs is something only an idiot would do. Our Golden Jiao race wants to support this true dragon descendant to evolve into a true dragon, to proving the Tao as a demon emperor." The young sect leader of Leishan then said, "To become a true dragon, you need 100 trillion true dragon descendants to kill each other, leaving only one. This one of yours will probably have a hard time." The great sage continued, "So what? Once he becomes a true dragon, except for the chaos body, no one will be his opponent." The young sect leader of Leishan added,
"There are countless supreme bodies in this world. I'm afraid you're just indulging in wishful thinking." The great sage replied, "Boy, this is none of your business. Just don't interfere." Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone formed a hand seal, and 7 swords of different colors appeared behind him, fearlessly saying, "So what if you're a true dragon descendant? Watch me destroy you with one sword." The people watching the match were all gaping.
"Brother Du Yu, you've cultivated 7 types of sword intent to perfection," one shouted. Another exclaimed, "Oh my god." The young sect leader of Leishan was also surprised, saying, "No, it's not just perfection. Many sword intents even carry profound meanings. Is he a reincarnated monster?" A fierce energy filled with different kinds of qi gathered from the sky, and Xiao Yun's Chi spirit clone turned his hand into a blade. Long Aoshin also opened his mouth wide, gathering power inside. Long Aoshin unleashed a fierce attack. Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone's energy was completely unfazed, seeming tiny compared to that power.
His power grew larger and larger, overwhelming the strength Long Aoshin had just unleashed. He looked at the power pressing him to the ground in fear, thinking, "I'm screwed." The great sage shouted in panic,
"Lingering dragon sword." Long Aoshin quickly dodged the large blade slashing down at him.
Lei Shan, the young master of the Thunderflame sect, standing behind them, said, "Fellow Taoists of the Gold Rock clan, this is a junior battle. Are you going to interfere? Don't forget this is the central continent." Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone thought to himself, "Looks like Lei Zhan absolutely won't let anything happen to me in order to get that sacred weapon."
He looked up at the great sage and asked, "Old man, he used true dragon bloodline earlier to try and kill me, and now you want me to spare him? Do you think that's possible?" Young Master Lei Shan also unhappily added, "Once you're on the arena, you have to be prepared to die. Is it only okay for others to die, and not for you demon beasts to die?" The people watching the match below agreed with young Master Lei Shan. "That's right, can't you demon beasts die?" another person said. "This is our human territory, even if you're an adult. Don't even think about causing trouble," another person added. "Do demon beasts not admit defeat like this?" The great sage's face darkened as he asked Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone, "Kid, what exactly do you want?" he thought to himself. This guy didn't kill the true dragon descendant with one sword earlier, he must have some scheme.
Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone crossed his arms, looking imposing, and said, "Sage of the Gold Rock clan, you should be able to condense a sacred flame origin. I want it," the great sage said unhappily. "Once I lose the sacred flame origin, I will die." "Exchanging it for this old man's life? You really have some strange ideas," he casually replied. "Senior misunderstood. I only want a strand of sacred flame origin."
Upon hearing this, the great sage pondered. A strand of origin can be recovered in 100 years? This guy needs the sacred flame origin. I'm afraid he wants to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Fire. Too bad, the mysteries are not so easy to comprehend.
The great sage agreed with Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone. He handed over a strand of origin and said, "All right, deal. However, you can't rely on a strand of sacred flame origin to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Fire." Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone happily accepted the strand of origin, replying, "This matter doesn't need Senior to worry about." After that, the great sage pulled Long Aoshan away, saying, "Let's go." Young Master Lei Shan asked him curiously, "Why didn't you kill him earlier?" "You should understand, even if you killed him, nothing would happen." Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone replied, "Senior, I need to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Fire, so after learning that Long Aoshan was related to the Gold Rock clan, I plan to exchange his life for this strand of sacred flame origin," he thought to himself. "The truth is, of course, because I want to wait for the devil seed to ripen before harvesting that guy." Young Master Lei Shan asked him, "How many types of mysteries are you currently comprehending?" He replied without hesitation, "Currently, I am still missing the mysteries of the Tao of Fire, the mysteries of the Tao of Space, and the mysteries of the Tao of Time, to have all 7 types of mysteries, but the last 2 are really too difficult. I wonder if young master can help me think of a way." Young Master Li Shan pondered. Father wants to use Duguaki Bai to make the emperor weapon acknowledge him as its master, and then snatch it back. If Duguaki Bai spends too much time comprehending these 2 mysteries, then even if he becomes a saint, he won't be able to take it back. So I really have to help him think of a way. Young Master Lei Shan turned away, smiling as he said to him, "I remember there's a type of treasure that can help comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Space. I'll go find it right away," he thought to himself. "Looks like I have to ask Father to take a trip to the secret realm." Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone thought vigilantly, "This cunning little brat is probably going to find his cunning old man to discuss things. He wants to snatch the emperor's sword. They will definitely try their best to quickly think of a way." Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Surrounding him, streams of qi began to envelop him. He thought to himself, "Next, I will first comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Fire, and then talk." At the volcano, the sky here was gloomy, dark as the smoke rose from the crater. Along with that, a stream of molten lava was boiling and gushing out. A burst of power surrounded Xiao Yun's body, who was still sitting cultivating at the volcano. In the distance, the undying old ancestor was slowly approaching. He was surprised when he saw him, and sighed in his heart. This is already comprehending the mysteries of the Tao of Fire. Are the mysteries this easy?" Suddenly, Xiao Yun's main body looked up at him and spoke. "Old ancestor, I have already comprehended a type of high-temperature mystery of the Tao of Fire. Let's go to the next place, this time to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Wood." Hearing this, he happily replied, "Good, that's great. We're almost at the Tongtian tree, which is the most ancient great tree of the Juxiao continent. If its spiritual intelligence hadn't been destroyed by the great emperor, it would have become a tree demon long ago. Perhaps we can rely on it to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Wood." As he spoke, he flew forward, followed by Xiao Yun. He replied, "Yes." In another place was a towering, magnificent city, along with a large arena in front. Spirit, offering Xiao Yun, hands on his hips, stood arrogantly and asked, "Is there anyone else coming to challenge?" A person behind him roared ferociously, "Axe of Opening Mountains, Yang Kai has come to challenge." He glanced at him, calmly continuing, "Your name and title, just by hearing them, I know you're a supporting character. I think it's better to skip it." Hearing this, he angrily grabbed his weapon and moved towards him, while shouting, "Who are you calling a support?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yun used one move to send him flying far away. He continued with a disdainful tone, "In the future, don't let people like that come up." 5 days later, only spirit offering Xiao Yun was still sitting there waiting at that arena. He sighed in frustration, muttering, "Not a single person is stepping up. This is so boring." From the audience, senior brother Jian Yi chimed in, "It's been 4 days already, and nobody can even withstand a single move." "What's the point of going up there?" Brother Qin echoed. Yeah, are they going up there just to get wrecked? Someone behind them sighed. Brother Dugu is seriously too strong. Longwu slowly walked forward, saying, Someone from Maj land. How arrogant. Jiang Haoxin walked beside him. Then he looked at Xiao Yun and asked, You're Dugu Chubai. Since you're seeking defeat, I, Longwu, will grant it to you. Xiao Yun glanced back, thinking, Jiang Haoxin from the Qingwang sect. The one next to him must be the true dragon descendant he brought back. Looks like it's time to plant another demonic seed.
Over here, senior brother Jian Yi curiously asked, Who are these two? So arrogant. Jian Ge Hualang quickly explained.
Senior brother Jian Yi, you're only focused on cultivation, so you wouldn't know. This guy has a big background. He's Jiang Haoxin, the supreme body of the Holy King sect. The one beside him is probably the true dragon descendant he brought back from the true dragon nest.
Suddenly, a man with a beard exclaimed, A supreme body and a true dragon descendant. Jian San behind him added, No wonder they're so cocky.
Ye Fei watched the scene, thinking,
Finally, I can get a good look at the combat power of a Central Earth Supreme Body.
Long Wu pointed directly at Xiao Yun, threateningly saying, You better obediently surrender to avoid losing your life. Xiao Yun smirked. You're no match for me. Why don't you call your master out here? Jiang Haoxin's face darkened upon hearing that, and he angrily said, Dugu Chubai, this isn't the era of your ancestor Dugu Jian ruling the world anymore. You dare to be arrogant in Central Earth with just your strength? You're a frog in a well, ridiculously laughable. Then, he shouted an order, Longwu, tear him apart for me. Hearing the order, Longwu darted forward like lightning, unleashing the soaring dragon in the heavens towards Xiao Yun, while yelling, Kid, remember the dragon who killed you is named Longwu. He swiftly used his one-sword Raging Storm spiritual essence to block his attack. The two powers collided, creating a powerful shockwave that blew everything around them away. Xiao Yun didn't panic at all. Instead, he created a demonic orb with his hand, then quickly planted a demonic seed into Longwu while he was off guard. Suddenly, he backed away, creating distance, and looked at him saying, You're actually somewhat skilled. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and replied, I told you, you're not good enough. Why don't you call your master out here? At the same time, a red aura surrounded his body. Longwu refused to be outdone. He transformed into his strongest state, with overwhelming power, and looked at Xiao Yun yelling, Dugu Chubai, don't get too cocky, I'll show you the power of a true dragon. Xiao Yun wasn't backing down either. He summoned a huge fire sword, his whole body surrounded by fiery power, and taunted, Come on over! But, if you lose, you have to answer a few questions honestly. Longwu roared, I won't lose, and quickly opened his mouth to try and devour Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun calmly used his hand to control the firepower, blocking the attack. The fire sword flew over and pierced Longwu dominantly. He fell to the ground, unable to get up, and wondered in panic, How is he so strong? I feel like he hasn't even used his full strength. Xiao Yun stepped forward, saying, To me, hundreds of true dragon descendants, how many are left? Longwu helplessly sat up and replied, All right, I lost. I'm convinced. I'll tell you. Currently, there are 5 remaining true dragon descendants. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction and asked, I meant one named Long Aocean. Who are the other 3? Do you know where they are? Longwu looked at him and frankly added, The remaining are Long Yi, Long Er, and Long San. The 3 of them appeared earlier than me, and Long Si, that's Long Aocean. As for where they are, I don't know. Hearing that, Xiao Yun secretly thought in dissatisfaction. Long 1, 2, 3, 4. Such random names. Longwu continued. The fact that me and Long Si belong to the Holy King sect and the golden-scaled Jiaolong clan respectively is well known. So I guess the 3 of them are probably near the Holy King sect or the golden-scaled Jiaolong clan. Xiao Yun looked pensive and said, That makes sense. They are definitely thinking about seizing your origin before Jiang Haoxin does. Jiang Haoxin stepped forward, interrupting. Are you done asking, Longwu? You retreat? I'll take revenge for you. Longwu heard this, despondently replied. Yes, master. Xiao Yun looked at him and smirked. Jiang Haoxin, right? I heard you were defeated by Ye Fei back then. He looked annoyed, glaring at Xiao Yun, thinking, HMPH, this bastard is really saying things he shouldn't be saying. Thinking that, he unleashed his power, surrounding his body, and said, Xiao Yun, I'll defeat him sooner or later. Today I'll use you to test my blade first. Xiao Yun stood opposite him, arms crossed, nonchalantly replying, Xiao Yun has already defeated Ye Fei, and in my opinion you can't even defeat Ye Fei, let alone Xiao Yun. Then he confidently added, Ye Fei is invincible, your Dao heart is shattered. Now, facing the Supreme Body is the best opportunity to rebuild your Dao heart. Dare to come and fight. Ye Fei stood in the audience, looking up with a puzzled expression, thinking, Why is this suddenly falling on my head?
However, this is indeed a good opportunity. His teammate behind him quickly spoke up, stopping him.
No way! Your Deo heart has just been shattered. What if you lose again? Ignoring everyone's advice, he clenched his fist, lost in his own thoughts. In the immortal world, if you don't advance, you retreat. I definitely can't take another step back.
With that thought, he jumped onto the arena and shouted, I'm here! Who wants to fight me?
Without wasting any time, Jiang Haoran suddenly used his Divine King Fist formation to attack both Ye Fei and Xiao Yun, yelling, Dealing with the two of you, I alone am enough.
Not letting him gain the upper hand, Ye Fei also unleashed his heaven-covering hand, retorting, Shameless boasting, you'll all become defeated underlings of mine.
Xiao Yun joined the fray, using his Thunder God Slash and adding, Hey, this is my arena. Everyone below the stage was astonished and full of praise.
Whoa! The three great geniuses, in a free-for-all, this is a sight to see, came at the right time today.
Get the melon seeds ready, melon seeds. Get 'em ready, melon seeds, my butt.
Gotta eat actual melon, of course. While everyone around was enthusiastically hyped about the fight, Long Yi, Long and Long San had somehow blended into the crowd, observing the situation. Seeing the fight begin, the three of them thought with serious faces. The opportunity has arrived.
3 streams of power suddenly rushed towards Long Wu, catching him completely off guard.
The 3 streams of power combined into a fatal blow that killed him instantly.
Xiao Yun, Ye Fei, and Jiang Haoran were stunned and shocked, thinking to themselves, Long Wu is dead. The 3 quickly scattered, each flying in a different direction to chase after Long Yi, Long and Long San. Jiang Haoran flew off, complaining, Damn it, they actually killed Long Wu. I'm gonna make you pay.
Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Ye Fei also quickly followed. Deng Cheng said, Chase after Xiao Yun. Damn, Zhao thought to himself with a grim expression. To think that I just implanted a demonic seed into Long Wu and those 3 killed him. But it's a blessing in disguise. These 3 have been implanted with the demonic seed as well due to the breakdown of the initial arrangement. Even luckier that these 3 are stronger and can be harvested at any moment. He sped up, chasing after Long San, continuing to think.
Which is why I can't let him escape. Long San glanced back and said, Du ji yu kubai. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just want to get further away from Heavenly Emperor City so no one can come to save you. You're dead for sure today. Hearing such threats, he still replied calmly, Not a bad idea. Are you Long Yi, Long or Long San? Seeing that he didn't even know his name, Long San said angrily, I am Long San. I saw you fight Long Wu. You won't be able to stop me. Just give up. Then he thought to himself, This bastard's combat power isn't bad. If I get entangled with him and other experts arrive, it'll be troublesome.
Xiao Yun grinned confidently. Flames of power surrounded his body, and he continued. The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. Not willing to be outdone, Long San transformed into his dragon form and unleashed his attack, yelling, Then go to hell! He looked at Xiao Yun and thought disdainfully. This stupid human. He's clearly a sword cultivator but isn't using a sword, and instead is using fists to fight me. He's just asking for death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun didn't use much strength. With just one punch, he gained the upper hand. Long San's arm was injured, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You don't seem to have any special physique. How did you do it?
Then he muttered to himself, I am a descendant of the true dragon. How could his physical body be stronger than mine? Xiao Yun confidently summoned his chaos body and said, I don't have a special physique. Then take a look at this.
Long San gaped at the power of his chaos body, trembling. Kuhu, could it be that you are?
Before Long San could finish his sentence, he struck with a chaos fist as if the heavens were falling, and said leisurely, You guessed right, I am Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's attack sent Long San flying far away, and he stepped forward and continued.
Too bad you're not Long Yi. I wanted to kill him more.
Hearing this, Long San became even angrier, his eyes filled with resentment, yelling, I am not reconciled.
He released a large source of energy from his body and shouted, If you want to kill me, then come to hell with me.
Not letting Long San get his way, Xiao Yun used his chaos domain to suppress his power and said, Young man, don't be too impulsive.
Long San looked around in confusion and said, what's going on? I can't even self-destruct.
Quick as lightning, Xiao Yun flew over and gave him another punch to the stomach, continuing, In my chaos domain you want to self-destruct.
You idiot. Long San, who had taken a full hit from his attack, was now weak and injured all over. He quickly said, So the chaos domain is really that scary. I die without regret. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, a look of hatred in them as he continued, But when I die, Long Yi and Long will become stronger. Sooner or later, you'll die under the feet of the true dragon.
Xiao Yun coldly used his magic to collect Long San's body, adding,
Too bad you won't be around to see that day.
But suddenly,
Another suction force pulled at Longsan's body. Much to Xiao Yun's surprise, Xiao Yun tried to grab him but missed, and Longsan's body was sucked away. He watched and thought to himself, looks like only a true dragon can obtain the true dragon essence. Demonic seed harvest complete. Finally, I can condense the undying body. With the undying body, as long as I'm not hit in a vital spot, I'll be practically immortal. In the future, I can even become truly indestructible. Thinking this, he circulated his energy to condense the undying body, a black and red power surrounding him. A moment later, Xiao Yun looked up and happily said, "Awesome! My physical body is probably comparable to a complete true dragon." He shot into the sky. He flew forward, thinking to himself, now the remaining 3 true dragon descendants all have my demonic seeds. After I completely harvest them, relying on this body to get through the Nirvana realm should be easier. On the other side, Ye Fei was getting his butt kicked by Long Yi, unable to resist at all. He collapsed on the ground and exclaimed, How? How is your strength so much greater? Long Yi suddenly looked at his own hands and shouted, Longsan is dead. How is that possible? Those 2 actually killed Longsan that quickly. Ye Fei struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Looks like you guys get stronger every time one of you dies, so do you know who killed Longsan? Long Yi lowered his head, sadly replying, I don't know, but you're no match for me now, get lost. Ye Fei chuckled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, continuing, Can't do. You're stronger than me, sure, but killing me is nearly impossible. Just stalling you. Powerful humans will arrive to help soon enough. Long Yi turned to look at him, questioning, Killing me isn't of great benefit to you. Your purpose is to subdue me. If that's the case, I have a proposal. Sign a life and death pact with me, and I will repay your Yi family handsomely. Ye Fei retorted, A life and death pact? If you die, I die too. Humans want to target you. Demons also want to kill you. I still have a bright future ahead. Am I stupid? Or what to sign the pact with you? What are you even talking about? Long Yi calmly continued. Don't forget, you were defeated by Xiao Yun. Your invincible Dao Xiao heart has been shattered. Thinking about Zhao Wuji, the space-time body, Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoran, and just now, Dugu Chubai, can you win against anyone? I want to say, after signing a pact with me, you can immediately restore your invincible Dabio heart. Long Yi grinned and said, Our team can help each other in the future, whether it's the Saint path or the Emperor path, so the success rate will naturally be higher. Yu Fei responded with a suspicious look. I won't sign a life and death pact. If I sign it, we also have to sign an equal contract. Then you will give me 10 drops of essence blood, Long Yi said with resentment. If you don't sign a life and death contract, what happens when your Yi family attack me? I don't trust you humans. Ye Fei compromised, adding, All right, then a life and death pact, 10 drops of essence blood. He pondered and then said with resentment, Since the life and death pact has been signed, why should I give you 10 drops of essence blood? He continued. Because you want to find the Ye family as a backer, but I'm not necessarily have to form an alliance with you. With that, the 2 started counting together. Long Yi started, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Ye Fei continued, Connie, 8 drops, 5 drops. Then the 2 said in unison, Deal, let's sign the pact. As soon as the life and death pact was spoken, a black power and a chain surrounded the 2. After signing the pact, the demonic seed that Xiao Yun had implanted in Long Yi transferred and entered Ye Fei. Seeing this, he thought in surprise, what is this? Xiao Yun, who was flying towards him, also sensed something, and wondered, why did the demonic seed transfer to Ye Fei? At a certain tavern, Xiao Yun sat inside and said, I need you to help me spread a message. Dugu Chubai, who was gorging on food like a starving man who hadn't eaten for days, looked at him questioningly and replied, Tell everyone, that uncle killed Longsan. He smirked and continued, Don't just spread it to Central Earth, just say I want to join some sacred ground in Central Earth. Hearing this, Dugu Chubai's eyes widened in shock, and he spat out his food, asking, Uncle, you are a descendant of the Dugu family. How can we join those sacred grounds? Xiao Yun indifferently replied, Last time you went home, did your father ever say he wanted me to return to the Dugu family? Suddenly, Dugu Chubai looked empathetic and added, He really never said that. He recalled hearing his father say about Xiao Yun with a suspicious tone. That Dugu Chubai, his identity is extremely suspicious. Exchanging cultivation techniques is no problem, but letting him into the family is out of the question. Xiao Yun glanced at him and said, That's right then, don't worry, I am a descendant of the Dugu family. Whether I return to the Dugu family or not, this point cannot be changed. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Dugu Chubai stood up happily and shouted,
Okay, I'll go report to the 6 great sacred grounds immediately.
An hour later, Xiao Yun was sitting in his room circulating his energy with a powerful fire force.
Suddenly, he opened his eyes with satisfaction, chuckled to himself, and thought, my cultivation has risen another small level. I'm already at the peak of the astral projection realm. Just need to reach perfection and I can enter the nirvana realm, transcendent realm, celestial realm, sage realm. Time flies, doesn't it? Suddenly, Dugu Baichen burst through the door all excited and said, Uncle, the 2 supreme elders from the desolate ancient Holy Land and the Overlord Heaven Holy Land want to meet you. Xiao Yun calmly replied, all right, let's go meet these 2 senior elders.
The desolate ancient Holy Land elder spoke up. What are you looking at? The Overlord Heaven Holy Land elder, standing opposite, chimed in. Yeah, what's your problem? The desolate ancient Holy Land elder, with a threatening tone, said again. Keep looking and see what happens.
The Overlord Heaven Holy Land elder wasn't backing down, retorting, go ahead and try. Xiao Yun and Dugu Baichen walked over, and he stared with his mouth open, asking, what's up with them? They have zero demeanor of experts. Xiao Yun beside him also cautiously said, the desolate ancient Holy Land and the Overlord Heaven Holy Land are sworn enemies. It's normal for them to argue when they meet. With that, he released his sword Kika, catching their attention, and continued with a friendly smile. This one is Dugu Chubai. Greetings to you 2 seniors.
The desolate ancient Holy Land elder looked at him and then said, little friend Dugu, an outstanding genius, welcome to join our desolate ancient Holy Land. Then, he sighed inwardly. Such strong sword intent. The Overlord Heaven Holy Land elder wasn't conceding, exclaiming, the desolate ancient Holy Land is bullshit. Only by joining our Overlord Heaven Holy Land can you reach the peak.
At the same time, he also observed with appreciation, thinking, surging sword kwai, containing several kinds of profound mysteries. This kid is indeed a peerless prodigy. Suddenly, from behind, Xiao Yun, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, appeared, interrupting, little friend Dugu, don't listen to their nonsense. Our Heavenly Sword Holy Land has a lot of Sword Dao inheritances, and we're always researching the Sword Dao becomes Emperor story. We're more suitable for you. The Heavenly Saber Holy Land Supreme Elder showed up out of nowhere, saying, who says that if you cultivate the sword you must join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? If that's the case, isn't Sword Pavilion, with the strongest sword Saint Lei Zihan, better than joining your Holy Land? The Heavenly Sword Holy Land Supreme Elder turned back, dissatisfied, replying, little friend Dugu is a sword cultivator. No matter what, he won't join the Heavenly Saber Holy Land. What are you guys doing here? The Heavenly Saber Holy Land Supreme Elder crossed his arms and scornfully continued. You Heavenly Sword Holy Land are just fake sword cultivators. Joining you is worse than joining the primordial beginning holy ground. They are the strongest holy ground. Then, he secretly thought, this Dugu Chubai definitely won't join our Heavenly Saber Holy Land, but we absolutely can't let him join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, our eternal rivals. The primordial beginning Holy Ground Supreme Elder stepped forward, saying, little friend Dugu, Elder Dao is right. Our primordial beginning Holy Ground, the #1 holy ground of the Central Earth, is your best choice. The Heavenly Unity Supreme Elder, standing beside him, also contended, adding, not necessarily. Our Chaos Holy Ground is making a comeback. It's already the strongest. Joining us is your best choice. Xiao Yun, who had been silently listening the whole time, suddenly spoke, looking around and saying, there's no need for you seniors to argue. I only have one principle. Whoever gives me the best guidance is who I'll go with. Seeing that, the desolate ancient Holy Land elder quickly added, little friend Dugu joining our desolate ancient Holy Land means he'll be the #1 Holy Sun, second only to the quasi-divine Sun, Yang Yi. The Overlord Heaven Holy Land elder said with a mocking tone, HMPH. Just the #1 Holy Sun? Our Overlord Heaven Holy Land is willing to appoint you as a quasi-divine Sun. Step into the transcendent realm, and you'll be a divine Sun. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land Supreme Elder also chimed in. Come to our Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and you'll not only be a quasi-divine Sun, but also have a Sword Saint personally accept you as a disciple. The Heavenly Mountain Holy Ground Holy Supreme Elder wasn't willing to lose, saying, our Heavenly Mountain Holy Ground values fairness. As long as you defeat Li Chengdi, you'll be the top priority for Heavenly Mountain's cultivation, and furthermore, after joining the Holy Ground, Quasi-Emperor Jiyu Chenyi will accept you as a disciple. Hearing that, Xiao Yun smiled slightly, thinking, a Quasi-Emperor accepting me as a disciple, then my status would be extremely high. This kind of treatment is really not bad. The Heavenly Unity Supreme Elder also eagerly added, Quasi-Emperors accepting disciples is just a game. They don't have time to teach you. Why not come to my Chaos Holy Ground,
where you can spar with geniuses like Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji every day.
The primordial beginning holy ground holy supreme elder suddenly turned around, with a complaining tone continued. That sounds great. The Chaos Holy Ground has the weakest foundation. They already have Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. How can they have the resources to nurture Dugu Chubai?
Xiao Yun awkwardly glanced over, and the Heavenly Saber Holy Land Supreme Elder asked curiously, "Why hasn't this elder said anything?" He cheerfully replied,
I'm just here to cause trouble. As long as you don't join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, you can choose whatever you want. Seeing the situation getting heated, Xiao Yun scratched his head in a fluster, cautiously saying, All right, I understand. Please give me 2 days to think about it. I'll make a decision that night. Xiao Yun's spirit body clone was meditating and thinking. Right now, the best choices are to feel the Tao of Swords at the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, or to go to the primordial beginning holy ground and become a spy to set traps for them.
The Overlord Heaven Holy Land Elder walked in from outside, startling him. He said, "Little friend Dugu, there were some things that weren't convenient to say clearly earlier. Our Overlord Heaven Holy Land has a growing type of forging material for a holy sword. If you join us, we can invite a sword-forging grandmaster to help you forge an unparalleled holy weapon." Xiao Yun's spirit body clone smiled and replied, "All right, I'll consider it." He secretly sneered in his heart. Are they trying to raise the price? But a growing holy weapon doesn't even enter my eyes. A moment later, the desolate ancient Holy Land Elder came again. He said, "Little friend Dugu, our desolate ancient Holy Land has a complete sword Tao scripture from a sword saint. If you join us, this sword Tao will be given to you." He also replied perfunctorily, "I'll consider it." Half an hour later, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land Supreme Elder came to persuade him. "Little friend Dugu, our Heavenly Sword Holy Land has 5 volumes of quasi-emperor sword Tao scriptures, and several sword saints, who are about to reach the end of their lifespans, will impart their sword Tao Suo to you. Furthermore, our research on sword Tao becomes emperor can be shared with you. Please consider us." He also replied, "I'll consider it." An hour later, Elder Lin Yan came to him and said,
I know that your sword Tao needs to comprehend many kinds of profound mysteries.
Our primordial beginning holy ground can help you comprehend the profound mystery of time. This made Xiao Yun's spirit body clone surprised, and said, "The profound mystery of time? Is this something that you can help me comprehend?" "I don't believe it." He nodded and said, "For other holy grounds, maybe it's very difficult. But we have the time embodiment Li Chengdi. He's already comprehended the profound mystery of time and the profound mystery of space, and can help you." Xiao Yun's spirit body clone vaguely understood. So that's how it is, he thought. What he said is actually possible. I'm afraid there's no one more suitable than Li Chengdi to help in comprehending the profound mysteries of time and space. Elder Lin Yan asked him, "What do you think, little friend Dugu?" He happily said, "I will consider it extremely seriously."
Xiao Yun's spirit body clone took off his mask and pondered. As things stand, the primordial beginning holy ground is the best choice. But if I go to the primordial beginning holy ground with this appearance, Li Chengdi definitely won't help me. Perhaps I should cultivate a shape-shifting divine ability. Xiao Yun's spirit body clone transformed.
He looked at himself in the mirror and praised himself. Another handsome guy. Not bad, not bad. The spirit body clone thought to himself, now the only variable is quasi-emperor Jiyu Chenyi. Will he be able to see through my chaos body?
2 days later, Xiao Yun's spirit body clone stepped out in front of the elders, and he said distinctly, "This junior is grateful for the kindness of all seniors and honorable holy grounds, but after consideration, this junior has decided to join the primordial beginning holy ground."
Elder Lin Yan excitedly stepped forward and said, "This old man can guarantee that Dunjiu Chuyu's choice this time will definitely not be wrong. Well then, there's no time to delay. Let's return to the Taichu Holy Land." He added, "Elder, don't rush. I still have to say goodbye to Dujiu Beichin." The elder happily agreed. That's as it should be.
Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone patted Dujiu Beichin's shoulder, saying,
"Nephew, wholeheartedly pursuing the sword path is a good thing, but in the future you must pay attention to dealing with people, so you don't get tricked." Dujiu Beichin cheerfully said, "Thank you, uncle. This training trip has broadened my horizons. Next, I must return to secluded cultivation once. Strive to comprehend the reincarnation profound meaning, and then go out to challenge the peerless geniuses of the great holy lands," he replied. "That's for the best." Du Ji Beichin greeted him. "Take care, uncle." At the Taichu Holy Land, Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone said to Elder Lin Yan,
"Senior, I'm fresh off the boat here and not familiar with this place, so I'll have to rely on you to guide me more in the future, Elder Lin Yan calmly replied. Dugu ji yu kiwen, you can just call me Elder Lin Yan. Then he said, well, let me tell you one thing first, Elder Lin Yan continued. At Taichu, the biggest rule is competition. You've just arrived and become a disciple of a quasi-emperor, which will naturally lead to a lot of jealousy. There will definitely be many holy sons who come to challenge you, Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone said with interest. Great, then I'll beat them to death. Elder Lin Yan broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, thinking, so vicious. Elder Lin Yan smiled awkwardly. Killing people is definitely not allowed. You can humiliate them to establish your prestige, and then no one will dare to provoke you in the future. Besides, you don't need to worry about making enemies. As long as you're strong enough, all the higher-ups will support you. He nodded. I understand, he thought to himself. This Holy Land is a place where the big fish eat the small fish, more brutal than any other Holy Land. Elder Lin Yan led him to the main hall and introduced, This is the Taichu main hall, let's go. Everyone is waiting for you, he agreed. Okay. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone frowned and thought, still missing the last half, hopefully that Jiyu Shenyi guy doesn't see through my origins. Inside a mansion in the Taichu Holy Land, Elder Lin Yan and Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone slowly entered. As soon as they saw the two of them, someone called out, Old Ancestor, the Holy Lord has brought Du Jiyu Chubai. Du Jiyu Chubai greets the Old Ancestor. Holy Lord. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone cupped his hands respectfully in greeting. Jiyu Shenyi seriously looked at Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone returned Jiyu Shenyi's gaze, then muttered calmly, I don't know if he can see through me, but at worst, I'll just lose a festoon spirit clone. But the chaos body is originally the #1 supreme body formed from a mortal body after heavenly refinement, so maybe he won't see through me. Jiyu Shenyi clasped his hands behind his back, looking at him approvingly and said, Not bad, Du Jiyu Chubai. From now on you are my disciple, and also a holy son of our Taichu Holy Land. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Disciple Du Jiyu Chubai greets Master. Take this token. Except for the forbidden land of the Taichu Holy Land, you can go anywhere. Our Taichu Holy Land has always been fair. Everything depends on strength. If you can defeat Li Chengdi, you will be conferred as a divine son today. Do you understand? As Jiyu Shenyi spoke, he raised his hand and cast a spell, conjuring a dazzling token. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone accepted it, holding the token in his hand with a smiling face, and looked up at Jiyu Shenyi, replying, Disciple understands. Jiyu Shenyi continued, Lin Yan, since Du Jiyu Chubai was brought here by you, then you should take him to familiarize himself with our Taichu Holy Land, and also take him to Holy Sun Peak, Elder Lin Yan quickly replied. Your subordinate obeys, Old Ancestor. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone immediately said, Master, Holy Lord, your disciple will take his leave first. This Du Jiyu Chubai doesn't look bad. Li Chengdi can be considered to have a worthy opponent. The Taichu Holy Lord looked at Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone with a serious expression, thinking to himself, the sunlight was dazzling at the Taichu treasure pavilion. Du Jiyu Qinwiyu. You are the Old Ancestor's disciple. You can freely choose all the cultivation methods of the Taichu Treasure Pavilion. Choose a suitable divine power cultivation method. Elder Lin Yan raised his hand and said, Yes. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone quickly replied. Half an hour later, Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone held 3 cultivation methods in his hand, thinking with a satisfied expression, the Taichu Holy Land is indeed rich. The Year's Sword is a time-based sword cultivation method, the Dimensional Slash is a space-based sword cultivation method, plus the 5-element sword Dao. This time I've made a big profit. Elder Lin Yan looked slightly surprised at him holding 3 cultivation methods in his hand, and said, Alright, then let's go to Holy Sun Peak. At the same time, Elder Lin Yan thought to himself, 3 quasi-emperor scriptures, can he really learn them? This Du Jiyu Chubai's ambition is really too great. At a high mountain with faint mist surrounding the mountain, on the mountain was Holy Sun Peak. Elder Lin Yan and Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone were at the staircase leading up to Holy Sun Peak. Holy Sun Peak is divided into 9 levels. In total, the spiritual energy will gradually increase from low to high. New Holy Suns are all on the first level, but you can also gradually challenge the upper levels. As long as you win, you can enter the next level. Elder Lin Yan clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at Holy Sun Peak, and explained. Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone also seriously looked around. Looks like I can warm up.
he said with an excited and interested expression.
Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone then soared into the air and entered Holy Sun Peak. Elder Lin Yan watched Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone without much surprise, and thought to himself, "There's a show to watch." Those who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "A new person wants to break into the second level." Another person loudly asserted, "It must be that guy named Du Jiu Chubai. This guy is really arrogant." A person in green curiously asked, "I wonder if he can reach the second level." Someone pointed at Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone and shouted loudly, "Just arrived and wants to climb up, you're really too arrogant." Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone spread out his hands, casually flew towards them. A golden light appeared. Noisy, Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone's expression changed, and he became serious, loudly said, one hand raised to create an offensive power, and directed it towards them. A loud explosion then occurred. Because of the great power created by Xiao Yun's festoon spirit clone, causing the person being attacked to be sent flying high into the air, and howling. He smiled even more excitedly, flying towards the others. Looks like this Du Jiu Chubai is the right choice. With him around, the Holy Sons probably won't be lazy anymore. The Tai Chu Holy Lord clasped his hands behind his back and said with a satisfied tone, "I wonder which level he can break into." One person said. Another person said, "Although he's powerful, he's not a supreme body after all. I'm afraid he can only reach the 6th level." Another person added, "Yeah, the distance between the Du Jiu family and the Holy Land is too great." Another person agreed, "That's right, moreover, he's just a descendant of a declining aristocratic family in the eastern wilderness." Everyone who witnessed this was surprised. They took turns discussing and arguing. A moment later. 6th floor. "This bastard is too arrogant, daring to provoke all of us." One guy hissed in anger, "Let's teach him a lesson." Another was just as pissed. "No, let him know that ascending Sacred Sun Peak isn't a walk in the park." The disciples of the first beginning sect on the 6th floor yelled angrily and charged at Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone. He stood in the air, conjuring 3 dazzling orbs of light with both hands, and then attacked them. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone held a book in one hand, while the other hand unleashed power, the dimensional slash drawing upon the power of space, cleaving through dimensions with a single strike. The dimensional slash created by that senior is truly extraordinary. "This junior is deeply impressed," Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone murmured with a nonchalant, satisfied expression. "Holy crap, you're fighting and you still have time to read a book." The disciples of the first beginning sect were baffled, staring at Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone, inwardly raging. Those guys fiercely attacked Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone, but to no avail. He blocked them all with one hand. "Talk about being ridiculously arrogant. I'm this old, and I've never seen anyone so cocky. He really sees us as ants," they yelled furiously. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone calmly held the book, unleashing another move to attack those people. Dimensional slash, lose to me. A huge explosion quickly erupted there, sending them flying in all directions. One person said, "He learned it." Elder Lin Yan said, "Dimensional slash is a quasi-emperor scripture." The first beginning sacred lord exclaimed in surprise, "No way! What level of comprehension is this?" Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone, full of confidence, quickly flew upwards and shouted, "7th floor, here I come!" On the 9th floor, Mu Tiangshu asked Li Chengdi, "Chengdi, why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Have I done something wrong?" Mu Tiangshu sighed in frustration. Li Chengdi turned to Mu Tiangshu and said, "Tiangshu, let's break off the engagement. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I don't think I should deceive you any longer. Actually, I no longer have feelings for you, Li Chengdi. Due to the injury to his vital parts by Xiao Yun, cultivated feminine arts, and his appearance has become feminine." Mu Tiangshu, tears streaming down her face, asked Li Chengdi, "Chengdi, you can't just because Xiao Yun injured that part at the True Dragon's Nest, causing your appearance to change. Moreover, didn't your master say that as long as you become a saint, you can return to normal?" Li Chengdi replied calmly, "It's not related to the injury from that year. It's truly gone. On the contrary, my 5 senses are pure, and I am getting closer to the Tao." Chengdi coldly said to Mu Tiangshu, "Leave. Romantic love is just fleeting clouds to me." Mu Tiangshu, in tears, cried out, "Chengdi." Li Chengdi remained firm in his decision. "My mind is made up. Go." Mu Tiangshu stammered, but..." She couldn't say anything more and turned to leave. Someone entered respectfully and said, "Reporting, Sacred Son, the newcomer known as Jiu Chuanbai has already reached the 8th floor." Li Chengdi nonchalantly said, Reached the 8th floor so soon, how interesting. I hope he can pass that floor and stand before me. I've been lonely for too long." On the 8th floor, Zhang Yaihai greeted Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone. "This humble one is Zhang Yaihai,
Greetings, Brother Dugu. Xiao also spoke up. Xiao greets Brother Dugu. He questioned with disdain, "Are there only the two of you on the 8th floor?" Zhang Yaihai replied with a smile, "Yes, but now that Brother Dugu is here, there are 3. He held his sword, ready to attack, and provocatively said, "If that's the case, then both of you come at me together."
Zhang Yaihai said angrily, "Brother Dugu, don't be too arrogant. If the two of us join forces, even Li Chengdi wouldn't dare to fight us," Xiao added. "You should have some restraint when boasting."
Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone calmly looked at them. "Less talk. My goal is to defeat Li Chengdi. The two of you are only enough to warm me up at best."
Xiao immediately flared up, jumping high to attack him with the Berserk God. "Cleave," he said angrily. "Kid, take my strike first."
He slashed twice diagonally at Xiao, dimensional slash. The two attacks collided violently, and 2 intense streams of light erupted. Zhang Yaihai smiled and assessed. "So, you're a berserker type. Unfortunately, this berserk transformation of yours won't last long."
Xiao, hearing this, angrily said, Zhang Yaihai, went behind Xiao, supplementing Xiao's strength and restoring his vitality. Xiao Ran's eyes widened, turning bloodshot. "Brother Dugu, you told us to join forces. Don't blame us for ganging up on you," Xiao roared, full of vigor and demonic energy. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone grit his teeth uncomfortably, thinking, This is a life god physique, it can heal others. It's a pity that I don't dare to plant demonic seeds recklessly in the first beginning sacred ground, otherwise I'd really want to take him in."
Xiao then unleashed a massive cleave. Berserk God One-Blade Cleave. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone quickly used Lightning God Slash to block it in front.
The two attacks collided once again, creating a loud explosion. Xiao arrogantly pointed his sword at him, saying, "Dugu bro, looks like your strength is just so-so." Xiao Yun's spiritual projection didn't say much, and unleashed the 7 swords, preparing to attack them. 7 great sword intents.
Then he merged the 7 swords together, unleashing a massive energy blast. 7 swords fusion. When the Grand Beginning Holy Master saw this, he was astonished, thinking, 7 types of sword intent combined into one. This Dugu Chubai's swordplay is much stronger than Dugu's sword who defeated me back then. Truly unheard of.
Xiao Yun's spiritual projection's storm of attacks caused Xiao to be sent flying. Unable to withstand it, Zhang Yanhai cautiously said to him, "I didn't expect Dugu bro's swordplay to be so powerful. It was our carelessness, I admit defeat." Xiao Yun's spiritual projection flew away contentedly, not forgetting to turn back and say to them, "The two of you working together can withstand the supreme body, so it's not considered carelessness. It's just a pity that the 8th level can't accommodate me at all. If I want to stay, I have to stay at the top level, not bothering you two anymore."
On the 9th level, suddenly Xiao Yun's spiritual projection stared wide-eyed at the blushing crowd.
Xiao Yun's spiritual projection looked at Li Chengdi in front of him in confusion, as if he didn't recognize him, thinking, "Keeping a beauty hidden away. I didn't expect Li Chengdi to hide such a great beauty in the palace behind Mu Tiangshu's tomb."
He spoke up, saying, "This senior sister, may I ask if you've seen Li Chengdi? I want to challenge him. Please tell me where he is." Li Chengdi then introduced himself. "I am Li Chengdi."
Xiao Yun's spiritual projection was extremely confused upon hearing this, placing many question marks on his head.
He looked at Li Chengdi's clothes and thought, "This dress?" Then he examined Li Chengdi's lips. "These pink lips. Is this really Li Chengdi?"
Xiao Yun's spiritual projection turned his back, pretending to be dumbfounded. Where is this? How did I get here? This place. Why is no one here? Where is everyone?" Li Chengdi, behind him, also didn't understand anything.
The spiritual projection immediately denied and flew away. "Looks like I went to the wrong place. There's no one here. I'm leaving," he thought helplessly. "I wouldn't want to be in the same place as Li Chengdi like this, even if you beat me to death."
Li Chengdi was confused when he recognized the move of the spiritual projection he secretly admired. So fast, it's the profound meaning of wind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This Dugu Chubai is really too strong."
On the 8th level, Zhang Yanhai helped the injured Xiao up. Zhang Yanhai said, "I didn't expect this Dugu Chubai to be so powerful, we misjudged him." Xiao also agreed, saying, "Right, that a man shining like him is destined not to be on the same level as us." Suddenly, Xiao Yun's spiritual projection landed next to them. Xiao unexpectedly asked, "Dugu bro, what do you want to do?" Zhang Yanhai asked in confusion. "Dugu bro, we've already admitted defeat, you don't need to come and bully us again, right?"
He carefully said to them, "This is called getting to know each other through fighting. After thinking for a while, I feel that being with you two will be more beneficial to my growth, so next we are neighbors. In the future, please give me more guidance.
Xiao and Zhang Yanhai were confused upon hearing this, unable to say anything.
Xiao Yun suspiciously asked Xiao Yun's spiritual projection, "Didn't you say earlier that our 8th level can't accommodate you at all?"
He stepped hard on Xiao, asking, "What? Do you guys have any objections?"
Xiao and Zhang Yanhai respectfully bowed their heads, saying in unison, "No objections. Welcome, Dugu bro, to live on the 8th level. Extremely welcome, warmly welcome." He smiled triumphantly. "I want this palace."
After saying that, he flew into the palace. While moving, he thought that Li Chengdi actually turned into a woman. No, turned into a demon. This world is really crazy.
Li Chengdi on the 9th level smiled and said, "Dugu Chubai, I'm always waiting for you," Xiao Yun's spiritual projection thought, so he ran away. Am I that scary? But just now he seemed to call me senior sister. Xiao Yun's spiritual projection sat in the palace, cultivating. Hearing Li Chengdi's words, the spiritual projection sneered. "Still waiting for me? That's so cringe. No way, I should get the benefits first, then quickly leave this place."
At the grand beginning Forbidden Land, Xiao Yun's spiritual projection said, "Master, Dugu Chubai requests an audience." Jiyu Shenyi then replied, "Come in," Jiyu Shenyi said. "I saw your 7 swords fusion skill just now. You came because you lack the profound meaning of time and space. Right? I have already prepared." He then said, "Master is wise." Jiyu Shenyi created a large flower on his hand and said, "This is the flower of time." Xiao Yun's spiritual projection exclaimed in amazement, "So beautiful." Jiyu Shenyi then clapped his hand, calling him to wake up. He then woke up after being immersed in fascination. Jiyu Shenyi said, "Don't stare at the flower of time, or you will be forever lost in it," he said in shock and surprise. "This thing is that scary." He thought to himself, "I thought my mental strength and concentration were already very strong. I didn't expect I almost suffered eternal damnation." Jiyu Shenyi went on explaining, "This is the time flower which grows in the river of time. Only transcendent great emperors can pluck them, making them extremely rare. Watering this flower with the essence of time will allow it to bloom, and also help you comprehend the essence of time." Xiao Yun immediately asked Jiyu Shenyi, puzzled, "Master, I haven't comprehended the essence of time. How am I supposed to water it?" Jiyu Shenyi replied, "Do you need to find someone else? Li Chengdi has the body of time and space, and he has already comprehended the essence of time. Find him to help you water it. Besides, he is the only one in the entire Holy Land who has comprehended the essence of time."
Xiao Yun was struck by the words of Jiyu Shenyi. Miserably, he says, It's him again. I can't escape from Li Chengdi after all." He turned around and said, "Thank you, master. Then I will go find senior brother Li." Jiyu Shenyi agreed. "Go," Xiao Yun cried in his heart. "You even gave me a treasure like the flower of time. It seems that the Taichu Holy Land completely trusts me."
Jiyu Shenyi placed his hope on Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone. "You, Dugu Chubai, I've already given you the time flower. Don't let this master down. I'm waiting for your harvest." On Saint Child Peak, 9th level, Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone hugged the time flower, feeling depressed. This time flower is a real pain, and he can't put it in the space ring. Now this old man is standing here holding a big flower. He can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the yellow river. Fellow disciples looked at him. Confused, they said, "Is he trying to confess his love?" One of them said, "Absolutely." Zhang Haihai suddenly said, "I didn't expect Dugu Chubai to have such a heavy taste." Another one spoke up, "Senior brother Li is very beautiful. Is it possible?" Xiao Yun's spirit offering clone said depressedly, "I am Dugu Chubai, and I am here to meet senior brother Li Chengdi." Li Chengdi quickly stepped out and said, "That's great, you finally came to challenge me." He was confused by Li Chengdi's speed, and secretly marveled. So fast. This speed is faster than all the geniuses I have ever met, as expected of the body of time and space. Dugu Chubai stood in front of senior brother Li, holding the flower of time in his hand, and smiling, said, "Senior brother Li is very talented. I am willing to admit defeat. This time I came." Before he could finish his words, senior brother Li looked at him and said, "This flower is so powerful, even I almost fell for it." Senior brother Li opened his eyes wide, looking at the flower of time with some panic and said, "If I hadn't comprehended the essence of time, I would have gotten lost in it." Dugu Chubai smiled and said, Yes. This flower cannot be observed with the eyes. It was given to me by Master Jiyu Shenyi. He said that watering it with the essence of time can help me comprehend the essence of time, so I came to you, senior brother Li." Senior brother Li smiled and replied, "I understand. As long as you compete with me, I will help you.
Dugu Chubai drew his sword and laughed.
Okay, then please guide my swordsmanship, Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Lai also reached out and prepared to compete, and replied, okay. Suddenly, Thunder God Slash appeared.
Dugu Chubai looked at this with surprise, and forgot that he was competing with Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Lai suddenly appeared from behind and hit him, causing him to spit blood and get injured.
After being hit, Dugu Chubai stood there blankly and thought to himself, this guy can even condense time after images.
Suddenly, Senior Brother Li appeared behind him again and attacked him, but this time Dugu Chubai noticed Senior Brother Li behind him. He quickly dodged and counterattacked Senior Brother Lai, but Senior Brother Lai teleported and dodged his attack. Dugu Chubai continued to attack Senior Brother Li, but Senior Brother Li avoided it again.
His face was complicated, and he thought to himself, no, this guy can teleport, his speed is too fast. Even though he has comprehended the essence of wind, he can't avoid it even if he masters the lightning flash. He can't use the chaos domain either. If this continues, he can only be passively beaten. He must take the initiative to attack. After speaking, he launched an ice-sealing 3,000 miles sword strike forward.
Thanks to this move, he found the location where Senior Brother Lai was hiding. He breathed in and said, how lucky he hit the spot. Senior Brother Lai broke out of the frozen state.
Dugu Chubai quickly used the Thunder God Slash towards Senior Brother Lai. The Thunder God Slash was delivered, but Senior Brother Lai dodged it. He kept attacking Senior Brother Lai, but Senior Brother Lai dodged them all. Dugu Chubai said, Senior Brother Li is really powerful. Senior Brother Li smiled and replied, you're not bad either. Let's go, I'll help you water the flower of time. His face became cheerful, and he smiled brightly, thinking, it's done. Finally, he can comprehend another type of essence.
Senior Brother Li took Dugu Chubai to his room. Senior Brother Li told him to come in. As soon as he entered the room, he thought to himself, holy shit, this handsome guy is completely gay. The room is so pink. Senior Brother Lai smiled and said, Dugu, what do you think of my room? Dugu Chubai could only reluctantly say, Senior Brother Lai has done a very good job, it's very beautiful. While praising, he thought, only for the essence of time can he go against his conscience. Then Senior Brother Li looked at him and asked, so, Taoist Dung Jiyu really thinks that way. At this moment, Dung Jiyu Chubai was sweating buckets and stammered, well, Senior Brother Li, please help water the flowers. Senior Brother Lai asked him, do you know the origin of the time flower? He replied, please enlighten me, Senior Brother Lai. Hearing this, Senior Brother Lai said, this is something left behind by the grand beginning Heavenly Emperor, after transcending the river of time. He then asked, what's this business about transcending the river of time? Senior Brother Lai then conjured up dazzling waves swirling around. Senior Brother Lai said, if this is the river of time, then our lifetime is like a large wave in the river. Countless waves come together to form the great river of time. Senior Brother Li continued, the so-called transcendence is escaping from the river of time of the universe of the immortal path. This allows one to obtain a longer lifespan, and the proof of having lived here is this time flower. Senior Brother Lai smiled and continued, picking the time flower is very difficult. Only extremely powerful great emperors can do it. It seems the Holy Land thinks highly of you. Senior Brother Lai then embraced the time flower and said, all right, let me help you reach it. The dazzling waves then flew into the flower.
At this moment, the system sounded. Using a single instance of enlightenment on the time mysteries of the time flower, Du Jiyu Chubai sat down and began to comprehend. He thought to himself, this place records a period of time belonging to the grand beginning, Heavenly Emperor. I get it, the first mystery of time is recording. Finally, he had comprehended it. Senior Brother Lai suddenly widened his eyes and said, he's comprehended it. Du Jiyu Chubai smiled and said to Senior Brother Lai, consider it a great success. Thank you, Senior Brother Lai, he thought to himself. Although this recording mystery doesn't help with attack, it's a great help in grasping the universe sword manual and obtaining the 7-colored emperor weapon. The two laughed and chatted happily. Senior Brother Li said to him, your comprehension is truly strong. Perhaps it can be compared to Xiao Yun of the Chaos Holy Land. Du Jiyu Chubai then cocked his head and replied, I keep hearing this name, Xiao Yun. When I'm free, I must have a match with him. Senior Brother Lai then said,
the opportunity is coming soon. The Holy Land exchange meet is about to begin. How about you stay here and cultivate with me, striving together to advance, so we can shock everyone at the Holy Land exchange meet. Hearing this, he pretended to evade and said, well, I just comprehended the time mystery. I still need to go back and consolidate it a bit. I'll come to discuss the Daoyo with Senior Brother Lai when I'm free next time. Farewell. He chuckled awkwardly and thought to himself, could this guy have taken a fancy to me? Senior Brother Lin said with a regretful expression, it's a pity I couldn't keep Taoist Dung Jiyu. But what he said is also right. He really needs to consolidate. Scene change. At the sky-piercing tree, under the roots, Xiao Yun was comprehending the Wood Dao mystery. The old ancestor beside him said, "Xiao Yun, the Holy Land exchange meet is about to begin. If you can't comprehend the Wood Dao mystery in a moment, perhaps we should." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yun successfully comprehended the Wood Dao mystery. He thought to himself, "Truly a freak. He's comprehended a type of Wood Dao mystery so quickly. Compared to him, I feel like my lifespan has been wasted on a dog." After comprehending the Wood Dao mystery, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Old ancestor, I've comprehended the mystery of the Wood Dao. Now let's go back and prepare for the Holy Land exchange meet." Xiao Yun thought to himself, "Only the space mystery is left. It seems that the fusion of the 7 major sword Daos will definitely succeed. However, since that guy Lei Zihan is eyeing me like a hungry tiger, I'll put that aside for now. Now that the Wood Dao mystery is complete, I'll study the 5 elements Holy Scripture and the 5 elements sword formation first." He continued to think, "If I want to quickly increase my cultivation in the immediate future, the fastest path is to harvest demonic sprouts. However, Long Aoshin, Yefei, Long Yi, and Long Er are not easy to deal with. Forget it. Better to take advantage of this Holy Land exchange meet and kill Jiang Haoran. Now that I'm a person of the Grand Beginning, the Grand Beginning will definitely form a feud with the Grand King sect. Yes, let's do that." Scene change to the Grand Beginning Forbidden Land. Ji Yu Shenyi said to Tianyi, "Grandpa, your status is honorable. You shouldn't risk coming to the Chaos Holy Land. These past few days your grandson has been worried to death." Hearing this, Tianyi replied, "You're just being too cautious. Why would they care about a young fellow in the emergence realm like me?" As he said that, Ji Yu Shenyi thought to himself, "He's young because his cultivation is sealed, that's all. If it weren't for the battle ancestor of the Chaos Holy Land, who else would be older than you?" Ji Yu Shenyi said. "It's still better to be cautious." Tianyi replied, "Don't worry. No one can know my origin. Who would believe that a dignified quasi-emperor like you is my grandson?" Ji Yu Shenyi blankly looked at him and said, "That's true. Back then, Grandpa, you were the only supreme physique and could have proven the great emperor. No one would have ever thought that you would seal yourself to prolong your lifespan." Tianyi replied, "Exactly." Tianyi looked at Ji Yu Shenyi and continued, "I heard you took in Dun Ji Yu Chubai and even gave him the time flower?" Ji Yu Shenyi replied, "Yes. Your grandson thinks Du Ji Yu Chubai has extremely strong sword Dao talent. It seems he has walked out of the path that allows one to prove the emperor with the sword Dalio. When the time comes, if you seize him, you might be able to surpass the Grand Beginning Heavenly Emperor." Tianyi looked directly at Ji Yu Shenyi with a suspicious expression and asked, "Is Du Ji Yu Chubai really that powerful?" Ji Yu Shenyi then replied, "Du Ji Yu Chubai has cultivated 7 types of sword Daos to perfection: earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, time, and space. He has also comprehended 6 types of mysteries: earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, and time. He only lacks the space mystery to fuse the 7 swords into one." Tianyi smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then it's truly worth seizing him. Once he fuses the 7 swords into one, report to me." Ji Yu Shenyi bowed his head beside him and said. Tianyi, with a serious face, asked, "Do you know why someone with a heaven-devouring demonic physique like me must seal themselves?" Ji Yu Shenyi replied. "Could it be related to you telling me to inquire about the supreme physiques?" Tianyi continued. "You're right," he smiled and said, "this generation is extremely glorious. Most of the legendary top 10 supreme physiques have appeared. I am the heaven-devouring demonic physique ranked 2nd, Li Chengdi is the space-time physique ranked 4th, Ye Fei is the Xuanhuang undying physique ranked 5th, and Zhao Wuji, who is Yang Yiming, is the ancient sacred physique ranked 7th. The Bao Tian Holy Land is hiding a Bao Tian sacred physique named Kang Wu Dao, plus the royal physique Jiang Haoran and the immortal king physique Jun Xiaoyao. Except for the chaos physique ranked 1st, the innate sacred physique Dao Yao ranked 3rd, and the myriad Buddha physique ranked 6th, the others have all appeared." Ji Yu Chenyi exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, we've already found the woman with the innate Dao physique, and we've also found clues about the myriad Buddha physique in the Western Buddhist sect." Tianyi looked delighted and said, "That's great. Arrange for that woman to mate with Chu Wuji or Yang Yiming. They'll definitely give birth to an innate sacred body Dao fetus." Ji Yu Chenyi said, "Chu Wuji and Yang Yiming aren't from our Taichu Holy Land. I'm afraid it won't be possible to arrange that." Tianyi, hearing this, said, "Don't worry about that. The innate Daoyo physique, naturally has an attraction to the ancient sacred physique. Just secretly take that innate Daoyo physique as a disciple and tell her to approach these two. They will naturally attract each other.
He continued with a mysterious expression. As long as I seize the 8 great supreme physiques, I can forge the chaos physique, the unparalleled one throughout the ages. That's my ultimate goal. Jiyu Chenyi was shocked upon hearing this. His eyes widened as he understood that Tianyi's self-sealing was driven by such a grand ambition.
Tianyi walked away, saying, "All right, the Holy Land exchange meeting is about to begin. I'll head over first," Jiyu Chenyi replied from the side.
Yes. Scene change. At Difeng, Xiao Yun had finished cultivating the undying body and the 5 elements sacred physique. He thought to himself, now that the 9 revolutions, thunder body, undying body, and 5 elements sacred physique are all cultivated, my physical body has reached its strongest state. I'm not even afraid of having my cultivation level reduced when undergoing the nirvana tribulation.
His master, standing beside him, said to him,
This year's Holy Land exchange meeting is held at the Heaven's Blade Holy Land. We should depart for the Heaven's Blade Holy Land now, Xiao Yun replied. Yes, Xiao Yun smiled slightly and thought to himself, I should go to the Holy Land exchange meeting and snatch some enlightenment opportunities. I should strive to break through the extreme realm and prepare for the Nirvana realm tribulation. At the Taichu Holy Land, Holy Sun Peak, Du Ji Yu Chubai was standing in his room, thinking to himself, the 5 elements sword formation is indeed not bad. Perhaps I should also go to the Holy Land exchange meeting. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered senior brother Lai entering and smiling, saying, Chubai, the Holy Land exchange meeting has begun. Let's set off for the Heaven's Blade Holy Land together. He thought helplessly.
Holy crap, Chubai. Do you need to be so intimate? We're not close at all, okay? I'd rather be beaten to death than go outside. 2 people standing beside the door also helplessly looked at Dujiyu Chubai. Shu Hyoshin said, Zhang bro? Thankfully she came to find Dujiyu bro. We too weren't noticed by her. Zhang bro beside him replied, This is the first time in my life that I'm grateful for my weak strength, so that Li Chengdi didn't notice me. Shu Hyoshin continued. It's all because of that Xiao Yun from the Chaos Holy Land. A perfectly fine senior brother Li was turned into a senior sister Li by him. Zhang bro beside him replied, I heard that Xiao Yun's strength is not weak. I'm afraid he will become a great enemy of Taichu. Shu Hyoshin looked at Li Chengdi and exclaimed, I don't think so. Look at Li Chengdi's demonic appearance. Even we feel scared when we see it. How could Xiao Yun not tremble when he sees it? Zhang bro, hearing this, said, That's true. Scene change. At the Heaven's Blade Holy Land, Di Tian and Xiao Yun, Chu Wuji, Lin Xiaoya, and everyone else had arrived. This was the Heaven's Blade Holy Land. Liu Tiandu came before Di Tian and said, Brother Di Tian, long time no see. I didn't expect you could really recover your strength. It's truly double the joy, Di Tian replied. Same to you, same to you. Didn't you also recover your invincible Dao heart? And even become a saint? Liu Tiandu smiled and said, This is thanks to Xiao Yun, helping me repair the cracks in my invincible Dao heart. I heard that he defeated Ye Fei of the Eastern Wilderness, truly the #1 genius of Zhongtu. Xiao Yun looked at him and replied, Senior Liu is too kind. Xiao Yun thought to himself. This guy has turned into a smiling tiger. His heart is even more unfathomable. Liu Tiandu pointed towards the Holy Land and said, All right, Brother Di Tian, virtuous nephew Xiao, we should still go to the Holy Land first. Di Tian also replied, Okay. All of them immediately flew towards the Holy Land. The people below looked up in surprise and discussed animatedly. They said they're from the Chaos Holy Land. Is that person Xiao Yun? He's so handsome, I heard he just defeated the Supreme Physique ranked 5th. People looked towards another direction and said, Quick, look! The people from the ancient Holy Land have arrived. On the other side, Li Chengdi, along with Du Jiyu Chubai, Shu Hyoshin, and Zhang Bro had arrived. The people below exclaimed, The people from the Taichu Holy Land have arrived. That person is Du Jiyu Chubai, right? That's right, and he even brought his Dao companion. He's truly romantic. On the other side, a voice rang out. The Eastern Wilderness Yi family has arrived. All 4 of them flew over. The orange-haired guy said to the purple-haired guy beside him, That person is Xiao Yun who caused you to lose your invincible Dao heart. I really want to see how strong he is, Ye Fei beside him said. I also want to know. Beside the orange-haired guy, an old man appeared. He was a great saint from the Batian Holy Land. He looked at the orange-haired guy, smiling as he said, I heard you are a true dragon descendant. Can you use this Batian holy fruit and give me a drop of true dragon essence blood?
The orange-haired guy looked at him and replied,
"For sure." A drop of true dragon blood essence flew out from Carrot Top, and he thought to himself, after losing blood essence, the true dragon can replenish it with some time, but this Overlord Saint fruit is a rare treasure.
The Overlord Sacred Ground Great Saint, feeling the power from the true dragon blood essence, laughed and said, "Now, my physical body can finally become stronger." Everyone saw this, and eagerly wanted to trade for the true dragon blood essence. They shouted, "I'll trade an ancient pill for a drop of essence blood. Deal, I'll trade a 9 revolution spirit flower. I'll trade a 9 wisdom harmony. I'll trade a blood pearl fruit." Carrot Top, his head spinning, yelled, "Quiet, quiet, one at a time."
Xiao Yun, over there, smiled brightly and thought, "Holy crap, the host of the devil seed has increased. No way, this essence blood can cause the devil seed to spread. Then wouldn't that mean, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea?" Carrot Top, surrounded until he was dizzy, said, all right. This old man can't take it anymore. I'm gonna turn into a dead dragon."
DTN, seeing this, also approached Carrot Top. He said to Carrot Top, "This is a 10,000-year dragon blood fruit. It can instantly recover 2 drops of your essence blood. I just need you to give me 1 drop in return."
Carrot Top, hearing this, happily made the deal.
DTN brought the true dragon blood essence to Xiao Yun and said, "Disciple, see if this drop of essence blood is of any help to you."
Xiao Yun received the essence blood and replied,
"Yes, I'll take a look," he thought to himself. "So touching. My master is really good to me."
Meanwhile, Carrot Top was still surrounded, trading essence blood, and everyone around was clamoring,
"I also have something that can restore essence blood. Let's trade." "Me too, count me in too." Carrot Top, hearing this, replied, Okay, but you have to give me time to recover." Suddenly, someone appeared and claimed they could create true dragon blood essence.
He said,
"Everyone, I, Long Aocean, am also a true dragon descendant. You can come trade with me." Everyone, hearing this, rushed to him, all wanting true dragon blood essence, so they fought to trade.
People there shouted, "Great, I'll trade. Don't fight with me. I came first." Long Aocean, seeing this, said, "Can you line up? This is too chaotic." Xiao Yun, far away, widened his eyes in surprise, and thought to himself,
"What the hell, it can be like this too. Aren't the people here all implanted with my devil seed?" Suddenly, people from the Tai Chu sacred ground arrived and raised their hands, saying, "Our Tai Chu sacred ground will buy 100 drops of essence blood." Carrot Top, hearing him say that, turned around in surprise and said, 100 drops? Are you kidding me?" He looked at him and offered countless treasures, saying, "Our Tai Chu sacred ground has never joked." Everyone below looked up in disgust.
"Damn, this Tai Chu sacred ground is really rich."
"That's right, more than half of these things are treasures that can restore essence blood. Those 2 true dragon descendants are making a killing," the old teacher beside him said. "Well, it seems the sacred ground exchange meeting will have to be postponed for a few days. The Long group needs some time to recover and provide essence blood," the person beside him said. "Postponing a few days is fine," Tian Yi said to Di Tian.
"Senior Di Tian,
I also need essence blood from a true dragon descendant. I'll buy a drop first," Di Tian replied. "Okay." Di Tian transmitted his voice to Xiao Yun, saying, "Disciple, why don't you use that drop of essence blood?" "Is there a problem?" Xiao Yun replied. "Firstly, this kind of essence blood is useless to the supreme body, and secondly, it really has a problem. The essence blood has been implanted with my devil seed." Di Tian was immediately shocked by his disciple, his eyes and mouth wide open, and he thought to himself, "Implanted with a devil seed? Then wouldn't that mean, oh my god." Dugu Chubai, standing beside Li Chengdi, said,
"Senior Brother Lin,
look at that Zhao Wuji, who has an ancient sacred body, extremely healthy. Why don't I introduce him to you?" Li Chengdi beside him replied, "No need. The ancient sacred body is a supreme body. It's normal to be a bit strong. On the contrary, it's remarkable that a mortal body can be like that," Dugu Chubai continued. "But Zhao Wuji has a beautiful figure. Look at his limbs, so big and powerful, and that waist, truly a golden waist." Li Chengdi beside him denied, saying, "No, a figure like yours is more pleasing to the eye." Dugu Chubai thought helplessly, "Don't tell me you like me."
He turned away in frustration and said, "Well, I have something to do. I'll leave first." Li Chengdi asked him, "Senior Brother Dugu, do you need me to follow you?" He replied sadly, "No need." In a certain room, Dugu Chubai gave Xiao Yun the Heaven Emperor Scripture 2, and he stood there thinking, after obtaining the Heaven Emperor Scripture 2, because I'm in the Tai Chu, although I've comprehended the profound meaning of time, I've never dared to look at it. This time I finally have a chance. Then that person left after giving it to him. Xiao Yun opened the book and looked, and he thought, sure enough, There's handwriting similar to the Heaven Emperor Scripture 1. It's truly the complete path of time. He was surprised when he read something and said, This is Chinese characters. He thought, this is another message that I left for myself. The Heaven Emperor Scripture 2 displayed the words, When you see these words, you must have guessed that I am you. After all, we are both intelligent people. Let me ask you a question. Am I the you of the past or the you of the future? If you don't clarify this question, don't read on, but I believe you can clarify it. Xiao Yun read and thought, Isn't this very easy to guess? I transmigrated to the past. I'm not in this space-time, Xiao Yun thought. So this me must be the me of the future, except that he came to the past a long time ago and brought this book to me. He turned to the next page, and this time the book displayed the word, Having read this far, you must have understood that I am the you of the future. Some great calamities will occur in the future, but I can't tell you what exactly they are, because the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but as long as I write those words, they will disappear, and even lead to heavenly tribulation to strike me. Besides, I've gone through countless experiments. I left 30 words below. The heavenly secret is within them. You absolutely have to read each word clearly. The 30 words the book mentioned are Leizu short, divide demonic origin, slay Chu Jingxiao, master-disciple brothers, cannot enter manifestation realm, find a path to survival in extreme situations. Xiao Yun, face full of doubt, thought to himself, holy crap, is this the ultimate riddle? Leizu short? How short is he? I've never even seen him. And is his length really that important? Does it bring a calamity? Earlier, Undying Old Ancestor had told him, Since that's the case, there's something I want to tell you. I secretly planted a demonic seed on the Saint King sect's quasi-emperor, Mu Qi. After you condense the demonic origin, come find me, and I'll give you a portion of his demonic origin. Later you can harvest him. He recalled and thought to himself, As for dividing the demonic origin, there is something to verify. I remember that's what Undying Old Ancestor told me back then. Suddenly, he understood something and thought, So, the meaning of dividing the demonic origin must be telling me to share the demonic origin with the Undying Old Ancestor. Now, all the guys in the sacred land have been planted with the demonic seed by me. I can't harvest them, but the Undying Old Ancestor can. In that case, the Undying Old Ancestor might be able to ascend to quasi-emperor. He pondered, looking at the book, and thought, I got it. If dividing the demonic origin is to help the Undying Old Ancestor level up, then Leizu short must be shortening the time for Leizu to level up. In other words, the calamity will happen within a year of Leizu becoming a quasi-emperor. He wondered doubtfully. But what does slay Chu Jingxiao, master-disciple brothers, even mean? What kind of waves could Chu Jingxiao's master-disciple relationship even make? And they don't even have any brothers. Suddenly, Tian Yi came and stood outside the door, saying, Senior Brother Xiao, tonight the Heaven's Blade Holy Land has arranged a banquet gathering all the young talents. Zhao Wuji and the others have already gone. They told me to inform you, Xiao Yun replied. Okay, I got it. Suddenly, he realized something and thought, I understand now. The so-called Chu Jingxiao's master disciple actually refers to Tian Yi, because Chu Jingxiao's master, Tian Yi, the supreme elder, has the same name as Tian Yi, so the person I need to kill isn't Chu Jingxiao's master disciple. That would be too obvious. But Tian Yi and his brother, Eastern Divine King. That's why the word brothers was added. With sharp eyes, he smiled and continued to think. As for the two sentences, cannot enter manifestation realm, find a path to survival in extreme situations, must be telling me to delay entering the nirvana realm. I'm afraid there's a life or death tribulation waiting for me there. He walked away coldly and thought, but what kind of tribulation would it be that requires three great quasi-emperors, War Ancestor, Leizu, and Undying Old Ancestor, to deal with? Could it be that all the sacred lands and great emperor families are besieging us? Can't figure it out. At the Heaven's Blade Holy Land, Jiaoqi Garden, Xiao Yun stepped out, smiling, and thought, the scenery here is pretty good. Everyone saw him come out and started whispering in surprise, saying, It's Xiao Yun, Heaven's Blade, Holy Land's holy son. Dao Wuji stood there and said, Fellow senior brothers, senior sisters, junior sisters. Tomorrow is the Sacred Land Exchange Gathering. I think everyone wants to know each other's strength. How about we play a game of sparring with each other today? What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, someone pointed at his face and said, Dao Wuji, what are you up to? If sparring, there's also a chance at tomorrow's exchange gathering. Hearing this, he pointed forward and said, Brother Wu, look, we are surrounding the Jiqin pond.
Pushing the water in the pond towards others can test the strength of the opponent. Working together will not waste time, he continued. But everyone must not use spirit energy to protect themselves. Whoever gets wet will step out. Let's see who can stay clean to the end. What do you all think? Everyone around heard this and said, "This idea is not bad. I agree. I also agree."
Zhao Wuji stood there smiling and said, "Fairy Li, I've been uncomfortable with that stain called Xiao Yun for a long time. This time, I'm here to help you turn him into a drowned chicken. What do you think?" Li Chengdi, standing next to him, smiled and said, "Then I thank young Master Zhao." Zhao Wuji looked at Li Chengdi with such infatuation that his eyes almost turned into hearts. He looked at Li Chengdi with drool and said, "Fairy Li, no need to be polite. This is what I should do." Zhao Wuji thought to himself, "Is this the taste of love? Wow, it feels so great. I am willing to spend my whole life protecting Fairy Li." Xiao Yun looked at Zhao Wuji and felt a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with Zhao Wuji? Is he completely fascinated by Li Chengdi? What a silly, infatuated look." Zhao Wuji raised his hand and said, "If everyone has no objections, then please find your positions. Let's begin." Everyone stood in their positions. The competition began. Suddenly, someone struck at Ye Wuchen. He said, "Ye Wuchen, take a hit from me." Ye Wuchen blocked his move and retorted, "Are you kidding me?" On Xiao Yun's side, Li Chengdi released his move and shouted, "Xiao Yun, a powerful crimson dragon." From Li Chengdi's side, aiming toward Xiao Yun, she said to Xiao Yun, "Show me the style of the #1 genius of Central Earth." Zhao Wuji looked at Li Chengdi with a bright smile and said, "What a strong momentum." As expected of Fairy Li, the Crimson Dragon rushed to attack Xiao Yun. He used the Xuanbing sword seal to counterattack. The Crimson Dragon was frozen by Xiao Yun's move. While receiving the move, he said, "Coming but not staying. How impolite." Suddenly, on Zhao Wuji's side, he seemed to be on fire. Using the Mirage War God technique, he pointed at Xiao Yun, angrily saying, "Xiao Yun, you bastard. Using such a move to bully a weak woman, I break off all relations with you." Xiao Yun looked at it helplessly. He was speechless and didn't understand what was happening. Zhao Wuji immediately used his move to attack Xiao Yun and said, "Fairy Li was just probing you, but you went all out. That's too immoral. I, Zhao Wuji, really can't stand it anymore. Take a move from me too." Xiao Yun said helplessly, "This Zhao Wuji has fallen in love at first sight. And even using spirit manifestation, then I can't be polite either." With that, he used the 9 Revolutions Thunder Body. The remaining guys, seeing him use the 9 Revolutions Thunder Body, were shocked and surprised. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment as they exclaimed one after another, "So it's actually a heavenly tribulation. No, it's a thunder tribulation. He uses a special lightning attribute physique. But isn't he a quasi-chaos body?" Another guy said, "I heard my master say that the disc scripture that Lei Zhu of the Chaos Holy Land cultivates is called the Thunder Annihilation of the World Record. After mastering it, one can forge the 9 Revolutions Thunder Body, so he must have cultivated this kind of world-shaking scripture." The pink-haired guy, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "No way! He mastered 2 die scriptures. Is he some kind of freak?" All of Zhao Wuji's moves were blocked. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji looked at Li Chengdi beside him in surprise, saying, "Let me handle this. You're no match for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuji was so infatuated that he thought, "Is Leo Fairy worried about me? I'm so happy." Immediately after, Li Chengdi stood in front of Xiao Yun and unleashed the spatial displacement technique, saying, "Xiao Yun, let's have a battle to decide the winner." Xiao Yun used his special physique to activate the power of the Thunder Tribulation to attack Li Chengdi. Li Chengdi used his power to absorb all of the strength that Xiao Yun had just used, arrogantly declaring, "I am not the same as I once was." The geniuses below were gaping, saying, "The attack disappeared. He actually did it." Another person was equally surprised. "That must be the spatial teleportation technique." Yet another said in disbelief, "Unbelievable." The 2 powers collided, creating a huge explosion in the air. A vortex of power surrounded Li Chengdi, and he said, "Xiao Yun, let me see how much you've grown." In an instant, all the water in the lake was taken away by Li Chengdi, and the water immediately swirled into a spiral. Xiao Yun looked up in panic at the vortex of water above him. The group of geniuses were blown back in surprise, saying, "Is this also spatial displacement? That's way too strong. Even a whole lake has been displaced. We can't even play anymore. Let's just watch them play." Another person added, "Yeah, let's see how Xiao Yun deals with it." Xiao Yun seemed to grasp something and broke into a triumphant smile. Xiao Yun flew up and used one sword freezes 30,000 miles, piercing straight into the water flow. Immediately, the raging water flow froze solid. After the water in the lake froze, it fell down.
and Xiao Yun playfully lifted it up with his hand. Xiao Yun said teasingly, Li Chengdi, your understanding of spatial laws is pretty good. You've really made some progress these past few years. You didn't disappoint me.
The group of geniuses below were even more shocked after hearing this. They wondered, Lin Chengdi, why is that voice coming from behind Lin Chengdi? It turned out to be Zhao Wuji, his face pale and bloodless, pointing at him. You are Li Chengdi, is this for real? Li Chengdi looked at Wuji calmly and said, Young Master Zhao, we already met at the Dragon Nest, what's wrong with you?
Zhao Wuji fainted, spurting blood from his nose. The second day passed. After taking Zhao Wuji back to the Heavenly Blade Holy Land's villa to rest, Liu Tiantu asked, Is he still not awake yet? Di Tian replied, Elder, his spirit suffered too much damage, he can only rely on himself. The old man turned and said, Then I'll go first. It's a pity he's a supreme body and can't participate in the Holy Assembly. Di Tian sighed and looked at the old man, replying, Who says it isn't? Di Tian turned to look at Xiao Yun again, saying, Let's go too, the exchange meeting is about to start, we'll take him away. After it's over. Xiao Yun smiled slyly. Master, you guys go ahead, I'll be there in a bit. As soon as Din Tian left, he turned around, looking at Zhao Wuji with affectionate eyes, saying, Wuji, do you really have to pretend like that? You're not even participating in the Holy Land exchange meeting? Lei Fairy might win the championship, you know. Wuji, hearing Xiao Yun's challenging words, clenched the blanket he was covered with tightly. Xiao Yun continued, I exposed him for your own good, to prevent you from falling too deep. If you want to go, then let me help the Holy Land raise its name.
The hand that was clenched tightly just now began to tremble even more. Zhao Wuji closed his eyes, but still frowned irritably, thinking, Zhao Wuji, I swear, starting from today, I will never be moved by any woman again. With no woman in my heart, my blade will surely be divine. I must sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and wholeheartedly seek the great Emperor Dao.
Under the clear blue sky, at the Holy Land exchange meeting venue, Liu Tiantu raised his hands to the sky, shouting, I announce that the 156th Holy Land Exchange meeting officially begins. Same old rules. The 6 great Holy Lands each hold a spot in the finals. I've already secured this spot. The other spots in the finals will be determined through elimination matches. The elimination matches will be divided into 3 rounds, with the final 32 people participating in the finals.
The first elimination match, Taishan Holy Land's Dujiyu Chubai versus Holy King Sect's Chen Yuan. Liu Tiantu shouted loudly, Dujiyu Chubai. I had something to do last time and didn't go to Emperor Heaven's City, otherwise your name would have been changed a long time ago. Chen Yuan pointed at Du Jiyu Chubai and said,
Among the crowd below, the blonde guy said, I heard that this Chen Yuan is second only to Jiang Haoran. He must be quite strong. I wonder who is stronger between this Du Jiyu Chubai's sword Dao and Ye Wuchen's. Looks like it's going to be a dragon-tiger battle. The short-haired guy continued, We'll know right after the finals. The blonde guy next to him asked, Can Duji Chubai even get to the finals?
Duji Chubai held a strand of hair between 2 fingers, looked at Chen Yuan and said, To defeat you, 1 finger is enough.
Chen Yuan said angrily, Well, aren't you just a crazy kid? You want to beat me with 1 finger? Do you really think you're a supreme body? Du Guoqiubai smiled faintly, looked at him intently and said, I am not a supreme body, but I only need 1 sword to defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, in Du Guoqiubai's hand, holding the strand of hair, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. Even more terrifying, the sword exploded, cutting through the void, rushing towards Chen Yuan, also known as the Dimensional Slash.
Chen Yuan used his ability to create a wild and arrogant net of heaven and earth. Chen Yuan roared,
Net of heaven and earth, charging into Du Guoqiubai's sword.
Because the power was too great, Chen Yuan was knocked to the ground by his own strength.
Below, it was noisy with the match just now. WTF, it's over in 1 move. Is Chen Yuan so weak? I'm afraid Du Guoqiubai is too strong. Who the hell is he? The match ended immediately afterwards. Du Guoqiubai flew towards Li Chengdi. Li Chengdi happily said, This dimensional slash of yours has good power, but if you can comprehend the space profound meaning, the power of this sword of yours will be a bit stronger. Du Guoqiubai replied, Senior brother Li's guidance is very correct.
The great saint of the Taishan Holy Land turned his head to look at Du Guoqiubai and said, Du Guoqiubai, the Holy King sect is a friendly alliance of our Taishan Holy Land, didn't you know? Why did you attack so heavily? Senior, I already showed mercy. This is just using the dimensional slash that hasn't been cultivated for long. If I used the Thunder God slash, he would have died with this sword. Du Guoqiubai looked at him and replied,
Okay, remember to be gentle next time, he said helplessly.
Du Guoqiubai continued, Also be gentle when facing Jiang Haoran. The great saint immediately replied, He certainly doesn't need it. Being able to win against him is also our honor. Du Guoqiubai thought to himself, Jiang Haoran, you wait for me. On the surface, Du Guoqiubai replied to that saint. Then I'm relieved.
Other changes in the Holy Land Exchange are still continuing. The announcement called out the winner, Tian Yi, of the Chaos Holy Land. Apart from Du Guoqiubai, the Chaos Holy Land is also someone to be wary of. Du Guoqiubai crossed his arms and thought, that's right. If I want to kill Tian Yi, it's not convenient for my main body to take action. I have to do it myself. However, if I want to kill Tian Yi, I must use my trump card. Rather than revealing my identity, it's better to directly use the number of enlightenments. Comprehend the space profound meaning. As long as the 7 swords are combined into one, my clone will be sure to kill Tian Yi.
He turned to ask the senior, the battle just now stimulated my understanding of space profound meaning. I'm preparing to temporarily go into seclusion once. When it's my turn to go into battle later, please come and call me, the great saint asked. Seclusion for a breakthrough, he thought to himself. Is comprehending the profound meaning that simple? The great saint continued, and immediately opened a protective net. You go into seclusion here, I will isolate everything, no one can disturb you. When it's your turn to go into battle, I will call you. Du Guoqiubai thanked. Thank you, senior. Du Guoqiubai sat in that circle, opened the enlightenment system next to great Saint Zhangyai Jiang Haoran, and the two curiously asked, Senior, brother Du Jiyu this is. The great saint replied, Du Guoqiubai had insights during the battle, he wants to comprehend the space profound meaning. You guys also have to work harder, strive hard.
The two of them panicked and thought, he has already comprehended the space profound meaning. Is he even letting others live? Elsewhere, Li Chengdi was thinking about Du Guoqiubai. Du Guoqiubai has just comprehended the time profound meaning, and then he comprehended the space profound meaning. Isn't he too strong? On Du Guoqiubai's side, he was concentrating on using a one-time enlightenment with the space profound meaning. Using a one-time enlightenment with the space profound meaning, he thought to himself.
The number of enlightenment times is running out. About 1,000 times is complete comprehension of the profound meaning. I also don't know how many times it will take to consume.
Time flies by like a dog running in the field. Just now it was an hour later. Di Tian sensed a power on Xiao Yun's body and said, no way, disciple, you just comprehended the profound meaning. What is it? The person who is comprehending the profound meaning is Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's main body smiled and replied, Master, I just comprehended the space profound meaning. But for Xiao Yun, this comprehension is extremely ordinary. When Lao heard Xiao Yun's inner thoughts, he opened his mouth wide and thought, the space profound meaning is the most difficult. You said you comprehended it. And you comprehended it. What kind of monster is he?
Xiao Yun checked how many enlightenment times were left. Then he thought to himself, spending more than 800 enlightenment times, I finally comprehended the space profound meaning. Now whether it's the Universe Sword Cannon or the Azure Emperor's Sword on Sword God Mountain, I have a chance to deal with them.
At the same time, at Xiao Yun's clone, also known as Du Guoqiubai looked up at the great saint and said, Senior, I have comprehended the profound meaning. You can open the defense shield. The great saint saw through Du Guoqiubai.
Good kid, your comprehension is really terrifying. Senior overpraises me. Du Guoqiubai smiled modestly and closed his eyes to concentrate again.
This time, 7 types of swordsmanship spontaneously converged, without needing Du Guoqiubai's help.
A powerful sword suddenly erupted from Du Guoqiubai's body. All the eyes around were intently looking at Du Guoqiubai. The white-haired man, the orange-haired man, and Jiang Geihua Lingxin were stunned and said, This is the sword intent on the Sword God Envoy. It's probably related to the fact that Brother Du Jiyu once reached the top of Sword God Mountain. His 7 types of swords have merged into one, and they have completely merged perfectly. He has become stronger.
Long Er and Ye Fei stood far away, looking at Du Guoqiubai with serious eyes. Long Er spoke. It's a pity this is the Holy Land Exchange Conference of Middle-earth. Outsiders like us can't participate. Otherwise, we could really try with him. Ye Fei turned around and replied, There's a chance. After the Holy Land Exchange Conference, the top 8 geniuses of Middle-earth will accept challenges from others. Er continued. With so many supreme bodies, can he get into the top 8? Ye Fei with a contemplative expression. He definitely can. Du Guoqiubai with eyes full of joy thought, I finally found the path to prove the Sword Dao. Next, I just need to follow the path of merging swordsmanship step by step, and I will be able to prove the great emperor of the Sword Dao. Li Chengdi, face flushed and full of affection, asked Du Guoqiubai.
Chiwabai, how do you feel? Have you sensed the path to becoming an emperor of the sword? Du Guoqiubai's face was the opposite of Chengdi's, revealing a look of panic and fear, and said, The Sword Dao Saint Emperor is not that easy, okay? I'm afraid that in a few thousand years, I will turn into a handful of yellow sand,
and you will have become a great emperor, ascending to the immortal realm. Du Guoqiubai tried to answer, but inside he was worried. Bro, could you please not look at me with such affection? My scalp is tingling.
Li Chengdi gazed at Du Guoqiubai with infatuation and said, "It is said that there is reincarnation in this world. Even if a person dies, they can be reborn, only they will lose their memories," Chengdi continued shyly. "If I can prove the great emperor, not to become an immortal, but just to wait for you to return to this mortal world."
Du Guoqiubai's face turned green, and he thought to himself, "You still won't let me go. Time is money, you know." Just writing a few pages took 2 hours. Liu Tiandu looked at everyone. In the past, one-on-one matches in the finals of the exchange meeting were really boring, so we decided to change to a new method. This time, the finals will be changed to a grand melee, with no rules.
Di Tian angrily shouted,
"That's not fair. Since everyone knows Xiao Yun is the strongest, won't they just gang up on him later?" "That's right, our sect only has 1 person in the finals, and the Taichu Holy Land has 5 people. We're at a big disadvantage." Another guy happily said, "I support this new rule," he thought to himself. "With such chaos, maybe our Holy Land will have a chance." Liu Tiandu interrupted everyone. "I know this rule will lead to dissatisfaction, but according to the rules of each Holy Land exchange meeting, it will be decided by the organizing committee, so I can only hope that you will understand. All right, everyone, prepare for a moment, and then go to the arena." Du Guoqiubai said, "Li Chengdi, we and the Chaos Holy Land are mortal enemies. Why don't we join forces to eliminate them first?" The person next to him echoed Du Guoqiubai. "That's right, it's best to kill Xiao Yun and Tianyi. If we really can't, killing one of them is fine. This guy is plotting to kill Tianyi." Du Guoqiubai thought in surprise. So ruthless. Could it be that Tianyi isn't even from their faction? Or is it that even the great saints don't know Tianyi's identity? Never mind. As long as I can kill him.
Li Chengdi looked at everyone and said, "I want to fight Xiao Yun alone. If I lose, you guys should join forces to deal with him." "Okay, Xiao Yun is yours. Li Chengdi, Zhang Hai, Hai Zi, Hao Tian, you guys cooperate with Du Guoqiubai to kill Tianyi," the spiky-haired guy spoke up.
A moment later, all the contestants gathered at the Thunder Arena. Xiao Yun unexpectedly raised his hand to greet Liu Tiandu. "Senior Liu, although the rules of the Holy Land exchange meeting are set here, the rules are now so arbitrary. If I go all out and kill a few people, I won't be responsible."
Liu Tiandu turned to look at Xiao Yun. "Casualties are inevitable on the path to proving the Tao. You can go all out. If my Wu brother and I from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land are not able to rescue you in time, then you can only accept your fate."
Liu Tiandu shouted, "If you are afraid of death, there is still a chance to leave now." Under the puzzled eyes of everyone present. "Okay, if no one withdraws, then let's begin," Xiao Yun said with interest. "I like this rule, everyone. Make your move. Let's see if you have a chance to keep your lives in front of me." Di Tian gaped, thinking, "It seems that my disciples' showing off skills are invincible." A tense atmosphere enveloped the surrounding space. When Du Guoqiubai, with an undisguised look of satisfaction, with thunder sketching a sparkling curve in his hand, he roared, "Xiao Yun, you are too arrogant. Watch me defeat you with this sword." From above, he used the Thunder God's slash, a powerful attack descending towards Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun stood firm like a rock, showing no fear. He replied calmly, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." And immediately he casted the Chaos Fist, a solid defensive skill to respond. 2 brilliant rays of light collided in the air, emitting a loud bang. It's really a match between equals. On the ground, the crowd began to discuss noisily. One person in the crowd blurted out, "This Du Guoqiubai is so strong he actually didn't lose to Xiao Yun." Another person added information they knew about Du Guoqiubai. "I heard that he defeated the Zizun body, he is really strong, and he killed a true dragon descendant in Heavenly Arrived City." In another corner, Xiao Yun's master looked puzzled, thinking to himself, "Why does Xiao Yun have to act with his avatar? His tricks are the most. Maybe there is some conspiracy." His eyes narrowed with suspicion, watching every movement of the 2 people in the match, trying to guess the unrevealed secrets. At the height of the confrontation, Li Chengdi stepped out in front of Du Guoqiubai with a serious voice. "Well, I say, Du Guoqiubai, don't mess around. According to the old plan, hand him over to me." Du Guoqiubai immediately replied, "Okay, be careful." Li Chengdi did not hesitate, and immediately rushed towards Xiao Yun. From above, she used all her martial arts skills to attack with a shout, "Xiao Yun, you are still as arrogant as ever, let me learn from you." Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained calm, focusing on his moves. Ignoring the challenge, he replied, "I could defeat you before, and I can do it now." Their 2 moves collided violently, creating a bright explosion of light in the air.
At the same time, Du Guoqiubai suddenly used his move to attack Tianyi. With his palm wind, he rushed down and shouted at Tianyi.
"Hand over your life." Without the slightest fear, Tianyi replied with confidence. "Hand over my life? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." A powerful blow from Tianyi struck Du Guoqiubai, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and be blasted away. Xiao Yun and Li Chengdi were fighting no less fiercely, and everyone under the stage witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised.
Du Guoqiubai, with his hand clutching his chest and his mouth full of blood, shouted to everyone around,
"Everyone, we have been deceived by him. This Tianyi is stronger and more powerful than Xiao Yun. Join forces to deal with him."
The martial arts experts under the stage began to riot when they heard this. One person exclaimed in surprise. One move made Du Guoqiubai vomit blood. The Chaos Holy Land is really hiding deeply. Another person agreed. Brother Du Ji is right. Let's solve the people of the Chaos Holy Land first.
Then another voice continued. "No wonder they have been so flamboyant recently."
Someone else continued. That's right. Let's solve the Chaos Holy Land first, and then we'll decide who's better.
Everyone shouted, "Let's go together!" While that was happening, Tianyi, still pale and clueless about what was happening, blurted out in disbelief, "Holy crap! My palm strike made you cough up blood. Am I that strong? Your acting skills are so good, why don't you go be an actor?" Before Tianyi's eyes, a horde of martial arts experts appeared, brandishing their swords and bows as they swarmed towards him. Anxiety mixed with anger in his heart. Son of a... More than half of them are attacking me. That bastard, Du Ji Chubai. The space around him suddenly exploded with grandeur, as a series of famous martial arts techniques from across the land rained down like a meteor shower. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's master, after understanding everything, couldn't help but laugh smugly. He said, "So that's what's going on, haha, my precious disciple really can handle anything. Tianyi is in deep trouble now."
On the platform, Tianyi was getting beaten to a pulp, covered in wounds, and screaming in pain. Tianyi, in a desperate state, frantically tried to reach Xiao Yun for help. Behind him, the experts were still relentlessly pursuing, each of their moves intent on taking his life. With his remaining strength, Tianyi reached out to Xiao Yun, shouting, "Xiao Shixiong, save me!" Xiao Yun pretended to care, and replied with a helpless expression,
"Brother, hang in there. I really can't move from my position."
At the same time, in his mind, he used his telepathic connection with Du Ji Chubai, who was actually his clone, and said, "Clone, take the opportunity and beat him to death."
As soon as he received the message from Xiao Yun, Du Ji Chubai quickly rallied and reorganized the formation. He stood behind, cheering and directing the experts on the battlefield. "Everyone, listen to my command. Melee fighters in the front, control the situation. Zhang Yai and Hai, heal from behind. Ranged attackers, focus on damage. He's almost done for. Everyone, hang in there."
However, some of the experts realized they might have been tricked. They turned to question Du Ji Chubai. One old expert reacted, "Du Ji, brother, you're commanding us to deal with Tianyi while you hide in the back. Isn't that a bit much?" Another angrily chimed in, "Are you treating us like fools to play with?" Du Ji Chubai, with a reluctant expression and furrowed brows, didn't answer immediately. Then, he unleashed the heaven-severing white sword stance, replying to them, "Idiots, can't you see I'm building up my sword intent? Help me block him, and wait for me to kill him with one strike." With Du Ji Chubai preparing his sword stance, the martial arts experts turned back to their fight. They turned back and said to Du Ji Chubai with a determined expression, "We'll trust you one more time, just for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." After Du Ji Chubai completed the preparation of his sword stance, he shouted, "Tianyi, take my sword." He swung his sword, combining a series of sword strikes into one, the heaven-severing sword strike, aimed directly at Tianyi. Seeing this, Tianyi also unleashed the Five Elements World Extinction Fist to defend.
Below the stage, everyone was surprised by Du Ji Chubai's martial arts. One person gasped, "It's the Emperor's scripture of the Tyrant sect." Another, equally surprised, asked, "How does he know the Tyrant sect's ultimate technique?" Another exclaimed with wide eyes, "That's right, but to be able to learn the Emperor's scripture is truly monstrous." Finally, Du Ji Chubai's combined sword strike broke through Tianyi's fist. Tianyi was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He angrily thought in pain, "That bastard Du Ji Chubai. At this rate I'm going to be killed by him. This won't do. I have to get Gong Ziqing to lead the Taichu Holy Land team to tell Du Ji Chubai that I'm on his side." Tianyi clutched his chest, his mouth full of blood, and telepathically transmitted to Gong Ziqing, who was sitting far away in the back. "Gong Ziqing, I was arranged by old ancestor Shen Yi to enter the Chaos Holy Land. Quickly tell Du Ji Chubai to stop." Gong Ziqing, hearing this, was stunned and telepathically replied, Old ancestor Shen Yi arranged for you to be in the Chaos Holy Land, kid. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? In a difficult situation, Tian Yi explained in a forced manner. Gong Ziqing, I'm really from the Tai Chu Holy Land. Otherwise, how would I know your name? Gong Ziqing confidently and smugly replied. Gong Ziqing is a great saint with a resounding reputation. It's normal for a junior like you to know it. Tian Yi turned red with anger and roared, Great saint, my ass! You're the weakest great saint of our Tai Chu Holy Land. Isn't that something everyone knows? Hearing this, Gong Ziqing, although very angry, began to ponder, he thought. The fact that I'm the weakest great saint isn't something everyone knows, but if those old geezers from the Chaos Holy Land knew, moreover this bastard dares to expose my shortcomings, then don't blame this old man for being rude. Gong Ziqing telepathically transmitted to Du Jiu Chubai, angrily saying, Du Jiu Chubai, kill him with all your might. Du Jiu Chubai laughed and replied, All right. Just in time, this idea very much suits him, he thought in his stomach. From above, Du Jiu Chubai raised his sword high, shouted loudly, thousands of lightning bolts converged on the blade, creating an extremely majestic and terrifying spectacle. Tian Yi didn't show any fear. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and grinned, saying, Du Jiu Chubai, you forced me to do this. Then, with power as immense as if he were summoning a demon, he channeled his powerful inner energy, from which emerged a giant demonic shadow. The demonic shadow and Du Jiu Chubai's sword intent clashed fiercely in the sky, creating a spectacular battle. On the other side, the master and Xiao Yun shouted together, This is the devouring heaven demon physique. The other martial arts experts also buzzed with comments. The second-ranked supreme physique on the rankings. One person next to him couldn't help but blurt out, Unbelievable. The martial arts experts with higher-level martial arts continued to discuss it enthusiastically. One person said, The central continent is indeed the strongest. And the person next to him nodded in agreement. That's right, even the second-ranked supreme physique has appeared. This world is truly crazy. While the match becomes increasingly chaotic, Gong Ziqing felt cold sweat run down his back. He thought to himself, the Chaos Holy Land is hiding things so deeply. Having a Xiao Yun wasn't enough, they're hiding a devouring heaven demon physique as well. No, I must get Du Jiu Chubai to eliminate this guy. With decisiveness, Gong Ziqing once again telepathically transmitted to Du Jiu Chubai, Du Jiu Chubai, spare no expense, eliminate this guy, Du Jiu Chubai. Hearing this, only glanced in the direction of Gong Ziqing and grinned, as if implicitly agreeing to the request. He raised his sword high, turned to the people behind him and called out, Jiang Haoran, Dao Wuji, Ye Wushen. This guy's strength is too strong, let's all go together. Simultaneously, Du Jiu Chubai and the people whose names were just called advanced, all shouted, Kill! And rushed towards Tian Yi together. Tian Yi, surrounded by the raging demonic energy, didn't flinch when he saw them approaching. He also revealed a look towards them. Coming together, huh, very good. His voice revealed a clear challenge and determination in the lively, intense battle. One of the attacking experts unleashed the true dragon extinction strike. It looked like a giant dragon image appeared behind him, coiling around his body, its mouth ready to blast a massive fireball. He yelled, Eat this! Seeing this, Tian Yi just laughed and said, Child's play. Instantly, a massive black bronze bell appeared, surrounding him like a super effective shield, totally blocking that powerful dragon fire attack. The other attackers weren't fazed, and immediately unleashed their own techniques, including the colossal strength divine blade and the one sword across the sky. These powerful attacks kept slamming into Tian Yi's protective armor, but they were all blocked, flawlessly. Finally, it was Du Guoqubai's turn to act. Seeing that the situation wasn't changing, he raised his hand and shouted, Let me handle this. Thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, targeting Tian Yi. This was the seven swords combined, Thunder God Slash, an extremely powerful and decisive strike. The other experts watching this scene were just gaping at Du Guoqubai's extraordinary power, thinking to themselves, this Du Guoqubai is way stronger than me. In the intense battle, Du Guoqubai kept directing everyone, yelling at his supportive comrades, Yi Wuchen, Dao Wuji, get in here, Jiang Haoran, where's your domain, suppress him for me. Jiang Haoran, hearing the order, responded with a resounding shout, Open! Immediately, Haoran's god's domain was activated, creating a seriously oppressive atmosphere. Tian Yi was getting pissed off by the continuous attacks, so he used all of his internal energy to throw a massive palm strike at Du Guoqubai and the others, trying to break the encirclement. This strike heavily injured Du Guoqubai, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Haoran, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. While secretly thinking,
Suppress my ass, this guy is way more OP than me.
The other martial artists dueling each other also stopped when they saw this situation. One of them shouted, "People of the desolate ancient sacred ground, that devouring heaven demonic physique is too strong. Let's stop fighting each other and deal with him first." Everyone agreed without any objections, echoing, "Go." One person led the charge, shouting, "Everyone, attack together. Capture this devouring heaven demonic physique first." It's said that once the devouring heaven demonic physique swallows 8 supreme physiques, except for the chaos physique, it will be able to fuse into the chaos physique.
As the battle raged on, Tian Yi realized the situation was getting out of hand, making him anxious. He frowned, his eyes darting around as he thought, "Crap. Other people know about this is troublesome, looks like I need to change my plans," he thought to himself. Elsewhere, Xiao Yun's master was observing the battle. A man approached and said to him, "Di Tianying, I always thought Xiao Yun was your Chaos Sacred Grounds trump card, but now I see it's actually this. Tian Yi, you guys are really good at hiding things."
The old master frowned, thinking, "I originally wanted to use Duguokubai's clone to kill Tian Yi, but now it seems like I've made things worse." He realized that at this moment, all the sacred grounds and sects, especially those with supreme physiques, saw the Chaos Sacred Ground as a thorn in their side. He muttered,
"This Tian Yi is hiding the devouring heaven demonic physique. He definitely has some scheme. Lei Zhu and the Undying Ancestor won't just ignore this, so even if Xiao Yun doesn't kill him this time, I'll have a reason to capture him and imprison him first." Tian Yi, sensing the urgent situation, used voice transmission to ask Gongzi King to verify information. Gongzi King, the devouring heaven demonic physique, has also appeared. "Are you not telling Ji Yu Shen Yi? Conveniently ask him who I am." Gongzi Qing recognized the importance of this information and agreed, thinking, "This news is too important. I really have to report it to the Shen Yi old ancestor." Gongzi King then used his internal energy to transmit this information to the old ancestor.
"Old ancestor, at the Sacred Ground Exchange meeting, a devouring heaven demonic physique has emerged, named Tian Yi." Before he could finish, the old ancestor interrupted him, panicking and asking, "How did it come to this? Who made him reveal the devouring heaven demonic physique? He is one of us, protect him for me."
Gongzi King felt immense pressure, sweat pouring down him, fearing the consequences if Shen Yi old ancestor knew that he had called Duguokubai to pressure the devouring heaven demonic physique.
He didn't dare to think any further about the possible outcome. In a state of remorse and embarrassment, he transmitted his voice to Tian Yi, saying, "Tian Yi, dear nephew, I see that everything before was a misunderstanding." Tian Yi was furious with the term, "dear nephew," roaring, "Dear nephew my ass, I am Ji Yu Shen Yi's grandpa, sealed myself for 4,000 years. You call me dear nephew one more time and see what happens." Gongzi Qing, knowing when to back down, quickly changed his address. "That, old ancestor, what should we do now? Should I tell Duguokubai to join forces with people?" Tian Yi still replied uncomfortably. "No, the devouring heaven demonic physique is too much of a hate magnet. I definitely can't reveal that I'm from the Taichu sacred ground," Tian Yi said to Gongzi King. "Next, you need to make them feel that I am from the chaos sacred ground, so that I can shift the blame to others. I have a transmission talisman refined by Ji Yu Shen Yi on me. Once I leave the Heaven's Blade sacred ground, I will leave, no need to worry about me." Gongzi King still worried and said, "Then what should you do?" He came up with an idea. "I understand. Then I'll tell Duguokubai to beat everyone here to death. Absolutely no one will suspect that you are from the Taichu sacred ground," Tian Yi, after listening, said helplessly. "Beat your head. Tell Duguokubai to restrain his power. I have to set up a sound-devouring barrier first so that Xiao Yun can't admit defeat. This time, I have to kill him for sure." "Understood." Gongzi Qing then transmitted his voice to Duguokubai. "Quickly restrain your power," Duguokubai replied.
"Alright," Duguokubai thought. "It seems that Tian Yi is indeed a person from Taichu, but this bastard is too strong. Even if I reveal myself, I can't kill him, so might as well give up and listen to Gongzi Qing." Duguokubai withdrew his move, looked at the experts from the various sects, and said, "Everyone, please bear with it. Let me brew my sword intent." At the same time, cheers of approval rang out around him. In Duguokubai's mind, he was thinking something else. If I can't screw over Tian Yi, then I'll let my main body unleash a big move to screw over these geniuses.
Tian Yi waved his hand, and a sound-devouring formation, a screen of purplish-black light enveloped the area. He secretly thought that he was right, that Duguokubai was quite smart, just right to make him set up a sound-devouring formation. After finishing everything, he calmly flew away, leaving them with the sentence, "It's done, I'm leaving. You guys go kill Xiao Yun." Hearing that, Jiang Haoran opened his mouth wide and yelled, "Heh, Tianyi, he's admitting defeat, but the sound is being blocked. What do we do?" Someone standing behind him immediately responded, "What do we do? It's the perfect opportunity to kill Xiao Yun." The guy next to him agreed, saying, "That's right, he can't admit defeat. Surround him, don't let him run." Jiang Haoran shouted loudly.
A group of people quickly surrounded Xiao Yun. One of them pointed a finger directly at him, arrogantly saying, "Xiao Yun, you're next. Your death day has arrived."
Xiao Yun, without flinching, calmly said, "Autumn has arrived. It's time to harvest the fruits." As he spoke, he secretly assessed them. Most of the people here had been implanted with demonic seeds. It was time for the harvest. Liu Tiandu looked at Tianyi, who was walking over, and questioned, "Tianyi, my dear nephew, you set up a sound-swallowing shield. Isn't that extremely disadvantageous to Xiao Yun? Just giving everyone an opportunity to kill Xiao Yun?" Di Tian, standing next to him, quickly exposed his words. "Liu Tiandu, don't try to sow discord. I'm the one who told Tianyi to set up the sound-swallowing shield. Today I will make sure that the people of the Taichu Holy Land can't leave the arena." Tianyi widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, when was I arranged by him? What does Di Tian mean by this? Is Xiao Yun that scary? Gongzi King stood with his hands behind his back, and after hearing what Din Tian said, he responded, "Din Tian, you juniors are still as arrogant as ever, but I advise you to quickly prepare a coffin for your disciple." Din Tian then replied, "Then you watch carefully." Xiao Yun then swung a huge fist. The protect the tower strategy naturally requires killing the healer class first. Zhang Haihai, while running, turned his face to look at the fist right behind him, and screamed in fear, "Save me." Just as he was about to be hit by Xiao Yun, something appeared. Li Chengdi used his palm to block his huge fist, saying, "Xiao Yun, your opponent is me." Dugu Chubai quickly drew his sword, unleashing a heaven-cleaving sword strike as he bellowed, "No, his opponent is me," he thought to himself. "This is a great chance to farm some enlightenment counts. My main body is plenty strong already, it'd be a total waste not to." Just as he thought, the onlookers were all dumbfounded and exclaimed, "This sword of Dujiu Chubai is stronger than before." Another person followed, "That's right. As expected of the #1 sword Dao master, amazing, amazing." Regarding the power of the previous sword slash, Xiao Yun just snorted lightly and said, "Tricks." He used the Chaos Fist. Afterwards, Du Ji Chubai stood in the air and brought out 5 swords forming the 5-element sword formation, yelling, "Take another move from me." Gongzi Qing, seeing this, made a condition. Du Ji Chubai, if you perform well, I will personally recommend you to enter the Lingyuan Grotto Heaven for cultivation once. He then accepted the agreement, saying, "Okay." The 5 swords then surrounded him. Liu Tiandu observed the situation and spoke up. "This Du Ji Chubai is really like the Du Ji Jian of the past, one person and one sword sweeping through the central plains, unparalleled among his peers. It's hard to forget even now." Gongzi King stroked his long beard, responding, "Du Ji Chubai is much stronger than Du Ji Jian. How many sovereigns have sworn oaths this life? Du Ji Chubai has actually become the #1 sword Dao master. How could he be someone Du Ji Jian can compare to?" Di Tian, after hearing this, refused to be outdone, saying, "Compared to my disciple, Du Ji Chubai is just trash. Do you dare to bet 100 drops of true dragon descendant essence blood with me to see whose sword Dao is stronger?" Gongzi King replied with some hesitation. "This," he thought to himself, "that's a huge bet. Where does he get his confidence from?" Then he used sound transmission to talk to Tianyi. "Tianyi ancestor, is that Xiao Yun's sword Dao really that strong? Can this bet be accepted?" Tianyi then responded, "Never fought him, don't know, but you, being a great sage, your guts are also too small, aren't they?" Hearing that, Gongzi King raised his hand and agreed, saying, "Okay, I bet, but only limited to sword Dao." Di Tian then replied, "Good. Everyone has heard Gongzi King's words. Please help to witness, to avoid someone going back on their word after losing." After speaking, Din Tian's face lit up, and he happily thought, "Unexpectedly, just a random bet. This guy actually took the bait. How foolish." Gongzi King was naturally not happy with Din Tian's words, and glared at him, saying, "Din Tian, you brat. Just 100 drops of true dragon descendant essence blood. Why would this old man go back on his word? Moreover, the one who will lose is definitely you," Din Tian just coldly replied. "Okay, then we'll wait and see." Zhao Wuji stood behind, hearing the entire bet clearly, and said, "That guy is an idiot. Why bet on the win or loss between Xiao Yun and Du Ji Chubai?" He thought to himself, those two are the same person. whoever loses or wins, isn't it up to Dian Tian to say?" Seeing him standing there, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Yuchun came forward and greeted him. "Hello Zhao big brother, you're awake," Zhao Wuji then replied. "I just woke up too, let's continue to watch the battle." Xiao Yun then unleashed his ultimate move, the Xuanbing sword seal. A second later, Du Ji Yu Chubai's 5-element sword formation instantly shattered. Gong Ziqing tensely shouted, "Not good. Could it be that Du Ji Yu Chubai is about to lose?" At this time, Du Ji Yu Chubai also rushed out of the 5-element sword formation, then successively used Lightning Fury and Thunder God Slash to attack. Xiao Yun observed the situation, and secretly planned in his mind that, next, I should put on an act. The two of them just attacked and ran, chasing each other from place to place, with no clear winner. Gong Ziqing, seeing the situation looking somewhat promising, stroked his beard and smiled lightly, saying, "Unexpectedly, Lei Zihan has already passed on the lightning sword cannon to him. This #1 sword saint really doesn't care about the views of each sect. This time we'll definitely win." He immediately turned to say smugly, "Di Tian, you brat. Quickly take out 100 drops of true dragon descendant essence blood." Di Tian slowly replied, "It's not over yet, don't be too happy." Hearing this, he snorted and said disdainfully, "Don't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xiao Yun stabbed his sword forcefully into the ground, causing Du Ji Yu Chubai to be thrown far away due to the force, letting out a soft groan of pain. The 4-symbol sword formation enveloped the entire arena. Tian Yi quickly realized his intention and shouted in shock, "He's crazy! Why did he seal off the arena? Could it be that he's really confident in killing everyone on the arena?" Those standing behind Xiao Yun also spoke up. "Xiao Yun has set up a formation, he's too insane. What on earth does he want to do?" Another person chimed in, "Fighting Du Ji Yu Chubai while setting up a formation, could he be a grandmaster of formations?" Seeing the situation change, Ditian smiled and looked at Gong Ziqing, saying, "Gong Ziqing, admit defeat." He replied, "This is a sword formation, not the Tao of the sword." Ditian quickly retorted, "Isn't what Du Ji Yu Chubai is using a sword formation?" Gong Ziqing snorted irritably, saying, "So what if I lose to you?" Xiao Yun has locked down the escape route. He's definitely going to die today." Ditian replied without fear, "Do you think my disciple is stupidly seeking death? Worry about your own people." At this moment, on the arena, Xiao Yun used voice transmission to inform everyone, "Today I will only kill those from the beginning of Time Holy Land and Jianghaoran. Those who don't interfere will be safe and sound." Immediately a voice rang out, "The desolate ancient Holy Land is withdrawing." Following that, a series of people said, "Dao Wuji withdraws, Shangwu Dao withdraws, Ye Wuchen withdraws." Xiao Yun contentedly smiled slightly, looking at the group of people from the beginning of Time Holy Land along with Jiang Haoran standing in the distance, and said, "Only you guys are left, let's end this." Li Chengdi walked forward from behind towards Du Ji Yu Chubai, looking at him with meaningful eyes, and said, "Chubai, today let's join forces, yin and yang in harmony. The combined swords will definitely be able to defeat him." He glanced at her with disgust, thinking in his heart, "Yin and yang my ass, can you please stop clinging to me like this?" Xiao Yun couldn't stand it anymore, sending a palm strike towards the two of them, shouting, "Disgusting! Du Ji Yu Chubai." And she immediately unleashed moves to block Xiao Yun's palm strike. Shu Heoshan leaped forward, using Berserk Transformation, charging towards Jiang Haoran, quickly sending a palm strike towards Xiao Yun. A giant hand appeared. He thought to himself, "This guy's strength after Berserk Transformation is actually comparable to mine. Truly surprising." Xiao Yun was surrounded in the middle, enduring multiple palm strikes from all directions at the same time. Plus, Zhang Yanhai from behind was using his palms to heal them. Xiao Yun thought to himself, "This HP doctor is a huge nuisance. Must get rid of him first." Thinking this, Xiao Yun immediately used his hand to activate a formation, sending out a palm strike. A dragon immediately appeared, attracting Li Chengdi's attention. Zhang Yanhai saw Xiao Yun stepping towards him and screamed in fear. Li Chengdi hastily clasped her hands together, using the spatial transposition technique. Immediately after that, her position was swapped. With Zhang Yanhai, she teleported in front of Xiao Yun, using her palm to strike. She quickly sent a palm strike to confront him, creating two enormous opposing forces, while on the other side, Zhang Yanhai used a special move to lock down the dragon Xiao Yun released, and also absorbed energy from it. The onlookers exclaimed in shock, "Life God Physique actually has this move?" Another person followed, "No wonder it's the most valuable special physique, ranked after Supreme Physique, known as the most effective assistant." Xiao Yun immediately brought his two hands together, shouting loudly, "Explode!" A powerful blue palm strike was sent towards him. Zhang Yanhai was injured, clutching his chest, while trying to run away, and said,
Everyone try to hold on, I'll recover for a bit first.
However, from above, Li Chengdi was ready to send down a palm strike, she said. Xiao Yun, real dragon frolic, separated for several years, today I must wash away the humiliation from before.
She launched a extremely powerful spatial compulsion palm strike toward Xiao Yun. That force quickly enveloped Xiao Yun's entire body. He then secretly reassessed. Li Chengdi is indeed much stronger. Li Chengdi had a proud face,
spreading out her two hands, using a blue temporal river of power.
Then Li Chengdi said, "Go, time clones." Immediately, 2 clones identical to her appeared on both sides of her.
Her clone then unleashed a palm strike toward Xiao Yun's position.
He quickly used Invincible Fist imprint, easily blocking their palm strike. After blocking the palm strike, Xiao Yun felt and thought, one side is slightly weaker, one side is slightly stronger. It seems they are time clones of the past and the future.
Li Chengdi floated down from above,
a slight smirk on her face. "All right, show me what you've really got." "HMPH," she scoffed, a sneer on her face. "If this is all you've got, then you're definitely not worthy of being my, Li Tiandi's, opponent." Xiao Yun, hearing that, was a bit surprised. You knew I was still holding back."
From the sidelines, Gong Ziqing stroked his long beard, letting out a few smug chuckles. "Tell me, Dintian, your disciple is totally toast now, right?" Dintian's face darkened.
"My disciple? How can you say that?"
Right behind Xiao Yun, Jiang Haoran, Dugu Chubai, and Shu Haoshan all attacked at once, roaring, "Let's get him! Kill him!"
Just as those palm strikes were about to hit him, Xiao Yun immediately channeled his cultivation, unleashing his 5 elements sacred body. A dazzling light enveloped him, perfectly blocking all the attacks coming from every direction.
Jiang Haoran punched down from above, yelling, "Xiao Yun, who knew even you'd have a day like this?"
Xiao Yun shot a sharp glare at Jiang Haoran, his mind racing. "If I want to win this, there are only 2 ways. Either reveal my chaos body, or unleash my spirit-sacrificing clone." But my spirit-sacrificing clone barely managed to infiltrate the heart of Taichu. Xiao Yun made up his mind, letting out a thunderous roar. "Alright, come on then. Let me show you guys what a true chaos body really looks like." He soared into the sky, activating his chaos body technique. A colossal surge of power descended from above, completely enveloping Xiao Yun's entire being. Everyone who was fighting Xiao Yun, and even Gong Ziqing, who was just watching, all stared, mouths agape in utter shock, unable to even blink.
The onlookers' jaws dropped, their eyes wide open at the sight. They were all absolutely flabbergasted. "Holy cow, that's insane. So terrifying. Just one move defeated Li Chengdi, chaos body. It truly lives up to its fearsome name." Xiao Yun let out a mighty roar and unleashed a punch, directly aiming for Shu Haoshan. Shu Haoshan was instantly sent flying, letting out a pained groan as he was hurled away.
And then, another punch landed, making him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. But while Xiao Yun was distracted, Dugu Chubai seized the chance and launched a sneak attack from behind.
Too bad for him. Xiao Yun easily sensed it. He spun around and launched a punch, roaring, "Trying to sneak attack me? Dream on, pal." Dugu Chubai was instantly sent flying. Xiao Yun turned to Li Chengdi, a smirk now on his face.
"Oh, you thought only you could summon powers from the past and future? Guess what, I can too." Xiao Yun then pointed a finger dramatically skyward, unleashing his ultimate move, the heavenly immortal blade art. Instantly, 3 dazzling swords materialized before him. Without hesitation, each of the 3 swords shot forward, piercing straight towards Li Chengdi and her 2 clones.
Li Chengdi was blasted backward, sent flying, and simultaneously coughed up a huge mouthful of fresh blood.
The onlookers' jaws dropped, their eyes wide open at the sight. They were all absolutely flabbergasted. "Holy cow, that's insane. So terrifying. Just one move defeated Li Chengdi, chaos body. It truly lives up to its fearsome name." After taking her down, Xiao Yun swiftly set his sights on Zhang Yahai and zoomed straight towards him. Zhang Yahai, sensing the immediate danger, shrieked in terror.
"Save me!" someone else quickly yelled back. "Don't panic," causing Zhang Yahai to stare blankly in that direction.
The chaos domain instantly enveloped Zhang Yahai's entire body. Li Chengdi, despite her injuries, tried to activate her spatial shift technique with clasped hands. But nothing happened. She clenched her teeth, a wave of panic washing over her. "Oh no, spatial shift isn't working anymore." Xiao Yun, wielding his chaos fist, swiftly pulverized her spatial shift.
Just then, from behind Xiao Yun, Jiang Haoran, Dugu Chubai, and Shu Haoshan again charged forward to attack. Xiao Yun countered with a swift punch right to Jiang Haoran's gut, making him groan in agony,
then followed up with a direct kick to Shu Haoshan's body, easily sending him flying. Dugu Chubai let out a furious roar, and unleashed his dimensional slash right at Xiao Yun, hoping to catch him off guard. But who'd have thought? Xiao Yun swiftly countered with his chaos fist, sending Dugu Chubai sprawling far away. Li Chengdi rushed over, cradling Dugu Chubai's heavily injured body in her arms, her voice filled with anguish. "Chubai, you mustn't let anything happen to you." Dugu Chubai, meanwhile, was clearly just keeping his eyes tightly shut, faking unconsciousness. But in his head he was groaning, "Ugh, get off me, I'm totally fine." The onlookers, realizing the situation, started gossiping. "Crap, this chaotic physique is just crushing everyone." Someone else chimed in, "No one can beat him, we're screwed. Chaotic physique, the strongest under the heavens, lives up to the hype." Di Tian was also shocked, thinking, "Didn't expect the chaotic physique to be this strong. No wonder Grand Beginning Heavenly Emperor spared no expense to tell me that I must integrate the other supreme physiques and forge a chaotic physique." Di Tian then said, "Gongzi King should have given me 100 drops of True Dragon Remnant blood essence by now, right?" Gongzi King, keeping his word, handed it over, saying, "Di Tian, we surrender. Tell your disciple to stop." Din Tian, clutching the 100 drops of True Dragon Remnant blood essence, looked at him seriously, replying, "Can't do that? According to the rules, they have to say it themselves, or fall off the arena." Gongzi King, a bit uneasy, used sound transmission to ask Elder Tianyi, "Can you remove the barrier?" The old man quickly responded via sound transmission, "Can't be removed. I'm not on the arena. I can't interfere in the sacred ground exchange meets fights." After speaking, he thought to himself with some dissatisfaction, "Looks like I've made things worse by being too clever." On the arena, Xiao Yun used a killing palm to send Chu Jingxiao flying. A second later, he was knocked down to the ground with a pained expression. A small stream of light quickly flew out of him. That power entered Xiao Yun's body, surprising him. Xiao Yun smiled smugly, thinking, "So the devil seed works after all. The first divine physique, berserker physique, here I come. This berserk effect is even more OP than I thought." Xiao Yun, holding his sword, looked at the bunch from the Grand Beginning Holy Land ahead, saying, "Next up, it's your turn." Li Chengdi transmitted, "Jiang Haoran, buy me some time, I have a way to break the devouring barrier," he agreed. Right away she went to Duji U Chubai with a flattering look, saying, "Chubai, let's do this. As long as we combine our swords, we can break the devouring barrier," he said. "How do you want to combine our swords?" she happily said. "You use the year's sword to reverse the attack to the past. Then I'll use the time profundity to make the attack appear before the four symbols sword formation appears." Du Ji U Chubai, with 3 black lines on his head, said, "Can that break the barrier?" He disgusted thought, "Sounds plausible, but I don't want to help you. Isn't it better to let you die here together?" Li Chengdi stepped forward and grabbed his hand pleadingly, saying, "Chiwai Bai, don't think anymore. I can use spatial profundities to leave the arena, but you'll die, only that way can I get you out." Hearing this, he realized, thinking, "So this guy can leave anytime, looks like I can't keep him here today. Forget it." After thinking, he pretended to happily agree, raised his sword high in the air, saying, "Okay, then let's combine our swords." The two of them unleashed their ultimate moves, time travel and the year's sword at the same time. Xiao Yun observed the situation, flew up high, coming up with a plan in his mind. While Du Ji Yu Chubai uses the year's sword, Lin Chengdi fully uses the time profundities. "I can kill him." Zhang Yihai was straining to heal. He shouted loudly to reassure, "Jiang Haoran, try to resist. Definitely don't let him kill." Senior brother Li, Jiang Haoran, hugged his wounded body, replying, "All right." Xiao Yun advanced to where Li Chengdi's large hand was. He launched a powerful palm towards that hand. Then Xiao Yun swung his sword towards her, shouting, "Die!" Li Chengdi looked at the power of the sword coming at him, fearfully thinking, "Crap, Chiwai Bai, we're about to die here." The disciples of the Grand Beginning Holy Land raised their hands high, pouring all their strength into blocking a strong beam of light attacking them. "Damn it, you want to die?" Xiao Yun annoyedly rushed towards the people of the Grand Beginning Holy Land. One of the Grand Beginning Holy Land people frowned, angrily saying, "Kill Li Chengdi, and you will no longer have opponents. We won't even have a chance to prove our Tao." Xiao Yun stood straight, swung his sword high, sending 3 people of the Grand Beginning Holy Land flying with a golden power surrounded by lightning, then bluntly shouted, "Scram!" The attack with great power caused the 3 people of the Grand Beginning Holy Land to cough up blood, painfully shouting, "Too strong." Xiao Yun stood still, seeing the purple shield slowly cracking and breaking a big hollow. Xiao Yun, with a slightly surprised expression, thought to himself, "The shield is about to be broken. Not sure if I can kill Li Chengdi. Kill that doctor first." Gong Ziqing gritted his teeth, widened his eyes in surprise, looking ahead, thinking, finally got through the crisis. Suddenly, Xiao Yun moved as fast as lightning, concentrating his strength into a punch on Zhang Yihai's stomach, sending him flying away. Suddenly punched in the stomach, so Zhang Yihai was knocked backward, coughing up blood, wincing in pain. Zhang Yihai, Gong Ziqing, and Li Chengdi shouted his name in panic. "You're next." Xiao Yun continued charging towards Jiang Haoqian and shouted loudly, "I surrender!" Jiang Haoqian raised his hands high, bowed his head, and fearfully yelled out his surrender. "I surrender!" Jiang Haoqian kept yelling. As soon as they heard Jiang Haoqian's words, the three people from the primordial Holy Land were surprised, flustered, and angry all at once, unable to believe their eyes. Xiao Yun swung his arm, forming a powerful fist, and charged forward. Xiao Yun sternly yelled, "Surrendering isn't enough!" A powerful light struck Jiang Haoqian, making him wince in pain. Xiao Yun stopped his hand. Liu Tiandu appeared and shouted, using his hand to generate power to block Xiao Yun's attack. Liu Tiandu frowned angrily, stopping Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, my virtuous nephew, show some mercy if you can. With me here you won't lay a hand on him." Xiao Yun, annoyed, poured out all his strength and continued charging forward, yelling, "You can't stop me either." Liu Tiandu quickly grabbed Xiao Yun's shoulder, stopping him. "It's useless, it's over now, stop right here." Jiang Haoqian clutched himself in pain, oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, Xiao Yun grimaced in endurance, and a red orb appeared between his brows. Bedrock art. Even though it was just a mental cultivation technique, Jiang Haoqian's current weakened mental strength couldn't possibly withstand it, Xiao Yun thought to himself. All of a sudden, Jiang Haoqian's body glowed with purple light. Then a stream of blood spurted from his forehead. He raised both hands to clutch his head in agony. Jiang Haoqian collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, with a pool of blood beneath his head. Liu Tiandu, startled, turned his head to look at Jiang Haoqian lying on the paved ground, his hand still gripping Xiao Yun's shoulder, then loudly declared, "He's dead." Xiao Yun smiled, looking at Liu Tiandu, and spoke, "Senior Liu, you don't need to hold me anymore, right? The Holy Land exchange meet is already over." Di Tian used a binding spell to tie up Tianyi. He said, "Tianyi, there are a few things I need you to come back with me to the Primal Chaos Holy Land to explain." Tianyi accepted. Understood. Jiang Haoqian's father flew down from above. Jiang Haoqian was lying motionless on the ground. He continuously called out, "Haoqian, Haoqian." The old man, in agony, screamed at Xiao Yun, "Xiao Yun, I'm going to kill you." Liu Tiandu quickly calmed him. "Old Taoist friend of the Sacred King sect, this was a fair match. Please show some respect for my Heavenly Blade Holy Land." The old man then scooped up Jiang Haoqian and flew off, not forgetting to leave a threat. "Xiao Yun, just you wait." Liu Tiandu then raised his hand and loudly announced the results. "I declare the champion of this Holy Land exchange meet to be my virtuous nephew, Xiao Yun." The spectators happily chatted amongst themselves as they left. "Let's go, the show's over, let's go." With Primal Chaos appearing, who can compete? "Seriously strong," one person commented. "This time, Primordial Holy Land got the short end of the stick." Another agreed, "Yeah, Gongzi King just lost 100 drops of true dragon inherited blood, and 2 great generals." Di Tian said to Xiao Yun, "We should leave here soon, to avoid prolonged nights causing more trouble." Xiao Yun replied, "Understood." Di Tian bound Tianyi, then, along with Xiao Yun and the others, flew into the sky. Xiao Yun anxiously said to Di Tian, "Master, now everyone knows that the Primal Chaos Holy Land not only has a Primal Chaos body, but also a heaven-devouring demonic body. I'm afraid this isn't good news." Di Tian also agreed, "Yes, but there's no need to worry for now. The news has just spread. They haven't had time to organize people to come kill us yet." Xiao Yun looked at Tianyi, who was bound by Di Tian, and said, "Master, this guy hasn't said a word the whole time. Something feels off." Di Tian said, Di Tian then stopped and attacked Tianyi. The attack easily shattered Tianyi. Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Wuji exclaimed in alarm, "It's a clone." Di Tian, also taken aback, said, "It was so real. Even someone like me, who's about to become a saint, was fooled." Xiao Yun, confused, asked, "When did he leave, master? Didn't you notice?" Di Tian mused, then said, "Probably when Liu Tiandu made his move on you. I was worried he'd seize the chance to harm you, so I got distracted. I'm afraid he's already gone with the people from the Primordial Holy Land now." Xiao Yun continued, "He's gone, but others will think he's one of ours from the Primal Chaos Holy Land," Di Tian helplessly said. "Given how things turned out, we can only head back for now. This time, you've exposed your Primal Chaos body. I'm afraid it will stir up quite a storm." Xiao Yun's face darkened, thinking, "My future self specifically told me to kill Tianyi, and also predicted a great catastrophe for the Primal Chaos Holy Land.
Looks like I need to figure out a way to warn Lei Zhu, an undying old ancestor. At the main hall of the primordial Holy Land, Gong Ziking created a magical vortex, and the bound Tianyi appeared. Gong Ziking introduced. This is the mole our primordial Holy Land arranged to infiltrate the primal chaos Holy Land. He's one of us. Xiao Yun's sacrifice spirit clone frowned in displeasure and said, "He's one of us. It was him who set up the devouring barrier, causing us such heavy losses. Otherwise, even if we couldn't defeat Xiao Yun, we could have just surrendered." Tianyi confusedly explained. It was all a misunderstanding. Xiao Yun's sacrifice spirit clone forcefully criticized Tianyi. "I guess you've been lured away by the primordial chaos Holy Land for ages, haven't you? Otherwise, as a holy son, how could you not know that Xiao Yun has already forged the chaos body?" Tianyi quickly explained. "I really underestimated Xiao Yun. I never expected him to have formed the chaos body so early. I thought you guys joining forces could kill him, which is why I specifically set up the devouring shield." Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone grumbled. "I see you're just a traitor." Gong Ziking stroked his beard and interrupted. "Dugu Chubai, I know you're upset, but Jiyu Shenyi vouches for him, so his identity isn't an issue." He secretly thought, "If it weren't for Jiyu Shenyi, I'd also think this guy's got issues." Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone boldly pointed at Tianyi and loudly declared, "So what if his identity isn't an issue? He killed Zhang Yahai, Zi Haoshen, and Zhang Haoran." Tianyi didn't bother to respond. He explained, "For you, it's because your talent isn't bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to explain anything to you." Tianyi crushed the item in his hand, then continued, "Dugu Chubai, don't worry, you have great talent, and our grand beginning Holy Land will definitely heavily cultivate you. I'm not your rival, you don't need to target me, just do your own thing." After that, Tianyi teleported away. Gong Ziqing wondered aloud. That's a jade talisman refined by a quasi-emperor, something even a quasi-emperor would have to pay a huge price to refine. Who exactly is he? Xiao Yun's spirit sacrifice clone mused in confusion. Tianyi? Shenyi? Could this person be Jiyu Shenyi's son, grandson, great-grandson? Gong Ziqing turned to him and Li Chengdi, saying, "Let's go among the younger generation. Only you and Li Chengdi remain. We'll heavily cultivate both of you." He happily accepted. "All right." At the primordial chaos Holy Land, the undying old ancestor said, "Everyone is right. For our Holy Land to simultaneously have a chaos body and a heaven-devouring demonic body will definitely incite jealousy from others. For a short while, don't let Xiao Yun go out for training anymore." Di Tian immediately replied, "Old ancestor, don't worry. This kid's clone has already infiltrated the grand beginning Holy Land, so even if his main body doesn't go out, he won't miss out on cultivation. Do we need to announce that Tianyi isn't one of us? Otherwise we'll have to passively accept it." The undying old ancestor immediately replied, "Of course not. Not only do we announce it with flair," Di Tian suggested. "How about offering a reward of a quasi-emperor scripture?" The undying old ancestor said, "No, not just any emperor scripture for the bounty, it's the emperor scripture, the Xiao Yun one." Di Tian and Xiao Yun couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. The undying old ancestor then explained, "That's a heaven-devouring demonic body, worthy of that price. Moreover, killing Tianyi is equivalent to becoming an enemy of grand beginning. An emperor scripture is well worth it. I think even if no one dares to claim the bounty, it will make our determination clear." Di Tian and Xiao Yun gave a thumbs up, praising the undying old ancestor. "Old ancestor, you're brilliant." Di Tian turned around and said, "I'll go report to the Holy Lord right away." Xiao Yun raised his hand and gave something to the undying old ancestor, then said, "Old ancestor, this is my demonic essence. Please absorb it. Later you can absorb the demonic seeds I've planted." The undying old ancestor immediately said, "Absorbing demonic seeds requires them to be of the same rank. What use are the demonic seeds you can plant to me?" Xiao Yun happily said, "Old ancestor, you wouldn't know, but I've planted a lot of demonic seeds, and quite a few of them are of the great saint level. I bet more great saints will fall for it next." The undying old ancestor was utterly surprised by Xiao Yun's words and immediately asked, "What's going on? Are you that formidable?" Xiao Yun scratched his head and smiled brightly, saying, "It's like this. I planted them into the essence blood of several true dragon remnants. As a result, at the Holy Land exchange meeting, those guys sold the essence blood right there, and many great saints bought it to use." The undying old ancestor was surprised and asked in wonder, "You can do that, so how much did you sell?" Xiao Yun immediately replied, "I'm not sure about the exact amount, but basically everyone present bought some. I guess they'll keep selling blood next." The undying old ancestor was astonished and helpless, thinking, "Kid, this isn't planting demonic seeds, this is spreading a plague." Xiao Yun then continued by presenting 2 Heavenly Emperor scriptures to the undying old ancestor. He looked at them and said, "Old ancestor, this time I also acquired Heavenly Emperor Scripture 1 and Heavenly Emperor Scripture 2, which contain complete grand Taoists of time and space. I remember the Forbidden Land has Heavenly Emperor Scripture 3, right?" The undying old ancestor, gaping in astonishment after hearing this, exclaimed, "What? You acquired 2 Emperor Scriptures this time? Heavens, your luck is just too heaven-defying. Wait, I'll go get it," the undying old ancestor said. Then he brought out Heavenly Emperor Scripture 3 for Xiao Yun and said, "Here, but can you really make the content of this wordless Emperor Scripture appear?" Xiao Yun happily accepted it and confidently said, "Of course." The Heavenly Emperor Scripture in Xiao Yun's hand began to glow. Xiao Yun was startled, staring in confusion at the brightly glowing Heavenly Emperor Scripture in his hand, unable to utter a word. This. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture revealed text. "Only by proving the Tao of time and space can one encounter the grand Tao of time," Xiao Yun exclaimed in surprise. "The grand Tao of time-space fusion, the senior who created this Emperor Scripture, is truly beyond imagination." Xiao Yun turned to the undying old ancestor and said, "Old ancestor, while reading the Emperor Scripture, I also received a message from the future sent to me. It told me to kill Tian Yi's demonic clone." The undying old ancestor pondered. "It's very difficult to make me advance to quasi-emperor, because the biggest problem isn't about merging demonic seeds, but about creating a quasi-emperor scripture. Similarly, because of this difficulty, it's almost impossible to make Lei Zhu advance to that position either." Xiao Yun seemed to realize something and said, "It seems this is harder than I thought." The undying old ancestor glanced at him and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this. Although I can't advance to quasi-emperor, I can still possess the battle power of a quasi-emperor. At critical moments, let's go. The East Divine Kings can't be kept alive anymore." Xiao Yun wondered. Old ancestor. The message said to kill the East Divine Kings. But I feel like those 2 are so weak they probably won't have a big impact on the overall situation. The undying old ancestor also helplessly said, "I don't understand this point either. We'll know once we get there." In the mountain range of Dongyu Peak, the undying old ancestor sternly asked, "You 2 East Divine Kings, you joined the primordial Chaos Holy Land since childhood, and we, Yu Chao, raised you personally. Why would you betray us?" Deng Yutong cupped his hands respectfully and asked the undying old ancestor, Old ancestor, this junior has absolutely not betrayed the primordial Chaos Holy Land. Is there some misunderstanding?" Xiao Yun turned to the East Divine King and said, "East Divine King, Tian Yi personally told me that you guys gained quite a lot of benefits from Grand Beginning by betraying the primordial Chaos Holy Land. Otherwise, how could Dong Yutang have advanced to Saint so quickly?" The undying old ancestor angrily roared at Dong Yutang, causing the surroundings to grow dim and filled with a mystical aura. Dong Yutang hastily knelt and kowtowed. "Old ancestor, I originally only exchanged some minor, unimportant things for a bit of benefit. It was my big brother. He forced me." Deng Shenwang gritted his teeth, fuming. Dong Yutang's spiritual power is just too weak. The ancestor barely suppressed him and he spilled everything. "No way, he can't just die like this." A barrier started opening above Xiao Yun's head, filled with killing intent. Deng Shenwang thought to himself, "With Xiao Yun as a hostage, maybe I can survive." The undying old ancestor immediately raised his hand and chanted an incantation. A gigantic hand blocked the barrier that Deng Shenwang created, shocking him. Qi Huang's soul escaped from Deng Shenwang's body, and he shouted, "Deng Shenwang is truly a waste." Qi Huang waved his hand, creating a force to block the undying old ancestor's giant hand. The undying old ancestor suddenly yelled, "Qi Huang of the Taichu Holy Land, you old geezer, you're still not dead." Qi Huang's body began to glow. And then he said, "Don't worry, I'm about to die now." The undying old ancestor shouted, "He wants to self-detonate, Xiao Yun." Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun, acknowledged the order. Yes. A large bell slammed down on the ground, summoned by the 2 of them, the Chaos Bell. Then, an extremely loud explosion erupted at the peak of Dongyu Peak, setting an entire area ablaze. The people outside looked at Dongyu Peak in confusion, wondering, "What's going on?" One person shouted in panic, "What happened?" The man in green was also surprised. Another person said, "It seems to be Dongyu Peak." Xiao Yun and the undying old ancestor flew high to avoid the explosion. Xiao Yun asked, puzzled, "Old ancestor, what's going on? Is he trying to burn you to death?" The undying old ancestor immediately denied, "No, his target isn't me." The undying old ancestor bit his teeth in annoyance and continued, "His target is to destroy the foundation of our Chaos Holy Land." Xiao Yun asked, puzzled, "What does that mean?"
the undying old ancestor explained. According to the rules of the Holy Land, newly promoted saints are qualified to go to the war ancestor to choose a set of emperor scriptures to cultivate. Qi Huang's target is the war ancestor.
Xiao Yun exclaimed in shock. This is a big deal. If the war ancestor dies, then the Chaos Holy Land is finished. What terrifying methods.
Right. If we hadn't acted first, the consequences would be unimaginable, the undying old ancestor said. Xiao Yun thought deeply. It seems the message that future me left behind isn't a joke. I should still follow the message and directly enter the Nirvana realm.
The Chaos City Lord and Di Tian flew over from afar. The Chaos City Lord asked, Old Ancestor, why was there such a big explosion just now? Di Tian anxiously asked.
Xiao Yun, my precious disciple, are you all right?
Xiao Yun replied, Di Tian Shifu,
don't worry, I'm fine. The undying old ancestor also answered the chaos. Holy Lord, I came to deal with Deng Shenwang just now. Then Di Tian turned to the Chaos Holy Lord and said, It seems you have to quickly become a saint, having the strength to resist ordinary great saints, so you won't need to work so hard, he replied. If that's the case, let's go to the Holy Road to become saints together and coordinate with each other.
Di Tian asked, puzzled.
If you leave, what will happen to the Chaos Holy Land? The Chaos Holy Lord replied, Xiao Yun has a clone here, doesn't need to cultivate, and is a divine son, just leave it to him to manage. Anyway, sooner or later he will become the City Lord,
the Chaos Holy Lord said happily. Let's decide on that. I'll go issue the bounty order from Tianyi first, then we'll prepare to act. Xiao Yun hesitated. Hey, you should at least consult my opinion, right? He thought to himself, forget it, what the Holy Lord said isn't wrong. Just leave the cultivation matters to the sacrificial spirit clone at the main hall of the Taichu Holy Land. Jiyu Shenyi said, You guys did well this time, especially Dongguaqi Bai. His talent isn't inferior to Ziyun's, so our Taichu Holy Land will make an exception and let you enter the Lingyuan Grotto once. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone happily said, Thank you, Shifu. Jiyu Shenyi glanced at Li Chengdi and said, Li Chengdi, you also go to the Lingyuan Grotto and strive to enter the Nirvana realm together with Dongguaqi Bai. Li Chengdi happily accepted. Yes. Xiao Yun's sacrificial spirit clone was depressed, speechless. Afterwards, the two of them left Jiyu Shenyi's residence.
Tianyi came out and said to Jiyu Shenyi, Shenyi, do you have a way to deal with the Chaos Holy Land? Jiyu Shenyi respectfully replied, Tianyi, back to grandfather. I've already thought of a way to destroy the Chaos Holy Land in one fell swoop, Tianyi said with interest. Tell me, Jiyu Shenyi hurriedly explained. I plan to join forces with other forces, gather 7 or 8 people, and destroy the Chaos Holy Land in one blow. Tianyi was also satisfied. The plan isn't bad, but I don't think there will be that many people willing to take action. Jiyu Shenyi continued to explain. The Holy King sect, the Jun family of the Eastern Wasteland, the Ye family, the Tianjian Holy Land, the Tiandao Holy Land, the Basian Holy Land, and also Lei Zhan of the Sword Pavilion. I will prepare to try them all. Perhaps destroying the Chaos Holy Land in one blow would be beneficial to them. Tianyi was satisfied with Jiyu Shenyi's plan. Good grandson, this plan is really worth trying, just boldly give it a shot. At the Chaos Holy Land, a person spoke up and asked, Xiao Yun, our divine child, the Dongfus of the 2 Dong Shenwang brothers, are prime locations. Blessed with abundant spiritual energy, several holy children are requesting to change their Dongfus. How should we handle this? Xiao Yun, sitting regally on his chair, commanded, Give it to Zhao Wuji. The guy hesitated, thinking, but Zhao Wuji didn't even request a change. He thought to himself, this is a blatant scheme, trying to benefit his own people. This plot is too obvious. Xiao Yun nonchalantly said, Can't I reward him if I want to? The guy stammered, Of course you can. Suddenly, a surge of light enveloped Xiao Yun. He panicked, thinking, Crap, no way, I'm breaking through to the Nirvana realm already. One person exclaimed. He leveled up just by sitting. Our divine child is truly divine. Another chimed in, I've never seen anything like it. A third added, The Holy Land finally has hope of rising again. Xiao Yun frowned, thinking, The Nirvana realm doesn't have early, middle, or late stages. You only succeed after passing the 9 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man, and you can only undergo them with your true body, so I'll wait for my master to return before saying anything. At the Taichu Holy Land, Li Chengdi trailed behind, shyly asking Xiao Yun's Qi Ling clone, Qihua Bai, When are you planning to go out and train? The clone bluntly replied, I want to go into closed-door cultivation for a while, prepare for my tribulation, and then go out and train. He annoyed, secretly thought, This guy isn't going to follow me, is he? Li Chengdi, blushing, said, I'll wait for you. The clone was speechless, thinking, I can't stay here long, I should scram quickly.
Gong Ziqing stepped forward and said to Li Qingdi, Qingdi, you go cultivate first. I have something to discuss with Chuan Bai. Li Qingdi obeyed.
Yes, sir. Xiao Yun's Qiling clone was practically in tears, deeply grateful. Senior Gong Ziqing, you're such a good person, Gong Ziqing asked, confused.
Huh, Chuan Bai, you could actually foresee. No, I am going to give you good stuff.
Gong Ziqing summoned 5 swords and said to him, These 5 swords are all holy weapons. Although they're only entry-level holy weapons, they correspond to the 5 elements. They're suitable for you, and giving them to you will probably be a great help in your tribulation. The clone happily clasped his hands in, thanks to Gong Ziqing. Thank you, Senior. What virtues or abilities does this junior have? I humbly accept them, he chuckled inwardly. It'd be a waste not to take this advantage. At the Holy King's sect, Muqi, my old brother, what have you decided? Jiyu Chenyi asked. Muqi replied, There's a rumor going around that Tianyi is your grandson. Your names are too similar. Jiyu Chenyi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Crap, if my grandfather hears about this, he might beat me to death. Jiyu Chenyi replied to Muqi, It's just a rumor. Think about it. If Xiao Yun and Tianyi both become saints, who in the Chaos Holy Land will be able to stand against us? I can make a move, but I must have the Chaos Bell, Muqi said seriously. Jiyu Chenyi said, I can't guarantee that to Quasi-Emperor Ru. I can only say that I can help. Whether you can get it or not depends on your luck, Muqi agreed. All right, then it's settled. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Chenyi vanished, leaving a warning. Muqi, my old brother, wait for my news. I'll send you a letter at the Sword Pavilion then. Jiyu Chenyi set conditions with Lei Zihan. If Brother Lei agrees to act, I can help you obtain the Chaos Bell. Lei Zihan retorted, I don't need the Chaos Bell. Hand over Duguaki Bai, and I'll help you make a move. Jiyu Chenyi wondered, Duguaki Bai? Lei Zihan smiled slyly and said, Don't worry, I won't kill him, I just want to study his sword Dao. I'll return him to you after I'm done, I can guarantee that. Jiyu Chenyi, upon hearing that, agreed.
All right, I'll hand Duguaki Bai over to you after this is over, Lei Zihan happily said. Deal?
Jiyu Chenyi successfully rallied the Holy Lands. He happily said, Everything is going smoothly. Chaos Holy Land, prepare to be destroyed. The undying old ancestor asked Xiao Yun, You obtained Zhang Yihai's life god body at the Holy Land exchange meeting, right? Xiao Yun replied. Yes, old ancestor, do you have any plans? Zhang Dalai said. We want to use the life god body to help Battle Ancestor recover his energy. Xiao Yun then said, What Battle Ancestor lacks is lifespan, and my life god body can extend life force. The undying old ancestor explained, Actually, Battle Ancestor's life force is depleted. He needs to use lifespan to exchange for life force in order to fight, which is why he's always sleeping and afraid to act. Xiao Yun asked, confused. So you're saying that if he has life force, Battle Ancestor can freely act and fight within his lifespan, is that right? The undying old ancestor replied, That's right. Xiao Yun was still confused. But my strength is limited. Having the life god body is useless. Zhang Dalai then brought out 2 bottles. So we decided to use the Holy Land's final accumulation to make you stronger. In these 2 bottles there is a Great Saint Pill and 3 Saint Pills respectively. In the other bottle is a drop of Ancestor's Essence Blood, Xiao Yun exclaimed. Great Emperor Essence Blood, increasing lifespan by 1,000 years. Why not give it to Battle Ancestor? Zhang Dalai explained to Xiao Yun. Battle Ancestor has already used Great Emperor Essence Blood. Great Emperor Essence Blood was left behind to nurture Quasi-Emperors. But you've already forged the Chaos Body, so we decided to give this Essence Blood to Long Zun to create another Quasi-Emperor, Xiao Yun happily said. Then wouldn't we have 3 Quasi-Emperors? Zhang Dalai continued. Let's not talk about that. Use the Great Saint Pill first. It can give you the cultivation of a Great Saint. And then go help Battle Ancestor recover his life force. Xiao Yun was stunned. That powerful? The undying old ancestor spoke. Unfortunately, it can only last for 1 day. Unleashing your full power would probably only last a few hours. Just use it first. Xiao Yun accepted the Great Saint Pill and swallowed it, saying, Such a precious pill. I definitely won't let you down, Master. Xiao Yun's body started to surge with the Great Saint's power. The tomb chamber containing the War Ancestor was opened. Xiao Yun focused his power on the pearl, on War Ancestor's forehead. The War Ancestor woke up from his deep slumber, bewildered, and asked, Such abundant life force. What's going on here? Zhang Dalai explained. War Ancestor, Xiao Yun, cultivated the undying demonic art and obtained the life god physique, so I gave him the Great Saint Pill and asked him to help you recover your life force."
Xiao Yun continued to circulate his energy into the war ancestor. The others cheered. As expected of the chaos body, our chaos holy land has hope of rising again.
After half a day of healing the war ancestor, he took a healthy step and said,
"Alright, let's stop here for now. Go call Long Zun and Dao Mo here. I can use the immortal body to split the great emperor's essence blood into 2 parts for them."
Zhang Dalei and the undying ancestor were surprised and asked in unison. Really, Xiao Yun couldn't help but think happily. Awesome. Doesn't that mean we'll have 2 more quasi-emperors with 1,000 years of lifespan? Long Zun and Dao Mo stepped forward to greet the war ancestor. "We're here."
The war ancestor turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, use your life god physique once more and tell them about your situation." Xiao Yun agreed.
Yes. Half an hour later, Long Zun said to Xiao Yun, "Xiao Yun, do you know where those true dragon descendants are? My 9 transformations of the true dragon only needs to merge with 1 true dragon descendant to become a quasi-emperor scripture." Xiao Yun replied, "Of the 3 true dragon descendants, Long Yi is wandering outside, Long Er is in the Yi family of Eastern Wilderness, and Long Aoshan is in the Golden Rock race of the Demon Clan." The undying ancestor stepped forward and said, "We can't mess with the Yi family of Eastern Wilderness for now, but you can leave that tiny Golden Rock race to me." The undying ancestor and Long Zun left.
Xiao Yun watched them leave, thinking, Long Aoshan just stepped into the Nirvana realm and is already targeted by Long Zun and the undying ancestor. This must be the tribulation of the Nirvana realm. My talent is even stronger, so I'm afraid even more terrifying people are waiting for me. Suddenly, Xiao Yun remembered something. That's right, Lei Han, that guy has always been targeting me. And there's also Mu Qi from the Holy King sect. I really have a lot of enemies. Zhang Dalei handed Xiao Yun a bottle and said, "Here are 3 saint pills for you. In critical moments they can maintain the cultivation of a saint for 3 minutes. They should be helpful in getting through your Nirvana realm tribulation," Xiao Yun said gratefully. "Thank you, Lei Zhu. Then I'll go out and train."
Night fell in a certain forest.
Xiao Yun looked up at the sky, surprised, and said,
A meteor shower." Suddenly, a ball of fire shot down towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun exclaimed in panic, "Damn, that's playing it big!"
Without panicking, Xiao Yun spread his arms out in front of the fireball, 5 elements saint body. The fireball crashed heavily to the ground, shattering and devastating a large area.
The fireball also began to crack.
Xiao Yun slashed down, shattering the fireball into many pieces. Xiao Yun smiled triumphantly, thinking,
"I finally avoided the first tribulation. Next, I'll go to Heavenly Emperor City and see what he's thinking." In Heavenly Emperor City, someone shouted, "Long Aoshan is selling blood again. Everyone, hurry over there."
Xiao Yun was very surprised when he heard this, exclaiming,
"Long Aoshan is in Heavenly Emperor City. Isn't he in the Golden Rock race? I can't let this go. I have to go see what's happening." Long Aoshan was calming everyone down. "Line up in an orderly fashion."
Xiao Yun smiled knowingly. So there's a great saint protecting him, so he has support and isn't afraid. However, it's a good opportunity for the undying ancestor to come and reap them, so Long Zun can become a quasi-emperor.
Behind Xiao Yun, a loud voice said, "Emperor weapon." A quasi-emperor is wielding an emperor weapon in battle. Ji Shenyi flew quickly in the sky. Xiao Yun frowned and wondered, he's flying horizontally in the direction of the Chaos Holy Land? Could they be planning to attack the Chaos Holy Land? Ji Shenyi flew to the chaotic sacred ground and stopped. The undying old ancestor immediately flew out to greet him, saying, "Ji Shenyi, you dare to come to the chaotic sacred ground alone? Are we really that easy to bully?" Ji Shenyi said smugly, "Of course I'm not alone." Behind Ji Shenyi, Ye Wei of the Ye family, Jian Bai of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, Jing Jiao of the Heavenly Saber Sacred Ground, Mu Qi of the Holy King sect, and Jun Shentong of the Jun family appeared at the same time. Talk about backup arriving, right? The undying old ancestor was surprised to see them, exclaiming, "6 quasi-emperors." The undying old ancestor solemnly summoned a bell, the chaotic bell. He asked, "You old geezers, what are you doing here?" Ye Wei immediately spoke with disdain. "Undying, tell Zhanzu to come out, or even Zhang Dalei will do. You're not worthy to sit at the same table with us." Jian Bai added, "The heaven-devouring demonic physique is a danger to all living beings. My heavenly sword's sacred ground cannot stand idly by." Qing Jiao agreed with Jian Bai. "That's right, you already have the chaotic physique. As long as you abolish the heaven-devouring demonic physique, we'll retreat immediately." The undying old ancestor angrily exposed them. "That's just an excuse. The heaven-devouring demonic physique has appeared in history before, and you didn't see you guys joining forces then. Do you really think our chaotic sacred ground is easy to bully?
Ye Wei angrily released a large red flag towards the undying old ancestor, making a ruckus.
The undying old ancestor immediately used the large bell to resist Yi Wei's flag. The two attacks collided, creating a deafening explosion. BOM!
Jian Bai, wielding his sword filled with killing intent, flew over and said, Ye Wei, I'll help you.
Zhan Zu appeared with an overwhelming aura. Zhan Zu said,
This old man has lived for 8,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen so many quasi-emperors besieging the chaotic sacred ground. What an honor, what an honor. Jiyu Shenyi and the other quasi-emperors were surprised. When Zhan Zu appeared, Zhan Zu, Jiyu Shenyi said disdainfully,
Zhan Zu, even if you can maintain your peak state, you can't fight 6 of us alone, Zhan Zu calmly said. How would you know if you don't try?
In a bustling street in Heavenly Emperor City,
Xiao Yun thought in confusion.
Tai Chu acted too quickly. Lei Zhu didn't even have time to advance to quasi-emperor. The only plan now is to capture Long Aoshan so that Long Zun can quickly advance to the quasi-emperor realm.
Xiao Yun put on a mask, preparing to take action. Time to get this show on the road.
Xiao Yun took out 3 holy pills. Xiao Yun swallowed the 3 holy pills, thinking, hopefully, these 3 holy pills can help me hold on for a while longer.
Long Aoshan was currently speaking to the people. Everyone, please maintain order, order.
Xiao Yun stepped towards Long Aoshan, saying, Your realm is so low, what treasures could you possibly have? Don't tease me.
Xiao Yun smiled and replied, Of course I can. Xiao Yun then aimed at Da Sheng and swung his fist at him. Chaotic fist, Xiao Yun thought. To take Long Aoshan away, I have to kill him first. Da Sheng said in confusion, You're Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun punched Da Sheng hard in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood in pain.
Da Sheng crashed into the wall, causing it to explode and burst into flames. The system announced, Killed a great saint, reward, 10,000 times enlightenment. Xiao Yun laughed loudly, thinking, This scam of a system has finally gone big. I'm gonna be rich this time. So satisfying.
Xiao Yun smiled contentedly. Xiao Yun thought, Now I have 11,720 enlightenment opportunities. I'm going to comprehend all kinds of profound mysteries. Even if each type costs 1,000 times, I'll still have over 1,000 left. So satisfying.
Long Aoshan immediately flew away to escape. He thought, This bastard! How did he suddenly become so powerful?
Xiao Yun appeared next to him and
struck him in the back, saying, Stay here. Xiao Yun grabbed Long Aoshan and flew into the sky, saying, It's time to go back. At the chaotic sacred ground, the two attacks were fiercely deadlocked. Zhan Zu was doing his best to put all his power into the attack. Xiao Yun transmitted a message to the undying ancestor. Undying ancestor, find a way to get me back to the Holy Land safely. I've got a genuine dragon descendant in my clutches. The undying ancestor excitedly replied, That's fantastic. I'll get the war ancestor to help you return.
Xiao Yun immediately raised his hand and created a surge of energy. Dark Shadow Clone Technique.
Xiao Yun then split himself into multiple clones. The war ancestor conjured an enormous bell, surrounded by immense power. He roared, You little punks want to destroy the Chaos Holy Land. Are you ready to die together with us all? Jiyu Shenyi, worried, immediately contacted Lei Zihan. Lei Zihan, you've been watching long enough. It's time to make your move. Lei Zihan appeared. Surrounded by magical swirls, Lei Zihan said, War Ancestor's reputation precedes you. This junior has admired you for a long time. To be able to meet you today is truly a blessing. Xiao Yun then sneaked into the War Ancestor's barrier. Xiao Yun thought to himself,
Perfect timing. Dragon Ancestor stood below and shouted, Hand over the true dragon descendant. Xiao Yun quickly threw Long Aoshan to the dragon ancestor. Long Aoshan screamed, No, Long Aoshan, haven't even dominated the world yet.
The dragon ancestor absorbed Long Aoshan into himself, and then a massive golden dragon appeared. The dragon ancestor joyfully exclaimed,
Excellent, excellent. The final true Dragon 9 transformations is finally about to be completed.
Zhang Dalei worriedly said, 7 quasi-emperors, 2 emperor-level weapons. They really want to wipe out our Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun asked Zhang Dalei in confusion. Lei Zhu, can't you speed up your promotion process? Zhang Dalei's face darkened and he said, Having reached this realm, the most important thing is to perfect the cultivation technique. Unless you are like Dragon Ancestor and obtain something beneficial to the cultivation technique, otherwise it will be very difficult. Zhang Dalei and Xiao Yun simultaneously looked towards the War Ancestor, exclaiming in alarm, This is bad. War Ancestor is in trouble. Jiyu Shenyi arrogantly shouted, War Ancestor, there are 7 great quasi-emperors here. You won't be able to escape anymore. A massive tower swirled like a tornado towards the War Ancestor's giant bell. The Undying Ancestor flew into the sky, not forgetting to tell Zhang Dalei and Xiao Yun, War Ancestor absolutely cannot fall. Lei Zhu, the Chaos Holy Land is in your hands. If anything unexpected happens, you must protect Xiao Yun.
Zhang Dalai was worried about the Undying Ancestor, he said. The Undying has borrowed too much power from the Devil Lord. After this, I fear that he will not be able to escape the Devil Lord, and his origin will be slowly seized by the Devil Lord. Xiao Yun said uncomfortably. Damn it, we have to think of something. The Undying Ancestor immediately transformed into a gigantic demonic being. Transforming with a ferocious appearance, he roared, "If you want to destroy our Chaos Holy Land, you have to leave a few people behind as sacrifices." Mushi saw this, and immediately flew over and said, "I'll go and stop him. You guys continue to besiege the War Ancestor." Jiyu Shenyi's face darkened when he heard what Mushi said, thinking, this old fart is really cunning. Compared to besieging the War Ancestor, it's much easier to fight the Undying Ancestor alone. The War Ancestor might self-destruct at any time and take one of us with him. Jing Jia flew to Zhang Dalei, he said. The Lei Zhu of the Chaos Holy Land seems to be about to break through. I'll go and deal with him. Jianbai flew behind and said, "You're not enough on your own? I'll go too."
Jiyu Shenyi immediately stopped the two of them. "That's enough of you two. If you don't unite, we'll all become a laughingstock of the 9 Heavens continent."
All right then. The War Ancestor is difficult to kill. Ye Wei, and Lei Zihan will hold down the War Ancestor. You go and kill the Undying first. Zhun Shentong immediately agreed, and then Zhun Shentong, Jianbai, and Jingjia flew away. Suddenly, the dragon Long Aocean flew towards the 3 of them, blocking their path. Dragon Ancestor flew over and said to the 3 of them, "Even if this old one dies today, I will drag one of you down with me as a sacrifice. You are already enemies. Think about what the consequences will be if one of you dies." Jiyu Shenyi's face darkened when he heard this. Not Zhang Dalai. Dragon Ancestor is still alive, and has even been promoted to Quasi-Emperor. What is going on? It seems we have to use our trump card. Jiyu Shenyi immediately ordered the various Quasi-Emperors, Jingjia, Jianbai, you just need to hold down the Dragon Ancestor. Zhun Shentong, you go and kill the Undying with Mu Qi, and I'll take care of everything else.
Jiyu Shenyi immediately opened a large barrier in the sky. Bring out all of the great saint teleportation gates of the Taishi Holy Land. Today, either the Chaos Holy Land perishes, or our Taishi Holy Land perishes.
From the teleportation gate barrier, a series of great saints from the Taishi Holy Land flew out.
Mu Qi laughed gleefully. Jiyu brother truly has the spirit. How can our Holy King's sect fall behind? Jun brother, the Jun family is also enemies of the Chaos Holy Land. Do you think there's any way out?
Zhun Shentong immediately opened another teleportation gate barrier.
A series of great saints stepped out from the 2 teleportation gate barriers, one after another.
Zhang Dalai quickly ordered, "All great saints of the Chaos Holy Land, follow me." The great saints of the Chaos Holy Land quickly flew out to meet the enemy. Xiao Yun was surprised by the scale of the battle and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, do they really have to go this big?"
Lots of magical attacks rained down on the people from the Chaos Holy Land.
The onlookers were completely flustered, muttering, "This is trouble, the other side has way too many people." Another guy chimed in, "Yeah, seriously, so many great sages." Then someone, worried, said, "Even at its peak, the Taichu Holy Land only had 9 people, Central Holy Land, and us. Is this really the end for us?" Xiao Yun frowned in annoyance, thinking, right now there are only 2 ways. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, or get the Emperor weapon from Divine Sword Mountain. All the quasi-emperors and great sages from the other Holy Lands aren't here, so it's the perfect chance to attack their lair. Xiao Yun looked up high, thinking,
Lei Zihan must have left some safeguards at Divine Sword Mountain, but his main body is here, so those tricks probably won't reach the level of a quasi-emperor.
With my Saint Pill and newfound insight, I can definitely destroy the formation he left behind. Alright, let's act with my clone. Xiao Yun immediately flew into action.
He thought, I've got Dugu Chubai's Taichu Holy Land token with me, so I'll go attack the Taichu Holy Land and give Dugu Chubai a Saint Pill and tell him to come to the Eastern Wasteland. Xiao Yun flew off while thinking. Xiao Yun arrived at the Taichu Holy Land. Xiao Yun frowned, thinking, Li Chengdi and Tian Yi are in danger. I refuse to believe Jiyu Shenyi won't care, a guy from behind asked. Xiao Yun, whose disciple are you? Why are you flying around so recklessly in the Holy Land? Xiao Yun smiled and said, Listen up.
Xiao Yun unleashed a lightning-fast, powerful punch on the guy.
A special aura swirled around Xiao Yun as he declared loudly,
I am Xiao Yun. Today I shall wash your Taichu Holy Land with blood. Li Chengdi was startled to discover him, exclaiming, Xiao Yun. Tian Yi wondered, how is this possible? How did he get in here? Li Chengdi was just as perplexed. What does he intend to do coming here all by himself?
Tian Yi's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger, saying, I don't care how he got in, but if he's come here seeking death, I'll be extremely happy to oblige. Don't kill him completely later. I want to see if I can take him over. A great sage from the Taichu Holy Land made a move, unleashing an attack on Xiao Yun, and declared, no matter how strong your talent is, in front of a great sage like me, you're nothing but an ant.
A massive hand crackling with lightning appeared, striking toward Xiao Yun's back. Xiao Yun calmly took out a saint pill, popped it into his mouth and said, Tian Yi, tell your grandpa Jiyu Shen Yi to hurry back, otherwise your Taichu Holy Land will be wiped out today. Just like that, Xiao Yun swallowed the saint pill.
Then, Xiao Yun's body radiated with a powerful aura, an incredibly massive surge of energy. Xiao Yun lightly but powerfully punched the giant hand that the great sage had sent.
The great sage couldn't help but exclaim,
What? How is he so strong?
Tian Yi was utterly shocked by Xiao Yun's current power. He blurted out, No way! How did you reach the saint realm? Xiao Yun didn't stop. Instead, he turned to Tian Yi and unleashed a massive surge of energy towards him. The great sages of the Taichu Holy Land quickly flew in to shield Tian Yi. They all shouted in unison, Protect the old ancestor! One of them yelled, another charged in, Quick, stop him! Yet another bellowed, Stop him, stop him! Xiao Yun's fierce attack slammed directly into the great sages, sending them flying away. Xiao Yun didn't stop. He immediately began setting up a formation, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, the four symbols sword formation.
An old ancestor? Is this guy really that old? Xiao Yun thought, his face filled with surprise.
From the formation, thousands of swords materialized, surging towards his opponents.
No one could dodge. They were all pierced by the sword tips and slain.
Witnessing the battle, everyone was enraged, exclaiming, This Xiao Yun is truly terrifying. He really wants to wash our holy land with blood, doesn't he? Who can stop him?
An overwhelmingly powerful expert was advancing towards Xiao Yun.
Seeing this, Xiao Yun felt a slight panic and thought to himself, A peak great sage expert. No wonder Jiyu Shenyi dared to mobilize everyone. This bastard is really careful. Right now I'm absolutely no match for a peak grade sage expert, so I can only kill Tianyi first. Feeling outmatched, he turned around and fled.
The expert roared in fury. You audacious madman! How dare you act so brazenly in front of this venerable one? Instantly, a massive hand, radiating an imposing aura, stretched out, intending to crush Xiao Yun. With sharp reflexes, he immediately launched a move to block. Break for me! That ultimate skill pierced through the enormous hand with ease. Xiao Yun, after blocking that attack, happily said, Finally blocked it.
Tian Yi shouted at that powerhouse, Kill him! Don't give him time! Tian Yi, ancestor. Don't worry, he used some forbidden technique to forcibly increase his power before. Now his cultivation has dropped. Any saint can kill him, he said with a smug and contemptuous expression. Tian Yi realized what was happening and said, So that's it, you can't escape death today. Xiao Yun remained unafraid and probed, You're calling a great saint peak powerhouse ancestor. Who exactly are you?
I am Jiyu Chenyi's grandfather. I sealed myself for thousands of years just to wait for this grand era. I want to seize the other 8 supreme bodies to forge a chaos body. It's a pity that you killed the god king body Jiang Haoran, but seizing you will be just as good. This era belongs to me, he replied arrogantly.
Xiao Yun spoke up.
Villains always die from talking too much. In your next life, remember this lesson. To defeat your opponents, he didn't hesitate to use self-severing cultivation. Although he was in pain, he was determined not to surrender, but to drag his opponent down with him without regret. Xiao Yun thought, I finally understand the meaning of being unable to step into the extreme state of the out-of-body realm, that the future wants me to use the heavenly clothes of the extreme state at this moment to find a way to escape death.
That guy didn't expect Xiao Yun to disregard severing his cultivation, Tian Yi said in confusion.
What's going on? He severed his cultivation. Suddenly, a strange cloud came. It was the heavenly tribulation, and it seems like Xiao Yun has successfully summoned it.
The observers below said in fear, This is heavenly tribulation? Someone else said in fear, This is bad. The heavenly tribulation is heading towards the old ancestor group. Someone else warned them, Get out of the way. Being dragged into it will turn it into our heavenly tribulation.
The heavenly tribulation had been accumulating bigger and bigger above Xiao Yun's head. You go, this is my heavenly tribulation. Because I'm also at the door of about to undergoing tribulation, unexpectedly being led here by him. If you are by my side, it will definitely turn into the heavenly tribulation of the great Saint Peak. The entire Holy Land will be lost.
The old man was worried about his teammate.
Okay, ancestor, please take care. Follow the guidance. The man had no choice but to agree to avoid it.
Tian Yi asked in confusion, Xiao Yun, what do you want to do? You dare to make a move under the heavenly tribulation. Once we both suffer, we will all die, Xiao Yun replied. Suffer together. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Call Jiyu Chenyi back, otherwise today will be your death day.
Tianyi realized the intention and said, "So this is your plan. Unfortunately, I don't believe you dare to risk your life with me under the heavenly tribulation. You are a chaos body." Without letting that guy continue, Xiao Yun said, "If that's the case, then go to hell." Then, a huge punch came towards the opponent. That guy didn't stand still and receive the blow, but made a move to respond to Xiao Yun. "You want to die? Don't drag me along." The two fought against each other. The strength of both sides was not inferior to each other. 191, under the influence of both, created a huge explosion. That powerful man summoned a two-horned monster, along with a large amount of power. Tian Yi angrily said, "Xiao Yun, you crazy bastard." Xiao Yun kept launching a series of attacks towards the opponent, making the opponent seem unable to respond in time. Feeling that powerful force, Tian Yi was finally pushed back, and couldn't help but blurt out, "His domain, it's changed." Tian Yi said in horror, Could this be the divine demon forbidden domain? The legendary domain? You've entered this realm." Someone asked curiously, "Grand Uncle Master, what is the divine demon forbidden domain?" That Grand Uncle Master explained, "Geniuses who surpass the limit will enter the forbidden domain, divided into 1 to 9 prohibitions. Above that is the divine demon forbidden domain, meaning that only gods and demons are qualified to enter. It is said that they are invincible in the same realm. Once there was a quasi-emperor who entered the divine demon forbidden domain and fought with the great emperor without losing. The old man felt overwhelmed by this fact. Those people understood. One person blurted out, "How scary. Can the old ancestor stop it?" Another person replied, "I don't know." That person suggested, "Grand Uncle Master, call Divine One Ancestor." The battle was still going on fiercely on the side of the Chaos Holy Land. Jiyu Chenyi realized something. He thought to himself, "There is a heavenly tribulation extreme realm on the Holy Land side. What happened? No, I have to check through the supreme law." Jiyu Chenyi closed his eyes to investigate, and he thought angrily, "This bastard Xiao Yun dares to threaten." Jiyu Chenyi was blown away by a fire vortex and spat out blood due to the strong impact. "Dare to be distracted while fighting me? Are you looking for death?" Zhanzu was happy that Jiyu Chenyi's distraction gave him a chance to attack. His teammates saw him silent and not attacking anymore, and asked Jiyu Chenyi, "What are you doing?" "What to do? If Grandpa dies, what's the use of destroying the Chaos Holy Land? But if I go this time, things will fall apart." Jiyu Chenyi weighed his thoughts. Someone's attacking the formation on Sword God Mountain, besides me, who could even get to the top. Oh crap, it's Duguaki Bai. That bastard really knows how to pick his moments, Lei Jian grumbled in annoyance. "Chaos Holy Land, I'm dipping out. I don't even have beef with you guys. I just came for the Emperor weapon. Once that's gone, this fight's pointless." Lei Zihan, feeling the heat, decided to bail. Ye Wei got distracted mid-fight when Lei Zihan booked it. Worrying about the situation, he said in irritation, "Lei Zihan, where are you going? What's going on?" Damn it, Lei Zihan ran away. On the other side, that old dude was equally freaked out, but the opponent didn't stop at all. That fire tornado kept coming. Zhehanzu asked the other guy, "Lei Zihan's gone. Ye Wei, you still want to go to the death with me?" Ye Wei hesitated, thinking, "It'd be kinda dumb to keep risking my life now, wouldn't it?" So he asked Jiyu Chenyi for advice. "What do you think I should do?" Dude's clueless himself. Cut to the Taichu Holy Land. Lightning tribulation covered the entire sky, directly striking that old king. Under the pressure of the electric current, Tian Yi was seriously injured and spat blood. Tian Yi couldn't help but yell in anger. "Second lightning tribulation. Xiao Yun, are you crazy?" He felt like this was insane, but Xiao Yun wasn't planning on stopping. Xiao Yun said proudly, "You think I'm like you? I've got a lightning attribute. Emperor scripture here. Lightning of annihilation descends upon the world." Focusing his power into one strike, he mercilessly struck at the opponent with a giant hand. Cut to another scene. Jiyu Chenyi was seriously injured. A powerful cultivator said, "Li Chengdi, Ancestor Shenyi is telling you to self-sever your cultivation down to the peak of the core formation stage to help Ancestor Tianyi self-sever cultivation." She was completely stunned by this decision. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel depressed. "So I'm really just a pawn of the Taichu Holy Land, easily replaceable. First, they were going to make me Tianyi's vessel, and now they want me to risk death by entering the lightning tribulation." But there was no time to feel sorry for herself. She didn't have a choice. She could only obey. "Too bad. What can I do even if I know?" Li Chengdi thought to herself. "Chubai, if I die, I wonder if you'll be sad for me.
Li Chengdi immediately focused her power and launched an attack towards the opponent, helping to eliminate Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was not at all at a disadvantage, but still said confidently, "Even if one more person barges in, I'll boldly warn, it's useless for one more person to seek death. Tell Jiyu Shenyi to go back, otherwise, you're all definitely gonna die today." Li Chengdi was, of course, no match for Xiao Yun. Faced with that immense power, she couldn't help but exclaim,
"So strong." Continuing on, it seemed like the protagonist had been stimulated and continuously launched attacks without stopping. Now, his fighting spirit was boiling.
The heavenly tribulation was accumulating, and there were more and more lightning bolts. The sky was now almost completely covered by it. This isn't good. The power of the heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger, Xiao Yun even more frenziedly shouted. Ancestor Tianyi and Li Chengdi will both die under the lightning tribulation. Old man, I'm worried the situation will get negative.
The heavenly tribulation did not spare anyone and directly struck the group of people below.
Grand Uncle Master, it seems like something's wrong. Ancestor Tianyi and Li Chengdi are getting weaker and weaker, but that guy is getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? This person and that person had doubts when they sensed that Xiao Yun's strength was unimaginably strong, Grand Uncle Master explained. Because Xiao Yun can absorb the power of lightning to temper his flesh.
Jiyu Tianyi, it should be over. It seems like your grandson doesn't have you in his heart at all. Xiao Yun raised the sword in his hand, wanting to deliver a final blow.
Save me.
Feeling like he was about to die, he immediately called for help. Li Chengdi asked in puzzlement. My strength is not as strong as yours, how can I save you? Tianyi replied. I know you have a way. Self-detonating the space-time body can unleash a forbidden technique. Self-detonating the space-time body, you might not die, but if you wait for me to die, you will definitely die.
Space-time body has some forbidden technique. Xiao Yun revealed a suspicious expression. Li Chengdi felt that this was not appropriate. She hesitated for a while before choosing this danger.
Jiyu Tianyi, it's over. Xiao Yun did not hesitate to deliver the final blow to the opponent.
Suddenly, a magical artifact came from nowhere and blocked Xiao Yun's attack. Supreme treasure.
Everyone was very surprised by the appearance of this uninvited guest. Li Chengdi, detonate your time-space physique and kill Xiao Yun? Jiyu Shenyi barked the order. Looks like she was ready to go boom boom.
Sensing things were going south real quick, Xiao Yun thought, "Eight, I'ma head out." And with that, he spun around, ready to bail.
But oh no, some kind of force locked Xiao Yun in place. Ain't letting him budge an inch. Talk about a sticky situation. Jiyu Shenyi's losing it, yelling, "Hurry up and kill Xiao Yun, you useless piece."
This Jiyu Shenyi is playing for keeps, trying to trade Li Chengdi's life for Xiao Yun's. Li Chengdi was hella hesitant, not exactly thrilled about offing herself. Am I really gonna die here, sheesh? Tough crowd. Xiao Yun's basically in the same boat now, his life on the line too. Jiyu Shenyi keeps pushing.
Li Chengdi, are you gonna act or what? Li Chengdi wasn't having it. The ancestors also got a supreme body. You guys trying to ditch me? Jiyu Shenyi straight up threatened her. Li Chengdi, think about your family. Hearing that, she muttered, my family. One random dude couldn't help but say,
poor Li Chengdi. Others chimed in with sad faces. No choice, man, no choice. Another dude wasn't sweating Li Chengdi at all, just focused on the mission, saying, hope she can take out Xiao Yun. Seeing the whole drama unfold, Xiao Yun couldn't help but pity her. Li Chengdi, you're having a rough time.
Li Chengdi, trying to pump herself up, says, me and you are old rivals anyway, going down together ain't too shabby. And then, bam, she immediately starts attacking Xiao Yun. But nope, he's totally unfazed, even taunting her. Is that all you got? Seriously? No way. How is this possible, she thought. If you were this strong, you could have offed me and Jiyu Tianyi ages ago. She just couldn't believe Xiao Yun was holding up. Fine then, Xiao Yun, see ya in the next life. With that, she started charging up, ready for the ultimate self-destruct.
This self-detonation power rushed straight for Xiao Yun.
He frowned, thinking, is this clown serious? Self-destructing from that far away? How's that gonna hurt me?
Suddenly, a time-space vortex started wrapping around Xiao Yun, interrupting his thoughts and messing with his balance. Whoa, trippy. Li Chengdi was plummeting from the sky, screaming with her eyes shut tight. Xiao Yun, vanish in the river of time-space. Without the power of a great emperor, you're toast.
The light then converged, taking Xiao Yun and yeeting him out of there. Li Chengdi was reflecting on the situation. Never thought me and Xiao Yun would end up like this.
Tianyi dove towards Li Chengdi, who was slowly falling, shouting before she died, give me the time-space physique. Who else in this world can steal my position? I will surely prove the great emperor, ruling the world. He laughed deviously, and continued, with your time-space physique, plus my heaven-swallowing physique, and plus the dead Xiao Yun. He raised his hand, and a devouring power enveloped Li Chengdi, causing her to grimace.
A sword of blazing fire appeared from nowhere, piercing straight through Lin Chengdi. Her eyes widened in shock. A look of understanding dawned on her face. That's the sword of the years. Only I and Chubai ever trained with it. She screamed, I should have known that Dugu Chubai is Xiao Yun. Alas, it's too late.
Tian Yi exclaimed in surprise. That bastard, Xiao Yun, actually killed Li Chengdi.
The people below were constantly discussing. What is going on here after all? That sword? Is it possible that Xiao Yun slashed it? Isn't he dead? Before that, at Sword God Mountain, the master of the sword pavilion, Lei Zihan, opened his mouth. If Dugu Chubai refines this emperor weapon, I can take you in as my personal disciple. In the future, if I prove Daodo great emperor, you will be the emperor's son. If I fail to prove Daodo, you will be the master of the sword pavilion. This sword will also be passed on to you. What do you think? Dugu Chubai looked at him and replied, That's a big cake. It's a pity that I like to be a grandpa. I don't like being a disciple. He seemed angry and said, Damn it, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Dugu Chubai calmly replied, Then kill me. I bet you can't bear this sword. He glanced at him and said, Okay, you win. Suddenly, a crimson rain fell from the sky. Dugu Chubai looked up at the sky and said in surprise, A blood rain in broad daylight, a quasi-emperor has died.
Lei Zihan replied,
Muqi is dead. Your Chaos Holy Land has survived this calamity. Boy, stop talking nonsense, do you agree or not? Dugu Chubai began to have an ominous premonition. His body reacted, and he thought in his head, Not good. Something happened to the main body. He lay sprawled on the ground. Lei Zihan was stunned by the scene before him. He exclaimed, What happened? Is he dead? How did he suddenly become just an empty shell? At the chaotic Holy Land, Undying Ancestor asked War Ancestor,
What happened? Why did Lei Zihan and Jiyu Shenyi suddenly retreat? War Ancestor replied, I don't know either, but there's heavenly tribulation aura coming from the Taichu side, and Muchis is lying unconscious at their feet. Lei Zhu urgently said to the two people in front of him. Not good. Xiao Yun is gone, War Ancestor sternly said.
So the enemy's retreat must be related to Xiao Yun. Send people to Taichu to see what exactly happened. A golden waterfall seemed to flow endlessly. It was the river of time. Xiao Yun was caught inside that flow, he wondered. This is the river of time. Without the great emperor realm, one can't escape. Li Chengdi's move is truly surprising.
Sure enough, escaping is really too difficult. Xiao Yun struggled to break free.
Suddenly, a figure appeared in this place, attracting Xiao Yun's attention. He spoke, turning to look at Xiao Yun, wondering. To think there's someone who can maintain consciousness in the river of time. Finishing his sentence, he waved his hand, rescuing Xiao Yun from that seemingly endless waterfall. His face was a bit panicked, saying, No way, I'm going to die. He glared at Xiao Yun, then said, Your life or death is not important. Xiao Yun closed his eyes tightly, clenching his teeth, asking him, Am I going to die here? He didn't answer. Directly plunged into the golden waterfall, holding tightly to Xiao Yun, and with one kick, shattered it. Xiao Yun's eyes widened and said, This is Chaotic Fist.
Xiao Yun's face became interested, saying, We finally meet. Xiao Yun looked up and said, You're me from the future.
Future Xiao Yun replied, Now that you've come here, you won't need to take detours anymore. Xiao Yun smiled faintly.
Xiao Yun was surprised by the scene before him. He said, This is the Tao of time. My cultivation is also rapidly increasing. Present Xiao Yun realized something, said, Space, time. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor scripture was created by you? You are the Heavenly Emperor?
Future Xiao Yun laughed in response. As expected of me, you guessed it in an instant. It's a pity, I still have some regrets, so you absolutely can't follow in my footsteps. Future Xiao Yun said. Alright, this is the limit. Xiao Yun looked excited. Peak Great Saint, this is unbelievable. Xiao Yun looked up with many questions and asked, Just now, you said I can't follow in your footsteps. What exactly did you mean? Future Xiao Yun gradually disappeared, not forgetting to reply. Heavenly secrets cannot be spoken, nor can they be revealed. You'll know when the time comes. Xiao Yun said to himself, Seeing that I left the river of time, besides upgrading to Great Emperor, there's another way, which is to completely control the Tao of time. Now that I've left, I should also go back. Saying that, Xiao Yun dashed out, leaving that place. Xiao Yun thought in his head, Taichu Holy Land, Lei Zihan, the quasi-emperors, all of these things should come to an end. At the chaotic Holy Land, Undying Ancestor said, War Ancestor, it's been investigated. Xiao Yun used the heavenly tribulation to force Jiyu Shenyi to leave, but was pulled into the river of time by Li Chengdi. using the time-space-body secret technique. War Ancestor gaped and said, "What, River of Time? That's a place only great emperors can leave." War Ancestor angrily said, "Damn it! After countless years we finally found him, and now he's gone. That Taichu Holy Land is hateful, I must destroy them." Xiao Yun suddenly appeared behind War Ancestor. War Ancestor Sr. There's no rush. War Ancestor turned around and saw Xiao Yun, unable to avoid being surprised. Undying Ancestor happily said, "Xiao Yun, you're back," War Ancestor asked. "Weren't you pulled into the River of Time? And your cultivation has increased to peak Great Saint." Xiao Yun replied with a smile. "A blessing in disguise, a slight improvement. Now I have the ability to help everyone improve," Undying Ancestor replied. "That's a realm that others would have to spend hundreds of thousands of years to reach," War Ancestor also happily said. "That's great. The Holy Land will spare no expense to help you become a quasi-emperor. Take all the accumulated resources of the Holy Land and use them up. If you need anything else, I'll help you snatch it back." Saying that, War Ancestor put his hand on Xiao Yun's shoulder. He replied with a smile, "Even though I can control space-time, upgrading to quasi-emperor isn't that easy. I've already figured it out. I'll help Undying Ancestor upgrade to quasi-emperor first. That way, plus me and my clone, will have the battle power of 6 great Chen emperors, and then we'll go together to destroy the Taichu Holy Land." War Ancestor laughed loudly and said, "Not bad, not bad. The anger of being besieged by those quasi-emperors must be vented," Undying Ancestor continued. "I've overused demonic techniques. Can I really still upgrade?" Xiao Yun spoke. "Rest assured, I can find a way." Finishing his sentence, he thought in his head, "But I need to have more enlightenment." At this moment, at God's Sword Mountain, a patch of clear sky, the color of the universe, appeared on the mountaintop. "The soul is back. This time, let's see how you can escape from the palm of my hand." Suddenly, his expression turned sour. He blurted out, "What's going on? Why is the aura so strong?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, whose soul had possessed the body, was slowly struggling to sit up, the green light still surrounding him. Xiao Yun stood up and exclaimed, "This feeling is so refreshing." The old man retreated, shouting, "How could you suddenly become a great Saint Peak? Could it be that you were hiding your cultivation?" Xiao Yun was surprisingly nonchalant, replying calmly, "That's not the point. I'll show you something interesting." Then he smiled and said, "Watch carefully." Rings of spiritual power immediately appeared around him, surrounding him and flashing with extremely brilliant light. Along with them were shimmering water lilies, revealing the Chaos Domain technique. Faced with this scene, the old man was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe it. Pointing his finger in astonishment and recognizing, You are Xiao Yun," Xiao Yun calmly explained to him. "Not exactly. I'm still Dugu Chubai. It's just that this true clone is a clone of Xiao Yun." At this point, the old man didn't want to waste any more time, shouting seriously, "I really didn't expect that the strongest sword genius would be a clone of Xiao Yun. It seems I have to get serious." But Xiao Yun wasn't backing down either. A magic circle appeared behind him, and a brilliant aura covered him. Xiao Yun, facing this person, thought, "It's time to refine the 7-colored divine sword, 7-colored divine sword link." Seeing Xiao Yun use this move, the old man secretly rejoiced, a sly smile spreading across his face. He's finally willing to refine the emperor weapon. Great! Once I seize this emperor weapon, I'll be the strongest quasi-emperor, and even the War Ancestor will have to bow down to me. But at this moment, the brightly shining divine sword strangely wondered, "Why isn't that guy stopping you?" Xiao Yun, having anticipated this, arrogantly communicated with the sword, "He's dreaming of seizing you." The sword, hearing this, chuckled. "Then I'll have to teach him a lesson later." At this moment, Xiao Yun stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword, about to lift it. Finally, it's complete. He raised the entire shining sword to the sky. With a series of bangs, the light jumped in all directions. The old man seemed to realize that the problem was more serious than he thought. He shouted, "Not good." Xiao Yun is now holding the sword, bringing the light up to slash at him. Boom! A heaven-shaking sound. The mountain seemed to burst with a halo of light, and countless rocks were sent flying from the mountaintop. Xiao Yun flew high above, looking down at the dissipating smoke and the halo from the sword in his hand, still firmly gripping the strange sword, and loudly declared, "Today, I, Dugu Chubai, want to challenge the sword sect leaders and Lei Zan to a life-or-death battle." Contrary to that serious expression, Xiao Yun thought to himself, "This will give me a whole bunch of enlightenment opportunities, which is probably why I agreed to merge with this clone again." His voice echoed everywhere at the foot of the mountain, and people immediately began to discuss excitedly. "Challenge the sword sect leaders and Lei Zan to a life-or-death battle. Challenge the quasi-emperor of the sword Dao. Is Dugu Chubai crazy? Too crazy. Let's go see." The rest of the crowd shouted in unison, "All right, let's go!" They hurriedly flew into the sky, spreading the word.
"It's Godsword Mountain, hurry up, don't miss the good show. It's been so many years since something so exciting happened."
But the sword sect leaders and Lei Zhan at this moment were still facing him. Lei Zhan angrily said,
"Are you so confident that you can defeat me?" Xiao Yun calmly replied. "If I can't even beat you, how can I even talk about becoming an emperor?"
"Hope your skills are as strong as your mouth." Instantly, the blade in his hand grew larger, swoosh, trying to assassinate Xiao Yun. So this is the Thunder God slash.
Before the sharp edge of the Thunder God slash,
Xiao Yun didn't flinch. He rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone, watch closely, Cream!" A heaven-shattering sound.
The two sources of energy collided, creating a ripple across the entire sky.
Lei Zhan arrogantly smiled victoriously, saying, "To actually be evenly matched with me, that emperor weapon must be mine."
The people below were stunned. Holy crap, Dugu Chubai actually has the combat power of a quasi-emperor, oh my god, and he's no ordinary quasi-emperor.
"Without an emperor weapon, Lei Zhan is definitely invincible," someone retorted. "How exactly did Dugu Chubai do it?" everyone was wondering. At this moment, a notification from the system echoed in Xiao Yun's subconscious. Host triggers shock, creates sensation, reward 3 enlightenment opportunities. Host triggers shock, creates sensation, reward 3 enlightenment opportunities. Host triggers shock, creates sensation, reward 3 enlightenment opportunities. The notification is so important it's repeated 3 times.
Xiao Yun was extremely satisfied with this notification, smiling. Haha, at this rate, the number of enlightenment opportunities is increasing. Becoming an emperor is within reach.
Xiao Yun faced Lei Zhan, disdain written all over his face, asking, "Lei Zhan, you don't just have that much ability, do you?" The old man refused to accept it, still trying to answer, "Kid, don't exaggerate. I was afraid of killing you just now, so I only used a little bit of my strength. Since that's the case, then let me enlighten you about the power of my sword." Immediately the next second, Lei Zhan changed his stance, raising his sword to the sky, concentrating and gathering the energy around him. Then, whosh,
the people watching below gasped.
Lei Zhan has finally used his true ability. So powerful, no wonder he's the quasi-emperor of the Sword Dao.
The people of the Sword Sect were also very puzzled. How did Chu Bai suddenly become so powerful he can actually fight evenly with? Master Hua Langxin couldn't believe his eyes, frowning and saying, "Wasn't he just in the Nirvana realm?" Jian Yi, standing beside him, affirmed, "He's definitely not in the Nirvana realm." Seeing this, Liu Tiandu was also confused. How could Du Guoqibai have the battle power of a quasi-emperor? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Whoosh! In a flash, Lei Zhan sped up before everyone's eyes, stomped his foot and jumped, slashing straight at Xiao Yun.
Lei Zhan only has this little ability, he can't beat me, Xiao Yun quickly noticed, jumping back to dodge the attack, and he shouted very decisively, 7 swords combined. The sword in his hand enlarged, stabbing towards Lei Zhan with that overwhelming energy. Of course, he didn't have time to dodge. Although Lei Zhan was overwhelmed by him, he still tried to resist, raising his sword to dispel the power surrounding him. Lei Zhan's eyes no longer showed pride. He looked at him worriedly and said, "You. How can you be so strong?" "So you feel I'm strong already." "The knowledge of quasi-emperor swordsmanship is very ordinary, isn't it?" Xiao Yun deliberately emphasized, and at the same time unleashed the Universe Sword Manual. The people of the Dunjiu family below cheered. The Dunjiu family is about to rise. This Dunjiu Bai is much more powerful than Dunjiu Jian back then. Quasi-emperor, our Dunjiu family has a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Dunjiu Baitian was very excited to see this and shouted, "Uncle is so awesome!" Right under the sharp point of the sword pointing straight at him, Lei Zhan seemed rooted to the spot. Xiao Yun shouted, "Lei Zhan, take my move!" Lei Zhan immediately used his green blade to block, thinking in confusion, how can this strike be so strong? The pressure is too scary. Didn't he just break through? Bang! All the power of the sword slammed into Lei Zhan, and he was made to spit blood by this move, staggering backwards. Boom! Lei Zhan took the full force of the move, falling heavily to the ground. The force of the fall was so strong that it sent thousands of pieces of gravel flying. Under the eyes of thousands of onlookers, including Hua Langxin, Liu Tiandu, and Du Gubaitian, they all exclaimed, "Lei Zhan has lost." Receiving the expected result, Xiao Yun was very confident, raising his sword as a sign of victory, shouting, "Who else?" At this moment, suddenly Lei Zhan rose from the rubble, surrounded by a terrifyingly strong source of spiritual power. Releasing that power rampantly, a strong smell of murderous intent rose from Lei Zhan. He said grimly, "Du Guoqibai, you forced me to do this." Lei Zhan shouted, casting the lightning god body technique. A series of blue spiritual power like lightning crackled everywhere. His reverse disciple was startled. Jian Yi said worriedly, "Master has used the lightning god body technique. This is a forbidden technique that damages the foundation. Now Master probably has the power of a quasi-emperor wielding an emperor weapon." Hua Langxin was also extremely shocked. "That's right, even if Duguaki Bai is stronger, he will definitely die this time."
Xiao Yun was not to be outdone. He burst out his spiritual power, casting the chaos domain. That fiery light immediately surged to a higher level. He shouted, "Come on, Lei Zhan!" charging towards him, wielding his blade to slash. Hiss. The electric blue lightning power from the blade immediately rushed towards Xiao Yun. Liu Tiandu sighed. Fast. Just as the blade touched down, Xiao Yun immediately cast a similar lightning flash technique. He quickly dodged the blow. Old man Lei Zihan glanced at him angrily. HMPHING. Xiao Yun faced that hatred with a teasing smile. He asked, very suspiciously, "Really? With the same lightning flash technique? Why am I faster than you?" Then Xiao Yun summoned several other swords beside him. "The ultimate move, the Year's Sword," he proudly replied, answering Lei Zhan's question.
"Because I have mastered the Tao of Time." A series of sword points from the Holy Fire Dragon Whirlwind flew whizzing over, wanting to rush into Lei Zihan. Bang! He quickly created a blue shield around himself, resisting the extremely strong pressure in front of him. Elated with the victory, Lei Zihan laughed proudly. "Ha ha, I blocked it, I blocked it." The lightning he created into a shield was indeed blocking Xiao Yun's move. Only it didn't last long. Xiao Yun stood in the distance looking at him, unable to stop laughing, saying, "You're so happy just blocking one sword, you're celebrating too early."
As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound rang out immediately. Thousands of swords shining with firelight rushed and stabbed into Lei Zihan's shield.
Bang bang. Continuously. In an instant Lei Zihan disappeared, unable to be seen in the blazing fire.
The viewers who had been watching were shouting, "This Duguaki Bai is too strong. What is his cultivation level exactly? Could it be quasi-emperor already? This time the beginning of time is really rising."
As the smoke cleared, leaving only a few embers, Lei Zihan emerged, looking miserable. He groaned, "Duguaki Bai really caught me off guard. I misjudged him."
Xiao Yun, brimming with confidence,
held up his brilliantly glowing sword and, with a fearless smirk, challenged Lei Zihan. "So, still want this sword, huh?"
Suddenly, the old geezer raised his hand, like he was about to cast some kind of jutsu, and yelled, "Duguaki Bai, don't think you've won. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way."
With that, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands and rammed it into the ground again, initiating some kind of move. At this point, a bunch of disciples realized what was up and screamed, "Crap, Lei Zihan's trying to take us all down with him. Run, we're doomed. This is a quasi-emperor self-destructing. We're all gonna die here." The blue ball of energy, fully charged, soared into the sky, crackling with enough electricity to power a small city. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions ripped through the air as the blue ball went supernova.
Down below, the peanut gallery gawked and shouted, "Wait a sec, why is he flying into the sky?"
One keen-eyed dude answered, "It's Duguaki Bai. Look, he's completely unharmed." The others were all like, "We're so screwed." Xiao Yun stood in the middle of the sky, radiating an aura of multicolored spiritual energy. Xiao Yun mused to himself, "Thank goodness I grasped the complete space-time Tao and even entered the threshold of the time-space Tao. Otherwise, I'd be in deep doo-doo this time. Let's go kill those great saints and get some enlightenment chances." Xiao Yun zoomed off in another direction.
In front of a massive courtyard within the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun returned. The courtyard immediately resonated with spiritual energy, swirling around him. Streams of fiery light danced and enveloped Xiao Yun. Zhang Dalei was meditating intently below, absorbing all the fiery red spiritual energy that Xiao Yun was feeding him, surrounded by crackling electricity.
Immortal watched, stroking his beard in disbelief, stammering, "The Holy Sun is incredible. Not only did he replenish all of Lei Zu's withered body, but he also shortened the time by 100-fold. The spiritual energy that Zhang Dalei absorbed grew stronger and stronger, and the electricity radiating from him became increasingly concentrated."
Zhang Dalei opened his eyes in astonishment and roared with laughter, "Ha ha! I've finally waited for this day." With his cultivation complete, Zhang Dalei reached out to Xiao Yun, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Yun. Our Holy Land has 3 quasi-emperors now."
"We have nothing to fear," Xiao Yun nodded happily. "Don't rush, we'll have another quasi-emperor soon." He looked at Immortal and said, "Immortal Ancestor, it's your turn." Immortal looked a bit hesitant, explaining, I can't, I've cultivated the undying demonic art for too long, I can't break through anymore."
Xiao Yun wouldn't hear any of it. "Sit down, don't forget, I also cultivate the undying demonic art. If I say it can be broken, then it can. Facing Immortal's doubt, Xiao Yun thought to himself, with so many enlightenment chances, it'd be weird if I couldn't break the undying demonic art. Finally convincing Immortal to sit down, Xiao Yun placed his hand on the back of his back and said, I won't use the undying demonic art to break through to Quasi-Emperor, but you can do exactly as I say. Immortal wasn't expecting much, he said. You want to rely on the chaos body to break through to Quasi-Emperor? I'm afraid it's very difficult.
Zhang Dalei next to him said uncomfortably, What are you afraid of? Even if the Holy Sun doesn't advance to Quasi-Emperor, holding the Chaos Bell, which Quasi-Emperor can resist, at that moment, Xiao Yun transmitted black and red demonic energy into Immortal's body, completely different from the spiritual energy he had transmitted to Zhang Dalei earlier. And Immortal, hearing what Zhang Dalei said, did not forget to respond,
That's right. Our Holy Sun is now one of the strongest people on the continent.
A moment later, Xiao Yun jumped out of Immortal, and by this time he had also gathered demonic energy into himself. The sound of whirring rang out continuously. Finally, to his own astonishment, he stood up abruptly, with demonic energy still swirling around him. Immortal said with great interest and full of life, Haha, I really didn't expect that I would have a day to break through to Quasi-Emperor, and there are no more restrictions. Zhang Dalei, standing next to Xiao Yun, said with interest, Now our Holy Land has 4 great Quasi-Emperors, plus Xiao Yun. Why not go to the beginning to destroy them? Xiao Yun's expression was extremely slow and calm, with a snake-like excitement. Don't worry, I've arranged for a few people to help them upgrade first.
Speaking at this time, from outside the gate,
the 4 leading figures were Elder Di Tian, followed by Shi Chunyu, Lin Xiaoya, and Zhao Wuji. Elder Di Tian stepped in and said, My precious disciple, we are here. Where is the great fortune you spoke of? And as if sensing something, Elder Di Tian suddenly looked at him with an astonished expression that made him want to look back, shouting,
Disciple, you are already at the peak of the great saint.
Oh my God, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu were very admired when they saw Xiao Yun, their eyes sparkling, and the two of them complimented each other. Lin Xiaoya placed her hands on her cheeks and said, Wow, senior brother is so great, how did you do it? Shi Chunyu continued, Congratulations, senior brother.
Zhao Wuji also glanced sideways at Xiao Yun, his face full of disgust mixed with a little jealousy. He said, What the hell, are you a monster? It's over, I can't catch up this time either. Xiao Yun saw this but did not take it to heart. He reached out his hand and smiled, responding, Don't worry, I will try my best to improve everyone, but how far you can reach depends on everyone's creations. Zhao Wuji was surprised when he saw this. He didn't think he would despise Xiao Yun so much, but he still agreed to help him. He exclaimed, Aren't you afraid that I will surpass you?
When Xiao Yun saw this, Xiao Yun could only frown. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Zhao Wuji speechlessly and replied, You are overthinking it. Let's go. Then he began to cast spells. He used the promotion of the Chaos Body to heal injuries and increase cultivation for the first person, his master. The injuries in Elder Di Tian's body were also healed, and his cultivation increased significantly.
Then came junior sister Shi Chunyu. Xiao Yun pointed at her, and immediately streams of power radiated from his body as before, and Chunyu's cultivation also increased significantly.
Then it was Lin Xiaoya's turn to break through her talent. Finally came Zhao Wuji. Although he didn't believe that Xiao Yun would help him before, he finally sat in a meditative posture to help him break through. 5 days later, Dunzo, Xiao Yun grinned, asking, Alright, the big power-up sesh is over? Everyone happy with their upgrades? Lin Xiaoya chirped, I reached the celestial realm, I'm so stoked I can be an elder now, hey hey. Shi Chunyu chimed in, Yeah, I never even dreamed of this.
Zhao Wuji let out a booming laugh. Grand Sage, I'm a freaking Grand Sage now, hey hey. Xiao Yun, you're a monster, but I love it. Even Xiao Yun's master broke through, looking at him with pride. Grand Sage peak, a quasi-emperor is within reach.
Having a disciple like you, my life is complete, Xiao Yun quickly replied. Master, you're joking. If you hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. He turned to Lei Zhu. Lei Zhu, weren't you saying you wanted to blow off some steam? Time to go, Lei Zhu, seeing Xiao Yun's intention, cheerfully replied, Haha, perfect. I'm gonna go find Zihanzu.
Meanwhile, back at the beginningless Holy Land, Tianyi and Jiyu Shenyi were plotting up a storm.
Jiyu Shenyi sighed. Dunji Yuchubai actually beat Lei Zan. I can't believe it, Tianyi asked. Aren't you worried he'll betray us at the beginningless Holy Land?
Jiyu Shenyi waved it off.
Don't sweat it.
Sure, we at the beginningless Holy Land aren't as strong as the Chaos Holy Land right now, but our foundation is something they can't touch. The Chaos Holy Land needs to cultivate Xiao Yun now, and we've lost Li Chengdi, so sticking with us is definitely better for him. Tianyi propped his chin up, closed his eyes, and sighed. Still, can't be too careful.
Never seen someone get so strong so fast. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive burst of firepower slammed right into the protective barrier. BOM.
Tian Yi's eyes bugged out as he looked up at where the sound came from. He exclaimed, "What? How is this possible?" Just like Tian Yi predicted, outside the barrier were Xiao Yun and his crew, Di Tian, Lei Zhu, Zhan Zhu, and the old ancestor. The old ancestor roared, "Jiyu Shen Yi, gonna hide in your shell. Get out here!" Before anyone inside could react,
Xiao Yun launched his Chaos Bell attack, sending the gigantic golden bell smashing into the barrier.
Inside, Jiyu Shen Yi looked up, shocked. What? How is this possible? Xiao Yun already has quasi-emperor level power. Tian Yi gritted his teeth, scowling. You, quasi-emperor, how is the Chaos Holy Land so strong? Even Biu Mie is a quasi-emperor now. Xiao Yun kept up his relentless attacks, laughing like a maniac. Haha, Jiyu Shenyi, your turtle shell is cracking. Seeing this, Jiyu Shenyi summoned the Supreme Paragon Pagoda, planning to use its power to reinforce the barrier, and yelled to everyone, "Everyone, pour in your cultivation. We have to protect the sect protecting formation."
The Supreme Paragon Pagoda activated streams of green energy, radiating outwards, and the barrier started to repair itself.
Xiao Yun was surprised. This formation repairs itself so fast, Zhan Zhu explained. It's a formation made by a great emperor. It has a final failsafe. But this is the last of its energy.
Just then, the old ancestor put his hands together in a stance, and a powerful green energy shot out.
Everyone, together! If we break this formation, the beginningless Holy Land will be wiped out today, for sure. Seeing this, Di Tian, Xiao Yun, and the old ancestor started launching their attacks too. The old man calculated. This formation won't last much longer. I need to get Dung Jiyu Chubai back before it's too late. Hopefully he can make it back in time.
Jiyu Shenyi's avatar finally found Du Jiyu Chubai on Lao Mountain, begging him to help. "Chubai, the Holy Land is in trouble. Come back quickly to save us." After hearing about Jiyu Shenyi's problem, Du Jiyu Chubai made up a reason to refuse. He lowered his head and sighed. "Old ancestor, I just killed Lei Zan. My body is injured. I don't have the strength."
He thought to himself, "No way am I going to help you."
Back at the beginningless Holy Land, the protective barrier shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The grand formation was wrecked.
Xiao Yun and the old ancestors charged in, not giving Jiyu Shenyi a chance to fight back. Curses to Jiyu Shenyi and old Tian Yi. The people there are innocent and shouldn't be targeted. Zhan Zhu frowns, warning the people of the beginningless Holy Land. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A person in the crowd said, "The beginningless Holy Land is finished. Might as well surrender," another person suggested. "The opponents have 5 quasi-emperor level fighters. There's no way to turn the tide." Someone else added, "This time we have completely lost." Then the crowd knelt down, answering in unison, "We are willing to depend on the Chaos Holy Land." Lei Zhu detected Jiyu Shenyi and reported to the old ancestor. "That old brat, Jiyu Shenyi, has gone to the beginningless Holy Land, forbidden ground. Let's go there too." The old ancestor agreed. "All right." Xiao Yun, on the other hand, aimed for Tian Yi, thinking, "Tian Yi has the heaven-devouring demonic body. We definitely can't let him escape." Zhang Haoran took out a talisman in the sky, sighed. The beginningless Holy Land is finished. Gotta run. He thought that he would flee first to wait for an opportunity before returning to face Xiao Yun and the old ancestors. Then, his image gradually blurred and disappeared into the sky. He smirked. HMPH. With the legacy talisman that the old ancestor made, even Zihan Zhu can't find me. Sooner or later, I will have a chance. While daydreaming about his plan to come back for revenge, Xiao Yun rushed over, catching Jiang Haoran off guard. Xiao Yun coldly chuckled. "Not so sure about that."
Jiang Haoran, shocked and scared, asked, This is space-time fluctuations. How is this possible? You have to fully grasp the time and space Tao to be able to comprehend the space-time Tao." Xiao Yun laughed lightly, summoned the Year's Sword, and replied, "I can even escape the river of time. I can control the space-time Tao. What's so strange about that?"
Haoran's face was filled with hatred. He thought to himself,
"Damn it, how can this bastard be so twisted?" He tightly gripped the talisman in his hand, planning to run away. But before the talisman could take effect, the Years and Months Sword summoned by Xiao Yun pierced straight through him.
Jiang Haoran fell, clutching his wound, struggling to exclaim, "Sword Tao is so terrifying. Could he be Dugu Chubai?" Xiao Yun indifferently replied, "You are indeed very smart. You guessed right. Dugu Chubai is my clone." Jiang Haoran was a little startled to hear this, asking, "Such a powerful clone?" Then, how is this possible? Xiao Yun replied right away. You can also be the grandpa of Jiyu Shenyi. What's impossible? In Xiao Yun's hand was the years and months sword. But before dealing with Jiang Haoran, Xiao Yun still had a question he wanted to ask him for clarification. Tell me before you die, your real purpose is definitely not just to seize other supreme bodies, right? Jiang Haoran also replied. Of course, I stayed to destroy you guys.
But then his expression became a little strange, his eyes still staring intently at Xiao Yun. But the corners of his mouth slightly smiled, as if harboring a secret plan. He warned Xiao Yun. Don't be happy too soon. Very soon, all of you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded, a heaven-shattering explosion. But fortunately, Xiao Yun managed to dodge out of the safe zone, so he was unharmed, he thought to himself. The second-ranked supreme body can't be underestimated. If it weren't for the inner world, I don't know where I would have been dragged to.
Then he returned to the Taishan Forbidden Land, thinking in his heart. It sounds like Tai Chu still has some tricks up his sleeve. Oh well, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will stop it. War Ancestor, Heavenly Emperor, Old Ancestor, Lei Zhu stood on all sides attacking Jiyu Shenyi. He had a pagoda forming a strong shield so he could still withstand it. War Ancestor warned Jiyu Shenyi. It's useless to resist stubbornly. Today the Tai Chu of yours will definitely be destroyed. While Jiyu Shenyi inside gritted his teeth and replied, You don't need to be smug. You will all die. As if he had thought of a plan to deal with it. Finishing speaking, his pagoda suddenly enlarged, emitting a green power that enveloped Jiyu Shenyi and the pagoda. In just a moment, Jiyu Shenyi disappeared, as if he had never appeared here.
Lei Zhu angrily said, Damn it, that little brat ran away. War Ancestor explained that. The Tai Chu Heavenly Emperor initially relied on the space-time body to become a great emperor. Leaving behind some escape methods is also very normal, Lei Zhu disappointedly replied. Unfortunately, we understand too little about the Tao of space-time.
At this time, Xiao Yun had also arrived. He asked War Ancestor, How is the situation? Jiyu Shenyi ran away. Quasi-emperors are already difficult to kill, let alone him having emperor artifacts. War Ancestor sighed in response. Forget about Jiyu Shenyi. War Ancestor put his hands behind his back and asked, What is the situation on Tiyin Tianyi's side? Xiao Yun also replied, Killed him. However, before he died, he said some strange things. He said,
War Ancestor frowned worriedly and said, Jiyu Shenyi also said similar words. I'm afraid they still have some room for maneuver, but thinking so much now is useless. Dele, you guys deal with the people of Tai Chu. I and Xiao Yun will enter the Tai Chu Forbidden Land first to see the spoils. This time, contrary to War Ancestor's worries, Xiao Yun was more calm. He simply replied, Yes.
After resolving the matter, the old ancestors and Xiao Yun began to go in and explore the Tai Chu Forbidden Land. War Ancestor looked up at the architecture of the Tai Chu Forbidden Land and said, Wow, no wonder it's the #1 holy land. There are so many treasures. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, All these things are mine. Next, we will do our best to help you become an emperor. Xiao Yun smiled brightly. Making me an emperor? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Whether it's Sword Dao becoming an emperor or the Chaos Body becoming an emperor, it will take a lot of time. He looked at the antiques around him and said, But the things in this place can't be wasted like that. Call my Shifu and my Shimeis here. On the one hand, I'll think of ways to upgrade to Quasi-Emperor. On the other hand, I'll help them upgrade again, War Ancestor gratefully said.
Okay, let's do it that way. Anyway, without you, we wouldn't have gotten these things. Zhang Dalei cheerfully continued, Haha, to be able to destroy Tai Chu. So refreshing.
On Jiyu Shenyi's side, he was on the way to escape from Xiao Yun's group, he thought. Unexpectedly, the chaotic Holy Land suddenly has so many quasi-emperors it's really ghostly.
However, he had planned ahead. But luckily the dam is high. Even if the waves come, they can't overturn the big tree that attracts the wind. Such quasi-emperors will definitely become a thorn in everyone's side. Those hidden old guys should show up too.
After that stream of scheming thoughts, suddenly Jiyu Shenyi split in midair. Chaotic Holy Land, you wait, just wait for me. When I gather the experts in the entire continent, it will be the end of you.
His clones went to wake up the quasi-emperor experts who were hiding.
First was Old Long, a dragon surrounded by a powerful force like a flame. Old Long, the chaotic Holy Land, has 5 people with quasi-emperor power. It's time to wake up.
Old Long opened his fierce eyes wide, growling a warning. Old Jiyu, stop talking nonsense. How can the chaotic Holy Land have 5 great quasi-emperors? Jiyu Shenyi then replied, Why would I joke about such things? My Tai Chu has been destroyed. If you don't act, you will also die. After those words, Old Long fiercely opened his mouth as if wanting to breathe fire, revealing sharp teeth, flying up.
It seems the continent is about to change. Old Long flew at the speed of light, creating a blazing red streak like fire. At the same time, on another side of Jiyu Shenyi's clone, he flew to the territory of the Sea God, reporting, "Sea God, don't sleep anymore. The balance of the continent has been broken too much."
Hai Shen opened his jade green eyes, gazing at Jiyu Shenyi. He asked again, confirming what he had just heard. "Is that really the case?" Jiyu Shenyi replied hastily. "Do you know about any other quasi-emperor experts who are still slumbering? If you don't act now, the Chaos Holy Land will monopolize everything." He revealed a vicious, scheming look on his face, saying, "Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun, I'll let you enjoy yourselves a little longer before your destruction." So then, in 1 month, at the Taichu Holy Land, Elder Dtian, having just upgraded his power, was laughing heartily. "Haha, I never imagined the day would come when I'd become a quasi-emperor.
My precious disciple, accepting you as my disciple has been the greatest joy of my life."
Xiao Yun also looked happy for his master, as he had contributed to the upgrade process. Elder Dtian wondered, "My half-chaos physique could be upgraded with your help, so why haven't you been able to ascend to quasi-emperor?" Xiao Yun replied. "Because the chaos physique is too perfect, the difficulty of upgrading isn't just twice as hard."
Beside them, Zhao Wuji, with his bright yellow hair, was bursting with energy, brimming with confidence, as he confidently issued a challenge. "Xiao Yun, I've advanced to the Great Saint Peak. My battle prowess is comparable to a quasi-emperor. Come, let's fight." Xiao Yun looked totally bored and, acting all tough, casually waved him away with one hand, saying, "You're still way out of your league."
The sword spirit on the side was overjoyed. "I actually became a saint. Am I dreaming?" Before she could celebrate for long, Shi Chunyu frantically pointed at the sky, shouting, "Oh no, everyone! Look! So many experts are flying towards our Holy Land."
Outside the Chaos Holy Land, Jiyu Shenyi, along with countless people he had schemed to seduce, was joining forces to attack the protective barrier.
Jiyu Shenyi said, "Don't get serious just yet. Wait for that Xiao Yun to come back. That guy is the biggest threat." The person next to him chimed in reassuringly, "Relax. This time, we'll definitely obliterate the entire Chaos Holy Land."
Zhang Delai, inside the Chaos Holy Land, expressed his surprise. "I never expected that our continent would hide so many powerhouses." War Ancestor beside him worriedly added, "I bet they have more than just 13 quasi-emperors. Right now the Chaos Holy Land outwardly has 5 quasi-emperor powerhouses, so 13 people won't be confident enough."
The old ancestor immediately flew over to report,
"War Ancestor, the people of the Holy Land have been arranged in the Chaos Forbidden Land of the Forbidden Area."
War Ancestor replied, "Fortunately, before the Chaos Great Emperor left, he left a place to turn things around, which can allow everyone to avoid the impact of the Great War. But once the Chaos Holy Land falls into the hands of the enemy, the Chaos Forbidden Land will be breached sooner or later." The brown-haired man next to him also spoke up, reciting the enemy's plan.
"The other party is besieging but not attacking. It seems that they are waiting for the Son of God to show up."
War Ancestor continued silently. "This is also what I am worried about. What is the maneuver that Tai Chu left behind? I still don't know. I hope we can overcome this last crisis."
On the other side, Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji and his master flew out,
facing Jiyu Shenyi's group head-on. Xiao Yun asked Zhao Wuji, "Are you sure you want to go against the desolate ancient Holy Land?" Zhao Wuji replied without hesitation,
"You are my confidant, so I will naturally use my life to protect the Chaos Holy Land."
Xiao Yun replied confidently.
"Okay, I didn't misjudge you."
As soon as Jiyu Shenyi saw Xiao Yun's group, he immediately shouted, "They're here, hold them back!"
Everyone rushed towards the 3 people of Xiao Yun at the same time, each of them exuding their own vigorous power. Xiao Yun immediately used his ultimate move, smiling contemptuously to provoke.
"Get close to me." Countless rays of light flashed by, colliding with bricks and stones, exploding loudly. Zhao Wuji asked in surprise, "Is this the ability of the space-time physique?" Xiao Yun replied confidently, "That's right, the space-time physique was snatched from Li Chengdi, plus a part of the space-time Tao that I have comprehended, enough to allow me to avoid the quasi-emperor's attack." Jiyu Shenyi's people also had to marvel at Xiao Yun's trick. Making a smooth harm, Jiyu Shenyi said,
"No matter what tricks he has, as long as the Chaos Holy Land cannot retreat completely, he will definitely have to risk his life."
Without delay, he raised his hand to the sky to use his ultimate move, colliding with Xiao Yun's space-time technique, causing a shocking explosion. He roared, "Chaos must die today!" On the other side, countless minions and disciples of other Holy Lands have also flown to support. covering the blue sky with the color of black costumes of a crowd of people as dense as ants.
War Ancestor frowned and said,
All the high-level combat forces of other Holy Lands have arrived. It seems that they want to fight a deadly battle with us. Xiao Yun still didn't worry at all. He confidently reassured everyone, Don't worry, haven't our people all been hidden very well? Don't be afraid of them. Jiyu Shenyi directed all his forces to surround and attack the shield of the Chaos Holy Land, and countless colorful rays of power were unleashed. Those rays of power collided with the shield, causing a very shocking boom and sizzle explosion. However, the protective shield was still unscathed. Jiyu Shenyi continued to direct the match. Surround the Chaos Holy Land. Don't let a fly escape.
Xiao Yun couldn't stand to watch anymore. He used his ultimate move, the Golden Bell, that helps people to be enlightened under the glory of the 10 Directions Buddhas, flew towards Jiyu Shenyi and shouted, Jiyu Shenyi, I'm here. When he heard that, he smiled sinisterly and used his divine power to go forward. He said while speaking, Xiao Yun, you haven't been promoted to Quasi-Emperor after all. Do you really think you can do anything to me?
At this time, Xiao Yun in front saw that his attack was so terrible that he resisted, and worriedly thought,
No wonder he is the Quasi-Emperor of the First Holy Land. He is indeed very strong.
On this side, when Jiyu Shenyi saw that Xiao Yun could resist his attack, his face turned pale and he thought, This bastard is so powerful before he has been promoted to Quasi-Emperor. If he takes another step, it will be terrible. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became to kill Xiao Yun so that nothing could hinder him.
Seeing that his attack was gradually weakening, he asked for more help from outside, and he shouted that everyone, Xiao Yun is the biggest trouble, let's kill him first.
War Ancestor also cast a spell and rushed forward, saying again with an aggressive voice,
Anyone who dares to touch my godson, I will definitely fight him with my life.
Suddenly, a dragon flew over and roared, War Ancestor, let old dragon have a go at you, he exclaimed in surprise. Blazing flame gold dragon, I didn't expect you're still alive. Then, a blue tortoise flew over, saying, So lively, how could I miss this? Long time no see. War Ancestor, Lei Zhu was also surprised, saying, Seclusion Extinction Dragon Turtle, that old monster isn't dead yet either. Both monsters approached War Ancestor and roared. Following that, Lei Zhu and a group of people flew over, shouting, We absolutely can't let them hurt the Saint Child. Ye Wei sneered. Worry about yourselves first, Lei Zhu. None of you will get out of here alive. Seeing Xiao Yun fly over, Jiyu Shenyi said, Xiao Yun, today your Chaos Holy Land is destined to be destroyed.
Di Tian suddenly flew out, made a move, and said, That's not necessarily true. Jiyu Shenyi was also surprised, saying,
Di Tian, you've also advanced to Quasi-Emperor. Di Tian replied, It won't be so easy to destroy our Chaos Holy Land. Zhao Wuji also flew over and said, That's right, who wins is still uncertain. Jiyu Shenyi replied, So what if you have 7 Quasi-Emperor combatants? If it's about numbers, we aren't losing either. Everyone flew over, one after another. Following that, Xiao Yun was surrounded by the Supreme Prison.
Then, Jiyu Shenyi unleashed the Emperor weapon, the 8 trigrams heaven-piercing mirror, and said,
Stop Di Tian, let me kill Xiao Yun, Di Tian exclaimed. How is that possible? Jiyu Shenyi actually has 2 Emperor weapons. This is troublesome. Di Tian, surrounded by people, angrily said, Damn it. On the other side, Xiao Yun used the Golden Bell shield to evade the enemy's attack.
Afterwards, he activated the 5 elements sacred body secret technique, stretching once to shatter the attack. Jiyu Shenyi revealed a sly expression, grinned smugly, and said, Xiao Yun, it's useless for you to struggle. Trapped in the prison of the Supreme Lord Pagoda, unless you destroy it from the outside, you'll never get out.
But that was not a problem for him. Xiao Yun lightly smiled and replied, Then I'll destroy it from the outside for you to see. The sword flashed across, and Jiyu Shenyi's magic seemed to be split in half. Seeing this, he unexpectedly asked in a changed tone, Who is causing trouble? Dugu Chubai flew in from the outside. Causing him to panic, Dugu Chubai asked him, Jiyu Shenyi, don't you recognize me? Jiyu Shenyi, you are the holy son of the beginning, me. Why would you help Xiao Yun? Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask probing questions. Because he is my clone, Xiao Yun pointed to Dugu Chubai and said to him, Those below felt like they were struck by lightning because of his boundless methods, dirty schemes, and had to exclaim, How is this possible? Above, Xiao Yun and his clone reappeared with a bright golden bell outside wrapped in a layer of magic. The clone replied, I came to Taichu just to be an inside spy, deceiving you. The original Xiao Yun continued. Otherwise, How could I have entered Taichu Holy Land before? Both the original and the fake Xiao Yun began to attack, using Chaos Imprisonment and Cosmos Sword Manual, and didn't forget to taunt. Ji Yu Shenyi, do you think only you have 2 Emperor weapons? He raised the 8 trigrams in a gesture of retaliation and said nothing. Suddenly, Ji Yu Shenyi spat out blood. He thought to himself, that sword is too terrifying. He's actually comprehended all 7 major sword daos. Suddenly, seeing the big bell floating above his head, he was also taunted with a sentence that sounded very painful. Ji Yu Shenyi, it's your turn to be imprisoned, he hurriedly shouted. Everyone, come and help me. Hearing this, the group of people immediately flew over at lightning speed and said, we're here. Doing so only made Xiao Yun even more smug. The clone on the other side smiled slyly and said, I have perfected the Cosmos Sword Cannon. You are courting death. The spell hit those people a few times, causing Ji Yu Shenyi to stare blankly and think to himself, this Dugu Chubai is seriously OP, no wonder he could kill Lei Zihan. But too bad you guys are destined to die today. Ji Yu Shenyi's ancient god possession hasn't worn off yet, and the chaos bell above is still glowing like crazy. He paused for a long while, feeling like a powerful pressure was bearing down on his whole body. Then he tossed out the Bagua compass, his face totally serious. Everything shattered into pieces before their eyes. Xiao Yun watched all his moves, thinking, what's this bastard up to? Whatever it is, gotta kill him first. That Dugu Chubai showed up in front of Xiao Yun. His clone stretched out, the sword creating brilliant streaks of blue magical light. It's the 7 swords combined from the Cosmos Sword Cannon. Over here, Ji Yu Shenyi's technique was complete, and he shouted, everyone, let's begin. The 8 people outside, old and young with spiky hair, all shouted aloud, yes, in unison. The white-haired man cast a spell, causing a golden, glowing power to surround him. On the other side, another guy was also casting a spell, a beam of dark light shining straight down on where he was standing. Zihan Zhu yelled, stop them. They're trying to summon something. That red dragon then stepped forward and scolded, you should worry about yourself. Zhao Wuji ran up to Ditian, admonishing him, good disciple. Everyone can't escape, you can only rely on you. Xiao Yun, hearing this, just thought to himself, this old ghost Ji Yu Shenyi won't die anytime soon, better bully the weak first. Then he looked towards that person and rushed over, but before he could reach his destination, he was blocked by a few troublemakers. Don't even think about getting past us. Even so, Xiao Yun just said lightly, you guys think you can stop me? From somewhere, a group of people flew towards him. They said, what about if we join in? Not afraid of sacrificing themselves. So many people have to stop me. What the heck are they summoning? Xiao Yun wondered, confused. The sky had already turned as dark as the future of Sister Dao. A man followed the ray of light and landed, wearing a shiny set of armor. He said in a cunning tone, so many years, I'm finally back. The primordial heavenly emperor stood majestic like a god appearing. A bright blue circle of powerful magic surrounded him. He used his power to aim and shoot at the chaos bell. Boom! The chaos bell was shattered into 100 pieces. Ji Yu Shenyi clasped his hands together, bowed, and said, Junior Ji Yu Shenyi respectfully welcomes the primordial heavenly emperor. That sentence shocked everyone around him, and they shouted in unison, the primordial heavenly emperor, Zhan Zhu. Beside him, Zhang Dalei saw it and discussed, I didn't expect them to have a move to summon the heavenly emperor. 9 quasi-emperors destroying 2 emperor weapons, performing the summoning. That's a hefty price. Ji Yu Shenyi looked down at them from above and said arrogantly, Zihan Zhu, this is your Chaos Holy Land asking for it. If you hadn't pushed us too far, we wouldn't have gone all in like this. Ye Wei also added, that's right, today we'll completely destroy you. You want a monopoly? No way, Heavenly Emperor, annihilate them. The people on that side also echoed a few sentences. On their side, they gathered together to plot. Di Tian asked Zhan Zhu, is there any way out for our Holy Land? He quietly replied, it's over. This isn't a clone or projection of the Heavenly Emperor. The one who came this time is the real Heavenly Emperor. Even if there is a way out, it won't make a difference, Zhang Dalei continued. The Heavenly Emperor stood in the middle of the air, looking majestic and unrestrained, and spoke, I didn't expect the Chaos Holy Land to grow to this point. The Chaos Great Emperor is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, you can only go this far. Xiao Yun's clone rushed forward, pointed the sword at the Heavenly Emperor and shouted, so what if you're the Heavenly Emperor? If you were born like an ant, then set great ambitions. If your life is as thin as paper, then you must have an unyielding heart. There is nothing that cannot be done. Then the sword hurtled straight towards him, but in a flash, it was controlled by a surge of power, freezing its movement. Then, the sword gradually shattered before the Celestial Emperor's finger, he said. An ant, trying to shake a tree. A frog in a well daring to be so bold. Beabon exclaimed in shock. Is this the true power of the Celestial Emperor? Then he unleashed a massive energy blast in a straight line towards them. A defensive barrier was quickly erected to protect everyone from the attack, but it gradually couldn't hold, and then it was instantly shattered. Zaihanzu coughed up blood from the impact, but what he cared about was something else, he said. This time, the Hundun Holy Land is truly finished. Xiao Yun version A and Xiao Yun version B appeared and said, Zanzu, don't be discouraged, it's not over yet, it's time to merge into one. The two versions of Xiao Yun merged together, from a pair of twins back into a single person. With a quasi-emperor upgrade, and a protagonist aura filling the panel, he said, Taishan Celestial Emperor, come at me. This kid really is full of surprises, Zhanzu exclaimed. With a smile, Zhang Dalei chimed in. Xiao Yun and his clone could easily be defeated, but a quasi-emperor wielding an emperor weapon after merging isn't necessarily impossible.
Behind them, Biyu Mie Laozu, with an extremely serious expression, said,
But Tai Chu Old Devil is a celestial emperor. I don't know if he can resist. Across from him, Zhiyu Shenyi wore a scornful expression, saying, A quasi-emperor wanting to fight a celestial emperor is just daydreaming. Taishan Celestial Emperor, channeling his power, also said mockingly, To think a chaos physique would still appear after so many years, it's just a pity you didn't appear at the right time. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards Xiao Yun. He stood still without moving.
Xiao Yun simply raised his hand, casually unleashing a similar technique to block his attack, arrogantly saying, Celestial Emperor, so what? What can you do to me? Xiao Yun's attack shattered Taishan Celestial Emperor's palm strike.
Everyone present was shocked and couldn't believe what was happening.
Seeing this, Taishan Celestial Emperor said in surprise, You actually have such power. Xiao Yun looked at him with a murderous gaze, saying, Surprised, aren't you? Chaos Great Tao, Sword Tao, Space-Time Great Tao, 3 Supreme Great Tao Quasi-Emperors, plus 2 Emperor weapons. Is it strange that I have the power to fight you?
With that, he continued to launch swords towards Taishan Celestial Emperor, who didn't reveal any openings. Raising his hand to channel a defensive technique, Primal Chaos Shield, a circular yin-yang shield appeared, blocking the incoming swords. But unexpectedly, the swords pierced through, and the shield shattered.
Seeing this, Taishan Celestial Emperor was stunned, thinking, It can actually penetrate my Primal Chaos Shield. It seems he's not only advanced to 3 Great Tao Quasi-Emperors, but has also fused 3 types of Great Tao. Without much thought, Taishan Celestial Emperor swung the staff in his hand, chopping the sword into pieces. He looked at Xiao Yun with a serious expression, saying, For the Hundun Holy Land to produce a freak like you. Truly surprising, Xiao Yun looked back at him, brimming with pride, saying, With me here, don't even think about touching the Hundun Holy Land. Taishan Celestial Emperor once again channeled his power, and a large lotus flower appeared in his hand. His expression was full of confidence as he said, Struggling is useless. The Hundun Heavenly Emperor has left the Emperor Road, and I am invincible now. You and the Hundun Holy Land are destined for destruction.
Seeing this, Zhanzu exclaimed in utter disbelief. That. Could it be the creation green lotus? Zhang Dalei beside him chimed in, equally stunned.
No way. The creation green lotus is the only innate emperor weapon not crafted by humans, possessing heaven-defying power. How could it appear in Taishan Heavenly Emperor's hands?
Taishan Heavenly Emperor paid no mind to the outside world. Putting on an imposing show, he raised the creation green lotus high and declared, Shatter, boundaries of space and time. As soon as he spoke, an intensely bright light erupted from the creation green lotus, seemingly tearing open a gate of space and time.
From the other side of that gate, hundreds of thousands of top-tier cultivators emerged. Xiao Yun, witnessing this scene, blurted out in shock, It's the Great Emperor! So many Great Emperors! All the experts around him gathered beside Xiao Yun. Zihanzu spoke up. Xiao Yun, what do we do now? Lei Zhu followed. That's right, son, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat so many Great Emperors. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and replied, True. Right now, I'm only slightly stronger than Taishan Heavenly Emperor. There's only one way. Ascend to become a great emperor.
The people around him cried out in surprise. Ascend to great emperor, you just broke through to quasi-emperor, there's no way. Others might not be able to, but for me, anything is possible, Xiao Yun retorted. In a moment, everyone needs to hold them off so I can break through. Success or failure depends on this.
With that, he extended his hand horizontally, circulating all his internal energy, preparing to break through. The other experts could only agree, creating a giant bell to shield him. Time was of the essence. Xiao Yun sat in meditation right there in the air, cultivating. He thought to himself, It's all or nothing. I'll use all the accumulated enlightenment I've been hoarding, hoping to break through to Great Emperor.
Then a series of system notifications popped up. Using 1 instance of enlightenment towards Great Emperor Ascension. Using 1 instance of enlightenment towards Great Emperor Ascension.
Seeing this, Taishan Heavenly Emperor frowned, saying, "What's the use of struggling? Everyone destroy this chaos seed." With that, he waved his scepter towards Xiao Yun,
followed by a barrage of frenzied attacks, all of which were blocked by the giant bell. But the number of enemies was too great, so no matter how hard they tried to hold them off, the bell was still cracked in several places.
Taishan Heavenly Emperor still frantically attacked him, shouting, "Destroy him together." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and Xiao Yun's entire body emitted a bright light. Xiao Yun opened his eyes wide, staring at Taishan Heavenly Emperor,
and he dashed forward, his face as calm as if he had realized something. "I finally understand everything," Xiao Yun thought to himself. "Turns out I'm the Heavenly Emperor who created the Heavenly Emperor scripture, and also the Chaos Great Emperor of the future. The me who transcended the Emperor Road discovered that going down the wrong path would make it very difficult to ascend later, so that's why I created the enlightenment system, so that I can find the correct path to ascension through enlightenment, defying fate." Xiao Yun swung his hands violently, and many sparks flew around him. He shouted, "Then I will do as you wish and become the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, invincible for all time." The sparks grew larger and larger,
burning everything they passed,
including all the great emperors emerging from the time-space gate. Then, the sparks attacked the gate directly, causing it to shatter.
After finishing, Xiao Yun turned around and reassured everyone, "It's all right. Everyone can wake up and relax now." What happened? Where are those great emperors? After waking up, the experts who helped Xiao Yun had no idea what had happened. Also, why isn't even a quasi-emperor here?
Xiao Yun said triumphantly, "I took care of them all." Suddenly, all the people on the ground knelt down, begging, "Great Emperor, spare us."
Xiao Yun didn't seem to care, saying, "Everyone, stand up. From now on, apart from the Chaos Sacred Hall, there will be no other sacred grounds in this world. I also won't go to the Emperor Road. I'll stay here and become the eternal Chaos Great Emperor."
That's the end of the story. Hee. The ending's a bit bland, probably due to lack of funds. If anyone wants a good ending, just throw money at the author and the comic company. If you don't have money, don't bother leaving comments demanding anything more, because the admin only relies on the comics from the web novels to do this as a hobby. Thank you all for watching.